I made myself some chai tea.
All right. Yeah. Good. About getting to that time of year, chai lattes. I'm into it. Rest of the year, I don't fuck with chai tea.
Yeah, no milk in my one, but I also devoured a whole burrito.
You devoured a whole burrito?
Yeah, I made burritos for dinner. Yeah, so I just devoured a burrito with fresh iceberg lettuce.
Oh, yeah. That's good stuff.
Homemade, nothing wrong with homemade, right? You know exactly what went into it.
Certain things I cannot make as good as I can buy them. But a majority of things like that I learned how to make better than I can buy them. But I think that's what guys should do. You know what I mean? You don't gotta be Julia Childs or nothing, you know. But the shit that you eat all the time, fucking learn how to make it. You know, if you're buying it from somebody else, like save yourself the $10. Mm-hmm. Even get like I don't know, like where are you gonna get like I don't know, some types of breakfast sandwiches I can make, you know, it just blow people's minds. It would blow your mind. You're a cook too, you know what I mean? And you'd be like, wow, my fucking mind's blown.
It's too expensive to buy proper New York style like breakfast sandwiches here in New Zealand. It's like $20 a pop, you know. That's an expensive breakfast. Right? They do use the best ingredients though, like the premium ham that just dissolves in your mouth, and the you know, the extravagant sort of luxurious meats, cold cuts that they use, and the way that they cook it, and it's all on that what brioche bread,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
I don't like
Yeah,
brioche. That's not my thing. Too soft.
but
Save it for
if
when I
they
get old
toast,
and bread hurts my teeth or something.
yeah, but if you toast brioche and you make a New York I don't know, it's kind of,
All right.
it's a little bit like French toast after they if it's freshly toasted.
Huh.
But anyway, yeah, it's more enjoyable if you've got a family to enjoy your cooking rather
Well,
than
food
just
always, yeah.
if
Yeah.
you're sharing it with your family, you know, like I think that's where
I
the
almost
enjoyment.
purposefully like if I'm cooking for myself, I purposefully do not try that hard because it's like nothing more sad than being like I'm eating by myself and I made a great meal. Like I'll take a picture of it and send it to
Exactly.
somebody or like what I bet nobody to enjoy it with. Like nobody be like, wow, this is great. How did you do this? Like it's just nothing. That's why
And
I like cooking though. It's
you
not
cook
to
for
eat. It's
yourself,
really
and
I like cooking for other people more than I like eating food.
you cook for yourself, and it takes like 3 minutes, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
you spend more time to impress the ones that you love, right? Because you want to put a little bit more effort into it, you know.
Oh yeah. You know, because yeah, everybody's got like a special order. Like you know, somebody doesn't like can't stand it just crust on the bread. Somebody hates things that are burnt. Somebody loves things that are burnt. You know, everybody's different in a family. You know, as far as like what their orders are. Fun stuff.
Wow, the panel is starting to
Yeah.
light up.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
light up. We're done losing people now.
yeah. It's all my fault. It's all
It is
my
because you
fault.
went out for coffee. I think we had them. You know, they were listening to our bullshit for a while. But
I
they
don't
like
know. I've been here for an entire bottle of
you
wine, and
have.
that normally takes me like 2 hours. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But sometimes, like that evil spirit, you know, that's what it is. Alcohol. That evil spirit. It kind of, in some ways, if you mix it with a little bit of something else, like the green stuff, I think like it can be uh you know, healing for the mind, and you can actually come up with some good ideas too. You know.
Oh yeah.
That I mean, half of the inventions in the world, I'm sure they were done on mushrooms
Uh-huh.
or something
Yeah,
like
we
that.
were
You know,
talking about like LSD and stuff just a day or two ago, and then I wanted to bring up this inventor Claude Shannon. He's an MIT scientist. Worked on like information theory and stuff like that. Basically, most of the stuff that's necessary to like make computers possible. I heard that he basically like envisioned all these kind of integrated circuit designs and stuff like that while visualizing it while on LSD. So it's an interesting thing because usually somebody that is not accustomed to taking LSD is not going to just start doing that or try it. You know what I mean? Especially if you're like an MIT professor or whatever.
exactly. It's like maybe it was something that he stumbled across, or he just needed some type of inspiration, and it was available. Somehow it was available. How long ago was that? That would have been back in the 60s or something.
Yeah, it's like black and white film
Oh, even wow, way back.
for
Yeah.
color.
Oh, okay, so back in
I know.
those days, obviously entertainment was limited. Yeah, as
Well,
far as we're told.
he had a long career, so like, yeah, he just whatever. It just all I'm saying is like psychedelics can play a role in where you have like a specialized field of knowledge or a curated field of knowledge. Um, in essence, if you gave Gordon Ramsay a tab of acid, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I want to make a bolognese, but I want to do it." I mean, they give crazy ideas. You know what I mean? You just have ideas that you'd never put these two brain cells. They never met each other. Like, hey, you guys want to introduce yourselves? They're like, yeah, let's do this. So
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's pretty amazing. Yeah, the capabilities we all have buried in there. Good shit.
I imagine this can give you some extra drive as well, and can open up your mind. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to set you back and like bring you down and like make you so you're incapable of having like a cognitive, you know, well-adjusted thought and being able to improve your life and develop as a human. Like obviously there are some substances which are going to like leave you sort of disorientated and sort of uh not in the right frame of mind to make correct decisions and stuff like that. But like if you were able to manage your substance intake and uh monopolize on the effects and adjust uh, the dosage so that you were able to, you know, be at a premium sort of a brain function. Yeah, people microdose, and that I think that could be the key is
What?
just to microdose. And if you have this microdosing philosophy and everything, not just substances, but microdosing in your relationships with acquaintances and business partners and all of these things. I've noticed that people that are really well to do and wealthy and successful, it seems as though they don't spend too much time on any one aspect of their life, but they actually have um like they have a hand in everything. It seems as though that they're everywhere all the time. It's like they're so active, and I don't know how they do it, but well, I do know it's because they're microdosing. I think that's where they're at, man. Because
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to get saturated in
No.
one particular thing, because when you go overboard, like out of moderation, that's when it becomes a problem, right?
Yeah, I bought like I think 30 pieces of gummy. They were really small, like probably smaller than a Tic Tac. No, I guess maybe well nearly the same, but they were squares. In any event, yeah, I tried one. I was like, this is nice, but there's not a lot of effects. And I was like, I'll take a couple. And then I went to sleep. And then I'm like, I'll just take one every day. You know, when I wake up in the morning, like a vitamin. And that was great. I really wish I could have bought another because I think that company just went out of business or something. But that was a good time. And it's like your mind gets like loaded with something like a goal. Like there's a goal somewhere buried down. Like you're not really sure what it even is. And I think that sort of populated my experience. Like where I'd be like looking for something. I wouldn't even be sure what I was looking for exactly, but my brain was pretty sure. Just it was a sort of an interesting thing. And I'd go like seek that thing out and find it. And I don't know. It's not it's not like an organizing drug per se, but I think that at small doses it can just it's gentle enough to like to do every day and not like I don't know change who you are. But I think if I kept up with it like every just every day was doing that for like a year, I think it'd be like I'd be a lot more I don't know loose. Let's say. But
I don't know. It's strange to think of um, the different scenarios and the different interactions that people have around the world every day. Because, like, imagine you were that dude that lived in Japan and you had to go to a cubicle every day and do the same thing every day,
mhm.
like for the rest of your life. It's
Yeah. But it's like
uh,
these video game designers. It seemed like a kind of a dream job when I was a kid. You know what I mean? To make video games. But like what these guys actually do is work on the same video game and some very very small unrewarding part of it for like 5 years before the video game comes out. No fun in a cubicle, and maybe it's like tastefully designed or direct decorated, but still it's like ah yeah not
and the only good memories they have of their experience was when they got to walk to take the elevator, take the lift to the bottom of the building and go out the back door and have a vape. Like that was their day. That made their day. That little bit of a vape at the in the actual real world with all the other minions that were around them, and then they go back to they try their hardest to forget like the entire 5 years they spent in front of that computer, but they can't forget it. So it's going to be like a weight. It's it's like it. I don't know. It's hard to put yourself in someone else's shoes. That's the thing. That's what I'm getting at. It's like everybody has their own walk.
that's true. And some people like will have a job for like 30 years, and some people will just be in new jobs every like couple months or something like that for a while or whatever. You know,
Yeah,
once you start to be like, this is what I do for bread. You know what I mean? This is what I do to exist. It's kind of hard to decouple yourself from that and be like, I do something else now. But all the time when you just fuck around and you're not actually, and you know what I mean? It's something. But I just think it keeps you younger, not getting so ingrained into like certain things. Sometimes, especially while you're young. But does that make sense? Like it's better
yeah.
to
I
not.
mean,
It's like almost like, well, I don't know. Like you cook and you've been cooking for a while, and you might be doing that for the next 10, 20 years. Like I don't really know, but um,
I'll
if it's
tell you a
something you
secret.
really like resonate with, then I guess that's not a bad thing. It's something that makes you happy.
I just sold my restaurant, so yeah. The settlement happens on this Thursday.
Oh shit! Like you're Are you getting out of the business? Are you relocating or?
Oh well, I actually it's one of those. It's like a stepping stone to the next stage. Like we just went through 3 restaurants. COVID killed us. Uh, After going through COVID with governmental support, we were actually managed to open 2 additional restaurants during this really traumatic time of going through a mortgagee sale and losing our very expensive property real estate and going through a 3-year high court case and then dealing with all of that and having family and stuff and having to live in a rental house. And now we've just managed to develop and sell 2 restaurants in this very hard time. And then uh, moved up. We're moving house to a mini mansion. I don't know what you think of what does that mean to you? Like a mini mansion. Like we're literally on the 29th of this month moving into one of the best areas, and we're on the most like minuscule budget that you can imagine, but somehow we pulled it off. And anyway, this place has got history, and it's got a cellar, and it's got like a library and a smoker's room and a den and a rumpus room, and it's got
Really?
like it's just like I can't believe it. Like the luck, the turn of the tide. And so we've sold
That's great.
the
That is an
the
awesome
other
story. Thank you.
yeah, I know. And it's like we've still got the court case that earlier I was just talking about. Like there's a continuation of the story because we found some more information that's damning, and it's just going to make like we've got our fingers crossed. Like hopefully we can get our house back. I don't know. That's like the ultimate thing, like to get our real estate back that was stolen from us. It's like a pantomime. It's like unreal. And I'm happy for our family to be able to continue, you know, without any interruption or moving schools and stuff like that. So yeah, things are looking up, and I enjoy uh learning from the ultimate corner of the internet, every day. Uh, I like to just listen, and I think sometimes I get aggravated, and I just have to, like, even if I'm driving, I just get flustered and I'll say some shit like buttons, like on and off from the internet all day
Mhm.
long. Like I'm in and out, in and out, in and out because I'm so fucking busy. And my health condition is getting better. Like I had serious traumatic shock from the events that happened, granuloma annulare, fibromyalgia, like all sorts of pain conditions, and everything's getting better. And like I think, uh, yeah, my wife taught me a lot about just being able to be you know positive, because if you get upset at shit, it's only going to make it worse. So yeah, how to control my uh my behavior when I interact. Like sometimes you just have to have a little bit of faith. I think
Yeah.
that's really helpful. Yeah, faith.
Well, you have to stop being so smart, in a way, because I think it's easy for us to just use intelligence, to be like, "Hey, I'm getting fucked right now," and it's just like, everything sucks. It's easy to say that, and then it can be easy to take that feeling and then drive that right into your shit that you're trying to succeed with. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just, yeah, attitude. You know,
And the cool thing is, like, the dude
can
that's bought,
okay.
he's bought our restaurant. Like, he wants to he's super rich, and he wants to, like, continue doing business with us. Like we're going to train him for the next month. He's a chef. He's a Chinese chef, but like I'm going to teach him all about our recipes and everything. He gets all the secret recipes for our Thai cooking, and then he wants to do a franchise with our model. You know, because our model of our restaurant is means that you don't need to have so many staff because we use the kiosk system and the in the wall, out the wall, like the distribution to the customers, fast service, but it's a vending machine on steroids.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's like, I mean, if you think about it, it is a lot to control, just a wait staff, and then you need like somebody to do scheduling and all that stuff. So, just having all those other people as part of the business are really like, it weighs it down, and it becomes like a social problem to navigate too, and then there's like, what are all these like waiters like doing for your business? They making it look good, or are they making it look stupid, or
Well, on one hand, it's kind of sad because of COVID and because of the way that it made like businesses sort of like go to that no contact style. And you don't have that human interaction as much. And people, it's like you have that wall, that plastic wall, and like, yeah, it's kind of sad. It's streamlined, and it's kind of the way of the future in a way, just due to the economy. So it's an economic decision. But uh, in reality, like the ideal situation is if we could move back to like Little Italy. That's my ultimate, like if I could move to a location where it's like Little Italy, and you know it's like where where everybody knows your name and you can just drop in, and it's like you get that people to people sort of contact, because you know you live in your environment and you want to have that social interaction, not just plastic experience and all about the dollar, because
it's like, I saw a person
you're only
today.
here.
Yeah, they were separated by plastic, but still, it was a person behind it, I think. Yeah, it's no comparison. Yeah,
So
you're talking about like actual community. Yeah.
yeah, I prefer that. So I prefer the interaction. My original restaurant was, it's all about the personality. It's like I was the host of my first restaurant. I was the host. I was the guy that was able to bring the customers in, and I spent time getting to know them and building relationships with them. My customers would bring me fish. They would bring me a bucket of fish, and they would say, here's 12 fish for you, and here's the 13th fish. Can you cook it for me? And I'll pay for the sauce. you know, and I would get customers like that all the time, bringing gifts to my restaurant,
Hmm.
and that was a good atmosphere. That was a good feeling.
Hmm.
And they would
Yeah.
leave like $100 on the table. Here's $100 just because. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you were doing it
Have you
right.
ever thought about opening up a coffee bar
Yeah.
just for fun?
Um. Yeah, I've worked at enough like coffee shops and stuff. I used to throw like like poetry readings like for a couple of years, where I just made lots of coffee and served it to everybody. That was like as close as I don't know. I think if I owned an actual storefront, it would be different. I mean, people just used to leave like tip money or whatever for coffee and whatever. It's just out of a house. I like coffee houses, but I think the snobbery with and I guess they're not about. They're about like blended milk sugar drinks. You know what I mean? That's mostly what people know of with coffee, because just black coffee is nothing. I don't know, special, like exactly. You know, unless it's like unless you're like roasting it yourself and you've got some kind of story with the beans. It's just coffee. Having an actual
Well, there's
restaurant, I've thought about like having pop up restaurants. That would always that's always something fun to think about.
uh, um there's this new style of packaging I'm looking at is for my next venture if I ever get into doing a franchise with food, and it's you know the paper cardboard sort of packaging that they use for takeaway food for takeout, and uh, rather than just having a lid like a plastic lid, it there's a machine that you can get, and it puts a can lid on the top. So once you put your hot food, takeout food in there, you put it in the machine, and it presses on a lid, which is like a can. So the customer's experience is they open up this giant can lid, and their hot food is all insulated and piping hot. And yeah, just need to buy the machine. It's like doesn't cost much, $600, and you buy all the packaging specifically made for it. And it's besides the can lid itself, it's all made of like compostable material, good for the environment, except for the can lid. But yeah, it's not going to leak. Like you can deliver it by Uber or whatever, and your food, it's not going to leak. It's not going to drip your food all over this. There, you know, it's good stuff. That's I'll be the only one with that packaging, and it can all be branded. Everything. You ever seen that? And another thing that it's really good to get into if you want to make some money, and have you heard of heater meals? Obviously, you've had those in the States, yeah.
Heater meals, no. But I'm
Heater,
aware that there are a lot of what
heater meals at
heater.
like hot
Yeah,
heater meals.
yeah, that's what I thought you said. Like there's a lot of like pre-made stuff. You just basically it's not cooked and then you just throw it in an oven, but it's sort of pre-assembled for you.
Ah, oh my God, no, not TV meals, heater meals.
It's
So
not. It's
it's
not.
already
It's fresh food. It's just uncooked. Go ahead. Sorry, I don't know what a
okay.
heater meal is. Go ahead, tell me.
So in the supermarkets now, there is like it's already noticeable that these ration meals, these like prep style meals, are becoming more and more available. And I think if you're looking at doing any food, the the next wave is going to be preparedness meals, meals that you can just pull a string, and it'll puncture a bag of water and mix with the special concoction of this like a heater pad, which is made of like a food grade safe aluminium something or other, like and magnesium, and it basically it's like those army ration bags, and you can heat up your meal in a bag, but more sophisticated, like in a specialized container. That's what a heater meal is like. They threw them out at Hurricane Katrina. That's what they were dishing out to all the people on the street, when they went through the hurricane.
People in the street do that day. Um, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're available now. Like you'll probably notice them more and more. Self-heating meals. You'll probably notice them more and more. Like if you can get in, like if anyone can think about like that, I mean it's especially if you got a contract with civil defense or something. It's like that's what I was thinking, because no one else is doing it here anyway. I would be the only one. And
Yeah, you could, have a contract for whenever do that. Could you
because in the
resell them
States,
to
the heater
the
rooms,
people on the
they have a
island?
contract
Just be
with
like,
the government. What's that?
like if somebody's like, "Oh wow, man, I love your takeaway. It's the greatest ever in New Zealand." Could you go around and like sell that? Like, just drive around and be like, "Let me sell you this machine."
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I mean, my wife had, uh, she had the contract as the distributor, sole distribution rights to Li Ning, which is like Chinese #1 sports brand. It's like Nike or something like that. She had that for all of Australia and New Zealand.
Mm.
And another one she had is for a motorbike and a car manufacturer. She had like the rights as a distributor for that brand, and it locked it down for like 5 years. I don't know how she did it. We never used those rights though. That's the thing. It's like she's got a real talent for being able to negotiate these contracts with these big players, because New Zealand is, to them it's like, yeah, you can have it, no problem. New Zealand doesn't mean anything to us. Just take it. Yeah, here you go. But it was still a challenge. But I guess we're in the environment where it's easy to get a hold of these type of contracts. I bet there's probably more competition where you are. Yeah,
Oh, for food?
more
Yeah,
popular.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know how to. I mean, if I was in New Zealand, I might have, the gumption to try and do a restaurant. But around here, like, yeah, I have no idea, like, how anybody stays in business. Because you almost like have to just to put up your shop and hope that you're gonna like have a sustained run at that location. It's kind of like you just gotta be willing to like lose a bunch of money until you get that, if that's the ultimate thing. So
Well, I
kind of like
didn't
all or
see
nothing.
anyone do
Yeah.
like a savory donuts. Like, you know how there's Dunkin' Donuts and Mr. Donuts and all of
Hmm.
these fucking donuts? Is there a chain that does savory donuts? Like, I'd love to have a donut with some
Like this
bolognese.
this town I live in has had at some point 4 different bakery donut cupcake places, not even donuts, just cupcakes. That's how, like, there was just a year or two where it was like cupcakes. Yeah, fucking start a cupcake shop. You know what I mean? And my town, which is not a big town either, but like 4 cupcake shops. I'm like, fuck. Like, but there used to be 7 coffee shops. Until Starbucks basically is the only one left standing. And I don't know. It's just like it's a war of attrition with brick and mortar. So that's why, like, I guess if I was to do anything at all, it would probably be out of like restaurant truck type idea to start with, if anything, which I probably won't. But
Tossing sliders. That's the way to do it. Sliders are so easy.
fucking hate sliders. I don't even like eating. I don't even really like White Castle that much anymore, and that was my go-to slider. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I have my own burger feel. You know what I mean? But I would like to cook something in that range. It's something people like to buy to give you monies. You know what I mean? You just got to be famous for doing one thing your way. I think that's the key.
Yeah,
Even
you come up
Eddie
with
Vedder's not a great singer, but he's got a
your
particular way of singing.
speciality, right? Yeah, you gotta have your speciality, something different. You could have a prime piece of steak in between two buns, and it's all about that piece of meat and the packaging. It's not really about the buns. You know,
Well, it's a jazz con that's always about the buns, but that's another story. Look
but
at
I
that.
think
Buzz toasted.
don't lose the don't lose the buzz for the music. Like, don't put down your saxophone for too long, man.
I know. I gotta do something with this shit, man. Damn.
Break out some flat Earth factual sex.
Yeah, right. We'll play my Fibonacci series. It's a hit. It's a hit. He did Fibonacci series 1. It's amazing.
Well, I'm not leaving because Jazza just got here, but I'm actually just leaving because Jazza just got here.
Right. Go whatever. Do your errands, whatever you had to do.
I'm not going to say anything, dude. You don't have to leave.
He just fucking dropped like a fucking stone. He's been here for a few hours. I think he needed it.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough.
Breaky. What's going on with you, man? How's it going?
Fuck all, man. We've had 2 or 3 days of real shit weather. So I
Yeah.
don't know if that's climate warming or just general weather.
You getting precipitation?
Had various amounts of precipitation over the last 2 or 3 days. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Got to be cooling. Can't heat up nothing with rainstorm.
Well, that's not just what makes rain, but anywho.
Yeah, I think just these weather patterns just get whacked out, and then they kind of go back to somewhat normal. I don't think that they change entirely. You know what I mean? Certain things always going to work, no matter how much global warming there is. There'll still be a jet stream. You know what I mean? Like air currents will still want to go certain places.
Oh yeah, they do, but like I've been in the air for a long time, and I said to someone that's not in the air for a long time, the office girl today, I said, like 10 years ago, we had snow on Christmas Day, literally the middle of summer in New Zealand. That's fucking
That's
rad.
crazy. Ah, how awesome.
Yeah, it was cool, but there was no chemtrails on that day that I noticed, just contrails. Actually, no, there was no contrails because the ambient air temperature was well above the Mintra level, which is where chemtrails form. So it definitely wasn't that.
So, well, how did it snow then? High atmospheres, ice crystals.
Just because we're a very north-south country and very
God,
shallow
no. Okay.
west-east, and it was just a very cold, random southerly coming over the mountains that are 8,000 feet high directly behind me, like literally fucking 10 k's away. And the warm nor'wester come underneath it, and that's what makes rain and snow when the temperature's right. Science and rockets. And that happens anywhere in the world, by the way. Different wind directions, obviously, but the same scenario, temperatures and things. And humidity, obviously.
Are you into chemtrails? You study that shit for a while?
No, they're a complete load of fucking horseshit.
So you never looked into it?
Oh no, I've absolutely looked into it. That's why I can say that they're. And if you've really looked into it, you'd know that there's a thing called the Mintra level, MINTRA level. Have you ever seen the World War II footage of like the B-17s flying over Europe and they're leaving 4 out of their piston engines, not jet engines. They're leaving contrails.
Okay.
On some days during the winter months, there were days that they had to get to 20,000 feet, so they had to bust through the Mintra level,
Okay.
and and that's when the Germans. That's why the Germans knew they were coming, because they could get their flak guns going. Oh, look at that! There's all these fucking chemtrails coming. But before that, in the summer months, they would try and stay below the Mintra level because it can be calculated through temperature and air density and atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure, and they could calculate when the Mintra level would form, when condensation trails would form. And in the summer months, they had way more successful bombing campaigns because the enemy couldn't see them coming. Ironic, I know.
So is that like the first thing that you started looking into? Surely there's something that precedes flat Earth, right? So was it chemtrails, or is there something before that?
No, I think I started out with, what did I start out with? I think it was the moon landings, and then that led to 9/11, and then that led to some fucking shooting thing, and then that led to fake Earth slash flat Earth.
I'll be back 1 second. I like to wait until the garbage truck is right in front of the house before I go put the garbage out. I wouldn't want anybody stealing my garbage.
Yeah, but if you've got nothing to worry about, what have you got to worry about?
You know, voodoo, stuff like that.
If you've got actual facts that the Earth's flat, that may be in your garbage, that the garbage man can find, then let the truth out. Plant it on top of the fucking bin, good sir.
They just make like 1,000 bumper stickers that say the Earth is flat and just start slapping them on cars, like in a parking lot. Be a
Yeah,
lot of
but
upset people. I think it's vandalism, and I shouldn't support it. But it'd be funny.
it would be funny, but that's
Used to be.
not proving your point.
That's okay. Doesn't really matter. Don't need to prove a point because you guys can't prove yours.
Or no, the thing is that we can, but you're not proving your point by proving that you can't prove our point.
It's just like spreading the message is beside the point. I guess doesn't really factor
Okay.
into the diatribe that you might try to have here, or other
Okay,
people
so
might.
snacks.
It's just a conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's just a conversation. So you know that the Earth's not flat, but you just like arguing. Is that what this
No,
is?
no, that's not true either. But it's just a conversation in the fact that nobody really needs to get that out of shape about it. You know what I mean? Or just promoting the idea is fine because it promotes a conversation. Conversation's got to get had for people to know about what we're talking about. I don't know. It's just a simple thing.
So are you just like a male Karen that you're just like arguing? You know the Earth's not flat.
No, I do know
That's
this.
fucking perfectly evident, but you're just like arguing. Is that what this is?
No, it's like what you are. You're more of a male Karen, but you're Glober Karen.
Yeah, but I have the facts and shit behind me,
No,
and
no. Mm-hmm.
see, this is why you're uh, just a Karen that just likes to argue that you think that I don't,
No,
but but you just automatically say that everything I
So
have is fake.
you're saying you've got such good information, you can prove that the Earth is a ball, but you've been waiting all this. What are you holding out for? Lay it down for me, man. You know what I mean? If you got it,
Snacks,
flop it.
snacks,
Yeah, go ahead.
snacks.
You never
Did you
do. You
not
never
just hear
have.
what I just said?
And then at the end of this, you're going to tell me that I'm not that paranoid. So that's your special skill, and for believing a globe is that you're not paranoid. So what? Shut up and believe. Stop thinking, start believing. You know what I mean? Like if that's how you want to
No,
roll, do it. You can live
snacks,
your life like that. You know, it's no big deal.
snacks. Stop talking. That's why I think that you don't think that the Earth's flat, and you know damn fucking well you just like arguing.
No. How much do I argue, really? To be honest, I only argue with people that
That's
require.
all flat earthers do.
That's what I do.
What's your best argument? That the atmosphere needs a container?
That's an argument people make. That's not my
Well,
argument.
here we go. Go on, Jazza. Tell us the
Hang on,
history of it.
Pete.
Yeah.
Hang on, Pete. It's the flat earthers' best argument because it's the dumbest argument because
And
there's a pressure gradient, and when pressure gets to nothing, you don't need a fucking container.
so you keep saying.
Well, you
show us
don't, Pete.
nothing.
When in
Show
history
us
of
nothing, man.
mankind have you ever
Show us
needed a
nothing in a
container to
bucket in
contain
the
nothing,
lab.
Pete?
1 second. Show us nothing in a bucket in the lab contained by nothing. Just give us an example of that.
Pete, I can just literally hold out my hand and then pull my hand down and then go, what's left in the frame is the Kármán line.
What are you
Nothing.
talking about?
There's no pressure.
There's no such thing as
nothing.
nothing. When you hold out your hand in the frame and then you take your hand away, you're just minus a hand. There's not nothing there. There's always something.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is what makes me wonder. Is the flat earth... It is definitely a cult, but is it just a cult
Yeah,
of
that is
people
an
that
ad
want
hoc,
to
and it's
argue
not.
shit?
It's certainly not though, because
They can be right.
you would put Pete and I in the same category. However, like Pete and I don't comport on many different topics and thoughts and stuff like that, right? And there's some that we do, of course, but whatever. That's not what a cult is. A cult isn't where people like have their own free reign to like think what they want and say it. That's not how a cult works. So like if you've ever been in a cult, have you that you can
No,
make
I'm
this
not
statement? So if you've never been
not
there,
a paranoid, ignorant asshole, so I
look
would
at
never...
wow.
Max, you never told me you were a paranoid, ignorant arsehole.
It's outside. I don't want to share everything.
Yeah, you try to keep it stum.
Yeah, I keep play some cards close to the chest here. But what Jazz is actually more paranoid that we're correct, and then this way he will never ever let his mind work in the correct way to understand it, right, Pete?
Yeah. Nothing else he can consider. And
He's actually paranoid that the Earth is flat. That's how he is. He's like, oh my gosh, it's not a globe. It's not a fuck.
Oh, fuck, mate. I'm that fucking paranoid. I'm going to have to go and have a fucking smoke and reconsider my whole life.
Get your smoke, go, come back here, and we'll kick your ass again. And you keep doing it every fucking day, Jack. Come on.
Let's deal with while he's gone for a smoke snacks, his extrapolation there that as we rise up, of course it's true, as we rise up, the atmosphere thins out, and they extrapolate then to say that this extends all the way to, well, infinity once you accept the idea of space, which I guess is fair enough. But is there any other possibility which accounts for this gradient? I think they won't consider that at all, you know what I'm saying? And that's their Achilles heel in a sense, isn't it? That they won't even consider an alternative.
Well, Bassano said that, like, of course you remember Robert Bassano, but he would always like basically just be reading off NASA documents and just be like, yo, it's a 7-layer pressurized ellipsoid, that we're inside of.
Ooh.
Whatever the hell that means, that's part of their lingo. And so, but just the weight of the molecules blanket over blanket. Like if you were to put like 10 blankets on yourself in the winter, you start over the wool, and then you get successively lighter blankets on top. You know what I mean? You're gonna feel pretty hot at the bottom of that, right?
Sure. What? I never heard that. Seven. What you say? 7 layers of an ellipsoid. For NASA document.
7-layer pressurized ellipsoid.
Ooh, and can you recall the sort of the different layer levels? I mean, what?
Well, I mean, it's similar to, I guess, the idea that we say 7 heavens, or it has been said, but that's not changed. Like that, they can see that there are these 7 different divisions by observation. That's one thing, and then these different levels equate to different sort of generalities of pressure.
Yeah. I think everything does apply to our enclosed reality in some way. So it's about maybe coding it to some degree. It's interesting. I have the idea, Snack. My own thought. Well, whatever. But yeah. But when they talk about gravity pulling everything to the center of the Earth, I think in terms of pushing force from above, pushing away all of the atmosphere. So the closer you get to it, the less atmosphere there is, until eventually you get, what would you say, a vacated zone where there's no atmosphere, no air, or constituents of air. Fuck it, man. Does it even matter at this stage? I wonder, Snacks. What the fuck does it matter? Although
it doesn't. I kind of looked at, and this is like, I'm thinking 2016 or something like that, and Gem Panda is on our panel, and he's like, "So Snacks, how long do you think?" I'm probably doing a terrible Gem Panda, but he goes like, "How long do you think you need to do this?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was at it for like every day. I mean, you recall, but like I thought about 7 years of us just like talking about it, regardless of how successful we were, would be enough to like unlock another block of people that are going to continue it, and then therefore it will eventually be an unstoppable amount of people, that are aware of this information. And that's why I was saying that Jazz. It's just like when people have these conversations, they're going to fall one side or the other, But it's not because they have a great scientific grasp. It's because they've got certain kinds of prejudices against like what reality is, Like if your prejudice is like, oh, I'm prejudiced to think that everything is good, like everything is trying to help me out, you know what I mean? The government wants me to succeed. Like that might be your prejudice. Like it's not something you necessarily have proof for.
Yeah.
But like I want to believe in the American dream. You want to believe in the Irish dream, right? We all want to believe in our own destinies in our own countries, right? But
I don't know what the fucking Irish dream is. That's never been anything overtly talked about anyway. It's never been in our, oh yeah, let's follow I don't know what the Irish fucking dream is, Snack, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here we are 7 years later now. So what? Actually, I think
7 years later, like, I just don't think we need to do much. Like, there's other people that come out, like, there's great minds that, like, wake up to this stuff. And, I really like what Alan's doing, and Alan ain't nobody that's been around here. He just, like, picked up on, what has been a continuing, like, decade-long conversation here, and then just, like, decided to take his own onus and do his research and stuff, and that's amazing, right? And so people will keep coming along doing that. Alan, he does all the stuff with the Dayton Miller and interferometry and all that stuff. You've heard him talk here a few times.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
He's like really high level understanding of it, and he doesn't seem to be specifically trained for it either, which trips me up a little bit. The way, like, I think he's got a very good grasp of this knowledge and material, and even like these other the Xanax of the world or whatever, they stop and be like, you don't know what you're talking about, you just read that. That's not the case, and you can't make those types of accusations all the time. Eventually you're going to get fucked up. Somebody's actually going to have the nuts, and you're going to think they're bluffing, but they're not.
Well, it seems just as we have sort of come to our own path with the likes of Xanax and Gem Pandas and the rest have remained absolutely stagnant. In a sense, I think it's a positive thing in a sense, and I get why they're doing it is because the new people who are coming into this will see their ardent objections or continuous sort of cooperative sort of put downs, that they'll see through it. It's an individual search at the end of the day. I think what is making a massive difference is like the TikTok. So nice, sort of compressed, a piece of information that will get people interested. So yeah, I'm with you in that sense. Maybe our work is done, if you want to put it like that, at this late
I mean,
stage.
it's just like we've done the work. We've put the hours in. The
Uh,
work is the work. The time is the time. It doesn't really even matter how far we progressed. We could have solved it in the first day or not, but it still would have meant that we would have still needed to pass the message. And so even if we had all the
yeah.
answers on day one, it still would have taken us a while to build like a group of people that like cared about the information and all, right? So
You're up against some great minds in terms of the bowler defenders as well. And what it was sort of hit me snack at an early stage was, man, and loads of probability alone. The bowler can't be true. See, the bowler has an answer for everything individual. Any point you bring up, there's an answer there for it. But when you view it all together, every single area or aspect is problematic in the extreme and requires this elaborate answer. And as I say, on the basis of probabilities alone, then the spinning ball earth is literally given, has to be ruled out. There's something else in play.
the ball earth all that is it's like this continual cloth, and they just wrap themselves up in it like a little baby in a security blanket.
Yeah.
And they say like, oh, no matter how many like holes you push in this blanket, it's still covering me, right? So that's I think a lot of the struggle that we have, like to just like be bickering back and forth between the definition of a word, or that somebody, you don't know the definition of is whatever. Like people make it ridiculous because they have nothing. They're just at the end, right? So even if you see these smart minds, as you say, and I think I've seen a few smart minds, I'm like, this seems like a smart person, but I'm like, oh no, they're just as dumb as I was when I thought that was on the ball.
Yeah,
because you're abdicating over your intelligence. Say, here's my brain cells. Here, you have them. I don't need them, right? Let the public decide what to do with these brain cells, right? They're not important. They're just in my head. You have them, right? And in that case, like you've decreased your intelligence by the amount of fucking brain cells you've just handed over to somebody else, right? So, oh, teacher, you gave me an A. My brain cells get an A because they're tuned correctly, And then at the end of the day, you've just given over yourself and your own frame of perception, and that sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. But here's where I think, well, they're far too clever. It's like that guy Tig on yesterday. Immediately became transparent because it's not just one thing. It's not just a bowler. They're the anti-conspiracy crew. They don't like to get involved in any conspiracy. And I've said it many times before. The average bowlers can't afford to give 1 inch because should they do that, then they have to give a million miles. And yeah, I think that there's plenty of people who know that the Earth's surface station is flat. They're playing some sort of a role. It has to be snack. What else can it be?
But like that guy, Tig, he's still like the security blanket protects me. So it's a ball. It's a ball. All I have to say, click my heels together 3 times, and I'm out of flat. But that's not the case, is it?
No, and it never was.
Yeah, but see, the problem is
click your heels.
The problem is, Snacks and Pete, is that you desperately want the Earth to be flat because you claim to have understood the heliocentric model when you never did.
Yeah,
never
well, this
ever.
Awesome,
you just literally believed it.
Upside down guy's going to fry you, and I'll let that happen right now.
Hang on.
Okay.
You just literally believed it. You literally believed it. You never understood how the atmosphere worked. Otherwise, you wouldn't bring up the gas pressure thing because that's not how the atmosphere works. You can measure you can measure the atmosphere in psi if you want, and a portion, but that's why the atmosphere is not measured in gas pressure because it's measured in barometric or atmospheric pressure.
What happens if you have a hole in your Coca-Cola can and it doesn't spill over, right? Does the pressure go away from it? Like, do you still have bubbles in it?
No, that just means that it's equal atmospheric pressure to the gas pressure inside the can.
Okay, so it's equilibrated to the density of the air pressure relative in the surrounding environment, right? So if you had
density, that's a big mistake, big dog.
Why? We're talking about compactness, density, like it's a thing, organization.
I'm not a fucking physics teacher. I'm not going to tell you why.
Australian guy, you got him? Upside down guy, he's still here?
No, I'm a Kiwi. Don't offend me.
Yeah, Jazza.
Jazza. Upside down guy. Here you go.
Jazza, you're one of Jem's panda pups, right? Like you're a little weak-ass glober. You're a bitch. Shut the fuck up.
No, and you're a dumb upside down cunt that thinks he's
Okay.
living on a flat Earth. You stupid
Right,
cunt.
right.
Carry on.
I
Right.
expected a
So let's
different.
not go into that bullshit. Let's try, right? So hold on a sec. You're talking about atmosphere and gas pressure and all that sort of shit, right? You don't know anything about that, man. You're a little Dunning-Kruger.
You're the Dunning-Kruger. I live in that shit, you dumb cunt.
You live in
Carry
what?
on.
So hold on a
Carry
sec.
on. Carry
So hold on
on.
a sec.
Carry
What's
on.
the atmosphere? What's the atmosphere made up of?
All I'm going to say is the air that all of us breathe,
Which is
all
made
the
up of
same
what?
cunts, and all of you dumb cunts.
Which is made up of
Come on,
what, though?
Jazz.
What's the atmosphere made up of? Come on, man.
Nitrogen,
Surely you know.
oxygen, and all the shit, and because
So
of
gas.
because of
Gas.
your
Water vapor.
because of your fucking laws, they all get mixed together. You
Hold on a
keep
sec.
forgetting about that.
Yeah, but hold on a sec. Like you said,
No, carry on.
you said oxygen, nitrogen, argon. They're gases, right?
I never said argon, but every gas with
But argon is
methane,
part of the
fucking everything.
atmosphere. So,
All your
yeah,
farts, everything.
but
Carry on.
but are they gases?
Of course they're gases, and they all get
So
mixed
then,
together.
so then you have gas pressure.
Is dust as well? It's part
No,
of the
see,
atmosphere.
this is what
Just
you guys.
hold his
Hang on,
weak
hang on,
ass
hang
feet
on,
to the
hang on, hang
fire.
on, hang on.
Could you answer the question, Jazz?
The second law of thermodynamics only
What do
applies
you know?
to
What do you
gases
know about
within the
thermodynamics?
atmosphere.
Well, you're talking about pressure, right? Not thermodynamics. This second. But he's not a
You're
thermodynamics.
talking
How do
about
you
gas
not
pressure. What are you
fucking
talking about
understand that?
thermodynamics? Something that you don't know anything about.
You don't know anything about anything, so carry on.
Okay, just try to stay on track
You
here.
just told me about Dunning-Kruger. You don't know anything about anything.
No. Do you know what Dunning-Kruger means? It means you think you know more about something that you don't know anything about, right? You think you know more about it than you actually do. That's
No.
you using.
No.
That's you like second law of thermodynamics. What do you know about thermodynamics?
Yeah, that was some Dunning-Kruger shit.
Dunning-Kruger, if you do your own research, means that you think you know more than a power of authority that does
Do
actually
your own
know
research,
about it.
bro. Let's
also
define research. Do you even know what research is? Far out, man. Entry level, like this is the entry level Globo who's just sat around in Gem Panda's fucking server for like years, thinking that he's some sort of like, pioneer of this shit.
I talked to him like fucking 8
Hurry the fuck
years
up.
ago or some shit. It's like, yeah, he's been this way.
Hurry the fuck up, or you've got 4 guys here that can back you up. Hurry the fuck up.
Okay, how about this? I don't need anyone to back me up. Listen, Jazza, have I appealed for you to be muted or anything like that? No, because I don't do that.
Okay, so hurry the fuck up.
Well, I haven't appealed for you to be muted or anything like that. I'm just asking you a simple question. Like the air that you're referring to, that's made up of certain gases, meaning it's gas pressure. It doesn't matter if you call it atmospheric pressure or anything. That's just you know what I mean?
Oh, fuck. I was listening to you tonight, earlier, actually. And
Were you?
And you had a very, for some reason you're holding on to the cylinder, the container. And
No.
I know you were, because you were
he's talking
saying
about well, you're holding onto the ball, so he's attacking the pressure container from the ball.
The fucking so and so and that needs a container. Okay, so let's talk about let's say you're on the Gold Coast.
No, let's say I'm in Perth, where I'm actually am.
Okay, let's say you're in Perth, and let's say that it's a high pressure day, which it normally is because of the locality
Pressure.
on the Earth that you are, and let's say it's 1,019 hectopascals.
Pressure.
Yep, pressure.
Well, how do you have pressure without a container? Gas pressure.
Okay, so you're doing it again, and so what we're going to do is we're going to go through a wee exercise. Have you ever ridden a mountain bike?
Wait. Are you trying to say at the end of this though that like you don't need a container for pressure? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what he's alluding to. But
No,
I felt like he was going to
ultimately,
go there.
I'm,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna do a wee magic trick. Have you ever ridden a mountain bike?
no, I've only ridden BMX.
Okay, BMX.
What's your point? What's your
Okay.
point?
Okay, BMX. So you're looking at your front tire, and there's the hub of the tire,
Mm-hmm.
and every spoke is, let's call that gravity, and
Oh my!
the
Why
rim
would
of the
why
tire.
though? Why are we calling it gravity? Why?
This is amazing.
Why?
Okay, we won't call it gravity. We'll call it a spoke.
Somebody
But it's-
record this.
Are you?
It's
Please.
the
It's
same
being recorded.
distance. It's the
It's
same
live.
fucking distance.
Jazza, let's look at your front wheel. Let's look at the spokes, and let's call those spokes gravity.
Because I'm trying to make it simple for a dumb cunt.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you've already descended into like that's a weak argument, man.
Well,
Come
he's
on.
trying to make he's
Well,
trying to make it simple for himself.
It's not a weak argument. You're saying
Just
that-
go back to gems, man. Come on, you're weak.
No, let him go ahead. Let him go with the
Has two
analogy.
It's what
smokes
you
and
do when you don't want to hear the truth.
Let's hear
No,
the
I'm
analogy.
just saying,
Yeah.
keep going. But like, come on, man. You're talking about BMX spokes as fucking gravity now. Like, come on.
this is normal.
Okay,
for you.
so the hub of the tire is the center of the earth, and then you have to have the capacity to think in 3D, which you obviously don't because you think the earth's 2D. But I'll give you
Insults.
that.
Come on,
That's not
Jazz, behave
insults.
yourself.
That's not fucking insults.
What are you
That's
saying?
just
You're taking a
saying.
wheel. Come on, Jazz. Finish your
Oh,
analogy
shut the
here.
fuck
You
up,
take a
Pete.
wheel. You have the hub. You have the rim. You have the spokes. What's your analogy?
Okay,
Go ahead.
so the hub of the tire is the center of the earth, and the spokes represent the gravity. And the rim of the tire, if you can fathom that, in all
What, you
your
want me to believe the
worldly
same thing
mind.
as you? And that's your argument.
No,
Unless I
I'm
believe the
trying
same
to
thing as
fucking
you.
explain it to you.
Yeah, I know you're trying to explain your belief, but is your argument that if
I'm
I
not
don't believe the
trying
same
to
thing,
explain my belief. I'm trying to
is
explain
your
what is reality.
but is your conclusion that if I don't believe the same thing as you, I'm an idiot?
No, I never said that. When did I ever say that?
Well, okay, so how about this? Are BMX wheels gravity? Yes or no?
No. When did I ever
So
say
you're
that?
telling me about a belief system, and your ultimate conclusion is if I don't believe this thing that you're talking about, I'm an idiot.
Okay, dipshit. So what you're saying is exactly what you're saying is if I don't believe what you're saying, I'm a dipshit.
No, because I'm not asking you to believe in anything. You're telling me this elaborate story about BMX wheels being gravity, and you're saying that
literally
unless I
telling me if I don't believe you,
every time I speak,
I'm the
I didn't.
dipshit.
No, I didn't. I never said that. I never said those words.
I'm not going to talk to you because I listened to you do this the whole fucking night and you got muted a shit ton of times and I'm not going to do that. So we'll wish you a good night, sir. I hope you get well soon, and
I appreciate your bowing out gracefully. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, and that's what a paranoid,
listening.
ignorant asshole narcissist.
Oh, I knew he was
going to
go paranoid. You gonna go for Smoko yet?
Yeah.
I appreciate. I respect your bowing out gracefully. It's an honourable,
an honourable discharge.
Whatever you want to call it, man. You're the one leaving, so I respect it. You admitting
I'm
like I bow out gracefully
you're
and
a fucking dumb cunt. Let's
forfeit
put that
by
on the
default.
Less
Forfeit
gracefully.
by default. Yeah.
I'm gonna bow gracefully,
so.
dumb cunt. So graceful.
Because you're a dipshit. I don't have an answer for your actual argument, so you're a dipshit. Bye bye.
Fair enough.
You're a fuckwit, and you can't handle the truth.
But
I win.
So, peace out.
Off the gems, I win. Whee!
But Jazza was trying to explain pressure with thermodynamics, so that totally.
I thought he was explaining gravity with a BMX wheel.
Oh yeah, no, he was doing that too. He could explain anything with anything. But does that mean he understands it, or is he just a fuckwit? I don't know. He doesn't think so. if I asked him, he'd be like, "No, you're a fuckwit," and I'd be like, "Oh shit!" But like, I'm not certain if he's correct, you know, because if he is a fuckwit, maybe he doesn't know who is the fuckwit.
And,
I've
and can
I've
I just,
struggled for like a long time, you know.
I know, and can I just say something because it's a common tactic and a theme that they all do. So, for example, when he says, "Oh, I was listening to you earlier tonight," I think that was in I don't even know where it was, right? But I'm pretty sure he's talking about when I was in Gem server for like 20 minutes until they muted me because they couldn't handle it.
You were
So,
talking to Tig last night here, so he may have possibly been listening to that stream also,
okay, all right.
as I was. And yeah, you totally took that kid apart. And you know, if Jazza was a little bit more less slippery, shall we say, like I
Yeah.
think you would have totally fried him too. But like, you know, that's sort of the thing is like never get got. You know what I mean? With a lot of these Globers, that's how they're out here for so many years.
Yeah.
You know, they don't allow themselves to get got.
Mhm.
Anyway, yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, that guy was yesterday, right? I mean, I shouldn't talk about him. I shouldn't
That's
talk.
all right.
But like he just didn't have anything, you know. Like he thought he had, and that's what I was talking about with Pete earlier, like the security blanket thing. You know,
Mm.
it's like you just wrap yourself up in it. And it doesn't matter how many holes or how many rips and tears you know somebody else puts in it. You're still like, it's like I'm protected. I'm protected by the blanket. The Earth's a ball. The Earth's a ball. And that type of like fetal position defense is not anything that looks impressive. Like it just looked sad. Like what you like his level of responses appeared to me to be very like woeful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
get him.
Because like logic is a key part of this, but like logic isn't strictly related to like the shape of the earth. So logic is it's a thing, like, and it applies to like many topics and many conversations. And like when you have two men discussing a certain topic and like one has like just it completely illogical approach to that and the other applies logic, yeah, it's just pathetic, man, and woeful and embarrassing.
Because you're saying like you have a belief, and then he's like, he doesn't refute that, but he's like, well, it's okay. I can believe this because of this story I was told, and not somebody what I'm paraphrasing, but it's almost
Well,
like
that's it.
that's the response. Is like it's okay for me to believe it, you know, because I have magical science facts that might not be real. Go ahead.
Well, isn't that one of the terms they use? It's like it's one of their go-tos. They say it's called a justified true belief. Like they say these things are like justified true beliefs and stuff. Like the definition of belief is accepting something is true, especially one without proof, and acceptance that something is true, especially one without proof. Synonyms for belief are faith, trust, things. And then they use this term like it's a justified true belief. Like I'm justified in believing it because I say that. Why would NASA lie? That's their justification, that like it must be true because they have no reason to lie.
Well,
Stupid shit like that.
it speaks to their lack of imagination as well. Like, have they actually asked themselves, like, what would cause something like NASA to tell any sort of mistruth, right? And then, but if you think about military and the fact that NASA basically signs the Air Force check or something like that, man, just because organizationally, like, they're the head, that it's like, yeah, fucking government lie. Governments, tell convenient truths, and truths can change in a government because that's how it's a top-down distribution of reality.
Well, I like to call it for what it is because this like Discord, the mainstream YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, the current one is like only been going since 2015, 2016, right? And so if you take that, you say 8 years, right? 2023, and these Globers, they've been around. Some of them have been around like quite a while now, and they're still presenting the same bullshit.
Right. Well, it's because the Globers were around in a previous incarnation before anybody really outright debated the shape of the Earth. It was just that Globers were basically calling Christians, as far as I'm understanding, and that's exactly where Gem Panda comes from. Out of that, basically, just religion trolling and stuff like that, or like just J-trigging people with like evolution or things like that nature. Just for fun and amusement, that's it. Just for somebody's for the cost of somebody's amusement, what I mean, for Gem Pandas, like how much like toxic fucking pollution has been created by that server. It's just like astounding.
Well, I mean, I just got kicked out of 24/7 again because, I mean, for even mentioning human trafficking. But that's fine. They don't want to talk about it. But like these there's about 8 of them, and they were like laughing and shit, and they were like, "Why should we care about human trafficking? This guy, what have you done? What have you done about it?" It's like, it's just insanity, man.
Yeah, well then why don't you stop doing it, you cunt?
Oh, look at this guy. Back again.
Why would I stop? I mean, and there's a common theme among you globers and also flat earthers, which a lot of them are retards. Like, not all of them, but they have this common like a belief among themselves about me, and they're like, "You're muted from Gem server, and you're muted from this server, so therefore you're the problem." Well, no, that's not how it works, man.
You're not the problem if you get muted in these places. But I agree with you, man. There's so many things that you can't talk about or won't be talked about. And they should be talked about, and that's a problem. That's really a problem.
Yeah, and they justify it by saying like because I'm pretty brutal about it, so they say stuff like, "We don't want to get this server shut down," and I get the whole argument on that, but the only answer I give them is like, "You might as well cut your tongues out now since you're scared." Like, there's no point in running. You can't run and hide. Then you've already lost. And
Great.
yeah, and appealing to the fact that you're on their platform, like, I've been in multiple servers that have been shut down. They all start up again, or anyone who matters has personal messages to each other and will send the link. You can't permanently get shut down. So if one server gets shut down, it's fine. But the only people who really care are the server owners who justify about views, and they don't want all this work that they put into it. It's like, I get the argument, but no offense, but like that's not really important to the actual truth movement. It's not important. Your server means nothing to the truth movement. It's all about us being here and being able to speak freely. That's what it's about.
Well, with the change in terms of service of Discord, I think they roped us all in. Where, like YouTube at the start, you can talk about anything. Suddenly then these new restrictions come in, and then you were encouraged to go to Discord. Suddenly the new same thing again, free and open talk. Then suddenly new restrictions come in. So before you know it, you end up talking about the same things over and over again without any deviation, and it's just
they box you in, and you're aware of all this stuff. Like, there's many aspects to this. It's the shape of the earth, it's medicine, it's technology, all these things that they're steering us in this direction, and they've talked about that for a long time. And we police ourselves. When they talk about that, like, you're the prisoner and the prison guard. So when you enforce their rules for them, like, this is the analogy I give, right? I jumped over the fence, I escaped that prison, only to find on the other side that there were controllers here as well telling me what can and can't be said. And I'm not here for that. I didn't jump that fence and make it out of there, like, just to be told what I can and can't say here. Fuck, man.
The world is filled with that. I'm being honest. Even our content creators are filled with that. We have to be very careful and use discernment in everything in life. And that's what you're finding. However, I understand everything you're saying, but there's also rules here, right? That you can't say certain words and say certain things and speak about certain topics like you're talking about. I agree completely with every single thing you said. And I also want to put my hand up and say, you guys, what's going to happen when they say you can't talk about flat Earth anymore? Is everybody just going to go, okay, there we go. I guess we're done, So when that one hits you, what are you going to do then?
Thank you.
Back
I've been waiting to hear someone else say it for
honey,
a
I've been saying it for a while, but I get shut down. I've tried to twist my words around for the last few years, and this is something that's actually making me shake, because it's so important. Yeah, I know.
But they'll lose if they try to like censor flat Earth. Like, they lose the argument.
Yeah, well, we got a controller right here. Apocryphon, he's a controller. And by the way, what's up, Vaxi? I haven't seen you for a while.
Oh yeah, I was wondering where you've been.
Alive and kicking.
Well, you're on a complete. I mean, your daytime is my nighttime and shit. So I mean, it's completely opposite. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, back on the topic, it's extended so far, right? Listen, like we have books from the 1800s talking about the same stuff, and if you can tell me something that hasn't been spoken about in these books from the 1800s, then I'm all ears. But no new arguments are being presented, so it's already been spoken about. And there's a flat Earth hierarchy. That's what I refer to it as. And there's people who own servers and that who think they're pioneers of this argument because they're on Discord and they've been around for 4 years or whatever. I mean, the books are from the 1800s, and in those books, which I have them, you can read them, and they have this. They are sarcastic about each other. They like mock each other, and they have the same sort of like tone to the argument that is happening now. And all of a sudden, there's people like, "Don't worry, man. This is too much, man." You know.
You talking about like the James Carpenters and Robothams of the world?
Yeah, you know, like so in one chapter, like I forget the title of the book. I always forget the titles of the book, but I got them. I got about 6 at home. They're not original copies, but like even the way this joke is, and it's from like 1870 something or whatever. And he's like, some say it's a pear shape, some say it's a lemon shape, some think it's more shaped like an orange. But aside from these fruity ideas, and I'm like, they have like that same sort of humor about it, you know. They're mocking it at that point, and they have bets back then. They're having bets about the Bedford River. What is it, Bedford River? They had a bet about
The
that.
Bedford Locals.
Yeah, yeah. So like, you know, and what I'm saying in comparison to that is when you have idiots like McToon and shit coming out here with like challenges and stuff, you know, they're already doing that then.
Nothing new under the sun, bud.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just pro, like, it's not even free speech. That's just a term. It's just like, who the fuck is here to tell you what can and can't be said, man? You know, and like someone might be having something that they want to tell, like present something that matters, you know. And if people start telling them what they can and can't say, like, how are they ever going to get that information?
Yeah.
And she said it perfect. She said, what about when they come out tomorrow and say, you can't talk about flat Earth now, which they already did. Like the reason they have that little moniker or whatever it's called, flat Earth is a archaic thing. That's due to that, but they're already limiting it. But like, that's what I mean. Like, what about when Discord's TOS? Because technically, flat Earth falls under misinformation. So we're already violating Discord's TOS, you know? Like we're not in that movie where like we can't speak, you know, like there's fucking monsters and shit, and the second we make a noise, they're gonna attack us. Like, fucking hell, man. I'm not running from any of them.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
there's a bunch
just
of
as
other
likely to
information that's
get.
being broadcast on other platforms that we reference here, right? But we have to understand that this is live streamed to YouTube. YouTube has certain things you can't say. There's certain terms of service within Discord, and then there's other platforms that really don't have much in the lines of inhibiting speech, right? So there's those channels like Telegram and stuff like that where people here will share the information that can't be said here over there, right? So there's
Yeah, I
certain
get it.
ways
But
that we have to navigate, right? Otherwise, we could just say, fuck it, I'm going to say whatever I want, and then everybody gets banned from every platform, and then nobody's talking, right?
then
So
we
there's
just
kind of
link up again.
two sides to that coin. And then what's the point? If everybody says everything that can't be said on the platforms with the terms of service, and everybody gets banned and nobody's allowed to use them, is that a better outlook than trying to use coded wording, navigating the terms of service, and then finding platforms that we can elaborate further on certain points? I mean, what do you think about action?
But truth prevails. So if you can show me one person from Discord that's been permanently banned, that has no access to Discord anymore, I'm all ears. You can take Eric DeBay, for example, and
honey, no, it's regular people too. I had a Discord channel of 300 people, and all I did was go to England and speak about the things that are going on in the last 3 years. So you have to watch how I word it. And while I was over there, because they are very much of a police state, more than we've ever even understand over here in America, my Discord got taken. And I asked why. It was misinformation. It wouldn't give me any proof. And so I had no access and was banned from Discord. However, you can still get on again under another name and creep back up on here again. But of course, they can find you over and over. It's just, they can ban you at any time. That's the point. And people don't want to keep restarting. And I know a lot of my friends on here have had many channels, and it's a lot of work to get these going. People think it's just easy because a lot of people put time and energy into the little things that they give you on these channels for you to read and find information. So there is movement of truth, but it's also being stopped in many ways as well, though. So it's not moving. It's kind of being put in places. It needs to flow. And that's the issue, because when you have a stop of it and you're not letting the truth flow like it should naturally, then it's never going to get to all the people, because I guarantee there's one person who may never ever go on those other channels who might be right here. And I don't want to miss them. So for me, that movement of truth that could stop what we think, right? That one person doesn't stop there. He goes to another person, then another person. We're stopping it. So that's where I lie, and I think it's a little wrong. However, I've had my own shit taken. But what do I care? To be honest, years later, I realize it doesn't matter, because what matters is what the hell we're saying.
So it's the same. Like right now, it's the same argument. It's like, if they tell me tomorrow that if you go out in public and speak the words flat Earth, you will be executed, it's not going to stop me. That's the point. Now, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm going out there ready to, I want to die in that. It's just, you can't do anything. There's no threat that you can put against me to say, limit what you think about and limit what you talk about. You just can't.
I don't know how long you've been in this. You sound so brilliant, by the way. You had the energy that I have when I was out in the streets, and you're like a soldier. You're like, I will die for this shit and this truth. And then I have to remind myself after what I've been through is, if you die in that moment, instead of just saying, I'm not going to speak about it right now, I'm going to walk away. I'm going to self-preserve right now. And that way I could continue to speak on it to other people instead of die in this moment. Right? So you're choosing in that moment not to do something because it stops the truth as well. Just like if you go to jail, what is that going to help you? Walk away, give the police a shit, and continue your truth speaking. Because if you're behind bars, you're giving the system exactly what they need. So some of these things I don't agree with, where we should stand up for our rights and get your ass thrown in jail. Because why? Why? You're not helping anyone there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of going on in that whole subject there. Because also with the Discord TOS and that, it's only if someone reports the server, right? Now, this is another, that's what I mean about so many aspects. All of these flat earth servers, they allow globers in, right? Like, now you can always have people infiltrate it, but just have a server for just flat earthers, man, just to talk about truth and that. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, unless someone reports it, there's no one listening to this voice chat right now, or we'd already be done. So, it's and in those extreme examples where I'm saying, if tomorrow they said they execute you, we're not there yet. So right now, why are we already running and hiding and being like, oh, we can't talk about this, we can't talk about that? Just feel free, because it's too much anxiety, there's too much stress going on to be like, oh, we can't talk about this. And it just, I don't know, man. On Discord, on Discord, there's all this controlling going on, right? Out in the public here, where we're all in reality, I can go down to the park and say whatever the fuck I want. No one can stop me. And I feel so much more free when I go to my friend's house, my family's house, and talk about whatever I want with the front door wide open, windows open. I don't care if the neighbors can hear me or anything. So, and I feel better there.
Yeah, because we're restricting ourselves. And once you come to this understanding, you don't want to be restricted anymore. Yeah, I understand that pain, that feeling, because we are, stopping, like I said, the flow of truth. And then you do that within, it kind of aches out your soul. For me, it does. So you feel really free when you're out in the real world. And that's sad, because this place should also be the same feeling. I mean, we're all like-minded. We're coming to the same place to find truth and information. And if you're not like-minded, we're all here to, find some information out. And that's important. That's got to keep going and flowing and I'm not feeling restricted, because when you restrict somebody, they start getting angry like this, right? Like he's frustrated, right? You feeling frustrated? I know, I feel it too, because we've had this our whole lives, and we just don't want to do it no more.
Yeah, well, I'm heavily muted in multiple servers. I'm banned from like so many servers, right? It doesn't bother me, right? But like in flat Earth servers, Christian servers, global servers, it's all the same, right? They all treat me the same. Like, and it's like I just go with reality, and I'm like, if you say that you're a flat earther, and then these people say they're a glober, but you have the same mentality, then what makes you better, right? And you know what they call me? Like, they call me a bitch. Yeah, you're a bitch. You're crying about it, crying about getting muted. It's like, fuck yeah, I'm alone out here. What do you think it's like to just want to be free, and everywhere you go, you get shut down? What the fuck do you think that's like?
I mean myself so much, and I've been on Jim Panda's server. I've been through the crazy abuse, the bullying, the nonsense, and the muting, and I've been banned from I don't know how many servers, and we don't need to name them, don't even care, it's not worth it. But this is why I will speak up for Gio, who is actually the owner of the server. I believe he still is, and he's here. He may not be right here right now, but he's been through the same thing, and we got tired of what you're going through. So we tried to, and he did a very hard work, create a place where we can all talk and not be muted. And that aspect of, I don't like you, you don't like me, the nonsense that goes on in all these other servers, at least create a place that we can kind of talk whether you agree or not. And if you come in here with hatred, you get muted a lot because it's disrespectful. There has to be human behaviors that people need to start checking. And not, this isn't, we could debate all damn day, but we are human beings. And having respect is a big part of this. So Gio tried to create the server to have that. Because I think that's the most valuable thing that we can get out of anything in this world. You want to talk about truth all day long, but people need to fix their behaviors in life, because that's why we're here. So if you can create a place of peace and still kind of work the system a little bit, that's what he's trying to do. Now, I'm not saying he might get to a point where he's like, you know what, screw all this. Let's all talk about anything we want. He might, because he's a very good soul, and he kind of gets to a point where he gets sick of it too. But right now, he's trying to create a place where we can come. So all that frustration that you feel at all these servers being muted and you don't have a voice doesn't happen to you. Just so you know.
I'm just saying, like, I appreciate that, but I'm just telling you, it happens to me everywhere. It happens to me here. Like, it's cool. I'm used to it.
It depends who's modding. It really does.
Like, just now, to be in here now, I had to ask someone to unmute me.
I've been muted. I've been muted by Gio. I've been muted by my friends. But to be honest, sometimes I needed to be muted. I've had my own little times on here. I'm like, somebody shut me up, please.
Yeah, it is what it is. I never press the mute button. I just don't do it. So. But yeah, man, you type in flat earth backwards on Google, the first hit is nasa.com. Newton's laws of motion, his 3 laws of motion, don't apply on a non-inertial frame of reference. That's the spinning one. But you can apply them, they say, if you apply an imaginary force. Yeah. That's crazy. They got paper mache aliens and shit now. Paper mache kits, and then, bro, people just eat that shit up. You got like NASA, what do they call it, where like they come out and do a press conference, and they're like, we're seriously looking into aliens and that. It's like, get the so many people eat it up. They're like, did you see? No, look, they're on the news talking about it. It must be real. You are so dumb, man. Think I'm scared of something coming out of the sky? No. The only thing I know I got to worry about is these people down here who have control of the weapons and shit that can blow shit up, just spray chemicals on me. That's some fucking little Martians from another light in the sky. Ooh, they're gonna come here and abduct me. It's like propaganda. 1950s and 60s propaganda. Like, oh, aliens come down and abduct people. Think about it, man. 40 years, 50 years, you can go back and watch these news interviews of like literal idiots coming out being like, yep, I was abducted. Who knows? They probably drugged them, kidnapped them, literally probably raped them too. And that's where the whole getting probed in the ass thing came from. They probably did rape them while they were drugged up and stuff.
Why does it always go back to getting probed in the butt with everything that they do? It's fucked up.
Because most of these people who run the show are homosexuals or they're bisexual themselves. They're into that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
take pornography, for example. Like, every man's watched it, but like, porn is violent, man. You go and watch these girls getting like in the arse and stuff, where they like, it's called gay. It's like they have prolapses and all that shit, and they're getting fucked. It's disgusting, man.
It's like a badge of honor now too. It's really fucked up. It's
Bro,
evil, man.
kind
This
of-
world's coming to a pass.
I mean, what kind of
The
stuff
most-
you're watching doesn't really reflect the elite or the group of people that you're talking about. Right? Like,
Really?
just being bisexual or homosexual doesn't make someone pervert, right? And neither does
Yeah, well, I mean,
the fact that perverted stuff
it kind of
exists
does
mean
by the
that
very
all
nature
humans are
of it.
perverts.
Yeah, but we're talking about like, yeah, it's different. I know what you're saying. Like, just because someone's attracted to a man doesn't make them.
Pornography. And I've spoken on
Yeah.
this before too, because my niece is at 8 years old now, can get on Pornhub, and it drives me fucking mental. And seeing this stupid ass shit where it talks about mom and dad, stepdad, and this, it's disgusting what goes on in these fucking sites. And I'm
That's
sorry, but in most
incest.
America watching it, it's gross.
That's
Just
incest.
flick through Pornhub and tell me all the things you see in the titles. And if you guys think that is
No.
okay, something's wrong.
Yeah, and it's not like Pornhub is the biggest one, but you know how many different like sites there is? There's like XX videos and all this stuff,
Sure.
man. And I mean, wait, Pornhub's still up, right? And they've already like convicted it, like as having like underage people up there, human trafficked people up there on their videos and stuff. I mean, the website's still up, you know.
Yep.
And this is what I'm saying with the stuff, like the stuff that you watch, like when he said, I know what he's saying with the homosexual and that, but it does reflect what these elite people are doing, because you can go and watch it, what it's like for a woman to be treated as if she's being held captive and raped by a group of men. It's not hard to imagine, like.
Yeah.
And this is
Oh,
the
where they-
point. It's accepted, and it's ridiculous that that's allowed. That's illegal.
Where they tie them up, right? They're all tied up or they are enjoying it. Just think about the people that aren't enjoying it, that are held there against their will. Yeah, they're all chained up now. What do you expect them to do?
The
That's the
world's
point. How
fallen,
fucked
man.
up this world is. It's like, we can't sit here. No offense to you, this not about you or this ever related. We can't talk about certain things, right? But they could fucking have stupid shit in the world like this going on, y'all. Sick, sadistic ass stuff that's illegal, by the way, and they allow it. We can't even put something on Facebook without y'all getting in trouble and losing your Facebook account. But they can allow this stuff to go on? I mean, it's the agenda push that's allowed and still okay. And if anybody in this world thinks that it's okay to allow this stuff, and if you keep giving your energy to it, then you're allowing this stuff to go on too.
Well, I sent you a link.
Look at
It's
when
to
you're
another
allowed
server.
to talk
It's just
about
called.
what you're not allowed to talk about.
It's called Support Your Claim. It's just basically you can say whatever you want in there. I don't care if it gets shut down. It's fine.
Oh wait, is that little 1 versus 1 thing that you invited me to a long ass time ago?
Yeah, I just send people the link when I can. If you want to go there anytime, if you want to talk about anything, it's fine. No muting, nothing. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, I popped in it. I mean, no, it's always
It's
empty.
pretty dead.
Which I mean,
Oh, it's
every
dead.
single one that
Yeah.
anyone ever sends me is empty.
Mm.
So it's not new. It's not like, but it only says like a max of 2 people at a time. And
No, it has one voice chat room that's 1v1. That's just one people. But there's another voice chat which is just what's up. Anyone can jump in there. That's like unlimited people. Yeah, yeah.
okay, maybe I just
Yeah,
whatever.
that's right.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it is funny how like we can talk about. I don't even feel good saying it, gape and all
no, but
disgusting
that's
stuff and pedophilia.
yeah.
But God forbid if you mention the one thing forced on everybody worldwide scale at one point or time, and they're trying to bring that back. You mention that, you have to shut the F up. If that's not alarming to anybody, then I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where we're at. 1984. It's like,
I think we're allowed to
yeah,
talk
there's
yeah.
about jewelry, if you get what I'm saying. Like
Mm.
certain topics like that, even jewelry topics are not allowed. I mean, we have to code these certain. I mean, it's getting to a point. There's a list, guys, that we're adding on here, right? And it just keeps getting more and more in the last 3 or 4 years. It's not going to go. We can't get any new topics. That's what it is. Everything that's happened recently in the last 3 or 4 years, we cannot talk about. So what they've done, this is war. Everything that's happened to you bad in society that's ruined all of our lives in the last 3 or 4 years, shh, as they keep doing it. That's what's really going
that's
on.
No, you guys have
thought crime.
heard of Novak Djokovic, right? The tennis player from Serbia he wasn't allowed to compete in any tennis programs because of things.
Yeah,
You guys
yeah,
talking
I'm
about?
aware of it. And he came back. He came back, and then he won it. But listen, in order to be up in that level, you're already part of it, bro. It's all a stage.
Right, because I
Like,
mean the guy's name.
yeah, Djokovic,
Novak
Novak
actually is his
Djokovic.
name.
I know, but it is funny because this is what they do. They mock you at the same time. That's why I said if you type in flat Earth backwards and press enter, the first site that pops up is NASA. That's the tongue poking out. It's the same with that. You know, they said he wasn't allowed in our country to play the Australian whatever it was because he wasn't vaccinated. And then next year when it wasn't compulsory, he came back and he won it. So the unvaccinated man won it. But it's just mockery. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I
In the
mean the
middle of
mockery
World War
is
II
his
right
name
now,
is
guys.
Novak Djokovic. That's the mockery right there.
Mm.
Novak Djokovic. Like it's because his name's spelled the same way Americans would spell Joe, with a C and a thingy at the
Djokovic.
top of
Mm.
it.
So,
Oh,
hey guys, what if we're in the middle of
funny. Like the
World War
perfect
III
name.
right now?
Well, that would
Why?
require World War One and World War Two to be a thing.
Well,
But I know
no,
what you're
like,
saying.
okay, so we're
Oh,
all
they
trained to think of war as needing bombs, guns, and rifles and tanks and shit, right?
No, it's the
But
mental
war
war
is
now.
like, well, war is just two sides against each other, you know? Like, it's a battle. It's a
Mm-hmm.
conflict, right? Like,
Yeah,
what if
it's
we're
a
in the middle of an
spiritual war
information war, right? We're not in the middle of a
and
gun war.
spiritual.
Like you said, it's for our minds, it's for our thoughts, it's for what we say, it's for information.
Yeah, you got to
And
listen to Payday
that's why they
Monsanto.
call it the silent war, because they don't need to do anything. It's all in the mind. It's all what's going on, and it's also about silencing the people while they do it. There's a war going on right now. It's been going on, and we've allowed it to happen. And money exchange and bullshit and lies and the politics. I mean, come on, we've been at war for a long time.
You know,
The real
a
war,
war for
the real one.
you know.
with Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's technology, spiritual information. But like, you know, King of the Castle, that game and stuff. That's what it is. And unfortunately, right, they're king of the castle and we're not. They got the money and the guns and the soldiers, and that's it. You're in checkmate.
The double standard is
That's just the way it
ridiculous,
is.
though.
But
Like,
that's a lot of, you know, people who say they're truthers. The thing about truth is, you know, you're not going to like it, but you have to accept it. And if you're a truther, then you understand that, like, we lost. That's it. You can't
yeah,
do
no.
anything now.
Yeah,
You guys were
as of right now, we've lost.
You guys were
But how are
talking
you
about
supposed to
It's
get?
forever. I mean, there's
earlier,
really
right?
no for us to win unless divine intervention.
Well, yeah, but that's right. So that's where they invent the monolithic, the man who's going to come down from the sky and save us all. Give you false hope. Which
Oh.
yeah, it's a great. Well, yeah, but I'm not saying it's not true or
Yeah,
false. I'm just saying
yeah, but the
right now.
Duma.
I'm just saying like right now. That's your only hope because they're not. Yeah.
Yeah. Live in a much more oppressed society than I do, though. Too. You have a bleaker. I thought I had a bleak outlook. But
Well, I came to that
I
conclusion
feel like
after a
actually it's
long
way more.
time. Mm.
Yeah, I just got it's way more fucked up Alabama, like with certain things,
I'm
you know.
I'm already dead, you know. I go around like I'm in numb mode because I understand what's going on, and it's like my heart and my soul is already broken. I can't get it back.
It is depressing when you kids and shit, and it's like fuck. It's only getting worse.
Well, if you have kids, man, and you understand anything about human trafficking, and you see your child in like pain and laughter and all that, you understand that right now, like something else is happening to another child somewhere else, and it's hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's the
Yeah. Same.
most. I was just like, that's why I got kicked out of 24/7 just then. They were all laughing at me for talking about human trafficking. Like they do. They were like mocking it and,
Right.
"Oh, what have you done? What have you done? This guy thinks he's all this," and they were laughing at it. But when you take somebody's innocence, man, especially a child, let alone an adult, like, an adult's still just important, and that's the child's more innocent because they know
No.
less. But when you
Well, the
take that
the
from
punishment for
someone,
misleading a child tenfold.
mm, yeah,
Granted, that's biblical scripture. You don't. I mean, I know you don't buy any of that, but I mean, that's what I believe
I never said
anyway.
I don't. Yeah, I never said I don't.
Well, I don't. I don't mean by that. I mean, you still see the value in the words being said. You don't believe necessarily where this is coming from.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in there, and I always
Yeah.
side with Christians and that because Christians do more good than a Satanist. So
I mean, Jesus said a lot of important stuff, whether you choose if he actually existed or not. I mean, it doesn't change what people claim he has actually said.
yeah,
You know,
I just
still got whether you leave the validity, the history of it or not. The stuff that he's still down as being said is still important. It's still relevant today. You know, like if you mislead children, it's better to have your that stone tied around your neck thrown in the ocean, and
yeah,
that's on any subject.
I just haven't found the like I haven't found that pathway yet for me to convince myself that the Bible isn't here to control us, isn't part of the control mechanism. I haven't been able to reach that conclusion yet.
Right. My only thing with that is it's so anti. You're not even allowed to mention it anymore in certain places.
Yeah, that's a
So I
problem.
don't know. We could do gay pledges, but someone like wears a shirt with X on it, then they have to get sent home.
Mm.
Honestly.
It sucks because
Well,
for a lot of people on here, and I know friends who don't really go down the religion aspect, I don't really either. I believe in a creator. I know that there's something powerful out there that guides me and loving and caring there for me every single day. It's just not down the book way because men lie. Not men, but human beings. We lie. And it's been written by people. And it's been by 46 different or 48 different scholars it was translated by. I'm not going to put my faith into something that is man involved. Because all man has done, and I don't mean man, sorry, I mean people have done is lie and manipulate and control people. And they want power. So no, thank you. I'm not putting my faith in it. And they say, oh, it can't be changed because it's written by God. No, it wasn't. God's words are spoken. Okay? It's within you and its energy and its frequency. So therefore, I don't need a book. You shouldn't need a book. God is all around you. That God ain't in a book. There ain't no truth, I'm sorry, full truth in any book on earth. Because people were involved in that. Be careful trusting people. That's the problem. How am we going to get here? It keeps happening over and over again.
Down to whether you believe who those people were that wrote it originally. I mean,
We don't know those people. We have no idea.
You have to have faith. Yeah,
We have to have a faith in a
John
globe. We have to have the
book
faith
and
in our
all of it.
politics. We have to have faith in our food. We have to have faith in all this nonsense of authority. And in reality, it's those same people, and like the Vatican, look at the Vatican goes on there and shit. Come on. We're supposed to trust these people. They leave out scrolls. They decide to choose what goes into our books. Then that's supposed to be by God? No.
I take No Tanks as the example though, because if No Tanks has a genuine belief in the Bible and he's still able to be a flat earther and speak about truth, then for me, I don't see anything wrong with the Bible. To me, right? That's what I take from it.
Absolutely. And I think there's a lot of truth in it because also it's also written by people and we are speaking truth as well. But I trust and have faith in it that's the answer and that's the name and all these things I have to do and say because it says it in a book. I don't agree to that. Because some of that book mocks itself and it's not correct. And I've sat there and had it,
Like
over and
what?
over. Read it.
Like what part of the book mocks itself?
Oh, for instance, for me, I can't really go into it too deep because I have Mandela effects, and I know that there's a lot of people who go, "No, we ain't doing that." But so when you already go there, it goes into, well, wait a minute, the words itself have been changed, in my own opinion. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Lay down with the lamb, not the wolf. There's fucking paintings in my family's houses of a lamb, not a wolf. I mean, there's so many things. This is what I mean. It's run by man. We're talking about manipulation of people's minds. There is a greater, higher power. There has to be a creator, right? Because you're here. There's something created.
Sure.
I didn't create this. You have no idea. But I don't have to believe man or I don't have to believe a book.
Well,
And we shouldn't have to for flat earth either. Just because you believe in a creator doesn't mean you have to believe in the Bible. And a lot of people push it upon you. And that doesn't mean that you still can't believe in flat earth. It has nothing to do with it because a lot of people will lose along the way if we have to push religion with it. And this is why people separated religion and the flat earth movement, because it's not the same. You will find that on your own if there's a creator and that relationship with it. You don't need to push it upon people.
You're pushing a man-made doctrine, right?
I'm pushing to have your own free mind and choose what you want with your own shit because you've been lied to.
Yeah, it's called New Age.
No, it's called free thinking.
New Age gets real. There seems to be a self-worship in flat earth where people start thinking, "Oh, I'm the god," and blah blah, and it's like I'm the best thing, and it gets into a bunch of philosophy shit, and I'm like, well, that's no different than a Christian Bible thumping people. The thing is, any religion can be in the flat earth. First, the three religions all say the same thing about cosmology. I mean, there's no difference between the Quran, the Bible, and the Torah, and they say the same thing about how it was made and what it looks like.
Yeah, they mix the truth in with the lies. And so the majority of Christians and Muslims and Catholics are all adhere to the control mechanism that's in place. There's many Christians and like Muslims who talk about the flat earth and the truth and that, but the majority of them, those mass churches and all that you see, they're all under the control mechanism, and it's more division too. Like even with just now, the example now, like she's not anti-Bible, but like her view on that, and then your view on it. I got no problem with you both, but like it's a division thing,
Sure. But you can anywhere that's not like in the Western sphere of influence, and fire becomes a lot easier. Like you get into some random tiny little village in the middle of India somewhere that's cut off from Western views. They probably already think the Earth's flat anyway, based off their text and religion and what they go by.
Yeah.
You can find a bunch of Indians in the Amazon that's seen people. They think the Earth flat.
Yeah, well, globe Earth has never been taught to anyone because by definition it can't be taught. So it's never been taught in any school because to teach is to show by example or experience. So globe Earth has only ever been told and then chosen to be believed in.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's been
to teach, impart knowledge to, or instruct someone as to how to do something, cause someone to learn or understand something by example or experience. So it seems there's two definitions in Oxford languages. The first one is
Like
impart knowledge or to instruct someone as to how to do something. That does not mean to experience or to show it by example.
No, but you said that. You included the word example. So in the first one, when you said instruct someone on how to do something, that's why it's you're only being told how to believe in it. Like, do you know what I mean? You're
Impart
only being told
knowledge to,
how to think.
or impart knowledge to, or instruct someone. Impart knowledge. So
Show by
you're saying
example or
that the
experience.
by to impart knowledge on someone is to teach someone something. Are you contesting that definition?
Can you give him an example of imparting knowledge? Can you impart knowledge to him right now?
Can you teach me?
Yeah, I'm teaching him the definition of teach, to teach.
Well, you're not. Yeah.
Imparting the knowledge that to experience or to show by example is not the only way that you can teach something.
Yeah, to instruct someone on how to think. But that's not, you're just telling someone how to think. If you want to call that teaching someone, then that's fine. If you say, I taught him how to think, that's fine. But where you say shown by example or experience, when we're talking about school system, the curriculum, that has never been taught because no one has ever shown you by example or experience. It's only ever been told, and you've chosen to believe it. Not you personally, if you believe in it. And that's the opposite of education. That's indoctrination, and it's not true intelligence because when you have a child,
you're galloping here. Let's stop. Let's pause here. You said a bunch of stuff that's already not so clear cut.
I was about to finish my sentence, but
okay.
Can I finish the sentence? Yeah. So when you have a child in the classroom and they're being told certain things, and out of the 20 kids that are in that class, 2 or 3 of them put their hand up and say, "But why?" and they question it. They're the bright ones.
Okay, good for you. So, first of all, how something is taught in a school is highly dependent on the teacher and where the school is, even if the curriculum is identical. That's already one thing. Like you might taking a massive leap by saying nothing in school is ever actually being taught or shown by example.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that though. I said the globe.
Well, you were expanding that to school in general, weren't you?
No, but the subject we were talking about was the shape of the Earth, and I said, I'll just correct. I'm just saying for clarity. I'm saying I said that. I said that. Yeah, I said that the globe. Yeah. I didn't say everything in school.
Oh yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So, but my statement still holds. What's being shown and what's being by example and being taught, and what is just told is really dependent on a teacher to teacher basis. Sometimes even with the exact same class and in the same school, within the same school even.
You're talking about the method, how they go about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So. The difference between education and indoctrination in the definition, as far as I found, the difference is just if the information is correct or not. Right. So, because education is not necessarily voluntarily, like there is an obligation for some school years in many countries, and the child that has that obligation does not necessarily want to be taught certain things, even if they are correct. So yes, that's the difference between indoctrination and education. So by calling something indoctrination, you're already judging, making a judgment if that what is taught is correct or not.
I don't know many kids that want to sit for 8 hours every day of their childhood that they only get one time, and just waste it away for 10 years. I don't know, or whatever it is, 12 years.
Yeah, no tanks. What's up? So like he said, indoctrination, but he didn't want to read the definition of it, but it's the process of teaching, which we've just gone over, which in that respect, he's talking about simply being told, not by example or experience, because in that same definition, it says a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. Whether, you can't accept a belief critically either. So it's just convoluted bullshit, right? So They specifically underline uncritically because it's the opposite of accepting information critically and applying critical thinking. Beliefs is the accept as something is true, especially one without proof. Faith, trust, belief, they're all synonymous. Knowledge and belief are not synonymous.
Education, the process of receiving or giving systematic instruction, especially at a school or university.
Now read indoctrination.
Yeah, you said it correctly. As you said, the process of teaching a person, group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. Yep.
You adhere to those definitions, right? You have to, unless you need to provide me your own dictionary.
The definition of indoctrination seems to have changed since I last looked it up.
Did it? Mandela effect.
That does happen, but yeah, I see no problem with those, and I don't see actually something. An education can be, in some cases, a form of indoctrination if.
Okay.
Depending, it highly, in my experience, it highly depends on the specific student. Like if they are actually thinking about challenging and applying critical thinking to what they're experiencing in an education, or if they're just accepting it and not applying any critical thinking to it. That's basically up to the motivation of the student.
Yeah, so if the definition of indoctrination is applying, like accepting a set of beliefs, because already belief is accepting something as true without proof, meaning you accept it uncritically. But in the definition, it says accept a set of beliefs uncritically. The opposite of that would be the opposite of indoctrination, which would be determining something to be true by applying critical thinking and not just accepting it as true without it being demonstrated to you.
Yeah, but neither
like
is
anything globe related in the classroom.
Neither is.
So
anything
can I give you one example? Like, so if my cousin catches the fish and he comes home and says, I caught a 2-kilogram fish, like he was 2 meters long. He's my cousin, right? He can't show me a photo of the fish. He wants me to believe him. And he says, do you believe me? Do you believe me? And I say, sure, you're my cousin. Like, why would you lie to me? But then that's fine between me and him. But then I go around telling other people my cousin caught a 2-meter fish. That's where the problem begins.
Okay, so I'm still having an issue with how you're defining teaching, because teaching, when you stick to strictly showing by demonstrating or experiencing or showing by example, then anything that requires deduction can, strictly speaking, not be taught. Anything that we cannot perceive directly with our senses and can only demonstrate indirectly by taking analogies or by piecing different parts together, cannot be taught.
Correct. So therefore, it would be indoctrination.
What? No. It has nothing to do with indoctrination. If something is teaching or not, it has nothing to do with something being thought about by the one that's receiving information, challenging that critically or not, or then just accepting it uncritically. Like how that information is presented and what the information contains have nothing to do with how the recipient of the information handles that information.
Can I tell you the catch here? So, like, the definition of indoctrination, we just went over it. What most people, like maybe yourself or Globers, they confuse indoctrination with education. So they were indoctrinated, they accepted a set of beliefs uncritically, and then they went about their life saying, I am educated. And that's in the flat earth argument, globe versus flat. The Globers have the position that we are the educated ones. But
under the definitions that we just laid out.
I'll let you finish. So, yeah, in reality, they are the indoctrinated ones.
Yeah, okay. You said that 3 times now.
You don't have to get offended. It's fine. Like, you don't
I'm
need
not
to get all
offended.
triggered
I'm
and
just
stuff.
pointing out that you insisted on finishing, and then you repeated just
Because
the
it's
same
only
thing that
fair.
you
I let
repeated
you finish.
twice more once.
It's only fair. I let you finish. Like, you should just let me finish out of respect. That's all.
That would be nice.
I didn't realize that to finish something, you needed to repeat something 3 times.
Well, that's part of the...
I'm baffled why we're honestly arguing over 3 words. Like, for instance, you're educating someone or you're indoctrinating someone. And that comes from a teaching. I can teach you bullshit all damn day long because it could be ideas or principles. It doesn't mean it's factual. But when it comes to, right, educating someone or indoctrinating them, that's where facts come in, reality. So I don't understand why we need to fight over 3 words, because vocabulary is a beautiful thing.
But hold on a sec.
Actually,
Just
under
quickly.
the definition of indoctrination and education that we just agreed on, they're not mutually exclusive.
But hold on a sec. Like you just said, you asked me a question and you said, I don't know why you need to say it 3 times. But that's in your own definition of teaching. Because that's how your education, what you confuse by indoctrination, is you're told the same thing over and over again, and then you're asked how many times you can repeat that well, right? That's so why would you ask me, why do you need to say the same thing? Well, that's how you were taught, correct?
What the fuck are you talking about? How do you know what our education is and what I'm taught?
Because it's all the same everywhere.
What's the same? Where?
That's how what you call education, which is actually indoctrination, is applied.
What did I call education?
You were told the same. I'm saying, you asked me at the end of my sentence, you said, I don't know why you need to say it 3 times, but that's in your definition, what you're adhering to. You're
That's
saying,
not what I was saying at all.
Why?
I was saying I did not realize
No
that
point in
you
blokes,
having
man. They don't
finished
understand
something
basic
included.
concepts.
But I was saying that you having to finish something included you having to repeat it 3 times.
That's how you were taught in school. So why do you have a problem with it now?
Because we are having conversation.
But I'm teaching you.
No, you're not.
But that's in your definition. I'm instructing you and relaying information.
No, you're not showing by example or making me experience anything.
You see, I got him. So now you're adhering to only that part. Like I was,
yeah,
but
exactly.
you had an objection
to show you that there's a problem with adhering to show you that there's a problem with adhering to that
like a butterfly in a net.
To show you,
you're in my
can
net.
you
Now you're triggered.
to show you that there's a problem with adhering to only to show you that there's a problem with adhering to only that part. To show you that there's a problem with adhering to only that part. To show you. I'm gonna start over as long as you guys keep talking over me. I have no problem with that whatsoever. So
this is why people get
muted. And keep doing
nice
that. We can just derail the conversation. It doesn't matter to me, at least.
Hold on a sec. Let me tell you. Listen, I don't appeal for anyone to be muted, but please, just for the sake of you not being muted, just don't do that, man. I didn't appeal for you to be muted.
What?
I don't do that.
Trying to finish my sentence.
I'm just trying to show you that I'm fair. I'm fair and balanced. That's all.
You're not.
It kind of sounds like from the guy who's on the side of education and claiming the guy that's talking now. It sounds like he admits that you cannot be taught anything about outer space if you can't like physically show and demonstrate shit to somebody. Incorrect.
I was pointing out that imparting knowledge does not. I was pointing out that imparting knowledge does not necessarily mean to experience it or to show by example. Like you can have things that you can't directly experience with your senses, and you can have things that you can't directly demonstrate, and you can still deduce them to be true.
So let me show you
how you can teach them.
All right. So if it's not by example or experience, then thereby for default, by your definition, I just taught you. Correct?
No.
Then you're in a contradiction.
Because you did not impart any knowledge.
Somebody got a baby.
Because you did not teach me. Because you did not impart any knowledge. Like no part of what, no constituent of what would constitute teaching was part of our conversation.
Define knowledge.
Or what you did to me.
Excuse me. Define knowledge, please. Go.
You caught him in like a belief paradox, butterfly net.
Yeah. If I didn't impart knowledge on you, please define knowledge.
Okay, knowledge. Facts, information, and skills acquired through experience or education, the theoretical or practical understanding of the subject, awareness of familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation.
Burn the
So did I
dictionary
impart?
and you'll be right. Yeah, just burn it.
So did I impart knowledge on you? Yes or no?
Okay, if you imparted knowledge on me, what did I gain?
No, I'm
What
asking you, did
awareness
I
did
or not?
I
Do
gain?
you feel like it? Do you feel like I imparted knowledge on you or not?
I've repeatedly stated that I do not.
Okay, so why?
Hence why you did
Why
not
did I
teach me
not? If
anything.
we just read the definition of knowledge, why did I not impart knowledge on you?
Because I cannot point out any facts, information, or skill that I acquired through experience or education in this conversation with you, nor am I aware of having gained any familiarity by experience or fact or situation
So,
by the fact of or the situation of our conversation. So all of the things
so
that
in
we
your
have talked
okay,
about were already part
yeah.
of what I did know before.
So in
You
the
understand?
argument,
Whoa. This is stupid. Do you understand? It's an idea or principle that you just said to me earlier and you agreed upon. This man is sitting here, the conversation in itself of asking about back and forth what you're talking about, it's also called teaching. He's trying to teach you something. You're trying to teach him something. Why are we arguing
What is he
about
trying
this?
to teach me?
He's trying to
because
teach you about the information of words. For fuck's sake.
but also I'm
Sorry,
just trying to
guys.
show
Information
you.
of words.
I'm just showing you we're going full circle here, right? This is what's happening to him. He's getting dragged across the floor and spun around and all that shit again, right? So he said that I didn't impart knowledge on him because the definition of knowledge is what? His original argument was that teaching can be just instructing and telling. But now he's saying it's not because knowledge is showing by example and experience.
Yeah, you guys
No.
just had like an example, like about you guys
I
just went
said,
through an example together. Like that was an experience that was had just now. He didn't just teach you; you went back and forth, and that was an experience, a teaching experience.
I also listed awareness of familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. The experience of a fact or situation does not have to be haptic. It does not have to be example or perceived by your senses. It can
Did he give you an idea?
conceptual.
Did he give you an idea?
Which idea would he have given me? I wouldn't know which idea he gave me.
The information that you're saying right now is incorrect, and he's trying to impart his information, what this word means and what knowledge means, right, and what teaching means. He's given you a different idea than what you are right now claiming what the word means. So therefore, his idea that he's imparting on you, whether it is true or not, is a teaching. Correct?
Well,
is it?
Yeah, you're asking
by
him,
definition.
By definition, correct.
Like we could repeat that together, like no big deal. But we could repeat that together. We could go like Australian just showed me, right, how to do it by example. I can now go to somebody else and repeat that with the definitions in mind. Go through it and physically repeat that demonstration. It's not just he's not just telling you something and you believed it. You went through a demonstration.
Through a demonstration. Demonstration did I go through?
A repeatable demonstration. It was just had.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
Just concede, bro.
okay,
Just make a concession and move on.
What concessions? What should I concede?
Don't worry about it. Then make nut-ass statements and put your fingers in the air. I don't know.
I'm not making any nut-ass statements. I asked you a question.
Don't worry.
Your question, and you didn't answer mine either when I asked you, because you agreed upon that teaching was an idea or principle. And then after we just spoke, I said to you, did he give you an idea? If we have to go now backwards to the word and definition of idea, is where I clock the hell out. Do you agree?
Okay, good for you.
That he just listen, as a human being, I'm a woman, come on now. I don't want to argue back and forth. It's dumb. I don't have energy for that, sweetheart, in my life. I have other things productive to do. So I'm asking to be honest in this moment. Instead of arguing back and forth about words, I asked you a question. An idea or principle. He imparts an idea or principle to you, right? And it's not a visual demonstration, but a mental and verbal one. Did he give you that, whether you take it apart, right, and take it on, or not? He imparted that. He gave you an idea. Yes or no?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's contrary to his point, Stacey. He in one moment claimed that just an idea is not enough. That's just you're just being indoctrinated. And
He
then,
wanted
but
a
then
demonstration. Then he got a verbal one
Actually,
too.
that's not correct. My contention was that he did not give me any correct idea or any new. The amount of information that I'm having now after the conversation and before the conversation did not change because the idea that he was giving turned out to be insufficient and
It doesn't matter.
did not
It doesn't
change any
matter
of
if it's right or
the
wrong.
basis of my knowledge at all.
No,
And
it
therefore,
does
I
not
did not.
matter.
Yes, exactly. It does not matter, and that's where I made the mistake.
A teaching does not have to be factual. We already went over this earlier. Remember we said that? We've gone backwards in circles and not everywhere. A teaching does not have to be factual. So therefore, he taught you something, right? He imparted some knowledge. There's that word too. All these words you're using is just for a game.
No,
Okay,
no, Stacey, you're right. That's what I just pointed out. That's where I made the mistake.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. So I'm telling you, as a person, right? I don't do it often, but I give credit where it's due. I respect you for saying, okay, fair enough, right? It's respectable. He's not denying it. He admits it. He's not saying I'm an idiot or anything like that. He agrees. That's fine.
Yeah, but he won't agree upon the things he were just saying earlier. And I know, and I don't want to go and argue with them, that he wasn't taught, right? Possibly indoctrination in school. That's what it was really all about. And then you guys had to go back and forth over the words and what they meant.
Yeah.
Because you didn't want to go to the point that you possibly could have been indoctrinated, and you won't agree to that. And that's, you want to talk about the globe model? Those are ideas. Those are being taught. That doesn't mean it's factual. We're losing that plot there, sweetheart.
they're not even being taught according to the definition. That's the part right there. There's some things in school that are being taught, right? And then you get to, I guess, the globe class, if there's even a class, right? And then you're told and not taught any longer. Yeah.
The problem.
Oh no, you're still taught, but you're then indoctrinated. You're not educated.
With the things relevant to the topic here, I was actually not indoctrinated. I actually had the chance to critically challenge them and to ask them. The only place where I really was indoctrinated was the religion class.
Well, at least the religion class
did not have the chance really
prefaces
to ask questions, but
yeah. Well, at least the religion class prefaces it and says, "Hey, this is a religious belief class." I mean, at least they do, you know.
Damn, bro, it's fucking brutal right now.
Well, in my school, it was kind of presumed that you would agree in the class because we also had an ethics class so you could opt out of the religion class that you were put in according to your religion that you have. Or if the teaching was not offered in a school, then you would be in the ethics class. So yeah, there was kind of like a assumed basis of agreement in the end.
What I don't get just from listening is how is you were indoctrinated with religion, but how's the globe not indoctrination when it's literally the same principle for both? You have to take faith by what they're saying. You can't prove what they're saying is wrong or right, and you can't go to any of these places that you're being taught about. And you can't physically interact with anything that you're being taught about.
Maybe
how did you reach the conclusion that you can't disprove what they're claiming?
Unfalsifiable.
Can't disprove with who's claiming. Yes, you can.
He has a justified true belief? I don't know. Maybe.
No, you could totally disprove what they claim. It's just whether or not you decide that you like that answer to it, to disproving it.
You just said you can't disprove it. You can't.
Yes, you can.
What, you can't disprove what? You can't disprove what?
Well, an original belief. You can't. You debunk the original belief. You debunk it. But when you claim it, when you claim something to be so, like the Earth is rotating, well, you can prove that it's not.
Really? How?
Well, by there being no physical demonstration of that happening.
And no physical demonstration of that happening. That's argument from science.
Absolutely. Dude, so what you mean is I could tell you that there's a bat in Mexico that makes French toast, but unless I physically show you that the bat isn't real, that means that it might actually have to be true. Because you don't know what cave this bat is making his French toast in.
Okay, that's an appeal to ridicule. Do you want to make any sound argument whatsoever? No, not at all.
Make your sound argument for the Earth rotating, and that you could physically prove it.
Disprove
But
anything.
you
Let's
can't pick the
forget
question.
that. We don't have to disprove shit. The problem is you need to prove that any of that exists and that happens. We don't have to prove nothing
Exactly.
or disprove.
Well, no. It's not on us to prove that the ball's not moving. It's for them to prove that it is moving.
So you were given
Well,
in
they
school. Have you ever had that happen to your life? Can you prove it to me right now that I'm spinning on a ball and all these things? You can't. You're relying on faith.
No, I can't prove it to you personally right now, obviously, because we're separated, and this is not really
No,
the
to me.
format to do this in. It takes a little bit more
No,
effort. It
prove it
takes
to
a little bit
me.
more deduction to do that. But we can go through what needs to be done and what could be done to show that, to differentiate a rotating Earth from a non-rotating Earth. That we can go
What would be
through.
your first step in that?
Here's your
What
reference
would be
frame, bro.
step one for you? Like, let's say that we're
Step
all in the
one.
same field together. What would be step one for you?
Okay, not
Observation.
from.
No, your
Okay,
observation. What is it?
Can I answer at some point, or do people want to start talking as soon as I talk? I don't
Well, if
know.
it's going to be scientific, he asks for an observation. If there's going to be a scientific proof.
And that's what Vaxi said. He said the first step. What's the first step? It has to be observation. So what's the observation?
Depends on what you're using to differentiate a moving Earth from a non-moving
No,
Earth.
in your example, what's the observation? Like,
I did not make an example yet.
Well, if you observe the book,
did not get to
you read
that.
the book.
Okay, I don't know your name, but because I can't look at my screen. But I'm asking you, like, whether or not it's true or not. You may be wrong or you may be right. Can you give us your initial observation that you're leading towards the idea that maybe the Earth's rotating?
Okay, the initial observation, you might look at motion of the stars in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
For example.
Wait, so the motion of the stars or the motion of the Earth?
Yeah, the apparent motion of the stars. And that leaves you. Okay, so I guess
Step one: the stars
this is
are moving
not
in the sky.
okay.
It's an amusing effort. Yeah, I think it's.
Let him try. Let him try.
I'm still talking. I mean, you guys, is there any interest to have any sound conversation whatsoever? Because I can hear people talking, laughing.
Okay, we're going to use that example. Let's just move along. Promise you.
There's no reason for me. There's no reason for me to assume that this is a serious conversation because I get to overtalk
it is a serious conversation. Please, it is.
It is.
I promise.
It's just funny that you said the most.
Look, we all make those mistakes. I've slipped up too, okay, guys? He's saying his example is if you look up, he sees it looks like the sky's moving, or of course would be the ground's moving. So he's trying to make that understand.
No, his observation would have to be.
Okay,
his observation would have to be that he looks up and sees the sky moving, but that he has to prove that it's still and we're moving.
So,
that's not an observation.
Let him go there then.
So you guys done? Cool. So
yeah, go ahead.
You see.
I'll put myself on
see. Okay, I just gonna let people talk until they finished.
He said he's putting himself on mute. That's all he said.
He's not though. So you see the stars moving, right? You see motions of the light in the sky, and that leaves you with two options: either you are moving and
A or C?
they are basically and they are basically not, or they are moving and you're basically not moving, right?
But then there's also all this other shit you have to throw in about refraction and gravitational lensing and all this stuff. You know what I mean? To make your model work, or to even say that sentence. So you can't actually observe it without throwing in all those other excuses. I'm done talking.
He's right. No, but you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's called Occam's razor. You can't add shit to make your thing work.
Oh, God.
But sorry.
Can we just ask him how he's made this observation as a human being? Because he's already said he agrees and has this belief, right? So how did you make this observation and prove to yourself, now that you've come to that there could be two options? What did you do next to prove to yourself?
Okay, great, thanks. Finally, so that those two options, like the Earth, we are moving to make that apparent motion, or the lights itself are moving to make that apparent motion. They differentiate physically, like they have physical physical differences, because if we're rotating or if we're not rotating, those are non-inertial different. That's a non-inertial difference between the two motions.
Sorry, you're wrong.
There's a non-inertial difference between those two cases. If you're on a body that's rotating, there are inertial forces that disappear when you change to a non-inertial reference frame. Centrifugal force does not occur when you're not in the rotating system.
Hold on a sec. You're confused. You're confused.
I'm not confused at all.
Okay, so the non-inertial frame of reference, is that the spinning one or the non-spinning one? Do you know?
The non-inertial frame of reference is the spinning one.
Okay, so you're saying that the Earth is the non-inertial frame of reference?
I'm saying there's a difference between the Earth rotating physically and not rotating, and then there's setups that you can use that have that behave differently in the two cases.
No, but in your
yes.
I give you credit for honesty, because me and you see the same thing, so I don't doubt your observation. We both see the stars rotate. But what you're telling me is that we're on the non-inertial frame of reference, which is the ground, the Earth that's rotating. You have to be saying that, or you're denying heliocentrism.
Oh my!
And you're geocentric.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in confirming or denying or whatever. Whatever that leads to right now.
Yes, you are, because we're talking about your. We're talking about your observation, which indicates that the Earth and how you came to the conclusion that the Earth is rotating and not the stars. Well, so what do you mean you're not interested?
We're getting on the way there, but we still have to establish the method and so on. But we are only in the first step or second step now. We're forming a hypothesis, and
that's not the second step.
Making a test.
That's not the second step.
Is natural observation? You need to go through hypothesis and all that stuff too. You think?
The second step is research the topic area, study the scientific literature.
Okay, then we research the topic. That's we can count what we're doing right now as research as well, because it's all readily available in literature.
I'm just correcting you on the scientific method. That's all.
Oh, good for you.
So
it is.
So me and you see the same thing. We see the stars rotate. What do we do to determine whether it's the stars rotating or us? Like you said in your previous statement, you said you have either A or D. I don't know if you knew the alphabet, but A or B. You said either it's us moving or it's the stars. How do we determine
the alphabet? What the fuck
is that? Because you said A or and then you got lost on the next letter. But how do we determine?
Got lost on the next letter. Okay, yeah, and that's why I don't know the alphabet. Okay, good for you.
No, but you said A and then you paused. Okay, let's forget that.
Maybe I got interjected a whole lot. Was that?
No, you didn't at that point. You didn't at that point.
Sure.
Just follow the conversation. Forget all the extra bullshit. So you said in your previous
statement. Don't add the extra bullshit. It's that easy.
Not. Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad. So you said you said A. Oh, you said A or B. You said either A, it's us moving, or B, it's the stars moving. Right? How do we determine? How do we determine which one?
Well, I just pointed out that that would have a physical difference. If the Earth is moving or not moving, and the stars moving, then there is a physical difference between those two things. There is setups that behave differently in one case or the other.
Elaborate.
Okay. For example, if the Earth is rotating, then there should be something like a centrifugal force. And it should be something like a centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force is water in a bucket.
What? No, centrifugal force is not water in buckets. That does not make sense. Force is mass times acceleration, and mass times acceleration is not water in buckets.
What would be a small scale example?
Wait, are you saying there wouldn't be
centrifugal force can act on a water in a bucket? On water in a bucket, yes, but that doesn't mean that it cannot occur in any other case.
Wait, so you're saying that there wouldn't be centrifugal force on a stationary Earth?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Why not? Why is that?
Because if it's stationary, then where would that centrifugal force be coming in?
No, see what I'm saying? So you
Yeah.
just bake in all these claims of exclusivity, but you can't even articulate why.
Just let him fucking speak. He's not that deep on it. Like,
okay, what's the centrifugal force?
Well, let Australian continue the convo with you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you. It's all right. Is that with it? It's all good, but I was already there. But
you got it.
Yeah, but so I'm just asking you, how do we determine? Then you're saying there's physical differences in that, and then I mean, you just saying the terms. You just saying the terms centrifugal force doesn't really mean anything. As it's not really a way that we determine. No, it's not a way that we determine whether it's us moving or the stars by just saying the words centrifugal force.
Okay, yes, I agree. That does not give us a setup directly, but I wanted to go step by step with you.
My pause was an indication for you to continue.
Right.
Okay. But you were setting centrifugal force equal to water in a bucket. So
is
that
not an
suggests that we
example
need
of
to do
centrifugal
some
force?
Water in a bucket in itself, no.
Is that not an example of centrifugal force? Water in a
Water
bucket.
in a
What are you
bucket
doing with the water in a
alone
bucket?
in itself is not an example of centrifugal force. No.
So hold on a sec. When I put the water in the bucket and I spin it around and the water doesn't escape, is that not an example of centrifugal force?
That would be an example of centrifugal force, yes. But you just said water in a bucket, and that's not in
And your
itself
dumbass
an
just went
example.
to him putting a bucket of water on the floor? Like, are you that silly?
Well, that's how silly he made it sound. That's what he said.
Woo.
No, it doesn't sound like we're talking to a
It's water
fucking
in a
grown-up. You
bucket,
sound
and
like a child.
that's not how it happens. It's
He literally thought he meant fill up
spinning
a bucket
of
of
water around on your arm is an example
God.
of centrifugal force. That does not the bucket of water make centrifugal force itself. It's a stupid phrase.
Sir, please calm down. So in that example, we have a container containing the water, and the only reason it doesn't escape is because it's in that initial container. We can't just get a handful of water. Now, in that example, the water is fixed. It's not sloshing around as in tides and waves and all that bullshit. So if you had a centrifugal force happening on Earth, then how do you explain waves and all that?
Okay. Oh, God.
But why don't you continue with your method? That's just another one for you to bury under your pillow and sleep on. Why don't you sleep on that one? So
we don't need to. We don't need to. Let's.
You do, because you're talking about centrifugal force. So how do you have the water sloshing around in that bucket?
Well,
you don't.
By
That's
rotating your arm.
So you don't have a what?
You wanna continue?
So hold on a sec. So rotating your arm. So now you're saying that the Earth changes its direction of rotation?
Oh my fucking God!
He's not going to help you.
I'm just curious about what centrifugal force he's even talking about.
At some point, I would like to finish a sentence. So just announcing it at some point. Okay. So how do you have the water sloshing around in the bucket? Well, if you rotate your arm slower, then the water is going to start sloshing around for different reasons. But
so the Earth's rotation changes its speed now.
Nope.
That's how we have waves and shit.
Let's go. Let's go on to proving what we're standing on.
It's just a question of magnitude.
Were you claiming that if the Earth were rotating, that we'd have centrifugal force, which would be like a force, like a pressure, like measured upward, exerting on the container because things would be flying off?
No.
Well, that's the centrifugal force.
Do we have any centrifugal force measured anywhere?
Centrifugal force
that's not created by humans?
Wait, here's the deal. All you gotta do is very simple. Okay, for one, he's claiming it wouldn't happen on a stationary Earth. He can't prove that; it's just made up. But what? Do you have a measurement of centrifugal force on the Earth or something? What's your measurement of this?
Yeah, that's what I was curious about.
That's where he was going. I think that's where he was going. That he measured centrifugal force.
I'm seriously doubting that there's any productive means to this conversation because you don't seem to be
That's you.
We asked
Deflecting
for
and
what
being
he's
the
scared.
mentioning, and now it's not
majority
productive.
of people in here don't
Julie,
seem to be
there's quite a few people in here. No, please,
differentiating.
sweetheart, I'm actually on your side. There's quite a few people in here.
Interested
Don't
in
judge me.
engaging those thoughts in the first place, and
Wait
are
up,
horribly
calm down,
uninformed
dude.
about
Dude,
the whole matter
stop,
of
Come
dude.
on, come on. We're all men and we're all adults here. You can
the
handle
matter.
it, right?
So we would have
Hey,
to
And okay,
would
I'm
have
not here.
to would have to start out with some
No, don't worry. Don't
middle
worry.
school grade physics and
Sir.
Jesus
Thank
Christ,
you.
I'm moderating, dude. Listen,
Thank you.
dude, AK, you don't just get to aimlessly monologue over everyone, dude. This isn't your room, okay? So people are happy to let you answer and say your piece without interrupting you. That doesn't mean you just get to monologue and talk about everyone in the room personally. That's retarded. So you were asked a question. Do you have a measurement of centrifugal force? Answer the question. Stop talking about everyone personally. Thank you.
yes, there's measurements of it.
Too. Please, and the stubborn little comments and the mockery do back and forth. It's not needed, guys, because we're doing it on both sides. I've heard it. Let's try to bring it to something professional.
I didn't. I was following his logic. I'm just saying.
We're just waiting on
he
you
was
to
being silly about the water in a bucket.
We're just still waiting on the measurement of centrifugal force on
I
the
don't
Earth.
have it ready for a presentation. Sorry.
So you don't
AJ,
even know what you're talking about.
You can replicate it yourself.
happens.
You can test it yourself.
You're making
No,
a good
this is what
point.
happens.
Good.
This is what happens when you make a claim, right, that you can't support, right? You end up in a position where now you feel like you're being attacked. The only reason you ended up in this
I'm
position
not being
is
attacked,
because you feel like that because you're saying, "Oh,
But
I don't think
you
this is
don't tell me how
Let
I
him
feel,
finish,
please.
AK. You have to
That's
let him
totally
finish.
inappropriate. I don't feel like I'm attacked at all. So please don't assume that.
Why is he speaking over me?
See how
I don't
everyone
get it.
lets me answer.
Wrong with people?
Moderating one more
What the hell is wrong with
AKA,
people? Hold on, hold on, hold
I
on.
didn't finish.
Can you guys hear me
Thank
at
you.
all?
Yeah, can I finish, Mike?
Yeah, no,
Can
I
I just
was
finish?
muting him. I'm just gonna say,
Oh,
both sides,
yeah.
let everybody finish what they're going to say. AK, you have to let them finish. You cannot speak over them. Otherwise, we don't understand what they're saying. We don't understand what you're saying. One at a time. It's audio chaos. Please, both sides do that.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
It's yeah. I just want to finish. It's a common theme, right? And all I'm saying is like you ended
Yeah,
up
it's wrong
resorting
in this
to
case.
Immediately.
All right.
AK, if you
You don't have to go on 5 minutes about this because you're wrong.
Okay, listen, I'm moderating also. You just ignore the moderation, okay? So you're gonna get a timeout. So when someone's talking, stop interrupting. Everyone's interrupting. Everyone stop interrupting. AK, stop interrupting every time someone speaks, dude. It's impossible to listen to. Let him finish, and then you respond.
He's performing actions to give him a way out, guys. Don't give him a way out. Just have a conversation.
Go ahead, upside down. Go ahead, upside down.
Thank you. It'll only take like less than a minute. All right. So it's a common theme. What I'm saying is, in the end, like all he had to do was present how we determine the Earth's rotating and not the stars and whatever. That's fine. It's all he had to do. He resorted to saying, "Oh, you know what? I don't feel like it's a genuine conversation." That's because he made a claim he can't support. That means he put himself in the corner, not us. We didn't push him in the corner. We're not bullying him or anything like that. And that's all I'm saying is that's what happens when you make a claim that you can't support. You bring it on yourself. Of course, you're going to feel like you're being attacked and feel like an idiot because you made a fool of yourself, man.
I did not actually feel like I was attacked. Please stop saying that. So yes, I was actually asked how we would do that, and we actually were having a conversation about how we would do that. And then Witzit came in and asked me if I do have any measurements of that, and we were suddenly not talking about the method anymore that we could all replicate, but we were talking about me presenting the results of my specific replication. Suddenly, like that's where I was pushed by Witzit because he cut into the conversation. And yes, you repeated the fact, you repeated like how it's natural to feel like that and that and so on five times. And I told you 5 times that I did not feel attacked and that you do not have to go on about this. Therefore,
okay.
You haven't gotten anywhere. Because I asked you in the beginning, what was your proof? How did you prove this stuff, the model to yourself? And you've given the centrifugal force, right? But how did you measure it? There was nothing wrong with him asking that question because you can't come to a conclusion without measuring what you're sitting there telling me that exists.
Indeed, that is correct.
Okay, so can we continue there? Because Witsit did nothing wrong, but he may have came in out of nowhere. Who cares? We all do on accident, right? But I need an answer of, as a normal human being like you and me, you're in your home, you go outside, you looked at the stars, you said you saw them moving. It has to be one or the other. Then you said centrifugal force. And how did you find that? How did you measure it? And how did you come up with this conclusion, please? Next step.
All right, so what you can do is you can, for example, take a westbound flight and an eastbound flight back, and you can take a scale with a test weight with you. That scale has to be accurate to about 0.1% of the test weight, or 0.1% to be on the safe side. And then you just measure the progress of the weight after liftoff. You put this the weight on the scale on the westbound flight, and you put the weight on the scale on both. For control, you can put them both on the scale in the two locations between the flights, and then you fly back. If the Earth is rotating, then you would expect the weight to be lower when you're flying eastbound, the weight to be higher when you're flying westbound, and you would expect the weight on the ground to lie in between those values, for example. And that would be a clear difference to how you would expect this to behave if the Earth was not rotating. If the Earth was not rotating, then you would expect all those three weights to be within a margin of error to each other. You wouldn't expect them to be higher, lower, depending on west or eastbound flight or resting.
Why is that? You're trying to prove you're proving a non-claim, but like why would you expect it
due
to
the
that?
centrifugal force?
So you're saying the measurement of weight difference proves that there's a centrifugal force on the Earth?
It would, yeah.
Okay, do you want to provide the documentation of this claim or something, or you just hypothetically stating?
Cannot.
Have you ever seen evidence of that, or are you just saying it?
I did.
He's seen it happen. He's talking about when they take the scales in the plane and shit and they fly, and it's different weights and depending on which direction you fly. But he hasn't done it himself, so therefore it's a belief. But he has the right to believe in it to be so. But I thought he was here to tell us how he can demonstrate that the Earth's rotating, not his belief system.
Well, it's even more than that.
I'm not talking about belief system. I just told how you can differentiate the rotating Earth and the non-rotating Earth.
Oh, but wait up. Wouldn't the sky be rotating around the stationary Earth, still causing forces?
Well, it has to be, right? Because it's made the sky consists of.
You can always formulate them so that they would be equivalent, but it would be since we can't access anything in the sky and we can't is a meteor shower, for example, causing aberrations in this?
Doesn't the sky reach all the way from the ground upwards?
Yes, strictly speaking.
Isn't the sky the second you leave the ground? Is that not the sky?
Yes. In that case, we were talking about our initial observation was, okay, we see an apparent motion of the stars. The sky directly above ground, we feel the difference of its motion to the Earth via wind. So I thought it was reasonable to jump to the conclusion to saying, this rotation that we're talking about is further away.
Okay, but in your premise where you say that, like, if the Earth is rotating, we would see different weights, and if it's not, then we would see whatever you said it was. Like, how did you come to that? Like, was there another demonstration on like a non-rotating, like a non-inertial frame of reference, and one that isn't rotating, where you showed it to be the case, or?
That's just how the laws of motion work.
Yeah,
you're basically claiming that it wouldn't happen on a stationary Earth.
It's just how the laws of motion work, and if we're saying like, okay, we our senses experience motionlessness, but our experiment, a measurement shows behavior that we would not expect in a motionless system. We are going to assume motionless system anyway, and that there is outside influences that we have somehow no access to. By Occam's razor, that's not reasonable.
You know where he realized he messed up? and why he's doing this right now. Did you just say it's laws of motion? Which laws of motion? Are you talking about Newton's 3 laws of motion?
Yes.
Okay, so those don't apply on a non-inertial frame of reference.
How do they not apply on a non-inertial frame of reference?
Well, they don't. That's according to science.
Really? Can you give me a citation for that, or where you concluded that from?
Were you not aware of that on your own model or something?
I'm not aware of that. Yeah, can you? I'm contesting it. Can you please elaborate or give a citation or whatever?
Okay, I mean, I can provide you a citation, or you can just type in, do Newton's laws of motion apply on a non-inertial frame of reference?
So right after he
And then
can't provide citation for what he's claiming, he wants you to provide something that's well known. He wants you to provide that.
Yeah,
That's what's so funny.
Yeah, okay, so, but just so he's aware, he's just put his foot in it because he's claimed it's simple laws
possible
of motion.
to apply Newton's laws
Why do
in
you
non-inertial
keep
frame of
interrupting
reference,
people, dude?
provided that one
He was
includes
talking.
the additional inertial force. What bullshit are you talking about?
AK, he was in the middle of talking, dude. Stop interrupting people, man.
Yeah.
As soon as I just stop getting interrupted.
Yep, he was being interrupted as well the whole damn time. And I don't care if you're a mod or not, both sides were interrupting. I sat here and listened. This is retarded.
Okay, actually what happens is AK interrupts and then starts monologuing, and then the person he interrupted tries to jump back in. I've been watching the whole thing.
No, I know, but when people hear things that you guys have heard over and over again, you guys get frustrated. And this is the problem with the real world. And you know that you can't deal with people like that because they're going to say things and you have to hear them out. You may not like it. You may know where they're going, but you still hear them out because if you want the same respect, you give it back.
Okay,
that's called a non-sequitur because my point is AK keeps interrupting people, and then the person he interrupts eventually tries to jump back in, and then he complains about being interrupted. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
So AK
exactly.
interrupting people.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stop behaving that way as soon as I see you stop behaving that way.
Okay, so listen.
How you stop it is be the role model. Honestly, the only way it stops is you don't even give it to him.
He complains about it.
So he asked for a citation. I told him all he has to do is Google that shit and look it up because he can find multiple. He can find multiple citations and links. They don't apply. They don't apply on a non-inertial frame of reference. In your own model, they tell you you can apply them by applying a pseudo or imaginary force, meaning you live in a fantasy fairy tale model in your head.
Huh? No.
Mm-hmm.
There, I dropped the citation.
It just means that there's inertial forces which don't that does not make it in fantasy. That when you look at can I finish my sentence, please? So when you look at the situation, physical problem basically, and you it's containing a non-inertial movement basically. So an
address the citation before you give us belief, please.
So it's not a belief. It's just a simple fact.
So address the citation before you.
Can I finish the sentence for once?
Yeah,
please?
yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody.
When you
we're going to be speaking one at a time. This is an announcement. We're going to be speaking one at a time.
Interrupting another guy.
Yes, I am interrupting you, AK. Good morning. I love you. Continue.
Okay. So when you look at a system, a physical problem that contains a non-inertial movement, and you're looking at it from the observer of the accelerated object, and you're looking at it from an inertial reference frame, you can describe them equivalently. And to do that, in the perspective in the observer that's in the target that's accelerated, you're gonna have an inertial force. That does not make that inertial force fantasy or imaginary. For that observer in the accelerated system, it is real. Centrifuges work, and you can predict how they behave and what is gonna happen with the centrifugal force, even though it's an inertial force.
Did you look at the citation yet, or? So now we just listened to that whole spiel, and now we got to wait for you to read the citation and then give your opinion on it again. Far out, man.
That citation is strictly speaking incorrect.
Oh, not sodium uranium. Is that what you just said?
Well, the citation I found, I found a citation that says you can apply the Newton's laws of motion. You just need to include inertial forces, which is how I understand it. Like
if it's not imaginary, which force do you apply?
Inertial forces.
Which one?
Depends on the system. Depends on what's happening.
Name one.
Well, inertia itself, for example.
Give an example and provide the inertial force, which is apparent, by the way.
An example is a card accelerating forward, and an inertial force would be inertia itself.
A car accelerating forward?
Yes. For a body inside the car. You pressed back in the seat, and that is inertia, and that would be an inertial force.
So not spinning.
There is from the outside from the car, there is no. I said, yeah. Well, a car that accelerates forward is also a non-inertial reference. Oh, we're spinning. Okay, you have a ball spun around on a string, and the inertial force from the perspective of the ball would be centrifugal force. Or you are on a merry-go-round and you're pressed towards the outside of the merry-go-round. That is the centrifugal force, and it is an inertial force. It does not exist when you look from the outside of the system, from the outside of the rotating system.
Okay, a non-inertial frame of reference is the spinning one. The merry-go-round.
Not necessarily. A non-inertial frame of reference is a frame of reference that is not inertial, not an inertial movement. That means it's not a frame of reference that's moving at a constant velocity or resting.
Constant can be zero. So when you have the Coriolis effect is when you're on the non-inertial frame of reference and it's an apparent deflection.
Well, you can call it that way. Yes, it's an effect.
I can call it that way, or does that what Gustav whatever Coriolis?
You can look at it that way. You can also describe it. You can also describe it differently. Understanding is more important. Understanding of the concept is more important than the exact wording.
You don't understand the concept. Okay, so on the Earth is the non-inertial frame of reference. True or false in your model?
What is my model?
No, you have to think about it.
Well, you are assigning it to me, so I would know what I bought for once.
Well, then you're a geostationary. You're a geostationary Earther then.
Okay, good to know that it is your place to assign a model to me because you want to tell me what I believe. Thank you.
You're defending the heliocentric model, rotation and sphericity. So how am I assigning it to you?
How did I define it?
You're here talking about rotation.
Okay, and that is defending the globe model.
Yes, the globe model has the same claim as you, that the Earth is rotating and not the stars.
What did I actually claim? Where did I claim that? Do you remember that? What did I actually say? Because I tend to be rather careful about what I'm saying. What I know, what I don't know. No, I'm not weaseling at all. I'm just forcing you to be exact about what is actually said, what it actually implies, and what the state of the conversation actually is. Which is not where you want it to be right now.
You were here defending the Earth rotating and not the stars. Okay, that is the same claim that the heliocentric model has. Yes, you were giving us your explanation on why the Earth is moving and not the stars. You gave us the original observation, which is we see the stars apparently move. Okay, and you said, and then you run us through how we determine that to not be the case, and the case be that the Earth is moving. Right? That's the same claim that the heliocentric model has. That's the same. In order to listen, you asking stupid questions about, that's not my claim. That means you're on the non-inertial frame of reference. You have to be on the non-inertial frame of reference. You have to be. And then you telling me I'm telling you what your claim is. No, that's your argument.
Okay.
So, okay, now it's okay. Okay, so in that example, why didn't you just answer yes? The question was, the Earth is the non-inertial frame of reference, yes or no? Your answer is yes. I'll say it for you. So,
Resting on the ground, yes.
So in that example, the Earth rotating, the non-inertial frame of reference, in order to have the Coriolis effect, can you please identify the inertial frame of reference?
You don't need it. The Coriolis effect occurs in a non-inertial reference frame.
Then you don't have the Coriolis effect.
Incorrect. The Coriolis effect is an inertial effect. It only exists it only exists in a non-inertial reference frame.
The Coriolis effect is an inertial frame of reference, and a non-inertial frame of reference is an apparent deflection.
The Coriolis effect is the occurrence of the Coriolis force, which is an inertial force. You only need a non-inertial reference frame for this force to occur.
It's a fictitious force, an apparent deflection.
Yes, it's an inertial force, as I just said, just like the centrifugal force.
In order to have it, you require a non-inertial frame of reference and an inertial frame of reference.
You require a non-inertial system. That's all that's required.
You require a merry-go-round.
You require a non-inertial system. And in that reference frame, the Coriolis force occurs, which is the deflection through which is the Coriolis effect.
You require a merry-go-round.
There's no debate about this.
Hey guys, real quick.
There's no debate about this. You've been duped by Nathan Oakley, and I'm not having your dance there. There's no debate about this.
I'm not the one shouting.
Guys, you're just talking over each other.
Stupid.
AK, just really quick. You guys are both talking over each other. It's not appropriate. You guys can have a conversation without. I mean, specifically you, Upside Down, you're very sassy, and it's like, I agree with what you're saying, but you're making me cringe that you're on my team right now. So if you could tone it down. I know, you think AK's being a cunt, I get it. Well, I mean, they do kind of matter. They do kind of matter, because you're being really abrasive, and it's not necessary. So if you could just tone it down, and guys, just let each other speak one at a time, that would be super chill.
So you want me to comfort this Glober for you?
You're good. You're good.
No need to comfort at all. You can comfort yourself just fine.
So I'm being
once you can deal with the fact that you don't need any inertial reference frame for the Coriolis effect to occur, because it's just an inertial force taking effect, then we're all good.
Yeah.
In order to
so if I respond to him, am I being abrasive?
Yes.
No, dude. When you interrupt him and you're doing the whole there's like this sassy thing that you're doing. I don't know if it's like an Australian thing, and me being American, it's coming off. His ass is what he's doing. I think other people are hearing it too, but
no, they're not.
All right. Well, now you're just being downright disrespectful. So
because you're giving me personal opinions.
I'm giving you a warning. Is actually what I'm doing now. So why don't you just try to if you don't know how to act, modding right here.
Can I say something platypus after you, sweetheart? Because I said the same thing. I said the abrasive, what's the god attitude? Because a lot of you guys have a chip on your shoulder. No offense, because you're angry, but that is not supposed to be given to the world. And even if someone's giving it to you, aren't we above this shit? That's what I just said earlier. That people's behaviors are actually the problem of the world, nothing else.
Well, the problem is when you have people in here that are trying to support the Earth being a moving object in an empty sky vacuum, and it's the same arguments for years, and they don't elaborate on anything. And then they single-handedly want to come to us like we're the stupid ones. It gets a little annoying.
Look, if you guys want to do the whole be sassy to each other, that's fine. I'll go away. You guys can just figure it out. I just want to try and keep it easier for the listener and everybody else in the room. That's all.
Max, what do you need elaborating on?
What was unclear? You said you measured a force of centrifugal force is measured.
Mm-hmm.
By how much?
With a plane flying on mid latitudes, it's about 0.3%
weight,
of the.
What's the weight change?
Careful, Vaxie, don't be too sassy.
About 0.3%
sorry.
of the weight of
Yeah,
the object that you're weighting.
0.13. Don't ask the Glober to
0.13.
support his claim. It might be sassy.
About 0.3%. Depends
Okay,
on the
so how much
route,
would that be?
depends on the speed
If
of the plane. But if you're going cruising in a passenger flight on mid latitudes, that's what would be expected.
Right. So if something weighs 3 pounds, the weight difference would be how much?
I don't know. Can convert it to pounds.
Or if you're more thinking of like
It's about 1 gram.
metric system.
1.3.
Wait, 1 gram?
Oh
So
no,
a dime
3.
bag.
3. Wait a second. 1.36. 1.36 times 3. Times 3. 4 grams actually.
So for 3 pounds, there would be a 4 gram weight difference.
Yeah. From resting on Earth. If memory serves. I can also crunch the numbers again for that.
Yeah, but what would the difference be between resting? Like, can this be measured in a car, or is it only in an airplane?
In a car, the difference would be I would expect about an order of magnitude lower again because it moves so much slower. So I would say you at least need to be in a high speed train for this to work.
More beliefs.
Properly. Yeah, I can also double check the number, but you can all crunch the numbers yourself, so it's not that hard. But that would require some time, and the conversation would move on. So
it seems like, you know what it is? It just seems like such a small, like unnoticeable amount of weight, and there's a lot of different factors. And then there's just human error, machine error, like. So I always get confused when people bring up this argument because there's so many different things that could change the weight of something.
Wait a second. The weight, the object that you're using stays the same. The scale that you're using stays the same. You can control it at the two different locations between the two destinations that you're flying to. And you can therefore nail down exactly the error. You can nail down pretty much exactly the error of what your of the whole method by having those two different locations that you can measure, that you can put the weight on. What exactly would the human error be, and how would the machine error factor into the difference that you're measuring between in flight, one way, one direction, the other direction, and on the ground?
Nothing.
You would have weight change on the stationary.
What if your object moves off center of the scale and it's no longer getting an accurate measurement?
You would see that
turbulence in the flight.
Well, okay, that's why you lock the progress of the weight, because you're obviously gonna aim for a prolonged value, so that you can make sure that, okay, this seems to be the value of the weight that the weight actually seems to weight during the flight, rather than the value of the inertial effects that you're having when the plane changes directions and whatever not. Then you're having the machine differences by having the two stationary controls on the ground. You can see exactly how different does my weight behave, and you can also leave the weight on there or put it on different locations on the scale to nail down, does it make a difference where I place my weight? How exact does it have to be? But I can't imagine it making a big difference.
Just imagine living your life believing that bullshit.
What is the belief I just outlined? What's the problem with that?
How are you keeping something on the ground and then referencing to the thing in the airplane simultaneously?
It doesn't need to be simultaneous. If you can't do it simultaneous, then you can't use the same scale. Then you have meshing tolerances that you have to consider. Yes, obviously.
And it seems like you're learning about
whatever he wants.
Time.
He has
you
a
would
safe
have
space
weight
here.
change on a stationary Earth, though.
What?
So,
well,
anyway,
people have provided a safe space for people like this. So
I know that's why I did have to step away. I'm not sure if Platypus if you heard everything, but so from what I heard was that Upside Down Australia was actually just taking his turn speaking, and AK intentionally talked over him the whole time. So, and then of course he had the whole vibe change. So, I mean, I don't know, but anyway, AK, I asked you this at the beginning, bro. Like, you're acting like you know there would be no web change on a stationary Earth. Can you please enlighten us how you know that?
Actually, you can't. You can't because you can always describe the same physical situation in an infinite number of equivalent ways, and you can also just assume a motionless and stationary Earth a priori, and no matter what you're doing, what you're measuring, and what unexpected effects you're measuring, you can always describe around them by forces of the universe and so on, which is just by Occam's razor not a reasonable thing to do, but you can do it.
Okay,
That's what
so
relative motion is.
wait. Now we're applying Occam's razor. Okay, so let's define that. Watch, dude. Watch how he's gonna interrupt. Well, I wonder who the problem is here. So Occam's razor is that which requires the least amount of assumptions. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. We're talking about, we see the stars move in the sky. So we're saying, okay, the stars move in the sky. You're saying, no, actually, it's an illusion. The stars aren't moving. I thought it was Occam's razor. But now all of a sudden we're going to apply Occam's razor to build upon your assumption, antithetical to the observation. And then somehow Occam's razor doesn't. Then somehow Occam's razor supports your position more now.
Yes, because you've tested the option, the hypothesis. Well, okay, maybe we're not. Maybe it's the sky moving. Then you're testing it. Do we have inertial effects? But there appear to be inertial effects. So okay, it seems to be the Earth is rotating then. And then you go from there. And then when you then say like, well, but the rotation of the sky might be causing all those inertial effects, that's then denied by Occam's razor. Yes.
So you're saying that we're not applying Occam's razor only. That we can make an assumption that's antithetical to the observation, but if we test it, then it substantiates it. Okay, cool. So we're going to substantiate the idea that the forces come from the sky because Occam's razor says that the stuff in the sky moves. So we're going to test it. Okay, so here I got a test for it. One way we could test it is maybe the closer we get to the sky, the more we would observe a change because we're getting closer to the source of the forces. Are you with me?
We also would observe a bigger change if there was an inertial effect.
Hey, man.
Because our reference or position is still the ground, right?
See, this is what else he does. He pauses, waits for someone to respond, and talks through. It's 100% AK in every scenario. He is the problem with the conversation objectively.
All right. Here.
Okay, please stop atomming and keep to the topic.
Yeah. Let's hold on. I was here last night, and Upside Down was having a real issue with just being respectful. Here's the thing. I have a bigger issue with a flat earther being disrespectful than I do a globe earther just coming in here and being a globe earther. And it's not a good look.
Why did you bring me up, though? Like, what the fuck was I saying?
Here we go. Makes things a lot easier. Just for a second, I got to mute you because you really can't seem to get it, dude. He was like leaving and coming back last night to like avoid mutes and just being like super disrespectful to Geo and all the other moderators. And it seems that he's like continuing this behavior. So that's why I had to come in and do that. I know it seems like I'm like doing one thing, but I'm really just trying to hold us all to a higher level of respect. So you guys can go ahead and continue interacting with him, but yeah, I mean, AK is going to do what he's going to do. AK, please, I went up to bat for you this morning, so if you could just please be respectful, I would appreciate it. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point that's actually edifying to the room, though. So, like, if the stuff from the sky, if we're getting effects from the sky moving around a stationary Earth, then it's logical to assume that maybe you'll see an increase in effect when you get closer and closer to the sky. Well, conveniently, we replicated Michelson-Morley's experiment dozens of times, even in the 21st century with millimeter precision with radio waves. And the light propagates faster in the direction that the stuff in the sky moves, and it increases speed, propagation rate, the higher you get, the closer you get to the sky, which is direct evidence that, in fact, we are observing effects from the sky, the movement in the sky. So how's that work on a globe?
I'm not aware of what you're talking about. If you could link that would be awesome. Then I can read into this. As for the facts that you're mentioning, I would also expect if the motions in the sky affect the Earth, the forces we measure on Earth in a way that's similar its inertial effects, then would also expect, for example, meteor showers and aberrations in those motions, for example, retrogrades as well, to have a measurable effect, measurable difference in effect that we measured as a non-inertial effect initially. Is there any evidence of that sort of thing?
So basically, what you think you get to just dismiss the evidence, say you haven't heard of it, and then start.
Wait. Where did I dismiss it?
I should just kick you, dude.
Huh?
You literally refuse to not interrupt.
That's it. Where did I dismiss it?
Dude, if you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna time you out. Do you comprehend the words?
I dismiss it?
Do you comprehend the words I just said?
Yes, I do. I'm not interrupting you.
You literally were. So please stop. Okay. So first of all, when you brought up this whole weight change thing, I asked you for evidence of it, and you're like, "Oh, I don't have it, but just trust me." Okay. 20 minutes later, after I've gone on, I come to show you that your entire claim is debunked, and you're like, "Oh, well, I don't know about that. So let me just change the subject." So the point is, I asked you a question. If the propagation rate is changing the higher we get to the sky, that's direct evidence that shows that there's something from the sky, motion, that's causing this effect. I asked you, how would you explain that if it's the Earth spinning? And then you said, "Oh, I've never heard of it." I don't care. I asked you, how would you explain if the Earth's spinning? Answer the question.
Okay. I don't know. I need to read into it. I was asking you for reference so that I can read into it properly what you're talking about for a link, so that I can properly think and think about it and analyze it. I don't have everything always ready on my mind and all analysis that I could possibly need ready for presentation and ready to talk about. Is that such a big deal?
It has nothing to do with the presentation. It has to do with being able to use your brain in that conversation. Okay, so you said,
and I don't want to.
Oh, it's every time. I can't do it. I have my baby with me, okay? I know that you don't know what it's like to make babies. I'm not going to yell around my baby.
I know very much.
Why do you keep
I'm talking with you.
Me, AK? Every time I'm speaking, you interrupt me. So now I have to raise my voice to speak. It's unacceptable.
I'm just going to have to try to mute him. I'm not going to be able to do it all the time, but AK, I'm just going to mute you and unmute you because you don't have the ability to do it yourself. So I'm just going to try to do that. Go ahead, Whit.
So my point is that you said it's not Occam's razor, that it would be the sky moving, right? And it actually is Occam's razor because we see the stuff in the sky moving, right? So that's the default, that which requires loose assumptions. You're claiming it's an illusion. Then you brought up a test that also works if the sky's moving, because it would translate force. You can show a dynamic equivalence with all your little theories of dynamics in your own model. And when we do the test, when we measure the propagation rate of light, it increases as we get closer to the sky, which is direct evidence that it's not the Earth moving, but rather it is moving in the sky, translating forces. It's direct evidence. I asked you, how would you explain if it was the Earth moving, though? Because we've done this thousands of times. It's been replicated. And you're just dismissing it.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying I need to take another look at it. I need to analyze it, and I can come back to you about it and ask you for the appropriate information to read up on it properly, because I don't want to go inadvertently or unwillingly strawman what you're saying, or I want to do it properly. I don't know why this is such a big issue. This is not dismissing what you're saying. It's saying, okay, maybe you do have a point. I need to read up on it. I need to take another look at it, and I can come back to you. What's the problem with that?
Oh, nothing. So you agree that there's nothing you can think of to explain it on a spinning because the Earth is spinning?
No, right now I do not understand what you're saying well enough, and then I don't have the information that I need for it already off the top of my head as I would need to in order to give you a proper answer.
Okay,
I
so
do
we
not
would have.
know
Okay,
right now.
okay, so we would expect a weight change even on a stationary Earth with the sky moving. Cool. I gotta go with.
No, not necessarily.
Oh,
Not
okay.
in first
Okay, assuming
instance.
that the test is true, then we would.
I don't know. So you're claiming, I recognize that you're claiming that, and you're claiming that you're having evidence for that, but you're refusing to give the information in a way that can actually be read up on. And I, frankly, I do not have the capacity to think about it as deeply as I would need to take what you're saying apart. So far, historically, when you make claims like that have stumped me in the moment in a debate, and I've had the time to look into it and have actually time to take an analysis and like inform myself about the matter, your statements have always turned out to be lies.
Yeah, can you name one?
Fine.
Name one.
Van de Graaff generator.
What about it? What did I say that was a lie?
You were claiming that this proves that the downward acceleration we're experiencing all over Earth, the direction of down, is caused by electromagnetic forces, and you can prove it with the Van de Graaff generator. That's a lie. Bye.
Yeah, see, so you have to say that I lied, and then when asked what I lied about, you have to change what I actually say so that you can claim it's a lie. It's pretty funny that you have to do that. So obviously, what I actually said was we proved a cause and effect relationship between directionality and electrostatics. That's what I actually said. So that one didn't work.
Real
You got
quick.
any more?
Well, just before the subject gets lost, I just so I can picture it mentally, and I could be an idiot for even asking. But when he's talking about being on an airplane going east to west and there's a weight change, like what if the plane stops midair? Is that weight change still taking place, or does the weight change stop once the plane stops? Now, I'm not trying to be silly or ask a dumb. I'm just curious. Like, if you like, what if you're in a helicopter, right? And the helicopter's got a jet. I mean, you're going fast enough, because he said you'd have to go really fast. That's why it won't work in a car. The helicopter's going east to west. The helicopter stops midair and starts hovering. Does the scale change once the helicopter stops moving?
So I just say, bro, I have to like load my daughter.
The bushes here look just like our moves.
Is that guy not gonna?
I think he left. Not really sure.
But I mean, you guys get what I'm asking, right? Like, I'm just curious. Like, once the vehicle stops moving, does that weight change continue to be the same, or does the weight change go back to what it was, or what?
Honestly, dude, I'm not like a scientist or anything. All I know is that we don't live on a spinning water ball. We're not shape-shifting monkeys, I wasn't like I don't enjoy going to bat for the Globers, but that dude upside down was just like way out of control, guys. So with it, I wasn't trying to like clash with the modding style. If you were here last night, I think you would agree with me. To be fair,
I just don't like him
I
from
don't know
last
anything about
night.
that.
He was being.
I just know he wasn't letting people speak. He wasn't letting people speak.
Oh, 100%. AK literally. I should have just timed both of them right away. Like I think I need to be. I don't know. I don't know.
You're good, dude. Don't overthink it. I had shitty moderation last night, probably before you got into the room, so it happens. But you're good. You did it right.
Sweet. My buddy's business, he runs a butchery business, just got a huge order in from a chef in Las Vegas. It's a pretty big deal. We're going to be slaughtering sheep today and processing them all day. It's going to be a long one. I ate sheep eyeballs last week. Pretty weird.
How was that?
My friend had this Bulgarian woman from our church cook them up, and dude, she's savage. It was like no seasonings. I don't even think there was salt on them. They were just like cooked. It was not that appetizing. I could see them being good, like with some sauce. But
did it like pop when you bit into it, or what? What was the?
Yeah, I bit it in half because I wanted to see what it looked like on the inside, and it was just like, I think I enjoyed brains better than eyeball, and yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, Gio was talking about that. Some of the different parts of the bodies eating that the other day, and talking about how good for you that brain actually was. Like, I don't know if it's. Can't remember all the properties he was talking about, but he said it was pretty good actually for your brain to eat the brains of the animal.
Not gonna lie, I got a head change off of eating brain. I remember driving home and I felt like Jason Bourne. It was pretty weird. It was kind of like I had taken like 3 or 4 Excedrin, but like no jitters, just like very clear headed. I don't know if you're. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird. It kind of just like made me think of like adrenochrome and stuff like that. Like I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, right? Are we supposed to eat the brains? I'm not sure. Maybe.
It seems like every culture that eats a lot of brains tend to have a lot of brain issues.
Ooh, that's interesting. Go ahead, elaborate. I'm listening.
I mean, it could just be, hearsay. But I remember when I was a kid, I was like 12, and I was working on this farm for my very first job, and he was telling me about all these people in this village in Kentucky that used to like harvest squirrels once a year and have a big festival where they would eat squirrels, whatever. But apparently, the biggest thing that they would go after were the squirrel brains, and they'd make like big meals out of these squirrel brains, and they'd eat them, and it's been going on for like how many years, whatever. In that one area, they all have like weird dementia and shit. And then, like all the mad cow shit. I don't know. Well, that doesn't have to do with eating the brain, but.
Yeah, that's prions.
Tribes that eat. Yeah, tribes that. Like, there's tribes in Africa that eat a lot of like monkey brains and shit, and they get that weird same mad cow thing sometimes. But I think they're also cannibals too. So I mean,
that's. Yeah, a lot of the prion stuff comes from eating of the same kind, like cannibalizing.
Yeah, I guess I could be conflating. But damn it, I'm still really curious about that. Like the whole flying east to west, there's a weight change. What if you're in a jet-powered helicopter, you're going, there's a weight change, and the helicopter says, fuck it, stops, starts hovering. Does the weight change continue? Does it go back? And if that's the case, it has nothing to do with the Earth spinning. It's about the fucking ride you're on.
Well, no, there is evidence, bro, that like so when we do interferometry, the light goes faster. She agrees. The light goes faster in the direction that the sky moves, bro. So, and then when you get higher, it goes even faster. So, like, there is a real phenomena here. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just bastardize it.
I cut out earlier when I was asking you, do Newton's 3 laws apply to this scenario that you're depicting?
Yeah, sure they can. I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of Newton's laws, but they would apply to this case. But like, I think they've kind of been debunked on the quote unquote quantum scale. But yeah, you could use Newton's laws to show the dynamic equivalent. That makes sense. Like, I mean, I don't even care what the explanation is. Explanation aside, we can measure that it happens. You know?
Wouldn't that just prove the atmosphere is not moving with the Earth then if you're having weight change by going east to west on the spinning ball?
Well, no, they're gonna say that since the Earth atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then you have this maintenance of centrifugal force. I will tell you this though, it's a cool story. That's why I asked them for citations, because as soon as you look into it, like always, it's like actually it weighs more, weighs less, it changes in both directions, blah blah blah. Like it's not consistent at all. But there is some type of effect potentially. But
sure, but if stuff weighs more in one place of the world versus another place, wouldn't you like? I know it's going to sound. Well, why wouldn't you just buy all your gold and sell all your gold where it weighs more? You know, so it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like just thinking
they
about
use
it.
a certain They use a certain latitude metric system to weigh gold. Apparently, because I used to say the same thing. Why wouldn't you just like mine your gold here and then take it to the equator or whatever? But or north of the equator, you know. But they say that they use like an agreed upon latitude and metric system, or they use a certain type of scale that takes known weights and then balances them out. I forgot what it's called. It's like a balance scale. But anyway,
right.
But there does seem to be an effect,
wait, you
right?
can't.
But good. Yeah, bro.
Go ahead, no chance.
Oh, I have bad service. I'll go on mute in a second. But it's just that about the three laws. You don't weigh objects on a moving surface. You got to zero them out. So this weight changes. It violates those laws.
Well, that's when they bring in Einstein though to get crazy. But this is what I'm going to tell you guys though. Like there is an effect, bro. As far as I can tell, and I haven't personally gone to different latitudes and done it, but there does seem to be some effect potentially. Just like with ring laser, I'm on the fence with the pendulum, but it looks like in the north there's some type of effect. So there is something that there are things that happen on the Earth that connect with the motion in the sky. They seem to think that, oh, well, if it's the sky moving, then you would see nothing. They get to just baselessly claim that if the Earth was stationary and the stuff in the sky moved, that it would not affect the Earth at all. That's just a made-up claim. That's just completely made up. And so that's why I bring up the test that directly refutes that and shows that when you get higher, the light moves faster in that direction. That debunks their entire model right there. You see what I'm saying? Because if it's the Earth moving, the light can't move faster in one way. It's supposed to be C absolute in all reference frames, and it doesn't matter how high you go. Yet it goes faster and faster the higher you go. And that shows you that you're getting closer to the sky, and so you're being affected by that force more and more.
Or refractions taking place because the atmosphere is getting thinner, or less refractions taking place.
You're really low, dude.
Sorry, 1 sec.
Impressively low.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, wicked. Well, I mean, the speed of light does vary depending on the density of the medium that it's traveling through. It's been measured to be different in water through prisms and stuff. That's why refraction occurs.
Yeah, but that actually, just so you know, like the relativistic, actually, they claim the speed of light doesn't actually change in those mediums. It's just that it travels a greater distance.
Yeah.
So since speed equal, yeah. So that means that if I'm going to shoot light in certain directions, it should all be the same. The light should go the same east as it does west, but it doesn't do that. It goes faster in one direction, and it goes faster at a higher altitude, and its propagation rate changes with the season. Literally the position of the sun in the sky changes. All of this only makes sense on a stationary Earth.
I mean, the high altitude one you can literally just say because the atmosphere is less dense, there's less refraction taking place. So the light is less distance.
It's in a vacuum sealed chamber, dude.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Before I comment anymore, if you have papers on this, I'd love to read them because I don't want to be like, well, that's not going to happen. I would like.
Yeah,
to
sure. I'll give you some papers. Yeah. Also, let me ask you this though: even if it was because of the medium getting smaller, why would that be? Why would that have a preferred direction?
If it wasn't in a vacuum chamber, I would just say it's incredibly hard to maintain a constant density of the medium going east to west and stuff like that. Which is why I kind of want to see the experiment and see how it's.
Yeah, sure.
being conducted.
I'll give you a list of them. I'm on my phone in the store, but what I'm asking you is if you say I get what you're saying. Like the medium is less dense, so there's less like impedance of the light, so it goes faster as you go higher, or whatever. But that would happen in all directions, right? Like the medium would be getting thinner in all directions, so it wouldn't only go faster in a specific direction because of the medium.
As long as the medium was constant at that in that direction, there shouldn't be a reason for it to travel, one way compared to 180 degrees in the opposite direction.
Correct. Yeah, and like even if you wanted to come up with like, oh, say there was some direction preference of the gradient of pressure itself, like that would fluctuate. So this just debunks the globe model in many ways. I mean, I'll send you the list of the tests though. I don't know if it's on this phone. Let me see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
If you've got copious amounts of methane, hydroxyl radicals, pollution, just all sorts of stuff up in the atmosphere, then things might happen to a certain height, but then after that, things might slow down again because of all the methane, sodium layer, sulfur, all these different things. When we see the ISS kilometers altitude and it's traveling the Earth, you see like a yellow sort of layer of this. I think it's a sodium layer. So
yeah,
maybe these things might work in close, but they're more packed above us because they're hot.
Is he breaking up or am I breaking up?
No, I think he's broken up. It broke up for me too. I was just going to say.
Yeah, I just want to make this clear to everyone that they understand. Okay, like this specifically doesn't. Okay.
Do what you got to do, man.
Never mind.
Mine just fell asleep, so I'm good.
If I stand still and talk on Discord, bro, she's like, "No, dude, we're walking around the store."
Get your child under control. Come on.
Yeah, dude, she's like an angel baby. To fill up.
Is that you?
I was saying that there's a load of gas and methane up in the atmosphere, so the atmosphere is going to get denser. It might get less dense, but then it's going to get denser in gases because all the waste gas and everything is above us.
I get that. Like the molecules themselves of the gas are going to be heavier and larger molecules, but the rate in which they decrease in volume and how much you see them will outweigh the slight change in atomic scale compared to the lighter molecules, I would say.
Yeah, but they're taking volume. They're taking volume. They might weigh, not be great at taking up the volume. And also, if you
You're roboting and somebody else is talking. What's going on? What are we doing? Waxy, waxy. You're hot micing.
Hot micing? Oh, my bad.
I think it's you.
It probably is.
Television in the background or something. Is that you? What are you doing? Was this day one Discord for you? Come on. I'm just playing.
Yeah, no, whoever was just speaking, it was roboting quite bad, so I didn't manage to actually get anything you're saying. I do apologize.
Yeah, I don't know who it was that was roboting.
I think it was Raoul.
Yeah, the plasma above us, the gas is electrified, so therefore the density will change.
There's a plasma above us?
Realm, when you say there's a plasma above us, is it your interpretation that the blue sky or the daylight is some sort of plasma? Or what do you mean? Or the sun's a plasma?
Well, the colors. No, I would just say plasma. You know, if the gas, all the waste gases from the Earth is above us, and above us there is a lot of static electricity, whatever electric universe, it naturally is going to turn into a plasma. With regards to color, that's anyone's sort of guess. Is it not? A million and one things it could be. You know, the most obvious one is going to be the vibration of the atmosphere is going to make it look that color.
Okay. So you're saying there's some sort of plasma layer above us that may or may not have color to it. Kind of like a plasma type layer higher up?
Well, you think of all the things that are in the atmosphere, and the higher you go, the lighter stuff is going to be in mass quantities, isn't it? So if we think that it just gets thinner and thinner and thinner above us, where's all the waste gas going? When you electrified oxygen, then you get all sorts of stuff. These things start to not solidify, but they turn into a plasma state. So, some might say it's a soup. Then you've changed the viscosity, you've changed the density of it in one way.
Gotcha. So your conception of the sky above is ever increasing reduction in density and then eventually some sort of plasma state.
Well, we all talk about electric universe, this, that, and the other, and we all know that, or should know that a plasma is electrified gas, and all the things that come with it. So, if you've got a plasma and you're trying to look through a glass, if you're trying to look through plasma and you shine light through it, the plasma will absorb it as well as doing the opposite. It's going to do all sorts of stuff. Like I keep on saying, we've got all these waste gases up in the atmosphere. You put them all together in a recipe, and what do you get? In one sense, you could have acrylic acid, which is above there, and only lasts about 30 days up in the atmosphere. Loads of that. You've got methane particles. All these things in gas form, pretty much a gas version of perspex. So, are we looking through some type of gas perspex layer? And what we're seeing is not actually like zenith. It is not zenith. It's possibly not zenith. You know what I mean? It's shifted or it's refracted, depending on how thick that type of barrier, gas barrier, magnetic gas barrier is. And if we're trying to assume that everything gets less above us, it's partially, and then it gets denser as the temperatures change, ingredients change, and everything will just fall off. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry, you're starting to robot. Yeah, that's interesting. No, that kind of makes sense, right? We seem to have some sort of electrical nature to the world in which we live in, and I know a lot of people actually on both sides try to avoid having that conversation, to be honest with you. We have what appears to be a voltage that is increasing as you get further away from the surface of the earth, which just stands to reason that we have some sort of current flow from above to below, right? Grounding at the ground, surface of the ground being what they would consider zero or neutral scale, right? And then a grounding. So
I would say that the ground is a capacitor, and
I would
if you're
say we live
holding,
inside of a capacitor, to be honest with you.
yeah, but the first thing they taught us in science in South Africa was that lightning goes up. It comes up less more than it comes down. So if there's voltages and stuff, if you think about it, all our power production since the 1850s or even before that, whatever, all that power production, if we are losing 10% every single time, where does the discharge go? Does it get grounded or does it go up? So if it's negative, it's going to go down, and if it's positive, it's going to go up. So positive being ions, as in ionosphere, and electrons being negative, which go down, maybe, but definitely calling one thing an ion, calling the other thing an electron, because one is positive and one is negative. Is that just as simple as that? It's nothing more complicated than that.
That's just, I think that's just their way of being able to simply kind of quantify it to understand the relationship. As far as quote unquote positive and negative, I don't think there is such a thing. It's just a mediation between differentials in what we would consider charge. And there's a movement when there's a disequilibrium of that, right?
So maybe there's something between the ground and the most high, about middle or something like that, that is the zero baseline, and anything lower than that then therefore becomes lower than that. So, if that makes sense. If our electrical grid, if our pylons and stuff like that are a height of, let's say, 40 or 50 meters, and everything is basically within that 50 meters, it's just for us to look up and see and think that we're seeing what we're seeing, but you've got magnetic acceleration, you've chemicals and all the alcohols, all the sugars, all the salt, all the light metals, all that shit is in our atmosphere. They spray silver dioxide when necessary, because and that's a known fact. Don't call it a contrail. They just do it to help with weather, against or for good purposes or bad or whatever. So we've got silver in our atmosphere, So and conducting all that, all the dust. It's humanity's actions. If we weren't on this earth and we weren't digging everything up, then there would be nothing in the atmosphere to do, because everything would have settled like a lava lamp or a glass of muddy water, metal. You know what I mean? But
yeah, I mean they spray all kinds of. They spray.
It's all the dust, all the polyester we put in the like
You're
that.
kind
So
of
I think
starting to robot realm.
Yeah, sorry.
They spray barium too, man. I saw this video the other day. This guy detailed his car, and he went outside. He showed it was covered and stuff. It looks like pollen. He scraped it with a razor blade and put a magnet to it, and all of it popped up. And he looked up. There were chemtrails everywhere. Metals just falling out of the sky. I will say this, Steve. So lightning seems to be like electrical discharge to counter space, meaning it's seeking equilibrium. And so if there's charge that built up on the ground, it'll go up towards counter space, away from that area just to dissipate. So it just goes to available volume to dissipate, and it can also come down as well. So lightning is just a discharge effect, and it can happen in either direction because of that. But things do seem to go down to the ground to find equilibrium. And positive is just charging, the act of charging, the process of charging, and then negative is the process of discharging. And the reason that they go together or towards each other is the same reason that heat goes to cold, or high pressure and low pressure have their relationship. It's just all pressure mediation. So the system that has too much charge or is charging up is going to go to the system that's discharging, or the system that is discharging is the one that has too much charge. So it's getting rid of the rest.
Yeah.
It's going to find its like path of least resistance to discharge, right? Because it's building up a charge, so now it's going to find its path of least resistance to discharge, kind of in the same way that water will find its path of least resistance to the lowest point.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but as far as
if
lightning is concerned, I find it very useful for me to understand this idea of a discharge in a counter space, kind of like thinking of the way that either J.J. Thompson or like Eric Dollard spoke of like an electron being this idea or concept of a broken loose hold fast, which would be like a ratchet strap that breaks, and kind of seeing a connection between what we would call positive and negative with like Cyrus alludes to it being like these tubes or whatever, and when one of the tubes breaks, that's the discharge. Like there's enough strain on that tube that it breaks, that's where the discharge takes place. And when that tube is broken, all the other tubes come to fill the space to find like equilibrium again. Just kind of a visualization to think of that lightning strike is boom, that's the snapping. The tension was the hardest between the charge and discharge at that point, and boom, that's where that tension snapped the theoretical tube, and then all the other tubes within that spatial dimension just immediately go to fill back in that space when that one discharges. They all restack. I don't know. Maybe it's hard. It's hard to vocalize that visualization.
It's referred to as like spaghetti, like broken spaghetti, as well. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason that we have what we call the electron, it was just the smallest quote unquote unit that we could measure. We just created a unit based on the smallest amount of charge we could isolate, and like the Millikan experiment with the oil drops. So it's not like some corporeal little physical entity of matter that runs around carrying charge, whatever that means. You know, it's actually a break in the field. So,
yeah.
But like that, I know a lot of people hit me with the lightning thing. They're like, "Oh, but if everything is going to the ground because it's seeking equilibrium, and that's why we have a downward bias, then why does sometimes lightning go up?" I'm like, "What? I know you think that's somehow a rebuttal, but it's not. Like lightning is dielectric discharge. Whatever the system is has too much charge. It can't hold it. Just like if you touch a doorknob and it shocks you, that's because there's so much charge built up on that doorknob, right? Or on you, that it discharges to the other material to try to equalize. And so lightning does the same thing. It happens in the sky a lot because there's so much electrostatic charge there. But sometimes the charge builds up on the ground, right? And or on objects on the ground. And so then it's like, okay, like the grass or the flowers or the buildings or whatever. So it gets so much charge that it just moves towards available volume to discharge.
Lightning strikes at 50 times a second. That's a pretty good average. Or 50 hertz. It's not random, or is it? Because, you know, if things are random, then we would get a lot of fluctuation. Do you think that's the case, or do you think it strikes at 50 times a second?
Well, there is somewhat of a cycle for lightning. There are certain areas that constantly have lightning, but it's random in the sense that you can't completely predict it. But are you saying like random in the sense that it's the amount that discharges? Because it's probably a very specific ordered pattern where when there's this much excess charge, it has to get rid of it. It has to discharge whatever it is. It's probably like a pretty consistent area.
Yeah, I might be roboting.
I'm roboting?
No, it's definitely Realm that's having the issue with the roboting. So he's probably not getting everything that we're saying or that you're saying. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I mean, what's very good way to kind of think about this is like using bumblebees. So like bumblebees, I think that they levitate with electrostatics because if there's a downward bias in the air, and then it accumulates positive charge in the air, well, it's going to push away from that positively charged air. But since there's a downward bias, it's going to cause it to be able to go up. It manipulates the downward bias to move. And so the bee flies around and gets all this charge built up on it from the air. And that's why when it goes over to a flower that's connected to the ground, it's the flower's discharging into the ground constantly. So it's getting charge from the air, but it's discharging it constantly into the ground. So people call that negative. And then the bee is building up positive charge, quote unquote. It's charging from the air. So when it hovers over a flower, the pollen will actually just levitate up to the bee and then attach to it. It's called non-contact pollen attachment. So it's a kind of a pretty simple natural occurrence to like wrap your mind around kind of what's going on. There's positive charge in the air. Things try to seek equilibrium by discharging into the ground. That's why if we ground something, then as soon as we remove it, it starts building up charge. As soon as you remove the ground, like I used to work with planes, you have to ground them to fuel them. And dude, it's pretty serious in training, you know, that you have to ground them because like every second it's not grounded, it starts to build up charge, and then you could have like an explosion in theory.
Yep. So I just wanted to say, by the way, I think you just moved to the lightning capital of the world. So buckle your seatbelt.
Oh yeah, I love lightning, dude.
Well, I'm pretty sure you moved to the right spot then, if you love lightning.
I've seen a lot already, actually.
Yeah, so if you look it up,
it's cool.
Yeah, Central Florida, Tampa area is the lightning capital of the world. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's dope.
Yeah, but ask yourself, what are the regions where the lightning goes to the ground? We might see lightning in the sky, but how many times, does lightning strike and hit the ground and react with the ground every single time? It doesn't. So there must be a concentration of that. Most likely, I would say the rock in the ground or the lightning striking the actual ground in South Africa. But we were 2,000 meters above sea level, so I don't know.
Well, you know how you were suggesting that maybe there's an area in the middle. You were suggesting maybe there's an area in the middle. Right? Well, in my understanding, it's more like this: from wherever the system has excess charge, it discharges it, and then it's not going to make it all the way to the ground unless it had so much excess charge that as it's dissipating, it still continues all the way to the ground. Like normally, it's going to dissipate long before it reaches the ground or all the way up in the sky or whatever, because it's just going to counter space. It's just trying to go to available space to get rid of the charge because it has to go somewhere because the system can't hold it. That's why I think lightning doesn't always make it to the ground or whatever. It's hard to tell when you look at lightning.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about grounding, like how much of our machinery grounds? Probably 1% compared to 99% of the waste that goes into the air upwards. When you've got something that's attached to the ground and, there's a fault and the fault goes through the breaker, if it exceeds the breaker, it'll go to ground, by my understanding, whatever. So, not much. But yes, exactly like what you were saying, yes. But naturally, when you build up enough discharge in the atmosphere, then I guess it all bundles together with all the waste and pollution and dust, that polyester.
Yeah, like so for me, it's like any understanding of electricity or electrostatics or anything, or lightning, anything that's not like simple and coherent just can't be correct, right? And so everything is pressure mediation. And so just like if I make a cup of coffee, it cools down because the heat goes to cold. Or if I put a pressure system next to a vacuum, like a whatever, vacuum chamber, then the gas will just immediately fill that system. It's because pressure mediation, like systems equalize, electricity is exactly the same way. So the thing that's discharging, it has so much extra charge that it's getting rid of it. and then the quote unquote positive charge, it's charging up like it's becoming a super saiyan type thing. Right? So it needs more charge. So since one system has too much charge, the other one is not enough charge. They move together. They move together because that system now is a place I can discharge my excess charge, and then from the other perspective, it's that system has the charge I'm looking for. That's why they move together. That's why positive and negative attract, quote unquote, which they actually accelerate towards each other. It's the same thing as gas pressure. That's perfectly coherent and simple. You could teach an 8-year-old that. It makes logical sense. And anytime we have like a paradox that doesn't make sense, then it's just incorrect. Like they'll tell you that positive and negative could be flipped and they're arbitrary labels. Well, yeah, because they're not. There is no plus signs in nature, dude. It's retarded. It's an event. It's a process. So that's kind of, in summary, that's kind of the problem with all of this. Is humans want to quantify everything, and so they call events or processes like actual entities. Like they call the intersection of the oscillating electric and magnetic fields of light a photon. No, it's just the intersection. It's an event. It's a process. Right. Same thing with quote unquote positive and negative charge. It's just charging and discharging. It's an event. It's a process. So anyway, humans want to count everything. So.
You think about 10%, 9%. Our power systems are made to lose 9% or to account for that. So that's a heap load of. You imagine how much electricity we produce in a second, and how much is discharged to the atmosphere. All that must go up into your magnetic or electric sort of like space and stuff like that. All that waste, and then it builds up, and then it turns this into that. It's a form of energy. It helps something break something down into something else, and it's not a water cycle. It's like an Earth magneto-electrical cycle that just helps breaking down, decomposition, that sort of thing. There, must a lot of waste. Isn't it? You think about cars. Cars are really grounded, so if there's any sort of dish in the back, stuff that battery just is it going to go up or go down? If there's more above us than below us, then it's making it up electrically. And if we are if we
yeah, robot in there that we cannot understand a word.
Da-da-da-da-da. Hmm.
Could we think that areas around the Earth wouldn't hold charge in the ground? There's no or whatever like that. and then other areas that are wetter, more saturated. Is there enough saturation under us to hold a charge? Anyone? Anybody heard about this thing about sun flickering? Is the sun turning on and off at a very, very fast rate?
I've asked that myself. Refresh rates. Hertz.
Yeah, apparently it's like a million. That's how quick it does it. If we optically can recognize it, maybe on a computer screen that is 1,000 hertz, I don't know, but if there's some way that we can recognize that the sun is flickering, then we might be able to measure how many times it's doing that second.
Like fluorescent bulbs do. If you take some video of them, you might find that you have flickering going on with that. When
exactly,
but
yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly what.
Yeah, but I'm saying even the fastest like frame rates are not capturing that there's blinking with the sun. I don't know how we could do that.
Yeah, I guess you have to find a way to record the sun in like short play or long play or something like that, if that makes sense. And you can get it, but still to get to a million,
I would still think that given the nature of the atmosphere and stuff like that, or atmosphere flat, or however you want to do it, it's like you would still have historicity. So like even the however fast that's blinking, it'd be like bloomed out to where you couldn't really detect that there was necessarily a blink. Maybe I'm not sure if you could check it out if it was.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. The resonant frequency of space is 24. No, it's 18.55 hertz, but with 24 zero. You know, whatever that means. And then, but the flickering of the sun is 18 zeros. So the flickering of the sun is a little bit slower than the flickering of space itself, the refresh rate. But yes, to be able to identify that and do it, but for what purpose? We've already given a number anyway, so I'm sure we've already done it. But interesting that 18.55 is very close to the resonant frequency of our eyes. So if we're looking at something that is a multiple of something else, we wouldn't really notice the difference. But obviously we can't see that difference anyway.
Yeah, if we just did like harmonic expansion with that with 18.55, could we get that to an? I know we can get that to an audible tone. Do you happen to know like what note that might be?
Well, your lowest is going to be 20 hertz on a low A on the piano. So that's possibly why the piano only goes down to 20. Audibly, note-wise, it's going to be, well, G sharp may be close to that we use for electricity is 50 hertz, and that's just between a G and a G sharp. So maybe one in the same.
Yeah, well, that's just like a little flatter than the A. Just like a half flat A or something.
Yeah, definitely. So it's like all these things are really important because if you have to match video, you have to have the.
So essentially, you're saying that like basically, we'd have to be able to. So 432 should be able to fit the 18.55s in a certain amount, to make it that. But yeah, whatever it is, like if we were to amplify whatever that wavelength is, we could get a tone out of the sun. It'd be pretty interesting to listen to because I would imagine it would change subtly, right? You should be able to like. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's going on anyway. Like that the sun is actually like basically like broadcasting a type of program, for lack of a better word, on everything. But that's a belief. I can't prove it. I happen to think that. But yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
So whoever said, "Can you hear me?" We can hear you. Unless it was realm.
Yeah, then we would say the opposite.
If you've got a video, you have the video by using the same frequency, hertz, whatever, but you can also use multiples of that number. So if everything musically is all intonated, the picture just falls in sync with that.
Yeah, you might have solved the universe, but I think all we heard was like eep, up, work,
Yeah. If the aviation in one way uses 50 and everything on the ground uses 60, that's because when they charge up ships and stuff like that, they still have to charge them up through a converter at 60 hertz. So, there's something, the sky being 50 hertz, like lightning, and the ground being 60 hertz.
Are we still talking about electricity? Because I don't know much about that topic, but I remember, Michael Battlebot talking about grounding his bed, and I thought, hey, that's a good idea, that, isn't it? Does anybody have any information about grounding your bed?
I don't really have any links I can send you, but it works.
Larry does it.
Yeah. My brother mentioned a very similar thing yesterday, and he was saying it's something to do with spontaneous combustion. It's something to do with if you don't ground your bed, you're susceptible to its combustion.
You're breaking up a bit there, bud. I've never heard that though.
Well, I was more inquiring just to see if there are any negative stories, pun intended. If there are any, somebody grounded his bed and then set out his house on fire or some shit like that. I don't know.
Well, no, it just uses the grounding line, which doesn't carry any current.
Yeah, I gathered that. But come on, Snacks. I mean, I'm help me out.
Yeah, what are you gonna? You're gonna need a UK adapter for it.
Well, I've got a plug board right next to my bed for my computer, so I thought it's not that big a deal, is it? I just plug it in there.
You know why? You guys know why America doesn't use the metric system?
Because something to do with freedom, I'm sure. Go on.
Absolutely, you cannot measure freedom. I was surprised, kind of surprised you got that. That's awesome. You might be American. Wait, are you the one that lives in
American?
Are you the one that lives in America?
No,
that's not you. Okay,
he just wishes it.
Inside of every foreigner, there's an American trying to get out. They just need to get bombed for a little while.
They hate us because of our freedom.
That's right. That's right.
I was actually thinking about what's the situation moving to Florida. That's too hot for me, by the way, but it sounds awesome. For anyone
California. Yeah, you limeys just melt down there.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with that, but he's probably won't be an issue to him. But I was thinking it'd be awesome. Maybe just me. I was thinking if I did that, I'd want to go to a snowy part of the country, just not for long, just for a couple of weeks. Like Idaho looks beautiful in watching in Benjamin's dreams, and when it snows, I think that'd be a good contrast. Just go and fly to a snowy part of the country for a couple of weeks, and then go back to Florida. It'll change your whole outlook on things.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I kind of want to stay in California for the rest of my life. The weather's too good.
Yeah. No, I get it.
It's so nice.
I mean,
it's pretty.
I always mention John Cleese when he said that thing where it's like an interviewer asked him why he moved to California. He was like, "Well, I suddenly decided I never wanted to be cold ever again." And I get it, but there's something about the air when it snows, and it's just fresh and it's beautiful, and everything's white.
If you want snow and you're in California, there's plenty of places to get it. I used to live in Southern California, like 2.5 hours from Mexico, and we would get snow, like decent snow, snowboardable. We have a mountain, like it's so I don't know, it's pretty good.
Yeah, you don't think of snowy parts of California. I'd never, yeah.
If you forgot mountains, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you guys don't have any that where you're from, so you wouldn't know.
No.
It's mean, but it's true.
We have big hills.
Yeah, I'm starting like a campaign against the California hate, because I think it's like being perpetuated by the news. The media is just trying to be like, oh, California is so liberal. All the people are fleeing California. Boo, California. And I think it's a psyop. I think they just want all the base people out of a cool place.
I've heard more people from California talk shit to me about California. I'm like, it's not that bad. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I do like the Northeast like weather cycle. Like, even though I'm like, yeah, California's badass, awesome. Like, it's like the summer lasts like twice as long or something like that. There's still shitty season. Still gets cold.
Dude,
and
don't move to Death Valley or anything. I'm not recommending that. That's a desert.
That's a death sentence.
Yeah.
That homeless situation looks quite bad, though.
That's not our fault, dude. The other states are literally bussing them in. It's not. It's like I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, I need a dog catcher or something like that. Somebody with a big net. But like, then you round them up and you take them to Death Valley and be like, okay, you can live here homeless. This is fine. We don't care. You know what I mean? But don't fuck up don't get piss all over the place. That's what we don't like about homeless people. Really, it's the piss.
Dude, it's like you got China. China pretty much owns Hollywood. You got China pretty much owning a lot of these like main corporations. Like, they've got a big hand in Apple and stuff like that. And then they're supplying 30% of all the fentanyl into the United States. And then LA and San Francisco are obviously the most chill places to be homeless in the world. You're pretty much a king if you know how to do it. But like, they're all messed up on drugs and stuff, so they can't. I don't know. It's just you got to take the good with the bad, I guess.
So your campaign should be the desert needs piss. That's what it should be.
And then we create a forest. We'll create a syntropic forest by rotationally grazing the homeless. We can 3 or 4 months out, we'll set up paddocks with like beer and cigarettes, and they'll just move through, and we'll reverse desertification and solve homelessness at the same time.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this platypus, I like the cut of his jib.
It's probably because I put my hair in a very powerful, sacred, and indigenous braid today.
Oh, spiritual power.
Well, I am indigenous.
What do you think
Some
about...
people, hold on. Some people might look at it and think, "Wow, that's chumash."
That's too much. You took too much. What do you think about spraying colloidal silver spray? If I have a spray bottle, but on your hair, if you think that hair is an antenna or something like that, you're wind talking, you're doing some shit, spray some silver on that bitch. What do you think?
I take colloidal silver every day now. Actually, I take it orally, of course.
You don't take it. Yeah, orally. It's the best way.
No.
Yeah,
We can do butt stuff. Do butt jokes. Do it
later. We'll wait till after.
Okay.
5.
Okay. No butt stuff till after 5 p.m. UTC, guys. Okay.
But super helpful, the colloidal silver, regardless of where you put it. Probably, actually, that's the worst place to put it because it would kill your gut flora. But let's say, yeah.
Is it really? Oh, darn.
I mean, it can't, right? Because like, if you did a colloidal silver enema, I think that'd be bad news. I wouldn't do that. But
do you think I should just apply it topically?
Many people do that, but I've known a few people that take it internally and have made their own, and then and one guy, like, he said he would just drink like a whole mason jar full of that shit, like, in one sitting, and I'm like, you're crazy. But he was a little crazy, but he didn't die from that.
Yeah, see, I already goofed up. I already mixed all my colloidal silver with methylene blue. And so if I were to start putting it, like rubbing it in my hair and on my body, I would turn blue.
I know.
But next batch, I'll keep them separate.
Yeah. Yeah, do you making your own colloidal silver?
No, I'm just getting like I've shopped around and tried different chemists' products in terms of the methylene blue and the colloidal silver, and I haven't found one that like contains both where I like the results. I get the desired effect. So I just got them separately and then mixed them together because it's just less time. Try to be efficient.
I was going to buy this bed sheet that was like £23, and like I just measured my bed. Like, you know, it's one of these grounding earthing sheets. I've just measured my bed and put the, you know, got the right measurements, and now it's £58.88. That's a lot. That's like 300 of your monies. I don't even know where to start. That's a lot of snacks, don't you think? For a bed sheet.
$58.
£58.88.
You can plug it in.
Yeah, I can plug it in, but it's £58.88 for a bloody bed sheet. When all said and done, that's a lot.
Well, I guess you could always like make your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the alternative? Like, just go get some of that metal tape from the hardware store and a copper wire, and just hook it up to the ground in your wall socket, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to be doing that.
Why? I mean, yeah, I guess if you're not comfortable with that, don't do that.
I'm not a practical person, and I'll probably kill myself.
You could do the ground is like leave your hand in like a warm tub of water, like as you're sleeping. That might help.
Yeah, then you'll definitely need new bed sheets, bro. So you might as well wait before you buy the other one if you're gonna do that first.
So we were talking about. I know you do quarters and stuff like that. I just found out that there is a Chinese woman on my quarter now, Anna May Wong, first Chinese American or Chinese actress in Hollywood.
Whoa!
And she has her own fucking quarter.
That's wow. That's
and
good.
I got one yesterday, and it was like right out of the roll. And this bitch has got errors. Ask over to error coin. Hell yeah!
Nice, dude. You know what Chinese Santa Claus says?
Oh no, I don't.
Ho ho ho!
Wait, that's. I'm gonna say that. No. Santa Claus real? Fucking, I heard some people saying it's not. They're liars.
Dude, honestly, when I found out he wasn't real, I never opened a Christmas present with joy in my eyes for the rest of my life. That was my punishment to my parents. I was pissed.
Wow. That's hardcore.
Yeah.
I'm mad at the weed store and that they can't be here when they open. It bothers me.
Oh yeah, that's the worst.
Like
it's like you literally have one job. They don't even need to bud tend anymore. It all comes in like pre-packaged stuff. They're literally just human vending machines. It's kind of whack. They can't just be there on time. It's kind of funny you say that. I used to work at a weed store like way back when. And I would remember like getting there on time and just like I don't have the keys to the shop. I'm like waiting to be let in by the manager, and like there's like already customers lined up, and I'm like, yeah, sorry guys, boss is late.
I almost want to ask this guy, just like, hey, can you just like let me work for you, just the fuck, so I can buy my weed when I want to do it? You know what I mean? So you don't like, is that possible? Anybody who works at a weed store, show up on time. All right, start your shift right. Just
show up on time all the time. How about that?
Wow, you're asking too much. Only hire sober people to work at your weed store. That's the trick. Anyway. Oh, I was going to send you an article, but I didn't because I'm like, when am I going to start sending you articles now? You probably already know this anyway. It was just about seed germination with using little vinegar, white vinegar, to break down some of the, I guess, seed coating. And then you'd soak it for about 6 to 12 hours, and then it helps to germinate your seeds. You're welcome.
I will definitely be trying that. Actually, I'm going to be doing a lot of planting this week, like direct seeding. I'm not going to do trays. I think it's a waste of time. Well, I mean, it depends.
Oh, you mean just like putting them right in the ground? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I'm working on this property, and this guy has amazing soil. He's been nutrient cycling and planting cover crops for like 5 years on his property, and you can just stick your hand right through the ground cover and get down to like the best soil. So like I already started by direct seeding a bunch of pumpkins, and they germinated and sprouted in like half the time. So I think it's gonna be really easy.
That's great.
Dude, great soil just makes anybody a green thumb. So funny. You don't even need to try.
Right. Have the wrong stuff? Oof.
Yeah, that's rough.
The guys, when I was at the permaculture joint, like they were taking like, they were trying to engineer soil from desert soil, which is not so nice. And then they were mixing hue with it and some other things. And I was like, wow, this is crazy as fuck. And not that good either. It's difficult to engineer good soil. I think it's not something you can do like in a season, I don't think.
No, definitely not. It takes a while. And animals definitely help. Like if you're dealing with straight up sand, just for like 2 or 3 years, just import all your feed and have animals, and just use the animals to pay for the feed, so that you like zero out. But then you end up after 5 years with like actually a layer of topsoil, and then you can really start planting and start rebuilding.
Are you saying from like the manure, or you just like?
Dude, I got grass to grow out of sand in about 8 months using just chickens. I'd go to the farmer's market every Sunday with like 50-gallon trash bags, and just when they're closing up shop, dude, everybody's got vegetables and fruit that they're throwing away, just like damaged stuff that's like not going to make the ride down. They're not going to try and resell it next farmer's market. They just dump it, and I just picked it all up. I'd sort it out by weight, and then like freeze it. I had 2 refrigerators, so I'd like freeze some of it and just literally just feed my chickens organic farmers market scraps. I did that for months, and then I sowed a bunch of wheat into like rock and sand, just where they had been pooping and rotating, and it germinated just fine. It was pretty cool.
That's awesome. I did an experiment where I peed in the same place in the sand for a while, and then the next season, like a shitload of like things were growing there. And I was like, I got a yellow thumb.
A green peen, dude. That's tight.
What's just all the nitrogen? Because like there's no nitrogen in not none, but very, very in sand. You know what I mean? It just doesn't have any way to hold on to it. So yeah, it's cool shit. We start like some kind of microbe series too, I think, because you probably have some microbes you're adding. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with sand, I would just if I had like a sand lot somewhere, I would just start getting free organic material from pretty much anywhere. Whether it's like walnut casings or like rotten apples or even like fish guts. I just
Oh,
go
okay.
to
So you
the
just
fish
throw
markets.
any kind of organic shit just into the soil, just like let it do its thing, kind of.
Dude, just start a huge pile, turn it every couple weeks, and then spread it out and start a new pile somewhere else, and then just repeat and just keep adding layers to the top. I mean, if you got millions of dollars to spend, just import literally soil, wood chips, dig a bunch of giant holes, fill them with soil, plant trees. Why not? Like you can make the process as fast or as slow as you want, really. But you don't need a ton of money to do it. If you have time, you can do it that way.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, if like 15 years ago, if I had just bought like 5 acres out in the desert for super cheap, and then just continuously over the last decade and a half, just every month went out there and just did a little bit of dumping, a little bit of planting, I could have had something by now. Anybody could have. It's hard to have the foresight.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing that's tough or tricky about the desert is just the sun. You know what I mean? Like it's just too much for most plants to like handle that. So certain things like nettles and they can handle it. They're real hardy or whatever. But yeah.
Oh, dude, I would set up posts and then like hang shade in the form of like lattice, like wood lattice or bamboo lattice or something, and then plant like passion fruits or something, dude.
Yeah,
here's a cheat
I know what
code.
you're saying, but here's the thing: it's just like the winds, like really are an enemy to any structure. That's what kind of makes it difficult that way too.
Ooh, that's a really good point. Yeah, lattice might even be too much. Maybe just posts, just like some posts. Because what I was gonna say is like if you want something that's just gonna grow and just be a complete champion, find something growing on the freeway, on the side of the freeway. Pull over, take clippings, because whatever that is going to be almost impossible to kill. This guy at the property I'm working at, he went and picked some passion fruits off a freeway in Southern California, and he planted them on his property, and it just took over. I'm like still battling the passion fruits. I don't think I'll ever be able to get rid of them. We'd have to like take a bulldozer and just destroy his entire property in order to get rid of them. And even then, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I've had passion fruit in the past, and I was able to actually get rid of it. But yeah, once the vine starts to go all over the place, it can be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I used a machete. It took me a week, and I got it all. I mean, I was cutting through passion fruit vines that were like the thickness of like broomsticks, and they don't run super deep, but the network is just crazy long. Like in a 6 square feet area, like you could just have like this crazy ball, just like insane coil. But anyways, yeah, it took a while to get it back, and even now it's rough.
Yeah, my experience with passion fruit was just a single planting of it, but then going down a fence line, like a 6 foot high fence line. And oh my gosh, the amount of vine that it can produce onto a fence was ridiculous. Like it would grow down the fence line, but then off of the fence line, it would come off like 6 feet, and I would just cut it back. And then when it come out another 6 feet, cut it back. Like the growth rate of passion fruit is ridiculous. Flowers are really cool though, like awesome.
I was thinking it would be a really good forage, like for goats or something. Just like any animal that could digest that and turn it into like an animal byproduct. Because that stuff, it grows so fast and like you can't get rid of it. So I don't know.
So that seems to be the issue, right? Is like vining and like plants that vine seem to grow at a ridiculous rate, and then there doesn't seem to be that many things that devour the vining plants. Because I know we have an issue in our area of these vines. I mean, you see it all over America, just off the highways where these vines are just taking over, like literally growing all over foliage and just decimating trees and all kinds of stuff. And there doesn't seem to be too many things that want to eat the vines. Like air potato's one of them, and then muscadine vine is another one. And we even have governmental agencies that are releasing these little beetles. They look very similar to a ladybug because they're red, but they're one of the few things that'll actually eat the leaves and help control some of these species, particularly the air potato.
I just read online that passion fruit vine is completely safe for all animals, and it's even shown that if you feed the flowers to like dogs, it has anti-anxiety properties, which is pretty
Really?
tight. Yeah.
Interesting.
If
Yeah, the
somebody,
flowers are awesome.
oh, they're
First
beautiful.
time I started seeing the flowers on the passion fruit, I was like, these things look like alien flowers. They're ridiculous.
Dude, they're expensive at the grocery store too. Like my buddy's plant is dropping a bunch of fruit right now, and I think I was at Sprouts and they were like $2.50 or like $3 a pop. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, same with dragon fruit, which is why I'm trying to get dragon fruit going myself. I've got starts and I've got one that's a decent size that should start getting big enough, hopefully within the next couple of years to start fruiting. But yeah, passion fruit's like $5 a pop at the grocery store.
Yeah, I'm also growing some dragon fruit right now. Actually, just propagated a bunch.
Nice. Yeah, I've got some starts from seed, and then I have one that is cutting. And I have a neighbor up the street that has a decent size dragon fruit plant already, so I'm gonna maybe next year proposition them for a cutting too. Off of theirs.
Yeah, dude, you should definitely do that.
I'll probably just work out a trade. That's what I usually do.
I was literally about to say barter.
Yep. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of different stuff that I trade with people. People trade with me. Like I just acquired a bunch of big, huge, like giant elephant ear, and it seems to be sending out a bunch and propagating pretty easily on its own. So I'm like, all right, that's good trade bait as well to give somebody a ginormous elephant ear.
Oh yeah. This property was not worked on for a while. So like in the pathways, there's a bunch of plants that have propagated, like thornless blackberries, comfrey plants, goji berries. What else was there? Oh, he's got these raised ponds, and the ginger is just out of control. He's got so much ginger. Have you seen ginger flowers? They're white. Oh man, they're so beautiful.
Wait, what ginger is white? What are you talking about?
No, the ginger flowers. that
Yeah,
come
yeah,
on the plants. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
he's got these white flowers. They're really cool.
Are you sure it's not turmeric? It's in the ginger
Yeah.
family.
I mean, if it's turmeric, it has the same like color as ginger, and I know turmeric is usually orange. This ginger has got that nice golden color to it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So is it like most of the ginger I'm familiar with? So white flowers, is it shell ginger? Do the flowers look like shells, or does it come up like a bunch of flowers coming off of a single stalk, or do they kind of hang over?
It's white
I have
ginger lily.
white ginger lily. Okay, I'll look that up
Yeah.
because I have shell ginger, which has a white flower to it, but it's completely different than I have orange torch ginger, which there's also a white version of that torch ginger where it kind of has a big stalk with flowers that come radially off of the stalk as it goes up. Let me see if I have pictures of my orange torch, but I know there's a white version of it.
Yeah, when I get to work, I can take some pictures. So I'm going to be doing some work in the ponds today, actually. Or no, I'm not. Like, butchering all day.
Let me see. I don't know if I have a picture. Actually, I'll send whatever. I'll send this that I took today. I was having to move a bunch of plants in the back today. I have contractors here doing some stuff. This is one of my plumerias. This is the bloom on it this morning.
Yeah, all the plumerias out here are blooming right now too. It's beautiful.
Yeah, plumeria is awesome. When it's leafy and it's blooming, it's awesome. In the wintertime, it just looks like a stick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to start trading for some more food. I have papaya that I'm going to grow again, coming in as well. Starts. The papaya fruits so often, it's ridiculous. It's just a steady flow of papaya.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Papaya's really good. You're out in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little winter crop, and I already did a bunch of pumpkins. I know it's like kind of out of season, but I figure we'll just have really big pumpkins. Plus, you can kind of cheat in Southern California in the right areas. Like, we don't really have a real winter.
Yeah, same here. I don't know. Not a winter like up north. We might have a night or two that dips below freezing for an hour or so.
Dude, I prepared these two raised beds that they were already built, and they had crops in them that were just left completely untended to. Like, they all bolted and just died standing upright. So I shook all the seeds out just into the beds just as a cover crop, and I pulled all the weeds, all the crabgrass, and all the other BS. Some nasturtium that had just gone out of control. So I just chopped and dropped all of it once it kind of grew back, and then let that go brown, and then planted underneath all of that. Not only did it, I got hold on.
All right. Yeah, I can't seem to find a picture of any of my ginger, so I don't know.
Yeah, perks of living next to a fire station. Anyways, not only did everything sprout that I planted, and some, I had this insane mushroom explosion of like all these different kinds of mushrooms. It was really cool. So that was a great sign. I'm excited to see how the garden turns out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I sent you some pictures a while back of the mushrooms that are growing in some of the mulch beds in my backyard.
Yeah, I remember that. Those are cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of good growth. I'm even seeing sections where even on the top, I'm getting like a little bit of white mycelium that's just even on the tops of stuff. So there's a whole bunch of activity going on in my bed these days. I just need to get my raised beds up and going. Next on the list of projects.
Yep. I want to do some mushroom logs, but it's a little hard to get the right logs out here cut at the right time. There's not too many trees to pick from.
Yeah. I mean, I've got some wood just seasoning on the side of my house right now.
I am starting a side hustle this week. Tomorrow, I'm actually checking on my tracking this package. Nice. Yeah, tomorrow I have some rusty antique butcher knives showing up. And because I do butchery and my friend has a butchery business, there appears to be sort of a market for refurbished antique butcher knives amongst up and coming butchers right now, especially the ones that are into like homesteading and just doing everything with like, you know, real old tools that like worked well. So I've got all the equipment and I've done metalworking before and woodworking. So I'm going to just really, really clean these things up, make them look super nice. And for the first batch, I'm cleaning a couple knives that my buddy owns for free just to see so he can like show them off to people. And then I'm doing obviously a couple off of eBay that I'm going to put up on Etsy. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited. It's honestly, it's just like fun work, and it's going to keep my hands busy. You know, so.
Heck yeah. And if you get paid for it, that's even better, right? The bonus.
Exactly. Dude, I got like a bunch of antique knives for like $8 on eBay. And I was looking at them refurbished on other websites, and they were going for like $60, $70. I was like, dude, no way, let's do it. I gotta sharpen my knives anyways.
Heck yeah, put a little effort towards it, make a little money. It's good. Side hustles are always the way to go, man.
Yeah,
Never
and
heard
it's
coming in from multiple sources.
Yeah, but it's also like very good for networking because you're giving somebody something that they're going to use frequently. Like I want to market these 2 butchers, and a lot of questions that my buddy gets from other people that are interested in butchery is, where do you get your knives? How do you sharpen your knives? You know, what are the best knives? Which metal to use? You know, and hopefully I can find the best knives, make them look great, and you know he can point them in my direction.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Well, good luck, man.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sure if you put some love into it, it'll all work out one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm making some big changes in my life. I had my my catechism ceremony yesterday at church, so I'm getting ready to be. I'm on my way to being baptized into the Orthodox Church. So
cool.
Yep, just trying to turn the page on a lot of stuff and just be better.
How dare you try to be better?
No, I said be butter.
Butter, okay. That makes way more sense. Yeah.
Smooth like butter.
Makes more sense. Cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. I need to. I don't know if I need to. I don't know. My life just keeps plugging along. I just keep myself so dang busy. I don't even know.
I hear that, man. I hear that. I'm trying to get back to that level where I'm just like busy all the time. Like my boss called me and was like, "Yeah, I got to take my dog into the vet. Like, look, we'll start later." So I got a little time right now to be on the Discord. I could be studying Russian or something right now, but I was doing that for a while yesterday. I'm kind of Russianed out.
Nice. Yeah. No. Typically, I'm on the Discord while I'm working in some form or fashion, whether that be my normal job or one of my side jobs. But yeah, I hear you. I'm actually not really doing much of any of my normal job today. We had a tax deadline on the 15th, which was Friday. And that's what actually the biggest deadline in tax accounting is, September 15th, for big firms, because most people that we deal with, our clientele, they file extensions, and that's when extensions are due, 9/15 and 10/15. So just got through that huge deadline, so I'm taking a little bit of a breather today, and I've got a bunch of contractors at my house, so that's gives me time.
Yeah,
to
that's funny. I'm also doing some tax stuff today. This morning here. Yeah, just getting it out of the way. Rendering unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yeah.
You want these little gay pieces of paper? I don't care. Numbers on a screen to me, man.
Yep. I mean, hey, there are ways to try to reduce as much of that you're giving to Caesar, but yeah.
No, for sure, dude. For sure, I hear that.
But you want to play in the system, you gotta play by the system's rules a little bit.
Yeah. No, I went from being, not having enough work to I have too many offers right now for jobs. I'm gonna have to say no to some people, which is good.
Yeah, it gives you the it's better to have that problem than the other problem of not finding the work. So
Yeah, well, it literally flipped on me in the matter of like 2 days. I was like, sharks, I'm not going to be able to put gas in the car next week if this continues. And then it was just like, whoop. And now I'm like, oh, sweet, I'm taking the car into the mechanic next week. Let's go. Get some stuff done.
That's good, man. That's good. I feel like everything in life, there's an ebb and a flow to whether it's like, you see, I think all people seem to have this emotional ebb and flow throughout the year, throughout the month, throughout, all that kind of stuff. And I feel like money is kind of the same way. You have some sort of natural ebb and flow to it's coming in and going out and coming in and going out and seeming like it's not going to be there and seeming like, man, I have more than I know what to do with, That funny.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm a very intuitive person, and a lot of my mood or just kind of my outlook on life will be based on that intuition. And I'll just tell everybody right now, like, we flipped a page in the book of life here over the last week. I don't know what it is. I just woke up and I kind of just felt something different. And now you could say, well, we're going into an election year. We're going into the freaking holiday seasons. Something always happens. They've always got to rile people up just before they all sit down together at the table and start arguing over politics. I get that, but really, I hold on to your butts, guys. I think it's gonna be a good time. I think it's the best time to start a business or to do anything productive. Get it. Go out and get it.
Yeah, I agree, man. There's always going to be an ebb and a flow, and it's like, how do you prosper on all of it, right? How do you navigate those waters as you get the tide coming in and going out, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Like if they do try to do another like medical thing, I think it's only going to produce more people who are interested in detaching from the beast system and becoming more community reliant, and wanting to build and find a real community that focused on health, which is great. It's just it's all good. There's always going to be people who are going to go with this, with the media, but just ignore it. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. What took place over the past couple of years certainly made more people at least cognizant of what the government is doing around them to some sort of extent, right? Everybody, at least in this country, you know how people are. It's like, as long as they've got football, wings, and beer on the weekend, they don't really give a shit too much of what else is going on in the world around them, right? Unless the TV tells them to be happy, mad, or sad, right? And I think a lot of them started looking at what was a decent amount of people started looking at what was taking place and being like, something's off, something's wrong here. What is it? What should I be looking at? And they've started to open their mind to at least maybe something within this reality is just a little bit askew, and there's something wrong, something that maybe we should start correcting in small ways, at least to start with. So I think a lot of people come on board with what we would consider the truth movement, or at least being more open to the ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 2024 is going to be a doozy.
Yep. Yeah.
The Simpsons predict that Ivanka Trump is going to be president in 2028.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw that on like a reel or something. Where it's like, did the Simpsons? Did they predict?
Yeah, I mean, obviously those things kind of affect us in some way, shape, or form. But like, I'm really trying to see if I can focus my attention onto finding ways to make sure that no matter what they change within their system, that it's not affecting me and the people around me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's literally just like land or no people who own land and living in a small community is what I've kind of figured. It's like, oh, they're gonna lock everything down. Like, well, better have like a close group of friends, and one of the homies has a place where you can all sit around the fire, because it's like way better than whatever you guys were, whatever you were gonna do if we weren't locked down. I mean, I'm speaking very generally here. It's not necessarily applying to me, but like that's how I made it through. Campfire songs and horseshoes and beer. It's a good time. Hard work.
Yeah, man. A bunch of real ones of us out here preparing for the next thing, the next couple things. So if Donald Trump is somehow president, then yeah, it would make sense Ivanka would be in 2028. Be some funny shit, guys.
Yeah, like I'm kind of just assuming that the most ironic outcome is what is going to happen.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me something about the news yesterday. I don't even remember what the question was, but I just made a funny face and was like, "Don't ask me about politics. That's like the lowest form of communication these days, because it's just the regurgitation of talking points off the media and like Instagram. It's ridiculous." Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my TV up. I think I'm planning a controlled demolition on my
Of your
TV.
TV?
Yeah.
We try not to watch actual television, and just watch movies and maybe some shows here and there. But man, there's like, I got a smart TV at my my comm center, I guess, that I'm using right now. But it's my big computer that I use for everything. And then we've got our TV that we use, but we unplug it at night and unplug the internet and stuff. And it's hard, but it's like having a child coming into the world now. I don't know, I'm gonna have to have these devices off a lot more, and like phone on airplane mode more, and because I just, you know what I mean, like I don't want my child affected by all this shit, but we do still live in society, so it's just crazy. Lots to consider.
Apologies for the ringing.
Huh?
My seatbelt alert ring chime.
That's what it is. Okay.
I have that, and then sometimes if I'm like crossing a lane, I've got like lane notifications. But I just got weed though, and at the weed store where I was complaining just a second ago, and then they opened, and so I was complaining to the guy, and then I basically, I said that I was talking about the podcast and whatever, and then so we just had a huge conversation about that. Dude's like, yeah, the Earth's flat and all this stuff. And he knows all this other stuff, man. Like, so I invited him here. That was cool. It was really cool. That like almost never happens to me.
No, dude, that's tight. Good job building the community. I like it.
Well done.
Yeah, he's like, he's really hip. He knows a lot of these kind of. I think he's still probably like into his own weird shit too, probably. Like stuff like, I don't believe that. What are you talking about? But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt with the conversation flow.
Oh, it was fine. I was just complaining about having my first world problem is, what do I do with all my devices once my baby is born?
I mean, how do I charge all of these?
How do I charge? Yeah.
No, dude, you didn't sound like that at all. It's not even close, dude. If I was having a kid, I think we'd like live in the woods for a while. You don't even bring like a freaking. Don't even start a car near my kid within like a month.
Yeah, we're gonna eventually get to that point. I don't want to live in society after a while, so we'll see.
No, I mean, I'm an idealist, dude. God loves babies. Your child will be protected. Like, your family's blessed. That's a wonderful thing that you. So I think you're going to be good.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that, man. I believe you. When a lot of people say stuff like that, I don't know if they mean it or not, but I can tell you, I can tell you mean it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd like to second his, meaningfulness. You're like a solid guy, you know?
I try to be. Y'all are solid men. I like to take after you guys.
And like, you met your love in the FE realm, and although I've tried to do this myself, but like you're like many chapters and novels ahead of me on this. So kudos to you, man. And
thank you. It's
many,
all luck,
many
dude.
blessings upon your stuff, man.
Thank you, man. Much love. All of that right back at you. And like I say, I'm just, it's luck that, I see the thing happening. I'm like, I gotta go capitalize. So maybe I'm smart enough to, in the moment, take the leap when it's there. But man, there's so much luck going on. So much.
I believe it's better to be lucky. It's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying.
Well, I don't mean to be bad, but like it's if it's by skill or
so
by
like
luck.
when I see people having unluck, I try to give them some luck, and when I get luck, I try to spread that shit around because I know I don't deserve all of it for sure.
Yeah, I hear that.
Like he's gonna like clone himself and like be in love with himself.
No, dude, I'm super against cloning, and I've always said if anybody ever tried to clone me against my will, that I would just like my clone. It would be so rebellious. He would just like bust out of the freaking test tube, running around the desk, like punching microscopes and stuff. It would not be a good idea. Do not do that.
Dude, you're gonna freak out when you see 10 flat-footed skate in Venice Beach Park.
That would be kind of tight, not gonna lie. But honestly, no. That's not good. No, we can't. We shouldn't be trying to clone humans. I think that's not good. The wiener in the vagina works just fine. It works. Trust me, it works, guys. We don't need to do the clones. Not that any of you are advocating for cloning people.
I'm just advocating you cloning yourself for self-fulfillment, basically. But if that's not your bag, like, I'm not forcing you.
No, dude, you watched Multiplicity, man. You saw what happened. Michael Keaton.
Not.
Didn't you see that?
Did not.
Snack saw it. I know Snack saw it.
I hope everybody here owns a ski mask and puts it on at least once a week. You don't need to do anything illegal. Just wear it for a little bit. Maybe answer the door in it, or get on a Zoom call.
You guys are top-notch individuals, all y'all.
No, you.
No, you hang up.
No, you.
No, you.
Yeah, it was funny, like, listening to the dude, Tig, coming last night, and he's like, y'all just, like, talk to each other about stuff that you think about, you know what I mean? And it's like a crutch, you know, or something like that. You get, like, these odd, sort of commentaries on, like, whatever the hell we are. Wouldn't say, like, broadly that the FE is a community, even though you could call it that, or some people would never call it that. But, for the brosmanship that does exist, you know what I mean? I think it's pretty special thing just to be able to like spit out whatever kind of thinking you've got going on, and hopefully there'll be somebody at the other end listening and either ready to agree with you or make fun of you or something, or discuss it nicely and plainly.
Well, before yesterday, I was just right quick. Oh, Snacks, please go ahead, dude. I didn't walk on you. Sorry, bro.
No, that was me, Platypus. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Flat. Apologies.
No, you go.
I know you. Yeah, he was an
go.
interesting fellow to listen to. It seemed as though he was like trying to fit in desperately, but try to be different at the same time. I don't know. He seemed to want to be this like arbiter, like, hey, it's Round, and I'm here to tell you guys and save you all from your craziness. Okay, tell us a couple of things you got. But yeah, the community aspect, there's nothing that beats being able to come to a place like this where you have a bunch of individuals who, like, they see the same truth that you do and see the alignments. And it's not to say that, like, it's an echo chamber. It's like, how do you create an echo chamber when you're so busy observing the truth that everybody just collects under that same basis of the truth? Like,
they have a place like that. Called like the Globe Earth community. They feel the same way.
Well, what I was going to say is that before the internet, friendship was very hard to maintain without face-to-face contact. Like writing letters only does so much. Phone calls, kind of, phone calls were kind of like that. But even before the phone, it's like, so we're all really blessed to experience the power of friendship, even though we're all like geographically in different places. And I think it's a community. I think it's very positive. And I think that's why we get a lot of haters in here.
I don't know. I don't know if we're geographically separated because everybody in here is so shady. They won't tell you where they live. So maybe we're all like in the same area.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
If you're trying to get me to dox myself, because it's not going to work.
I dox myself on the daily. Bring it, Ontario, Canada. Let's go.
That's true. Although, dude, Ontario's huge. Let's be honest.
What's the location of your dossier?
Well, the whole thing about doxing is it's on YouTube, and anyone can just listen to that and then like swat you. And there's just sick people out there like that. Like, two people in my group of friends have been swatted in the last like 7 months, and everything's fine. Nobody got shot, but men with guns and helicopters and cars showed up and put everybody in handcuffs. You know, their moms and shit, and they're not on the internet. They're like they're not internet personalities. They just got some random person just swatted them for no reason.
Yikes. Yeah, I forget that Geo's is like live stream sometimes. Just doesn't even. I don't even remember. Like I was saying something the other day, like, oh yeah, you're in that area, and I just had to like stop talking. I forgot that like people care about that.
Yeah, it's a weird world right now, but I wouldn't mess with that. That's some bad juju, you know. Doing that to somebody else, you're gonna reap what you sow. That's
yeah,
no
like, but
good.
what are you really doing? Like, I mean, I hear you. Yeah, people are some people are bad, so you don't know. So be safe and don't. I'm just pointing out that you know, we're saying, hey, we're all friends here, but nobody knows where each other really lives. It's like we're such good friends.
I know where some of these people are. I've been good friends with some of these people for over half a decade now.
True.
I've met people. I've driven out to Arizona and Florida, North Carolina. I've met people. You know.
True.
Yeah. I met people back in 2015, maybe. Halloween
Dude, I would
party.
give Snacks my address, no problem. I'd give Napalm my address. Geo, I trust all these guys. These guys are
It's not me you got to worry about. It's my GPS. That's the link. Yeah.
Dude, I'm on a list. So if you guys,
You're on a list?
guys even start like calling my phone, like you guys are going to be on a list too. So
You're on a list? You say you're on a lisp?
I'm on a lisp. Look, guys, there's no such thing as chemtrails, okay? The Earth is not flat. It's a globe, okay? We got balls in space. They went to
Did
land
you
on a
say the
freaking
Earth
moon.
is not fat or flat?
Did I stutter?
Yeah, you got something going on.
I've crashed at several flat earthers' houses for sure.
Yeah.
99%.
Why?
99% not so much problems. You know what I mean?
Dude,
most people say I'm a good house guest, but my hair's too long. That's about it.
Oh, you got long hair too? Hell yeah.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
So
I don't
very-
tie it in
very
ceremonial
powerful.
braids or whatever like you do.
Well,
But that's
I'm
about to
Chumash, dude.
change.
I'm Chumash. Chumash Indian.
Chumash.
Chumash indigenous.
When I was in New Mexico, people often mistook. They're like, "You're native, right?" And I'm like, "No, not even close. Not even from the state." It does have a new in it though. New Jersey.
I will say I met a guy at the skate park probably like 2 months ago, and we just started like kind of did a double take at each other because we looked incredibly similar. Like he was a little lankier and taller than me, but as like face wise, we both saw it. Like it was kind of like looking in the mirror, and these girls were like, "Oh my god, you guys look like brothers." But he was half Chinese, half something else, and I'm like Brazilian and German. But like, dude, we looked. It was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you're not Brazilian and German. Maybe you're half Chinese and half something else. Apparently.
I mean, I got the DNA test.
I don't know.
You
What is
trust
it like?
that?
If you start making smoothies or whatever, and then you throw bananas in there, it's like, yeah, it does taste like bananas a little bit. But there's something about I don't know, just like you throw a little Asian-y. It's in the eye structure somehow. I don't know, just like the chinkiness of it. I guess just the way the whole orbital is kind of formed. It just for that, like it does. Brett, like there's, you know, yeah. I met two people like they were like African and like Middle Eastern descent, and like we're all like, yeah, we kind of have like the same looking eyes. That's really weird. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I've gotten
jigsaw
half
puzzles.
Asian before. I mostly just get exotic. I just say I look exotic.
You're so exotic.
Yeah, I mean, men don't say that. Obviously, women.
No.
Men don't really care.
But I get really offended when men say that. It's happened. I'm like, this is not right.
Growing up in when I was in grade school, grade 7, grade 8, kids used to ask me, they're like, Killian, what are you? What do you mean, what am I? Like, are you black? Are you white? I'm in between all that. Back home, they call me Red Boy.
I'm exotic.
I am not from here.
Dude, I'm a biracial child of light. I'm an innovative thinker. I'm a dreamer.
Biracial angel.
I'm a biracial angel, bro. What's up?
You're like Derek Jeter or some shit, bro.
Nah, dude, I was getting like whenever I'd bick my hair, I'd either just get like skinhead or Mexican. And it's just annoying. Like half the people tell you have white privilege, the other half are like, "Oh, you must be a good worker and like be good at construction."
Yeah.
But now with the braid, I'm not getting white anymore. Nobody's calling me white anymore. It's really nice. Sorry, white man. It's honestly not your finest hour. You guys are getting a lot of shit right now. I support whatever you guys choose to do about it, by the way. But yeah, I got my base tan going.
What's cool about the DNA testing now is that like it seems like every single person who I don't know like how this came about, but like everybody who gets their DNA tested, right, is like blonde hair, blue eyes. Like, oh shit, it came back. I got like 3% African American. Everybody's black now, so
Dude,
no
I
need
had
to worry.
zero. I had none of that nonsense. Not that it's nonsense to have that in your DNA. I think they were fudging it to like cause white guilt.
Yeah.
But I didn't have any of that. The one thing I did, I had like 2% like Scandinavian, which I thought was kind of funny because I'm pretty short.
You have
and
to
I don't
say
have
like
blonde hair, blue eyes.
You have to say what you think you are first, or
No, but I did give them the rights to use my DNA for the next 50 years.
Yeah.
Just so I could get my results like a month quicker. Yeah, that'll be funny.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's more science to it. I'm not sure, but maybe there's some kind of actual science to it. But I think there's just like you see certain markers, and you see an original claim, like, hey, okay, I'm African American, I'm black, whatever, I'm from Africa, right? And this is my DNA. And they say, okay, it looks like this. And they say, okay, I'm from Scandinavia, it looks like this. Okay, so then at some point, aren't we just going off of whatever somebody claimed they were? I mean, who verified all those original claims?
Well, I have my own conspiracy about the whole getting your DNA tested. They have to keep it as vague and as fake as possible without like tipping anybody off that they're doing this because of basically residual genetic material from unprotected sex. Like just because it didn't result in a baby doesn't mean that your genetic material is still present there. And I have heard of this happening where like a woman who wasn't having protected sex but didn't get pregnant, and then she met a guy, had a baby with him, but the baby had like the genetics from a previous partner. And
I knew she fucked a black guy. That's what you're telling me.
I'm just saying, if everybody knew that was a reality, I think or like at least a possibility, I think sex would be looked at very differently.
Yeah, that like that one night stand is in you for a long time now. Yeah, and then people would maybe start using it to. I mean, that's what the first thing that came to my mind. It's like, okay, well, listen, my sweet aunt, right, very blonde hair, blue eyes, whatever, right? Like, she came up as 3% black. It's like, okay, all right, Aunt Marianne, so you've fucked a couple black guys. Then. A little bit. Kind of puts that into it too. So if that became like a, hey, watch out, this could be just because of who you had sex with. You're kind of blowing up people's spot who definitely don't look Chinese or.
Well,
black.
it'd be more about what their mother was doing, but.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Even worse. Don't talk about my mom.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
No, yeah, that's interesting. I didn't
they're
know.
they're all about body count and all this weird stuff, and I think that there's going to be some interesting surprises down the line for these people.
I don't really trust it. Ever since they told me that my pit bull is like a Chihuahua, I'm like, I don't know about this.
All those episodes of Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
We may have some feedbacks.
Right. It's gonna have to redo it. Redos everywhere. It wasn't you. We found out it was your mother through DNA testing. Actually, yeah, it wasn't you. Or is that like a different show? Is that like Maury or something? I don't know if that is Springer. Never really watched it.
They did paternity tests on both, but Maury really turned it up into an art form. You are not the father.
Dude, honestly, that was good television. I don't really care what anybody says. It was way better than what's on these days because it was just real. It was just like, yeah, these babies' mamas out here really acting like that. These daddies are like really taking care of kids that ain't theirs. I don't know, man. It made me think twice, dude.
You think it was real? Huh? Maybe. I didn't really watch it.
Oh, you think it was
whether it was real or not, it doesn't
no
matter.
tank saying it's a psyop? Was Maury Povich a psyop?
Dude, do you even need to psyop like that? Those types of shows. Those people, first of all, they volunteer to be there. I don't know. I've done reality TV before. A lot of it is scripted, but that kind of stuff doesn't really seem. It's like they have a gist of what's going to go on. That's why they got the big dudes there to stop the fights.
He
They
had
know
like
it's a possibility.
But his side piece was Connie Chung, right? And then she's like the breakthrough Asian reporter. You know what I mean? Trisha Takanawa of Family Guy would be nothing without her as a template to reference from. And you know, it just it's interesting. You know, it's part. He's quite of a sort of a media mogul. Yeah, yeah. What a strange fucking world, man. Jeez.
Dude, I was thinking that last night. Dude, I had some random ass person on the freeway come like right up behind me and start like honking their horn and like follow me onto a different freeway and off the freeway and like just flashing their lights and swerving behind me all weird. It was like, and there was no like, I didn't cut them off. Like I was alone on the freeway and they came up probably going like 90 or 100 and then just slowed when they got behind me and were just like, it was really weird.
Baby mama drama. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know what they're. I don't put anything like on like social media. Like at all. Like I don't spread the word. I wait for other people to like kind of look like they're waking up a little bit to something, and then I'll drop them something or tell them to look somewhere maybe. But I don't know what else. I mean, and you know something that I think is kind of funny, right? So you know how you can now like copy and text. You copy text from like on your phone. You can hold down somebody's handwritten like words. I mean, how long have they been able to do that? I mean, so it's like, what do you really you take a picture of something? They can just copy the text right out of it, like with the computer. It's like, what are you really? What were we ever really able to like hide?
Yeah, that was the craziest thing. Remembering like when Snowden came out, it was like they can see what you type before you send it, and I'm like, wow, that's fucking trippy.
I remember when I was a kid, I worked at like a store that sold just like a box store, right, when I was a kid. And this guy, I still remember, like, this guy came in line. Somebody was buying a TV, and he's just going on and on about how he worked for the FBI and they're going to be putting TVs. He seemed like a legit guy. Like, he was just like, no, I'm never going to buy one of those flat screen like things, like, or these two TVs or whatever. I don't remember if it was flat screen or what it was. He's just like, I'm never buying one. They have cameras in every single one. I helped, and I was, whatever. I still remember that because this is like so long ago, before Snowden, and yeah, he's just saying they're putting the cameras in every single device, like, and he seemed like a legit guy, just regular guy who's just mentioning it in the store.
Yeah.
Like,
Even the
all
toilet
right.
paper's going to have cameras in the future.
What is?
Toilet paper.
Oh, toilet paper.
My soap is spying on me.
Dude, the thing I was most bummed out about with the whole Snowden thing is, like, I don't know if you guys ever got them in the mail, but I never got my watch. Found out we're all on a freaking watch list, and I never got one. I'm not really a watch kind of guy, but
Like a Timex tag on.
I was at least a little Casio or something, just anything, dude.
Calculator, old school type, or just whatever.
No, for real though. When I was
Digital
going into
enhanced.
the whole Snowden thing, it was before Flat Earth for me, and I thought it was really weird when you look at X Keyscore and where they have all their servers located. There's a lot of them in Antarctica. It's pretty bizarre.
What do you think? You think Antarctica is a continent?
I don't even know what a continent is anymore, dude. Honestly, like I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like what? It's okay. How is like Europe and Asia two different continents, but they're connected? You know what I mean? And then like Australia is a continent, but it's all by itself. And then North and South America, like I guess they're separated by the Panama Canal, but not really. Like I don't know.
Mm-hmm. There's like a continental mass that they're detecting like off of Australia that's bigger than Australia, and is the last part of New Zealand is the top part of it, and it's like this huge thing, like looks almost like South America, but they're calling it Zealandia.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got to stay ahead of the whole flood thing. I'm pretty sure that happened, and
well, it's just like, where did all these Chinese people come from? You know,
China.
Like if there was another continent full of like a whole bunch of people, you know, maybe it makes more sense. Like,
I mean, I think the Tower of Babel thing happened.
Like no, there'd be some shit that just preceded all that, like both those story before that even happened. You know, like I think. I mean,
well, even before I was subscribed to the Christian narrative or the narrative of the Bible, I was super against the idea of, I was for evolution, but I was against the notion that we all came out of Africa. I was more like we all spontaneously sort of rose out of different areas at the same time. And I believe that we were greatly influenced based on the climate. If you lived in like a hot place where it never snowed, you can just chase an animal until it dies. Mm-hmm. You know, if you live in the snow, you got to like save up food through the winter, or like take all your belongings and travel to a more better climate for those times. There's like more steps involved in surviving in nature when you're in a temperate area. And that really just like, that's why all the people that came out of the northern forests had like boats, and, you know, people in China, they had like gunpowder and stuff. They were like mining and doing all kinds of stuff. That was how I reasoned all of that.
Yeah. If they even came up with it first. I mean, there's what's I'm saying, like a lot of the stuff with even the stars, navigation, chemistry, medicine, all that stuff, like that the Chinese like had many thousand years ago, like did they develop that, or was that like pilfered from some other place, or like, you know what I mean, like or did it or those like echoes of some information that from a world that's before that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I personally believe that the 3 wise men that are described in the Bible coming to Jesus's birth were of Chinese origin. And I think that they were called wise men for a reason, because that part of the world was very advanced at the time. But I've also looked into how like Chinese characters for certain words, they tell like of sort of like a general Genesis story. They talk about a flood. And like this is like how the characters are made. I haven't watched this YouTube video in a while, so don't quote me on it. But it sounds interesting, and I'd like for it to be true.
Yeah, I get a little bit lost in the comparison to the 3 wise men and the 3 stars of Orion's belt, and then they're from the Orient, and then it's Orion, and that is also an Orient to the north, because the constellation Orion does point to the north, to the magnetic north. So.
No, that's interesting.
I get lost in all that stuff there, but yeah.
Well, I used to get lost in the idea that the sun, or the fact that the sun rests on the Southern Cross, or over the Southern Cross, for 3 days at the winter solstice, and then begins to rise again, signifying spring. Like I used to just be like, oh, the Bible's like totally, it's just an allegory for the stars. But now I see it as like, no, the stars are like, they've been telling us since the beginning of time that the sun, the only begotten son, was going to be on the cross for 3 days and then rise again, signifying like rebirth and like, a change in humanity. And we've been told that pretty much if the constellations have not changed too much.
So then but in that, it sort of would, I guess, by confluence, like make Jesus sort of like a solar deification on Earth or something like that. I'm not necessarily sure if that's like what anybody else would want to say. So, but that does equate to me, like to that's what I draw from it. But then again, that appreciation itself is happening on the winter solstice, and the crucifixion of Jesus would have been somewhere in April or something like that.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't line up like calendar wise. And I'm not even, dude, 2023, I don't know if it's the year that they say it is. I have no clue.
But there for sure are like, it's like 3 days or 3 and a little bit of a day for like the full moon, new moon, things like that. So that's an interesting thing too. Like a lot of times things do occur like within 3s, like for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely little signs everywhere that are pointing to something. There's patterns.
Yeah, like the blood moon cycle and stuff like that. They were able to predict that. That was cool to see.
Lately I've been super focused on being thankful that I was born in a time when not only are giants not roaming the earth, and like we're not going to war with like swords and stuff anymore, like beheading people in public. Like, yeah, it's bad, but I think the world is for the most part a lot less barbaric.
Yeah.
And I think that's reflected.
Like a threat of whips and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a good sign.
Yeah,
it's trending upward in a way. To some, yeah, good.
No, I was gonna say from my perspective, it's been trending upward since Christ came and changed the law. And it's like that's kind of what it was all about. We're like, we have new laws for new people. Like people that are not as barbaric. It's not like thou shalt not kill anymore. It's like don't even have anger in your heart towards your brothers and sisters. Don't.
I think it's a couple things at once too. I mean, it's this spiritual thing you're talking about, but also like that. I think that also galvanized like the entire East, and it sort of like differentiated it from like other areas in a way. And that I think like is the seed that starts like the centralization of like Western society, I guess, like, or modern society as we know it, like from the maybe 1700s up to the 1800s, somewhere in that formation period. You know what I mean? Things starting to sync up more for like, you know, people like that speak the same language, that work on the same materials, that like, you know the same shit or whatever. They might even war with each other, but that this like centralization, pushing towards one world. You know what I mean? Eventually, right? Like this is the blueprint I'm seeing. Like somebody else had, and that's not my, you know, it's not my idea, but that's the trending that's been going on for at least like, you know, the last 500 years or something like that. So
yeah, it's a long cycle, and I'd say that you're absolutely right. Like we are trending towards this one world type of society. I think the last nail in the coffin will probably be the introduction of like either a one world religion or a one world currency. That would really just kind of seal the deal.
Yeah,
like it's a blessing that we're all using, like still speaking different languages and still using different currencies and stuff like that. Still able to worship different, you know, like religions or whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah.
So having said that, with the introduction, with the idea of, let's just say, right, we have these ideas of different religions and whatnot, but yeah, we seem to just have this continual same story of, as you said earlier, Flat, the idea of the story of the Great Deluge, the Great Flood, that seems to be a consistent story among many different, quote, religions. And then you have this story of a central source, a central energy, a central creator, perhaps. And then you also have this story that this creator sent this son of man, this Messiah, this messenger that was of him, a little bit different to everybody else, but that was of him. And this messenger that came, and again, I would say this respectfully, supposedly, taught a message of love. He taught to be patient when your fellow brother is speaking. He taught to be kind, and he taught to process the words that your fellow brother is saying, to meander them, to actually effectively on board, and then come back with some kind of response, which is what we do here every day, right? Some of us in good faith, some of us in poor faith, but that is what we do here. So I think about how we start to work from a place of literally, I say this again respectfully, love, where we're actually listening to what our fellow brother is saying, and we're processing it, and we're giving it back with our own love on top of it. That is where that whole, to me, again, I'm only speaking from my own purview, the essence of that galvanizing, that movement forward that comes from everybody working from a central location, central place. I think that is exactly where we're heading to. And that to me is the absolute, like, it's the killing in a way of the ego, of the id, the redefinition of the ego, of the id.
It's interesting to consider, man. You know, and thank you for the listening to us, and you know, I'm happy we can like listen to you.
Bros, no doubt. Yeah, I respect, like as Glatt was saying, we all have our own perspectives, views, and we all chat together about it and spitball and throw these ideas around. And you know, it would, like, I was in the office today with a few of my fellow coworkers, and we're in design, right? We're in architecture, we're in building permits and stuff. We check and do all these things, but without the forum that I have here, I wouldn't be able to speak to those guys with the confidence that I do based on the observations I've been making over the last like couple of weeks with the sun and the moon, and showing them my crazy moon map idea and everything. Because at the end of the day, they have no idea who Vibes of Cosmos is, right? But it's an idea that I've taken from them. I've walked through it with my fellow brethren here in the community in different places, and it's not a question of everybody accepting it, but to be able to put forward an idea like that and then see what comes back in terms of consumption, for me to effectively onboard what other people think of the idea is, you know, I could take that and then say publicly to these guys, hey guys, I think this is what we're looking at and this is why. So confidence is something. Go ahead, please.
Just the like Well, one, I guess that it's like it takes two people to have the conversation, and that it's each one of them is an arc sort of that interjoins, and then the listener gets to hear like some kind of completed circle of a thought. Let's say, maybe, hopefully, we're not circular reasoning while we're doing it. If I can remember what I was gonna say, but what am I gonna say? Yeah, was yeah. I think it's I'm having a brain fart right now. But what were you? It's based off what you were talking about. So
One thing that you said, right, where there's two people, right, in the conversation they're having, it takes two people to talk. That's what's stated in Scripture. Where there are two, there I am, right? Meaning the Creator saying, I'm present. There's two people there, I'm present. I believe the Creator is always
so
present,
that's
but
like
like,
you have the verse and it's conversing with itself, sort of. It's a converse. Chuck Taylor All Star.
Love it.
So whereby like you just have a conversation with somebody, strike off a conversation on any given topic, like then information starts to happen about it, right? Like we start to know what each other know about it, and then we build like a conversation. That's where it all starts. So whether or not that leads anywhere somewhere directly, or it just gets somebody else to consider a point, it's got its own equal value. So regardless of like when if we're talking about like in the 90s maybe, and you're having conversations with people about UFOs, what are we really talking about? Is there other life? What is consciousness like? We're asking like different questions, you know what I mean? Or it leads us really through a subconscious thing that's maybe too difficult for us to make public, or to be so front loaded in our cognitive mind, that they kind of like sleeping things in our consciousness, you know what I mean? We have to like let them sort of mingle slowly if we're going to get into it somehow, and it's just everybody's process is how it is. But you have to have someone else to converse with, or else that idea just kind of becomes locked in space, frozen or whatever. So conversation.
Well stated, dude.
Yeah, in today's world, it's really hard to find a place where people can come with, totally antithetical ideas and lifestyles and cultures, and be able to have real dialogue. And it's almost ironic that one of the best places I know of to do that is on an app called Discord, which is here.
Hell yeah.
And if I seem dickish at all when I'm like modding, it's just because I just want to protect this place, and I want the good people here to be able to, not get so frustrated that they just feel like they don't want to come around. Because this is gold right now. Like, being able to have these conversations is gold.
Talk about it, honestly. Because growing up, I was always that kid that was, look what I found, and you're just like running around trying to show people like what you found, whatever, right? You come across a discovery, you're like, and it's like, hey, I can just click that blue and gray button, whatever it is, on my phone or on my computer. I can come into a group here, and at some point, obviously being respectful of the conversation at hand, I could be like, hey guys, look what I found. And somebody's always willing to talk to me about it. Ha!
Yeah.
I have a green button. How'd you get a gray one?
I'm special. I'm helping.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just think like even though like I might have like problems with the moon map thing, but that doesn't mean it's not like an engaging conversation with engaging ideas and contemplation to be had. That can be rewarding, And so for conversation, or as a conversation starter, I think it's really good. And then I think everybody, they kind of have to, I don't know, you have to go your own route, I think, with what.
Sure. And that's what's the biggest thing with this entire thing is like you may see it. Oh, sorry,
yeah.
Snaps.
But yeah, you're starting to try to test it too, which is good. You know what I mean? Like you're now paying attention to it. I think it's just the process. It's the process, you know.
Exactly.
It's not over in an instant. You can't. There's no royal road to like the answer to answer your fucking infinite questions, right? So you just got to walk the path.
The moon map, yeah, doesn't favor the shape of the Earth. I mean, the Earth can be whatever shape it wants, and the moon could just be like a collection, some kind of convergence point of energies being shown in the sky. It's not what's the word? Particular to the Earth being flat.
Synonymous.
What's that? So, yeah, it's not. Well, no,
Synonymous.
it's not. Yeah, that's
Exclusive.
Exclusive. There it is. But it makes you wonder, what are these stars and these things, these energies in the sky? Like, what are they? What effects are they having on us and the things around us? Like, what measurable effects are they having? Because we know that with the one model we're given the infinite universe where there's just galaxies and stars forever, and it's eternally just stars upon stars that we would see that the whole sky would just be bright white, but that's not the case. So we know that these are energy points in the sky at a certain place. I'm not even sure if they're at a certain place though. Like, I don't know if they're even at that specific place, or if it's just something from the sun being projected in an energy from the sun being projected somewhere else into the sky, just like almost like nodes.
So what's the neutrino connection? If JAY is to be believed about neutrino emission from the moon, or the connection between the imprint of light or whatever, like if we're to believe him on that stuff, spectroscopy, all that hocus pocus, like
well, did you?
Yeah, what's the connection, right? It's like we know that Clark Kent and Superman changing the phone booth. We know the phone booth's got something to do with it. But what's the
So there's this new thing that came out where they say neutrinos now are affected by light. I don't know if did you guys see that? Are you up on your neutrino stuff?
So neutrinos react to light, you're saying? Moonlight or sunlight?
I said they can be affected by light. I don't know. This was a pop sci article, so who knows? Ghost particles, neutrinos, and then in quotes, ghost particles can interact with light after all. So I guess they're calling neutrinos ghost particles.
Like they behave like particles but have no mass or physicality. They're just energy then? They're not virtual particles.
Well, it's according to a new calculation.
But they behave like particles, but can you get a bunch of neutrinos in a mass? Like, no, right? They're like high energy emissions or something.
It's you got to get a really powerful magnetic field.
You can't condense it down to a solid form.
You can't have neutrinos without a container.
Bars.
Yeah, but the magnetic field is the container.
Same.
Well, that's why
we have
gradients.
I was watching this debate with Spurs with Chemo from like 3 years ago. He's debating PhD Tony and Fight the Flat Earth. They pulled out, Chemo is not about you can't have gas pressure without a container. They pulled out plasma and said, here you go. And then they were like, there's your gas pressure without a container. Unbelievable.
Saying that plasma was a gas?
Yeah, they were saying plasma, ionized gas, not gas, ionized gas. Two different things. Like if you have a triangle and a spherical triangle, obviously they're two different things. The spherical triangle is not the triangle.
Anyways, I was outdoor dashing. Would I miss anything good?
Well, I don't think we need a container for this atmospheric pressure. Right? It's just like I think it's just like a like energy, right? It's just like yeah,
There has to be some kind of mechanism keeping it in, no matter where you stand.
It just doesn't have the energy to go any higher. It doesn't have
we
the
can't DoorDash without containers. Simple as that.
Thanks. I did 50 something bucks today. Not bad, little morning. Before work. Which I had a dream about you last night. You gave me a I was starving. You gave me a sandwich, bro. Good looking.
I got you, bro.
No doubt. That was key right there. I needed that.
We can't have really anything without a container.
Can you have a container without a container?
Like, can't have people without containers. Can't have sodas without containers. You know what I mean? Can't have horses. Refrigerators. Fuck. But
So seriously, I missed anything this morning?
No.
Nothing happened while I was gone.
Upside Down was bringing up some good points with some troll guy, but he was making some progress, but then he got muted or something.
AJ.
I was gonna say, I bet that went nice and smooth.
Oh yeah, no, that's completely accurate the way that it was described in that way, and is no way in the opposite. Not even the opposite. No, both of them were just being ridiculous. I don't get the sassiness. You know,
it's Australian, dude.
No, it's just
I
like
think, you know,
when I hear a man getting like sassy, it's fucked up. Excuse my language, but it's not chill.
To me, it's like all the good Australians are a bit sassy.
I don't think Bandsaw was that. Where the fuck is Bandsaw
I know,
at?
He could get sassy. Yeah. Yeah, he could get a little sassy. But it was like manly sass. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, it all just translates to me to like Valley Girl. That's just what I hear. I'm like, oh no, the spirit of the Valley Girl is upon him.
Yeah.
Pray for him.
Well, it's, you know, this is a more napkin on your lap type of chat room than others might be within this topic.
I know, dude. We're bringing it back.
Trying to have manners, right?
Exactly. We're bringing it back, dude. Manners. We're not. Nobody needs to be. You know. You can just talk. You don't have to be like me, where I'm like practically monotone, but you know.
I've been a little bristly to Xanax here and there, but
I'm the worst offender here. In my opinion.
It's not like he listens to anything I say anyway. It's like the only thing he does here. If I say something mean. Anyway. Yeah, I'm hoping that guy stops in here. That'd be cool, man.
What guy? Not the guy from yesterday you're talking about, right?
No, I went to the weed store today. I talked to a weed guy, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm on a podcast thing, listening to it right now, but you wouldn't be into it." And I was like, "It's conspiracy theory stuff. You wouldn't be into it." And then he goes, "Hey," and he goes, "Hey, man, don't call it conspiracy theorist." And I said, "Oh, so you mean information theorist?" And, you know, and then we like locked eyes for a second, and then it was all good. But yeah, he was like, the Earth is flat, and he was talking about all this stuff, and yeah. But he's like conscientious. He's like following a lot of this war stuff. So I don't know what kind of mainstream media like.
Well,
other
you're both
shit.
you both should be on the same page. You're both smoking the same government weed. So
Yeah, and then he lit up a cone. He's like, let's just light up a cone right now, and just busted open like a pre-roll and just like blazed in there, and we're just shooting the shit. I was talking about Dayton Miller. I was talking about Dayton Miller, and I had like pieces of paper. I had like planes, like different planes of paper, and I'm like, I got like 3D chess going on right now, like fucking smoking this roach in my mouth. Just fucking, that was awesome. I never meet people like that in real life, so I don't know if this qualifies as real life.
yeah, no, they are everywhere. Yeah, no, it's not. It's just taken over. It's to the point where I think I was saying it last week. It's not even shocking. People are like, yeah, it probably is flat, probably.
I mean, for heads that are like realists and in tune with reality, and they know the government's lying to them, and it's all and they know that there's these elite people that are calling the shots on Earth. Like, nothing would shock me at this point. Like fake alien invasions, AIDS, zombie AIDS, like whatever. Like nothing would even shock me at this point. I would never be like, no. Like I'd never do that because it's like, just I don't know. I can see anything now.
We'll see.
We should all get really good at CGI and start pumping out fake alien videos on Instagram and TikTok. Just flood the market and literally just price the government out. I mean, I think we can do a bit better than NASA, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we would do it crude if we just do it because, like, if you look up these like UFOs on night vision goggles, like certain things, like got like 1 million views on that shit, like banking. We'll fake alien shit. We'll put it into flat Earth research. You know what I mean?
Nah, but then we just reveal we're like, hey guys, this is all CGI. This is just what a bunch of flat earthers were able to come up with in their mom's basement.
Sickest idea ever.
I don't know. It's just like we've done it with the whole planets thing. There's been flat earthers out there who just like, just like take a picture of their marble countertops or something, or like a rusty dish, and just and like zoom in and put a black circle, or like whatever. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
it's science UFO the hell out
videos,
of it.
Guys. Yeah, flat Earth, donate it for the resistance. If you're the resistance,
resistance.
Yeah, we fake UFO videos to convince people that they're not on a spinning ball. Yes,
dude.
Yo, if we had every. God,
no, you.
How many conspiracy theories do you think there are on Earth in one way or another? Just ballpark it.
80% of the population.
Ballpark?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I think conspiracies happen all the time. Two people get into an elevator and see a third person down the hall. They like look at each other, and one of them just goes and presses the door close button.
Real quick, yeah.
But
you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. I think conspiracies can be nonverbal too.
Kind of like the big ones, the moon landings, flat Earth, JFK, shit like that, fluoride.
I think the biggest conspiracy of all is that everything is going to be okay. Like that's the real trap for most conspiracy people, is they're just like, oh, it's happening all the time. They're lying. And it's like, actually the biggest conspiracy is that everything's going to be fine. Just keep grinding, keep working hard, and you'll see the fruits.
Yeah. The truth is the biggest lie.
Yeah. Like everything's literally fine. You guys, it's going to be good.
I hope so. Right now, I'm only worried about Wisted taking me out with his HK when I turn into his AIDS zombie.
Oh, dude, don't. Yeah, zombies that can bang, that would be scary. If the zombies
Well, I
are
didn't drink
chasing
the
you.
juice. I mean, did you have to drink the juice to beat a zombie, or?
I don't know, dude. I don't have
As
a
long as
MAC
they're
address.
just eating you or whatever, that's fine. Yeah, as long as they don't do anything like creepy.
Dude, I think the real zombies are like, it's not the dead attacking the living, it's the living attacking the dead. You know? It's like you are like all these people trying to fight these things that are literally just like already dead, like they're not actually threats. You know, like people go out and they like try to fill these holes with materialism. They're trying to like fight like the whole of materialism, and that's just, I mean, it's just a dead product. Like you don't need to fight yourself to death. Just let go and just try to figure something else out.
The whole thing is like a weird cartoon on, like, I guess, mortality. The fact that, just for infinity time, people just keep dying, and we just have this like cycle of dying. So, mortality is fundamental. So, sort of turning that on its head, it's like, I don't know, things just devolving into chaos is like what happens just like over generations or whatever. So there's some kind of connection, I think, that I'm not able to make, but I think there's something more to zombies than just like the narrative of like the undead or something like that.
Yeah, it's the mob. It's like mob rule. That's how I see it. In a lot of ways, it's democracy.
Zombie bureaucrats.
Hey, if you guys have an hour to listen, Witsit will lay out the zombies for you.
I would rather.
I mean, I'm good. I did the whole zombie thing like back in 2014. I thought I was like really into zombies. I had a bunch of guns. I think I'm good. I'm more afraid of robots than zombies, dude. But honestly, I'm not afraid, not afraid or worried. I'm just more like skeptical that that's what they would go for is robots over zombies. Because,
But like, couldn't we just like drug them or something? Like get them high on LSD or something, and it would be useless.
Well, here's what I think.
Judgment.
Well, go ahead.
Judgment Day is inevitable, dude. I would be more worried about the robots and the zombies too. Exactly. That shit is 99.9% robots are going to be running the show someday.
Why do you keep trying to make sure that they are?
Judgment Day, man. It's going to be a great one.
When the robots.
Dude,
I'm just trying to raise awareness.
Dude.
As am I, friend. As am I. My favorite.
Robots
just need a hose. Just get a garden hose. Spray the robot.
Get some
It'll
pimps.
fritz. They'll go on the
I would
fritz.
just really try to focus on our eyes because that's what they have been actively doing to try to confuse our eyes, which is a big thing in how God works. So, my opinion only, but based on a lot of different pieces of evidence, I would just say we need to focus on that because that's the main target of their confusion over us. I think in this round, at least for this one.
Dude, robots would be really cool because then you wouldn't have to like shoot people. I mean, in terms of like if you want to do a war or whatever.
Well,
I mean, I guess if they're both soulless, that's a very fine line.
Let's get a little bit more realistic here because bipedal robots are not necessarily by default going to be cheaper or more expedient than a four-legged hound type robot creature that would be running after you about 35 miles an hour. You got a sawed-off shotgun, but I don't know if that's going to do the trick. What are you going to use? Take out charging
holes,
robot dog.
Big holes and tarps.
Hell yeah, booby traps.
Yeah, honestly,
I like this. Yeah.
Or if it's a hologram, because they would most likely save the most money by doing just a stupid ass hologram, which is super easy to spot, and then I wouldn't have to worry about nothing. Just put a little prayer on it or something.
Starfort embankments. City
Dude, if I don't know.
When the robot dogs can just recreate
this
themselves.
conversation is wonderful. Yeah, let's talk more about this spiritual upcoming war that's upon us that we have no choice in. Yeah.
All you need is like a robot factory that just like robots itself and just keeps printing more robots out, and then you've got a problem. But Elon Musk is helping this happen every day.
I think the robots are going to need.
I don't even know if he's real.
Yeah, Elon Musk is a robot. That's an android.
The hologram known as Elon Musk is making this happen every day.
So is his counterpart, the Twitter lady that he just put his hologram in a wig for.
Don't you agree?
I didn't see that. I don't watch a lot
The
of news,
one
but
photo of the woman, the so-called woman, the one photograph of her, just look at it and then laugh and then come back.
right on. Now, robots would not be that tight. Any kind of war would not be tight. I'm hoping they just try to like keep the whole thing running smoothly, and I can just do my best to find some nice land and build a beautiful community and avoid all the garbo.
For the robot dogs to overtake.
I mean, good luck,
your
dude.
delicate, horticulturally grown, sustainably harvest heirloom tomato garden be trampled by robot carnage dogs.
I'd much rather robot dogs than men with guns. I just don't want to kill anybody, I think that's pretty important. But robots? Dude, I'll blast on robots all day.
You give a shout out to Snacks because he said the word tomato literally as I was putting slices of tomato on my sandwich. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, I do this all the time. Oh, you do that too. And I think actually you and Platypus did that one time.
Yeah,
We were
that's
doing the
happened
same
a couple
thing, same
times.
thing. And I did that one time with Platypus. And so like now the triangle's complete. Long live the triumvirate of things.
Yeah, that's just it. I don't mess around with those synchronicities. I always got to pay that card for it. So I think it's absolutely amazing when it happens. Shout out to you, Snakes. That one with Lat. I was preparing a mango one day to eat, and he's like, "I'm drinking a mango drink." What the hell? Awesome.
Oh, mangoes. Yeah, it was zip ties last time with me and Platypus.
Yeah.
So
and now tomatoes. Wow.
You know, zip ties. Maybe there's a common thing. We got mangoes, tomatoes, and zip ties.
I'm about to make shaman circle. Do you think about any of that stuff, like being a native or being confused for a native Platypus? Do you think about like medicine wheels and you know, setting it up?
Well, I am
prayer circles, things like that.
Yeah, no, I am indigenous to South America a little bit. I got a percentage of that in me. That's confirmed, but not to North America.
Okay.
But it's in terms of like medicine wheels and like prayer stuff.
I just meant more like
from my perspective, all the gods
Yeah.
exist. The Hindu gods exist. The Chinese gods exist. Zeus, Kronos, Aphrodite. All these gods, they are real, but they are not. They are little g gods. They're not meant to be worshipped. Do you get benefits from worshiping them? Absolutely, but you also get the consequences that come with worshiping a creation. That's my understanding of it. Some people would say that that makes me like a pantheist, but I disagree. I would still consider myself a monotheist. Just with the acknowledgement that ingratiating with these beings, for sure, that will get you somewhere. I don't know if it's a place you necessarily want to go. Look at most of the civilizations that had those as their idols. It did not go so well for them. They're actually not even really around. It's kind of just a cringy thing that people do on the internet. So yeah, you just got to be careful.
The cringian people.
I mean, and yeah, I don't mean to. Well, I was mainly referring to has anybody met somebody that like worships Zeus recently? That's kind of what I didn't mean about like the contemporary religions of the world. I just meant like I haven't heard anybody being like, "Oh yeah, I pray to Mithra,"
By the way, nobody's really into Mithra anymore. Openly, he's like, I'm a Mithraist, or I don't even know what they would call themselves. That's how rare it is that people are into that. But when I was talking to the guy at the weed store, I was like, yeah, Zoroastrianism. He's like, bro, Zoroastrianism. I was like, yes. And so, we both agreed that it's sort of the undergirding sort of religion before recognized other religions sort of accumulated somehow.
Yeah, that's super interesting to study. Like, what were religions called? How did these people refer to themselves? To themselves, like who subscribe to that religion, like in those times. Super interesting.
Yeah, I have a friend who says, he believes in like I think it's like Zeus maybe or Thor. I don't know. Norse mythology maybe. Like legitimately into that stuff.
Yeah, I got a friend who calls himself a pagan as well.
Yeah.
I think all that stuff to me seems to be very parallel running to the Egyptian setup. But where like Odin is Osiris and Thor.
Odin, that's it. Yeah, that's who he says.
Horus
That's
is
his god.
Thor. Like
That's
Thor
his
is
guy.
Thor is that Horus or Aurus. You know what I mean? It seems a little bit like times going on here. I don't know. Like
I mean,
Thor is also like the swinging hammer, and then I think that's got its own kind of like symmetries to like Vedic cosmologies and stuff like that. So the Scandinavian stuff almost seems like they had some kind of contact with the template, at least, of Vedic cosmology, and then altered it over time.
I mean, like generally when I have conversations with my pagan friends about these things, like the similarities between ancient cultures or religions or like the validity, it's like it'll tend to go where he's like, yeah, I think, Odin is God and like is a god and is real. And I was like, yeah, I agree. He is a god, little g, and is real. And then I'll be like, I believe, I'm a Christian. I believe Jesus was God and is God. And then he'll be like, oh yeah, like I don't believe that he was like even a real person or that he was like represented by the stars. And it's like, so that's usually how that conversation goes down for me.
It's just funny, like we put it in this narrative, like these are familial things, you know what I mean? The father god, the mother god, the baby god, you know what I mean? Like what they all did, you know what I mean? In many of these like theologies and stuff, and that's just like we're kind of subsumed by that because like we're familial beings, you know what I mean? So like we have to kind of contemplate it in these sort of broad ways, right? We can't say like just assign like letters and numbers to this and that and creation and stuff like that, like because it also like reinforces family too, right? Like if you think about lessons in the Bible or whatever, or like the relationship between like Jesus and his father, like is sort of a template for other people to have relationships with their own earthly fathers or to treat their sons like in this kind of way, right? So
yeah, the importance of the nuclear family is stressed pretty highly in most religions. I think that's because most people were able to recognize that the nuclear family is what keeps humanity going, which is why it's kind of funny now. You have like the whole same-sex marriage thing, like the destruction of the nuclear family. Is like this is an attack on ourselves. Like people are just hurting themselves. It's unfortunate.
yeah, but I guess like even like Tammuz and that, the stuff of the Hittites and the Abyssinians, and you know what I mean, like shit that comes out of like the Near East and things like that. We're in some way like geographically connected with people that have like Vedic backgrounds or something like that, and there's probably trade and travel, and where travel goes, stories go, and where stories go, like, oh, this is from what my people believe in my lands. You know what I mean? Like interchanges exist, and empires rise and fall, like different things become popular or not. People emigrate or fucking exodus, they're out or whatever. Like all these different diasporas occur. So it's like it makes sense to just start fresh. Like so. I don't know who exactly the original Scandinavians were that like laid down, all their mythology, but it does seem to be heavily derived from like other things in that general area, and even to where like Isis, I think, is a bit reminiscent of their like goddess. I forget her name actually right now. It's out of the Prose Edda or whatever. Been a long time, but she's got like this relationship to cats, just like Isis does, and it's like it's within the same templates. You know what I mean? I think that's one thing that, like, I don't know. Even though the Bible itself is like sort of a portable civilization in a way, like you could just kind of run everything based on it if you like. Or that's what sort of these books sort of try and become, you know, like a portable library of, you know, folk logic and moral tellings and, you know what I mean, history and, you know, ancient things or powerful, whatever, all that stuff. Like, so that's a really interesting, like, technology to have to make something more, like, you know, if you didn't have like television and, you know, undersea cables and shit. So, yeah, was that become like a sort of self-reinforcing society? So you don't really require like law to jump in if like everybody's kind of following the letter of what's in the book, and that's a pretty good deal, I guess. Could be if you're into that kind of thing. But there's like such power like for surveillance now. It's like incredible, you know. So it's like almost like anybody could just be doing whatever they want to. So like religious states don't really necessarily need to exist for order to maintain, because, you know, but just by virtue of being able to wiretap everybody, it's like we can do critical threat analysis and stop things before they happen, or whatever the fuck that might be happening, presumably, or fake it so that it doesn't happen too. You know what I mean? Like take this team out.
Do you watch Sam Harris? Or no, not Sam Harris. No, fuck that guy. What's his name? Johnny Harris.
No.
Okay.
Or maybe I've seen like one interview by that person. Maybe not. Is he English?
No. He's like this. He's this white dude. Just an American.
Nah. Good.
No. Well, the thing is, the whole undersea cable thing is really interesting because currently the United States and China are like, they're having to lay double. They're laying duplicates basically of wires because we cannot share wires with like cables with China. China will spy on us and all this and that or whatever through the cables. So, you know, for all the cables that America is laying down, China is laying down double. And there's this web of of undersea cables that goes throughout the oceans all over the world. And to me, that seems very like foreshadowing, because I feel like we're going to have this like American internet Western internet versus Eastern internet, Western economy versus Eastern economy. Like all economy is pretty much done through electronics these days. And if they just decided to like start trading digitally and get off the dollar and just get on their own internet, that would be kind of crazy. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I mean, so yeah, I mean, everybody talks about, or, you know, SC talks about, you know, America outsourcing military contracts to China or whatever. But I would say that it's inherently possible that they'd be outsourcing information farming to China, like that the U.S. is like paying like Chinese companies or American-owned companies in China that employ Chinese people to spy on Americans, because it like gets out of the way of any kind of like legal action. It's like a third party doing it, you know, and just covertly filtering it, or not covertly, you know, whatever. They're studying people's eye tracking on TikTok. I mean, it's like, it's crazy, bro. Crazy.
Yeah, it's good to get off of the video.
Hey, Napalm, I heard your little shot earlier, buddy.
What?
Zombie land.
If you'll give Witted an hour, he'll explain.
Hey, I was being generous. I'm sure it's probably more like 2. So
It's pretty funny, actually. Version. Yeah. All right, cool, man. Go back on mute. It does take a lot to unpack it, man. You chill out.
You have a propensity to go on.
No, honestly, I'd be willing to listen if.
Nah.
No, I was
I
gonna
was
say
just
if you did like a
being
video
facetious
about it.
because he's gone over it quite a bit in the past week, so I was
Man,
just
I haven't
joking.
Yeah,
done
no, I keep like forcing it into combos too. Like there'd be
Yeah,
something
out of
completely
nowhere.
unrelated. I'm like,
Out
oh
of
yeah, but
nowhere.
what are you gonna do about the zombies though?
So what do you guys know about Marburg? Let me tell you something.
I'm just gonna do a stream on it, so I don't have to keep talking about it. It's all good.
No, I think that's a great idea. I would definitely listen to it.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Who knows what these psychos have in store for us, guys? I mean, you know.
All I know is if I was a crazy ruler, I think it'd be awesome to like remote control people. What could be better than that? It would be like Call of Duty, only instead of playing as the person killing the zombies, you're actually playing as the zombies.
Yeah, that's spooky.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see that if everybody's that did the thing has got like a MAC address or something. That's that's pretty
That's
terrifying.
Did you guys know that? You know the whole MAC address thing. Did you know that? I can't remember what car manufacturer it was. It was maybe Toyota, but they had to pay like billions of dollars, I think, because either billions or like 400 million. I can't remember, something crazy, because they had unknown MAC addresses for their Bluetooth, and it's against, you can't do that. It's against the rules, if you will. So they had to pay a crazy fine. So that's what makes that whole thing weird, is that they're unknown. I mean, think about it, if you have like a Bluetooth, right? When you go connect to your speaker outside, like it's named, right? I mean, if it's unknown, what good is it? You don't even know what it is. How can you connect to it? So like the random occurrence of hundreds and hundreds of unknown MAC addresses in public settings now is pretty weird. But
Do you
whatever.
think that there's like a spiritual aspect to any of this technology? That it's like technology fused with the supernatural, so to speak?
Yeah, I think that's where they got the technology. And further than that, as in like, yeah, maybe have to do with the part of your brain and body that lights up with certain experiences. I don't really know, man.
Do you
Hard
think
to
that
tell.
this is part of the symbology of the iron and the clay within the vision, the statue that
Yes. Daniel.
Was that Daniel, right?
Yep. My answer is yes. I think it's related. I'm not going to say it's the entirety of it, but yeah. And what's interesting is if you look at the word iron, throughout all the scriptures, there's two different derivatives of iron. And one of them means mixed iron. The other one just means iron. And the only place the mixed iron, so like a synthetic mixed fortified iron, basically like mixed iron, the only place that's used in the entire scriptures is in Daniel. It's used like 28 times in Daniel, which is interesting, right? Because they put a lot of fortified synthetic iron in everyone, and then it's so magneto-reactive. It's used for nanotech to assimilate. So I think it's possibly related. Yeah, I mean, what's surprising, the scriptures are like mind-blowingly precise and accurate, because it happens a lot. So.
Yeah, I'm also on board with that. Like the whole clay thing, it's like clay is pretty much just silica, and that's what they're making these chips out of. These like this smart dust stuff.
Well, I think the idea is, he says that he's the potter, we're the clay, and so you're mixing it with mixed synthetic iron, and it can't work that way. Is at least one of the interpretations, Because it actually talks about this, like mixing and tainting the seed in Daniel, right after that. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Hey, if you ever want to get a taste of freedom, Platypus, you can come out to Florida and chill with us. We have a guest room. I'm just kidding, kind of.
Oh, for real, Platypus. If you want to, you're talking about community and stuff like that. There's, let's just say, there's some benefit to a state other than the one that you're residing in. I mean, I wouldn't suggest that anybody moves to the state of Florida. It's actually horrible. Everybody stay away.
Yep.
But I'm just saying, Platypus.
I will say some of your input is one of the main reasons that we did come. So, fellow Floridians had you to thank for adding to the population.
Dang it.
No, I lived in Florida for
Can't
about a
believe the
month.
borders open.
I definitely have the option to move back. I am part of a very small community, but it's growing here in California, and it's really nice. I think maybe these Californians need some people like me, you know, spread the love around.
That's a decent point.
Yeah, respect. We'll be sure to once we get a community up and running, ship you the oranges that you use for juice, and you can ship us the oranges that we eat.
Dude,
Yeah, they got
I want to do
good-looking
like
orange.
permaculture workshops and like flat Earth workshops, dude. I think this is just the beginning, man. We're in the very early stages of a huge awakening.
Would you say it's an Earth awakening?
Yeah, I would say. Like, okay, there's a lot of liberal people out here, right? But a lot of them got their viewpoints in like the first 4 months of like college, or because they like watched like a Hollywood show. When you get those people out in the field, planting trees, working animals, sharing meals, it really breaks down a lot of the BS and allows people to connect on a more human level. And the goal is not to agree on absolutely everything at the end of the day. It's to just not have antithetical lifestyles, to not be like this, destroy each other just by existing next to each other. Because that is the case for a lot of places right now. But I think we can fight it with love. That's what I'm trying to do.
Slow. Let me ask you about what you think about the sort of technological future. So UFOs and all of that sort of advanced technology is all over the internet. But what do you think about? Is that a deviation from what you'd imagine as a better way forward? Just genuine question.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Plugged
If
in
you
my.
wanna... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I plugged in my my phone into my car, and it like muted the whole situation. Pete, I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
No, I was just going to ask you, what about a technological future inclined? So there's all this talk about UFOs, advanced technologies. So imagine, for instance, that we were told it was possible to survive on a pill that provided all of the genuine essential necessities for our sort of superstructure. You know what I'm saying? And then we could advance in different areas. What do you think about that as a route forward?
Like
in terms of
Barbarella?
an awakening, a greater awakening, yeah.
As much as I like the idea of like magic pills and infinity energy machines, I think that's not why we're here. I think that there are benefits to the idea of a world where we don't have to work and we could just work on like being creative or whatever. That's nice. but I don't think we would be as creative if we didn't have all the like struggles that we would. Now I don't mean like some of the human on human struggles, but just like having to like cut down trees and chop firewood and run livestock, like the struggles that come with just maintaining a balance with nature is enough to be creative and to create all the wonderful works of art that we have. Like I don't know, I think the struggle is real, and I think it's necessary.
It's an interesting topic, isn't it? Because what you talked about there involves the destruction, cut down trees, husbandry in terms of animal products. So it doesn't. Life involves death in some greater sense, but maybe that's what we become beyond now. Do you know what I'm saying? And maybe that's now we see our bodies in a different form. That there are different matters. Now it's time for our mind to expand in terms of the future possibilities, as opposed to reverting back to those. You paint a lovely picture. I'd love it myself. That idyllic sort of farming setting, community, all acting in sort of in love and harmony. But you know what I'm saying? Is that the true nature of our existence? Then I'm not sure. I'm not so sure.
The rat utopia experiment.
This is all associated though with the ball.
I would point to that as well.
History. We're thinking about the ball earth. Let me just say this, Dice, because it's still ingrained in our minds, some of the things we've learned. But the ball earth history and the evolution of man is still ingrained in a lot of us. So if there's a completely different story in play and we're coming to find it out, guess where does that lead us?
You're talking to Platypus, not Dicelo, by the way.
I beg your pardon. I always get loads of people mixed up. I beg your pardon, Platypus. Sorry about that, bud.
No worries.
I beg your pardon, honestly, I do.
No, it's all fine. Don't worry about it.
It's interesting the words we use as well, the husbandry, tending a farm. It's all very interesting, but I wonder just where exactly we fucking come from. Do you know what I mean? And maybe our future doesn't involve decay and destruction. It involves more constant amelioration. Maybe that's it. There's no more need for death, in a sense. What about that with the Brave New World?
Well, you're somewhat on the precipice of knowing, but the world will end by fire. And for those certain few, will have eternal life.
Sounds bad. Would you want eternal life handed to you?
I would. Pete, if I could just give a whack at what you're saying here. I think you're focused a little too much on the death and the destruction, and I think that the key to that misunderstanding is the general understanding of sacrifice. When somebody thinks of a sacrifice, say like the term sacrificial lamb, or you have to sacrifice this in your life to be better, they're thinking too much in the negative, in the death of the animal, in the destruction of the thing that is being sacrificed, because sacrifice is really about consumption. You sacrifice and then you consume the animal, right? And the consumption is so important, because even if you're sacrificing something in your life, like let's say, you're going to quit drinking or whatever, once you've made the sacrifice, you consume the fruits of the sacrifice.
You're talking about the sacrificial I am.
Kind of,
No,
yeah. I mean,
not lamb.
Sacrificial ram, excellent snack. Sacrificial ram, R-I-am. Yeah.
Well, you don't eat the sacrifice. That's why it's called a sacrifice.
Sometimes you sacrifice.
Well, in the most important sacrifice you do, you consume of the body and the blood of Christ. That's really what I'm like kind of trying to refer to, is like, what was the best sacrifice?
Oh,
was the one where it wasn't about the death, it was about the that's kind of what I'm trying to nail down.
Yeah. But I mean, in sacrifice, like tithing, for example, we're blessed by our faith. So, but when we sacrifice to God, or at least when we used to, we gave him our first fruits. We didn't eat of it. We gave it to him. And in return, he blessed us.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah, but when you tithe and give money, though, right? You're giving all this money away. I mean,
well, tithing wasn't originally money.
The tithing is 90 to 10 or 9 to 1, 9 1
You guys hear
1.
me?
Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I guess the whole thing that I was kind of trying to like circle back to was by making sacrifices in your own life for the glorifying of God and to like help yourself be better love your neighbor and love God, you will have control, a little more control than you would over a lot of the death and destruction. Because it's going to happen
the
either
problem
way.
with tithing is that
Okay, go ahead.
Jeremy, the problem with tithing.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
problem with tithing.
No, he's fucked, man.
I think he was
Jeremy,
talking
you're
about
fucked.
teething.
Interesting word
Like
itself,
newborn's
snack.
teeth.
T-I-T-H-E.
Born again's tithe, newborn's teeth.
The tides of life, right?
Wow.
Ebb and flow.
Please repeat.
Said the tides of life, the ebb and flow. So the tide or the tides, T-H-I-C-T-I-T-H-E.
Time and tithe wait for no man, but Jeremy returns here. Let's let him try again.
T-R-U-T-H, by the way. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Jeremy's trying to get in, but he's breaking up. He's not coming through.
Breaking up is hard to do.
He's mute right now.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting, the word husbandry? That's what I was going to say as well with farming.
That's for animal
Also go back
husbandry.
to the Bible and the Cain and Abel offering, and how one was cursed and one was blessed in a sense. I wonder what we make of all of this, Snacks.
Well, but it's, animal husbandry is about like reproducing the animal, right? Creating more livestock of that animal.
Yeah.
Livestock, yeah. Oh. Yes.
Well, as long as you have as long as they're alive, you're alive, right? Livestock.
Am I? What does that
Cain
mean?
didn't kill Abel because he was cursed. He killed Abel because Abel's existence threatened his pride. And that's the whole thing from the very beginning. Satan's pride. He fell. The Jews, Jesus's existence threatened their existence. It threatened their pride. They wanted a military, political leader, not a man who rides into town on a donkey, preaching love and speaking in parables.
What's interesting about them was that they ignored the patriarchs, their fathers before, who gave them warnings that they were for example, Levi, Jacob, Abraham, in their last will and testament to their children, they literally warned them, almost all the patriarchs warn that they're going to betray the Messiah and everything, and they still do it because they ignored it.
Let me read this briefly, just from Genesis 1. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. I think all these words are very specific. Anyway, I'm getting to the point. And God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and every other living thing that moves upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed which is upon the face of all of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything has the breath of life. I have given every green plant for food. Okay, there you go. And it was so. It was so. That's telling us, is it not, that we are herbivores. God gave us the fruit. God gave us the fruit of the green of the land.
Originally, we were. That was a blessing. That was the blessing of being in the garden, right? Where we didn't have to raise livestock. We could literally just walk through the garden, just pick something and eat it. It's everything was edible.
After Noah landed back to Earth from the sea and the flood, he did eat meat, and they started to eat meat. afterwards. So it's unclear if before the flood they were just herbivores or if they ate meat too. It's not really clear. But in the garden, they were definitely not eating. They weren't killing or eating anything.
Was there whales in the garden? Was there whales in the garden? Jesus, man! I mean, what's going on? Of course, Adam named all the animals in Genesis too, though. But was there whales in the garden? You don't normally associate whales with gardens.
I mean, it depends on the location, I guess. Who knows?
Well, I mean, who knows
It's
is
not
correct, but
recorded.
what can we make of it? Flat Earth and beyond. I think this is the most vital part of Flat Earth. Is coming to a differing interpretation of all of these words handed down to us. That's what I think.
I think you should.
Yeah.
Wow, dude! There's somebody spray painted on the freeway. V words are killing people. I couldn't say the word, but you know which one I meant. That's spray painted over the 405 right now in Los Angeles. That's pretty crazy. I've never seen that. A big fine if you get caught doing graffiti, dude. You get in a lot of trouble for that. They're willing to risk their butts going to jail over graffiti just to spray paint that. Hat goes off to them. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of graffiti, but yeah, that's hardcore.
When you say the V word, you mean vagina?
Hey,
Vaginas are killing people.
I saw some
killing
stuff
people.
I've seen some flat Earth graffiti on the 405. It was on a
That's
building,
awesome.
but like they must have been hanging off the roof somehow to tag it. It's crazy.
Dude, they're like acrobats as much as they are artists. It's pretty crazy. I follow some tagging crews on Instagram, mainly because they're clearly like. I bet if you go to like some parkour gyms, you'll meet taggers. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't be surprised, Platypus, if that was a government official who put that down in the middle of the night to scare and divide people. Honest to goodness, I wouldn't put anything past the counter in intelligence operational.
Nobody graffitied. Nobody lied.
We will be snacks. What can we do about it? All we can do is have our differing thoughts. How many people do we meet a day in your local vicinity? 20 or 30 at the most. And how many do you engage with seriously and heartfeltly? I would say a handful, if any.
You think the graffiti was faked on? I don't know. It's just a place where it happens.
It happened. Shit happens.
Hey, you know, not everything has to fit within your dodecahedron of ideas.
That's a great one. There's some great dodoisms. El Dodo Ra Dodo is the best one. The city of gold, the thing we're promised in Revelation 21.
Snacks, what did you do, dude?
Yeah, let's.
I threw us into
that's just recognition.
Pete, can we make a safety word with you where like if you start getting a little too heavy-handed with like the symbolism, we can just be like salamander or something and like.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me now, actually, Platypus. Tom York, who was Radiohead. Hang on, bud. Let me just say this, please, because he's goading me at this stage. Tom York, nickname of Radiohead, is Dodo and also Salamander. So unless you knew that, that's.
I had no idea. I don't even know who that is, dude. I'm sorry.
That's
I didn't
so
mean
mad,
to We can make a difference.
It's almost uncanny.
Speaking of mad.
Honestly, yeah, that's uncanny, Dan.
In the world.
We're in God's world now, bud.
You guys know
we left the heliocentrism behind.
Yeah, Pete, you would agree that like technology is just technology. It's not intrinsically good or bad, and it's just about how it's used.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is what I think. Our bodies are technology or biotech, and the most ingenious sort of construction. There are vehicles. So if there's other ways to sort of power a vehicle as opposed to gasoline, which is equivalent to food, right? Well, maybe ether, for instance. Imagine we all became aware of the ether and we changed our vibration, and you suddenly realize, well, hang on. I am beyond. I am the mind within the shell here, and by just changing your frequency in whatever way, well, suddenly you have all the food you need. Your body is most. That's why fasting is referenced so much in the Bible, by the way. I think. Yeah. What about that?
What about that? I don't know. I'm walking in the store, man. Sorry, I'm like super distracted. Our body is biotech, and fasting is mentioned in the Bible or something. I mean, I don't know who said it. Yeah, fasting is mentioned in like every ancient tradition almost.
Yeah, sorry about that bad connection. If anyone can still hear me, I hope I can't hear anyone, and so I just take it as a silent moment. But I will make reference to the book of Thomas and statement 3 of Jesus, which talks about looking without and within. As we see some sort of mirroring or association, and yeah, we can look at these relationships differently in a flat Earth and beyond setting. Go ahead.
Sorry, what'd you say? The book of what?
The book of Thomas. So Jesus' secret saying number 3. Well, he said, if you look for the kingdom in the sky, well, the birds will precede you. If you look for the kingdom in the waters below you, the fish will precede you. Rather, you should look for the kingdom without and within. So, yeah, just there's more to it than that. But, yeah.
You think this was Jesus' one of Jesus' secret sayings? My microphone or my audio is a little bad here.
The book of Thomas.
Is it?
The book
You
of
think
Thomas.
it is?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. You ever heard the book of Thomas, bud?
It's a Gnostic work.
Listen, what does that mean?
It means it's not scripture, or it's not.
Canonical.
It was created from the sect of Gnostics.
Yeah. Right. So there's a standard for evidence, and apparently their scriptures aren't good enough. Why trust any scripture at that point?
Well, because there's a threshold and a theological measure that we use. So if you come up and say, "Hey, I found the writings of so and so," we would look at it and compare it to scripture, and if it doesn't line up theologically, then it is not true. So if you start raising,
scripture makes it true is what I was kind of getting at.
Sorry, say it again.
What about it just being scripture gives it a truth value?
Well, that's a faith thing. But we have other history of writings, even before the New Testament, like Ezra, for example, one of the prophets, translated the Old Testament into from Hebrew to Aramaic, and in doing so, he wrote other writings, other books as well at that time. And the Lord told him the amount of books that need to be in the canon, which will be given to everyone. And then there's a certain other number of books that would be for the wise and for those who want more exposition, more wisdom through the regular Bible.
Okay.
So through tradition mainly. So it's through tradition passed down from father to son and going on through ages. We scrutinize any work that we would find. So like the Dead Sea Scrolls, we found these scrolls and it has taken us from 1938 till now and even beyond from now to translate, to check, verify, these works, what they say, what are they talking about, who's writing it, so it's like a very, very long
I think they
process.
were found after. I think they were found after 1938, but I don't think it was 1938 the Dead Sea Scrolls were found.
Well, we found some in the Qumran caves, but we have been finding more since 1938. So the end of the 3-Day War that Israel had when they reclaimed their land.
I think they're all planted there. I think they're all fakes myself.
Yeah, so the claim that God said you'll have this many to write this many books, that's also a faith-based claim that you use to back up why you should follow Scripture. First thing you went to was, well, God said this, and it's just another, faith. Like, where do you get down to actually like nuts and bolts and get the truth out of these things versus appealing to Scripture?
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, like reading any, the Old Testament, the New Testament, I mean, that's ultimately going to take faith, but taking it as a historical document, eyewitness accounts and things, I mean, even historians look at it as truth. So, I mean, there's a portion of it that is historical, that's reliable, factual, that you could compare to life now.
Okay, well,
and then there's a faith base. So,
yeah, biblical scholars might tell you that it's a historical document, but what historians actually say about it?
They aren't telling us it's anything. They're just writing. We see it as historical documents because it is history, because these documents are dated to just after the time, like let's say the New Testament, for example. The New Testament copies that we have, the manuscripts that we have, is dated from the first century, 30 to 40 years after the death of Jesus. So it's a historical document, and I'm not the one.
Hey, Grizz, hold on just a second. Hold on just a second.
You do realize it was a bunch of books.
Guys, one at a time, guys, please. Hey, yo.
Yeah, I'll go on.
Guys, we gotta go one at a time. Who keeps talking over me? Hey, guys, please go one at a time, please. Let's not clip people and cut them off.
Yeah, I was stepping into mod. I was just gonna say, hey, Grizz, give Demon Stride the room to like finish his full complete thought. I don't know if he was finished before you went on with your answer. Just give him the space to fully finish his thought.
Yeah,
Sorry. Go ahead, Demon
I don't really remember exactly what the end of my question was, but go ahead and let's hear your answer to the thing I didn't complete.
Go ahead, Great. Go ahead, finish off your conclusion.
What did you say before?
Well, just to finish off your point there, so there's lots of validation, and ultimately it's the individual mind that makes their interpretation, all things considered. I guess that's your ultimate point, right?
I don't know what you just said. No, I'm just saying that, to say that it's not historical documents, firstly, is an ignorant statement, because they are historical. I mean, they just are.
Well, the thing about historical documents is there's usually not just like one source. Usually they have a thing called contemporaneous writing. So a lot of people will point to, there's Pontius Pilate who wrote the name Josephus, but that's really the only other contemporaneous writing at the time that would validate this to be factual and or historical.
Dude, every atheist historian worth their salt acknowledges Paul as a valid historical author outside of the Bible as well.
Yeah, same for the four Gospels. Even Bart Ehrman, a prominent atheist who studied the New Testament, he has a doctorate in it, I believe. He would even tell you that the writings of the New Testament of its entirety are solid. They are what they are. They are historical documents addressing
Let God
issues.
be true and every man a liar. Let God be true and every man a liar, bud.
Yeah, well, I would actually point to some of the Bibles that say, Mark, Luke, and John, they don't actually know who the actual author was. But I mean, that's just me going off what the Bible says inside the cover.
Well, we do know who the writers are. We know it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We know who those people are and where they were in history, not just by the New Testament
Come
itself.
on, man.
That's
It's
actually
true.
not true, though.
It is
Come
true.
on, man. What's going
Well,
on?
that's a belief that you have that it's true. But
No, it's not.
me telling you
It's
right
not.
now that me telling you right now, hold on. Me telling you right now that there's the description in a lot of these books saying that they don't actually know who those authors were. Is it the first time you're hearing that?
No, it's not.
Okay. Have you looked into that?
Have you looked into the church history, traditions, the writings of the church fathers in the first, second, and third history in the Ante-Nicene documents? Have you seen those? Have you heard of those?
I'll answer that right after you give me a yes or no.
Well, no, I'm answering your
I
question.
know I asked you. You're not answering my question by asking a question. I asked you if you've looked into whether or not the claim that Mark, Luke, and John were written by Mark, Luke, and John and not actually unknown. I'm asking if you've actually looked into that.
I've looked into the claim that we do not know who Mark and Luke are. I have looked into that.
Actually, who are you, bud? I don't think I've spoken to you before. Who are you, bud?
I'm
You know, there's
Chris.
different opinions here as well, right? You know, there's different points of view here, flat Earth and beyond.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So all of this was delivered to us, justified via the ball Earth reality. Now we come to a flat Earth reality, and the same thing applies. Cross borders. I'm not so sure that can be true. How could it be?
So I don't hold the belief that just because we've awoken or come out of the delusion of the ball Earth that everything is a lie.
You okay? So we can switch to flat if you want. Flat Earth. Do you have any evidence or data for for flatness, or measurement for flatness, or an observation for non-curve that convinced you the Earth is flat? Or do you take this on faith too?
I'm more interested in talking about the Bible right now. I was not trying to change the subject.
Well, are you a ball Earther? Can you just answer me that? Because I've never spoken to you before. Do you believe that you live on a spinning ball Earth is given? It's a yes or no question.
No.
Okay, that's cool, but at least that's something. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Like I don't get the I gotta say this, right? Like the historical bias against the Bible is kind of it's just kind of funny, right? Like, I mean, anthropologists and archaeologists have literally used the scriptures to find things for years. So to deny the historicity of the Bible seems somewhat suspect.
Yeah. Like this isn't something like the ball Earth claim is very new in history of since Jesus was born and died. So it's not like we've been,
yeah. 1 second. Yeah.
It's not like something that we've been lied to for 2,000 years.
Yeah, 1 second. So let me just get in briefly here and just raise something. I haven't thought about this stuff in.
The mute P he was clipping.
Go ahead, Demon Stride.
God damn it! Where was I going with that? God damn it! The history. Oh yeah, that's okay. The historicity. I don't deny that. A lot of the stuff in the Bible, those events, could have taken place. I think more on the lines of people were fooled about certain things, like some of the parlor tricks, and not necessarily certain that miracles ever did happen. I believe that there was most likely a young, venerate Jewish apocalyptic rabbi named Yeshua or Jesus or close, absolutely gained a following, got killed. I don't have any reason to doubt that happened. So, if you're talking that kind of history, it's telling you a pretty vague story about a time when people pass stories around by word. So a lot of the things most likely happened. There's a bit of truth in every story. I don't doubt that.
Well, no, it's the most historically accurate compilation of text that exists. So it's the only text. It's not a book, right? The canon 66 books, and it's compiled over many hundreds of years, over different continents, and over 40 different writers. No book like that exists in the entire world. So for that reason alone, it's worthy of consideration. And then you tag on that it's literally the most historically detailed and accurate compilation of text that exists. It also deserves to be considered.
Baby Witness trying to get in there.
Yeah.
Tell her daddy to shut up.
Right. So the thing I'd question is, if we were to look at history books now, we were to uncover something that wasn't necessarily how we thought of history in the past. We could show it to not be. Do you think our history books would include that new information or not? And likewise, do you think we could do that for the Bible if we uncovered something about the past? Do you think the Bible would be okay as a historical document with correcting itself?
So the Bible has been used. It is the number 1 authoritative book or collection of books that lead archaeologists to discover new locations and buildings and sites that point to history. So that has been going on for hundreds of years. So the Bible proves itself by its claims.
Well, that wasn't actually anything. That wasn't an answer to anything I just said. Like history books we have now, we could uncover new facts about something that we're, learning oh, that's not actually what happened, and they'll rewrite the history book essentially and get it right. Do you think the Bible would be okay if we were to find something out about it and be like, oh, that actually wasn't true, this other thing was? Do you think the Bible, as a historical document, would be able to rewrite itself like that? Would anyone else be okay with it? The body of,
I don't.
No, but wait, can you name something that's been discovered that requires it to be revised?
Oh, if we found something that, well, I guess bodies can't resurrect. They can't walk on water. They can't turn water into wine.
You just completely diverted. We're talking about the historicity of it, and you're saying, well, okay, if we had evidence that the historical claims weren't true, just like history books, we could change it. Then you immediately diverted to how you don't believe in the resurrection.
I didn't hear your question fully, but the slaves to Egypt. So if we were to take the timeline of the Bible and grant Noah's flood, that means that all of civilization would have had to create all the amount of people it would take, A, to have a pharaoh, and then B, to have a slave population to build these pyramids, and to claim that they're all Jews. That's historic. There's no historical evidence that Jews roamed the desert in Egypt for 40 years. So
again, you're not. Your question was, did we discover evidence that shows that the Bible was
I don't
wrong?
have anything.
Okay, so then you didn't give an example. But this is what's funny. When you actually, this is what I'm saying about the bias thing. There's just clearly a bias. Throw all the spiritual claims out, all that. You can go look at hostile witnesses, like the historian for the Egyptians. So, if you wrote something incorrectly, you were killed in Egypt, right? And so he kept records for the pharaoh. You can go look at the guy who literally claims that Egypt was hit with plagues and describes what it says in Exodus and says that the Hebrew people knew some magic word that protected them and allowed them to be able to, their firstborns didn't die, et cetera, et cetera. And it's Yod Hey Vave. They thought it was a magic word. So they described the Hebrews as magicians who were prevented from being attacked during the plague. That dude doesn't believe in the scriptures, doesn't believe in Yeshua, none of that. So that's just a hostile witness, right? That's what I'm saying.
It wasn't a good example, but his point stands. If we unearthed a different city beneath where they say Moses roamed, and then we found history books for a different civilization, would you then have to correct the Bible to say,
What if you turned into a unicorn and flew away?
Well, that would be a situation.
Do you think it's impossible? Do you think it's impossible that the Bible is wrong about any of its historical events? Yes. What if we? I'm not saying we have thought. I'm saying, would it be possible?
That's what makes the Bible so strong, is that all you have to do is show that it's wrong. So what you waiting for? It's been hundreds and hundreds of years of people trying to do that.
Quit living in your fantasy world where you think of what ifs. How about you actually go and look for evidence that disproves the Bible instead of coming up with your fantasies saying, well, what if they did this? What if they did that?
Another good point. Yeah.
This a second. We're supposed to be on the same side.
He's asking
yeah. Let me
He's
hold back
asking
in
a
this a
question: would
second,
they
please.
change it if you found something in
go ahead.
history, and then somebody saying, "Well, find something that's wrong first, and then let's see if we'll change it." Yeah, but
Yeah, the answer is probably no, right? Because it's considered to be like divinely inspired.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make. Is even if you found evidence to
Oh,
show
we
it's
know.
wrong, right.
We know your
Okay.
point, but
But there
it's
is
literally irrelevant. It's like you're just okay. So can you name a situation that's happened? Because as it stands now, you're just adding validity to the scripture.
Yeah, I don't see how I'm doing that.
Well, you're doing it because you're not providing any actual evidence. You're just saying, "What if?"
I was bringing up like I was just curious. All right, you don't want to hear me. That's fine.
Can we discuss this as opposed to being dictated
May
to?
be
This is
delayed,
Splatter
bro.
and Beyond.
All right, bro.
Notice
If
how
you
I
don't want
got
to talk about
muted.
the subject specifically, then don't please jump in with color commentary. I think you may be delayed, though, just so you know. That's maybe what's going on here. But I'm going to say, like, the reason I said I think you're adding value to it or whatever, right, is because you're saying, well, like with every other history book, we discover something new and then we can revise it. But the Bible's limited. It can't do that because it claims to be divinely inspired. It can't change. So if we find new evidence that contradicts it, well, then people are stuck. What are they going to do? Because they can't revise it because who writes it now, right? So, okay,
Exactly.
point taken and granted. So therefore, you should easily be able to find something that does that whenever it makes the most historical claims in any singular compilation in the entire world. So the fact you couldn't name something is adding validity to the scriptures.
Well, hold on. I'm at work, right? Just like you're driving a lot, and you post it when you're done. How about you let me do a little research into the? Because I was just trying to postulate a what if, and I know flat earthers don't like the what if, but it was literally getting to the point you answered with it that no, it wouldn't be possible to change even if you found something that would go against it. See, you understood my point, and you were the only one to answer it. That's no way.
Yeah, I get the point. I just think it's a moot point.
Yeah, it's
almost, it's almost like bullying, though. Can I answer here? Can I get in here? It's almost like bullying in a sense because okay, we get your point. Now, isn't it funny though? They were capable of delivering a lie on a massive scale, like the heliocentric lie, but the same ones who delivered that lie couldn't have fabricated the Bible in some sense. That's impossible, is it? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I think we're living in a different realm, and we got to apply. We got to apply. Just to finish, we got to apply extreme sort of critical thought to everything that's delivered. Is everything capable of fake? Is everything fake in this world? Assimilation? Who knows? Go ahead.
You actually assume that it is all fake. That's what you assume, right? So then, therefore, you exclude the possibilities of discovering things that could be true. So, I mean,
that's not true. That's not true. The Bible is true for
name
me.
one thing from history. Name one thing from history that you believe is true.
Hey, man, what are you asking me that for? Fuck's sake, though. One second. Let me answer you in this way, then. Gio believes that JFK's death was fake, but he doesn't know about 9/11 being a fake scenario. How can you
that's not good.
Now, one thing that's true in history is that I'm here talking to you right now. That's true. Is the Ukraine war true? Is the Hawaiian fires true? Is the dollar true?
See, now you're just changing the subject, man.
Yeah, but man, you tell me one thing in history that's true.
To be involved.
You already denied the 1 second, please. You already denied Austin, which I've already I appreciate it, right? The Holocaust, or not the Holocaust, the nuclear bomb, bomb, Nagasaki. So that's not true. Pearl Harbor.
What are you doing? You're all over the place.
What's true for you? Go ahead.
Pete, stop it. You asked to be involved, and then it's real simple. What in history is true? What do you got?
Yeah, man. I mean, outside of anything that we can experience ourselves, how do we know the exact truth of it? That's all I can say.
So when I said that you assume it's all fake, and you said that's not true, actually it is true. That is what you do. You assume everything in history is fake.
No, it's not. What's it? It's not. You're desperately wrong here. We're delivered a whole load of information via the mainstream media, right? We grow up with it. We're put to the schooling system with it. So if you want to mention things like the things that are mentioned on this greater level, the moon landings, well, fake, Pearl Harbor, fake, whatever, etc., etc. I know there's real shit that happens, but the real nature of truth, reality, fuck knows, man. What you tell me one thing that you know is true that you haven't experienced?
Oh yeah, Yeshua existed because the Chinese wrote about him. The Chinese wrote about how it got dark at the same time that he died. They didn't even know he was being killed with like one of the most intricately and more precisely recorded calendar systems of the time. We have all kinds of extra biblical verification that he existed. So like just like I wouldn't deny that Alexander the Great existed.
Well, one second, let me respond. Let me respond, please, because no one had my response. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Pete, you do then believe, you do agree though then with whether they accomplished landing on the moon or not, you do agree on that historical date in 1969 that there was an event.
I agree that there was in 1969, but here's the thing. I don't agree that there was. I don't agree that there was a 0 AD BC. I don't agree with that was. When I come to Flat Earth and Beyond, I think it genuinely. I'm open myself to ridicule. I think that this world that we are in right now is 426 years old next year.
Okay, but do you agree with the history that on July 20th, 1969, there was a reported moon landing? Is that a historical event? Okay.
Yes.
I hope that's
reported
helping
one, but I can't. I know now that it wasn't. I also know that Stanley Kubrick directed it, like he did the JFK thing. Also, Stanley Kubrick faked his death and directed the 9/11 thing as well. So,
wait. I thought you said that since the same people that brought us the globe, they can fake that. Why couldn't they just fake that they supposedly claimed to go to the moon in '69 and really nothing ever happened?
Right, they could. Everything is fake, but here's the thing, Whitsit. As we come to Flat Earth, there's a tendency to throw out. Hey, Whitsit, there's a tendency to throw out everything that the ball has offered, but we have to understand that the lie is fabricated on the truth, and there's powers in play who already knew. We think we're geniuses, great fucking mavericks, for figuring out the obvious that the ISS is a fake. Man didn't go to the moon, or the Earth is flat and stationary. Shit, we got ways to go yet because we don't know the enemy. We don't know the enemy.
You never actually respond.
Because
What's up, Demon?
He's claiming that the ISS is fake or whatever. It's like, bro, we've live streamed it, we've watched it. Seafoam literally live streamed it through his telescope to us at a night where we got to watch it pass overhead 3 times. We resolved the images. Looks exactly like what NASA shows in their images, just slightly grainier. Because we're doing it with a telescope on Earth. There's something up there, and it's moving at a speed that would be impossible within the Earth's atmosphere. So,
I have no problem with that, though. I have no problem with how they pull off the magic trick. I actually have my own thoughts on it. To have an intersection of beams which create a hologram, you have to have an intersection of beams, but because the lie is so massive, they're going to, one second please, they're going to, of course, like a David Copperfield magic trick, which is fundamentally what 9/11 was, they're going to have something to act to convince her. Of course they are. Of course
so you see what happens, right? Like you pressed on your history claim, then you scattergun things, you mention the ISS, and someone clamps on the ISS, and now we're talking about laser beams to make the ISS.
But
we can take it back to what it was before.
He asked me, do I believe that the reports were there that man landed on the moon in 1969? Yes, of course I do. People were told this. People went through the Second World War thinking this because of the Pathé News or the BBC. Does it mean that it happened? Well, not necessarily. Now, will you answer me, what is true in history that you can vouch for outside of Jesus, which is 2,000 years ago? For goodness sake, man.
My dad went to war because the story was that Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and so when I was born, my dad went to war in the Middle East. In 1990, there was a war called Desert Storm. There was also a war called the Vietnam War. There was also a war called World War II and World War I. These are easily verified with an immense amount of corroboration. Okay, so we have discovered that the way that we discover historical accuracy is corroboration. Corroborative and correlating reports.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, let me answer here. First of all, in 1990, I was in university. I just started off. Actually, I lost my leg in 1990. Would you believe? And I just started off in university. But let me say this. Okay, there's one thing about the delivery of the historic tale, right? So living through it, what we can vouch for as we come now to an ultra skeptical. Better than else, an ultra skeptical sort of mindset. We question everything. But I'm not even asking about that. I don't deny that the sorts of scenarios are in play. But you already denied the official story by talking about the not the Holocaust, the fucking Nagasaki, Hiroshima, no nuclear bomb, right? So therefore, there's a tale told to us, and there's a tale we come to sort of see through in a sense. Okay,
Yes, yes. Disagreeing with the actual narrative or anything is different than an event not taking place at all. Okay, those are two different things. And I've never met an atheist historian like worth his salt that denies that Yeshua existed. You would have to deny that Alexander the Great existed, and it's not even close. That's all I'm saying is like it's just weird. There's a bias against a specific thing. I do want to say this real fast. I'm gonna have to go. Demon Strike. When you said it doesn't work in the atmosphere, would it be able to attain those speed in a superfluid?
I don't know. It might. I actually don't know. I've been looking. I want to look into that a little more. I know very little on the H3 or whatever.
Yeah, no worries. It has no viscosity or resistance, so you would be able to attain insane speed basically perpetually. And I want to throw this out there too if you're going to research. People in your paradigm are now coming out saying they think dark matter turns out to actually just be a superfluid. So now I guess in your own paradigm they're talking
That'd
about
be cool.
space is superfluid. Wow, flat earthers aren't so crazy after all.
Well, in that claim though, they'd be saying stuff in space would be considered a superfluid. Like that statement wouldn't be saying all of space, because like, there's areas of dark matter or whatever. Like, that'd be interesting.
98% of it.
They say 83% of all the matter in the universe is dark matter.
Yeah, 83% because you got
going against the
little
Bible narrative
tiny
that he was a
planets.
flat earther. I never knew who.
Yep. Interesting stuff. Those wacky scientists find out.
Yeah,
those
well,
dumb,
it's a theory. It's actually a theory. It's a theory because the dark matter theory doesn't work in like a million different ways. So, like when the galaxy of the dark matter halos and the galaxies begin to merge, it should slow down, but it doesn't. So that one of the ways to solve that problem would be like, oh well, it's like a superfluid, so it has no resistance, but you still have to invoke substantive mass to invoke gravity. So it's just, yeah, it's whatever. I was just pointing out that if there was like plasmas. And then at some point, there's like a superfluid. Something could move through a superfluid incredibly fast, and it wouldn't overheat. It would have no resistance, and it could go perpetually. It'd be highly conductive.
Let me comment here. I never knew the guy was a baller. What's his name? Demon? Demon whatever. I never knew he was a baller as you were talking about the Bible. So don't associate me with that in that sense because I just don't know. But I am thinking, I did mention this the other day over, maybe it was here or over in Gem Pandas or whatever. But it was about the idea that we have this massive sun traveling through space and time and distance, and we receive its energies 8 minutes later. So if we think about space, and you think about this resistant force as you travel, there has to be this sort of compelling opposition, doesn't there? When we think about the power of the sun itself. So in some form, or maybe in every form, space can never be said to be empty. And if anything, it has to be full at all times of these original energies. And that's mad.
Hey, Pete, real fast, or we lose it. Can you agree, though, that the way we determine the validity of a historical claim is we have parameters for that. One of them is corroborating and correlating accounts that are unrelated to each other, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Right, because if you say it over there, I say it over there, but I've never met you, well, that makes it more valid. And then 5,000 people that don't know each other all recorded it, that makes it even more valid, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was like Demon Strike's
listen, one second, please. One second. Let me answer.
I know. I'm just saying my couple words. Like that was Demon Stride's example of corroboration to prove the ISS. Yeah.
Well, no, the ISS. You see the ISS up there, bro. There's no doubt that what they call the ISS, like you can track it, you can see it.
Yeah. Whether it is what it is, as they say it is, according to the bowlers, is a different matter. But I think Witz was more talking about the Jesus story. And listen, bud, don't take me wrong. Jesus is my best friend. You won't understand that. But here's what I would say. Now we're faced with a dichotomy, right? We have an immediate, I'm not saying you have to cling to anything, but we have an immediate dichotomy presented, which is the billions upon billions. They've actually changed the age of the universe from 13.7, I think, to 26.4 billion years or something like that now. Anyway, we come away from that. Now what we rest upon? Well, the 6,000 year figure comes to mind, of course, with the Bible sort of counting by an Irishman, by the way. I think it was what was his name? It started with O. I remember his name, but yeah. Anyway, counted back all the genealogy, and it came to a figure accepted as 6,000 or something years prior to this date. All right.
Yeah, but the
Here's
Bible
point.
doesn't limit it to 6,000. So just so you
So
know.
why?
I think it was Professor
what would be,
Occam. It wasn't Occam though, because that's Occam's razor. But it was an Irish.
what would
Anyway,
be wrong
that's not
with
my point.
science?
My point is now we have these opposing. Well, my point is though, Austin, I've heard you
Let me
talking
ask
on
you a
your
question
channel
about
for
your
hours
point.
on end, bud, and you have to get your point out, right? My point is though, now in the mind
Oh,
of the inquirer,
fuck.
we have these two opposing sort of. Ultimately separate timelines for the evolution of man, the development of man,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. Okay, go ahead.
Demon Strike, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So when you're like making an argument that they keep changing the age of the universe, is it weird notion that science can better measure things as we get better at measuring shit? Like that's just weird for that to be a thing. You're like, no, you can't change that measurement. You already measured it once. What are you, crazy? Put that new tape
No, that's
measure
just
away.
that's just a tactic, dude. Okay, so first of all, it isn't a better measurement. That's not even what happened at all. That's not in any way what happened. Secondly, the point is that we're making. You guys say it as if it's definitive fact the entire time until they update it. That's the actual problem. You know exactly how old the universe is, and we know exactly how far away the stuff is until they change it. Until they change it, now all of a sudden they can double it from like 13 to 26 billion, and that's perfectly fine. And there was what measurement was it? There was no measurement. That was just a theory proposed to explain discrepancies of the distant galaxy.
Right. So what's crazy is when I was growing up and learning this stuff, and I've never taken it as, oh, this is definitive, because every time I've looked at stuff, they always kind of caveat it with, this is our best understanding so far, and I've never once been like, well, you said it was this, and now it's this. At no point was I confused in them saying this is the best understanding so far. And I'd like to see where you're pointing out where they say this is definitive, this is the actual truth. I can see how
No,
you're
that's the way
perceiving it that way.
That's the way you guys defend it, right? So when we're like, so really, you have no idea how old the universe is. You guys will say, yes, we do. Yes. Oh, you think you're smarter than all the scientists? We do.
Well, we say we got a good understanding of what the age of the universe is, not that we know the actual age of the universe. I
You
think
don't
when
have a
you're
good
arguing in these
understanding.
senses,
They're doubling it.
mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I get that is perceived that way by a lot of people in the X globe community. But that's, I never took it like that. I could always, read exactly what they're saying. But if you have like a scientific paper that says, this is the ultimate number, we're never going to change it, this is the fact, I would love to see that, because I would also be like, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
No,
but
can you just tell
think
me
of it
how
this
you
way.
can say it's a good understanding when they're doubling it?
Right. If it's a good understanding, right, what would you take as way too much of an adjustment to what we currently have right now, to where you would say, actually, it wasn't good at all to begin with? Because the problem is, at any point in time, the believers, the auto science believers, right, no matter what's put out, it's like, yep, well, that's what it is. That's the best we got. That's a good measurement. That's a good idea. That's good estimation, right? But then that number can double, triple, quadruple. It could be 50 times larger, and people will
It
just be
could.
like, well, yeah, that's a better measurement, so that's what it is,
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point is I'm not a scientist, I'm not an astronomer. And for the layman to see those numbers, absolutely, you could be like, that's fucking whack, yo. But to then go against what, the professional is saying, because it's their field of study, I mean, that's the Dunning-Kruger top left right there. I could say,
here's the
yeah, for
thing.
me, it seems weird, but I'm never going to be like, definitively, they're wrong, because it seems weird to me as a fucking layman.
But what is the accountability for them allegedly being right? Because you're talking, you initially said something about measurements. Well, if a carpenter is constantly off within their measurements, there's consequences to that, right? You can't build the structures if you're off by half. You need to double all of your measurements.
Yeah.
You're going to
I'll
be,
go with your
there's
analogy.
going to be some
Yeah.
ramifications, right? What are the ramifications for anything that these people throw out there that you think are quote unquote experts and they're the best, they know the best.
Yeah.
Therefore, what they say is kind of like the
I,
holy grail,
so
but it's
you're kind of doing it with me right
not
now.
immutable.
Did I ever? No, come on now. You don't gotta try and gaslight everyone. At what point did I say the scientists have got the actual? They've got it at 100%. They're never going to be wrong. Because you're trying to argue
No, you
that.
said it was. You said it was you said they were good. The numbers were good enough, good measurements, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
What?
exactly. All right,
Like
so
if
I will
the
go to
carpenter
your
says
analogy
my
of the
measurements
carpenter.
were
I will
good
go to
enough.
your analogy of the carpenter. Yes. All right. So
Yeah,
let's say you've got
exactly.
a
So if
carpenter.
the carpenter says,
Exactly. So let me finish the analogy. So let's say you've got a carpenter and he's building a house, and that house takes 1,000 years to build. And along that course, that same carpenter ends up getting better and better tools with more accurate readings. Should he stop being a carpenter because he now has a better tool and he can measure that the first measurement he made was less accurate? Like, that's the equivalent.
no, that's not really the equivalence, because you would be like, well, the house is going to be perfect to spec based on everything that I'm laying out right here. And then it's going to be not only not perfect to spec, it's going to actually be double the cost of.
The only people that want perfection are flat
Let me finish
earthers.
my thought first.
Guys, we got to go one at a time, guys.
What is going on?
Hold on. Everyone stop. Everyone stop.
I just want to copy.
Everyone stop, please. Stop talking. Hello. We got to go one at a time, guys. Let Napalm finish, and then whoever can go next.
Yeah, bro. Like, I literally cleared the floor for you multiple times today, and then you're talking over me. Anyways, if in the analogy of the carpenter, right, you're like, everything's good, everything's fine and dandy, everything's going to be good to spec. Everybody agrees to that. Everybody involved in the equation, the person paying, the land, all of that is cleared for whatever. If it winds up being double that, you're going to have dire consequences to that, not only with the amount of land that's going to be impacted, the amount of cost that's it's going to take, all of that kind of stuff. It's not just the carpenter is getting better as he goes in the progression of building this house, because what you're trying to build right now, if it's that immutable to where it's like, we're going to build, hey guys, we're going to build a house, and then you wind up building a house the size of the United States, at the end of it, it's going to be not what was proposed to begin with, completely off, totally different. Cost is astronomically different, no pun intended. I mean, there's just a million ramifications to that.
Yeah, if you got 22 and a half degree angle, and
Thanks,
it's
not your
you-
time, dude. It's his time to respond.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so right. So the analogy or the equivalent to that would be NASA, right, saying we've got the exact measurement. We're going to build this house, and this measurement is sound. But it's not. Nobody's saying that. Science, NASA's not saying that. It's always this is the best, to date. So the equivalent would be that carpenter saying, "So I've measured out the spec, and to the best of my ability, they are this." And the best of his ability is limited by the tools he's using. So the fact that his tools get better and his understanding grows does not mean he was incorrect to begin with. It just means he was less accurate. And nobody, you keep trying to strum at me saying that I want perfection and I'm claiming perfection this and perfection that. No, I'm not. Please don't do that to me again.
Well, I never said the word perfection, so that would be straw manning me, actually. So that's
I just want there's other consequences. I just wanted to just get in there, right? So if you're building something that's off by 20 degrees, then everything's off, right? Like then you don't know where your straight line is. You don't have your foundation, so everything is off. You can't just double things in size and say, well, it's still good.
Yeah. Well, you can't just equate building a house and measuring things the scale of the universe as somehow the same kind of analogy. I agree. If you were to double a 20-degree building a house, you wouldn't have a house. But that's not what science is building, all right? And at no point does science say this is the only measurement we're ever going to need.
So what was it? What was off? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you assuming wasn't off? You're assuming that everything's still at a 45 or 66.6 degree angle, but everything just doubled in size. So what line got bent? Like where was the measurement off? You're not even concerned?
This is a weird, dumb analogy to try and pigeonhole someone in, because I don't even know what would be the line in your analogy to the measurements in reality. So what?
Well, that's kind of the point, Tanks, is that within the models that they construct and build, everything can just move and scale in variance, and it makes no difference at all whatsoever. They can scale it down, they can scale it up, do whatever. Any change that needs to be made, all the changes can be made accordingly across the whole entire model. So there is no falsifiability to anything that they claim, but they keep just garnering money consistently through grants and all that kind of stuff to look at the sky through a looking glass
Yeah.
and
Well,
prognosticate about numbers. And you throw a new number out there every 10
Demon
years.
Stride,
Does it
we're going back to
justify
square
more
one,
of them?
Demon Stride. We're going back to square one
Yeah.
again. But why are you bringing us back to square one every new moment? And you've been in this arena for years. You haven't become a flat earther. You've got to justify every lie.
Me?
Go ahead.
I brought it back to square one. I brought it back to square one.
I couldn't hear you. What?
I've been led
We can
along
look at
the
it through.
Don't pay
I don't know
attention.
what you're talking
Pete, what are you
about.
doing? Pete, what are you doing?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that Demon Stride brought anything back to square one. It was just, I mean, the analogies are analogies, right? But somebody's saying, well, my tool got better, so it doubled in size. There has to be other consequences. You can't just say everything. So what? It doubled in size and space shrunk. I mean, the edge of space. Like, so what? The planets doubled, and then the space got bigger. So
I think you got to.
I'm just
I
making
think you
things
got to
up.
refine that argument. It's a weird analogy, and it's not really accurate. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Honestly.
Regardless of the analogy, the principles still stand true, right? So Tanks is pointing out, like, what does that make a difference within everything else that was claimed previously? You're saying that it's good enough, the measurements are good right now, and they might get better. If getting better means like doubling the size or halving the size or quadrupling the size, what do you mean by
doubling
it's
the
good?
size? Okay, I'm good as in the best to date, the most accurate to date. If doubling in size was the accurate reading, then yeah, I guess it doubled in size, buddy. You want to go?
But what are the
You want
consequences?
to go against the measurement?
What does that change within
It's so
everything
weird
else?
though. It seems like there's no fucking consequences. No, it seems like the Illuminati should really step up their game and stop releasing information that's just a killer to their whole argument, their whole plan to control people by convincing them it's a globe. Why
Well,
they
now
keep
you're
What
gaslighting
are you
us.
here for, Demon Stride? What are you here for, bud? Can you tell us that, please?
Demon
I've been in
Stride,
this
now you're
arena 10
gaslighting
years.
us.
You're boring the fuck
Because
out
you're
of me.
trying to
What are
throw
you
in
here for?
something that we're not saying.
Yeah.
We're not claiming any.
what happened
Nobody
is you
said
just got
anything about the
triggered.
Illuminati, so you didn't need to bring up the
Yeah.
Illuminati.
No,
All
I
you're
did.
trying to do is like poison the well, right? Nobody said anything about that.
Yeah.
We're asking you specific, poignant questions as to if these things are changing, right? So considerably, what is the consequence to things that were previously quote unquote known? Now, if we have a better
What's the fucking
measurement,
consequence?
what does that affect?
What's the consequence? Why don't you tell me?
That's the question
I'm not
posed
telling. Yeah,
to
well,
you.
I don't fucking know. How about there's no consequences? What's your fucking problem with that?
All right, so really they could come out with anything and everybody's just like,
Sure,
whatever,
as
that's
long
the
as it's a
best
measurement.
measurement, no consequences to any of that. So then at that
Zero.
point, I would, so at that point, if I was, let's say, in government and sitting behind a board and I was doing some sort of audit on all of our finances and all that kind of stuff, and I noticed that over time it doesn't matter what these institutions put out as far as the measurements, the things that they're doing with their telescopes, all this stuff has zero relevance. There's no consequences if they're incorrect. I would be like, we're wasting money investing into these areas that have no consequences if they're incorrect. Their measurements don't really have any tie to reality. They can't justify any of it. They say it's good enough for now, and then they come up with something over and over again that's different, but there's nothing that actually changes. There's no good that comes about it. There's nothing that we can institute within everybody's life because of the measurement being updated. I would pull the funding immediately.
Okay, so are you this upset about the military? And if you had to, like, on a pie chart, what slice of NAFTA do you think takes up the military or the budget, and what slice do you think the military takes up?
Well, that's non sequitur because we're not talking about the military as a whole. We're
This is
talking
your
about one
argument right here. No,
specific
this
section
is
of
your
it, and I
argument.
never actually
I'm
brought up
talking about
NASA to
funding.
begin
I'm
with.
bringing
I
funding into
brought
it.
up people that
I'm
we'd
talking
be
about the
using grant money, right? So that would be people within universities and things like that, right? So it's not necessarily defense budgeting, but I would cut the military budget by 100%. So either way, it doesn't matter to me what you try to bring up.
Right, right. So it doesn't matter what I say, so it's not worth talking to you. But the point I'm trying to make is that you're so upset about how much funding and this and that goes to NASA, when in reality, the majority of it's going to the military that you just agreed that you would cut 100%. So why is that not one of your talking points before Flat Earth and about NASA getting your money?
How do you know what talking points I talk about in other places or in
You
different
just talked
discussions?
about
Either
them.
way, you're
You
trying to
just talked
divert
about
away
them in
from
the
this discussion as a whole. Because what I'm saying is, here's an obvious place where it doesn't matter what they do or what they say, they can be vastly incorrect. They can update anything. Nothing changes. Nothing gets put into society that is of benefit. So why do we keep doing it, right? What is the point
So
of
negative
any of
technologies
these
come up with
measurements
zero
if none
benefits
of
to
them matter to
society.
you, Demon Stride?
Yeah, there's NASA's come up with zero benefits to society. You're right. They haven't invented a single thing that we've implemented in our everyday lives.
Well, tell us
You are
what they have
100%
invented.
right on
What
that.
have they done?
What, you're
on.
impressed? You're impressed by Velcro? Get the fuck out of here.
Velcro didn't even
That's
come
what
from
came
NASA.
up
None of
with
that shit came
Velcro.
from NASA.
Just Velcro. You got it.
Oh, how about Tang?
Yep,
You
just
guys like
Velcro, buddy.
Tang? Tang keeps you
Tang was
alive.
already around
Velcro is
before
fine.
NASA. So
Yeah, you're
none of that.
literally hybrid
NASA
right
has
there.
literally given zero benefit to mankind.
They grew
That's
potatoes
cool.
in the ISS, the first root vegetable to be grown, the potato. I'm proud to be Irish, I'll tell you.
Y'all are triggered by NASA and science. It's hilarious.
Nobody's triggered,
If
dude.
you got
We're asking
the
you
argument you
what
made
is the
against
variance in their updating of all of their cosmology? What is your
that's not
variance
a
to where you're going to
question.
start
We're
calling
just trying to
bullshit on
help
a
you
lot of
grow
it,
up,
or
Demon.
would you have to what?
What's my
Sorry.
variance? What
I
do you
was
mean
just
by
trying
that
to tell
question?
Demon real quick. Demon, we're just trying to help you grow up, brother. Nobody's triggered by anything. We're here out of love, man.
That's not condescending at all. That's
Why
not
would you say I'm
condescending at all
triggered?
to tell someone that they're, just earlier it was it's quite apparent.
Subjective. It's
But
objective.
yeah, it was subjective to me saying that. So when you say what is my variance to this, can you define what you mean by variance and how I'm supposed to apply it in this model? What you're bringing up here?
So if I was building something, let's go back to like a carpenter, right? And we'll even use Tank's idea of like 20 degrees, right? If we're trying to build something and we're trying to be within square or something like that, and we're off by, a quarter of a degree, there's going to be consequences further down the line. So let's say our variance is an eighth of a degree, blah, 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 right? So what would be your tolerance or variance when it came to measures of the universe, the celestial bodies, and all that kind of stuff? Because all of that has to update when any of the numbers update, allegedly, because you guys have a
So
quote unquote working model, right? Like it all works together.
So my variance to that would be zero because I don't work in that field, and it doesn't matter what I think about what they're doing. What's your variance?
Dude, I don't think that any of it has a tie to reality. I don't think they're close in any of it.
Well, I think you're gonna have to work on a better argument because it doesn't mean dick all to me either. It's just a upset that
So then why
data
do you
and
fight for
information
them?
is put out there that you disagree with. Why do I
So
fight
then
for
why do you
people?
fight for them regardless of what they do? Per
Don't say
se?
dick.
I mean, if they find out that Jupiter is actually 5 times bigger, are you okay with Earth still being the size that it is, or?
So now who's living in fantasy land? Okay, you want? I tried to talk about.
What's going on,
Hold on, I
bud?
will answer your fucking question. I will answer it. All right. And here's the thing: I
Why
could
didn't you
deal
just
in
stay
hypothetical.
silent?
Stop it, motherfucker! Jesus Christ.
That's fatherfucker you're talking to. I'm motherfucker.
That's motherfucker, fatherfucker, brotherfucker.
Damon,
Okay.
why are you coming in here being all bully type? But I guess it's your name, Damon Stride. You're walking all over your fellow man. Go ahead though with your
He's
lies.
just triggered, as usual, triggered.
He can't answer any straight
I get all
question
mad, y'all.
though.
Well, here's the thing: is I tried to go into hypothetical like that earlier, and y'all jumped on me, and y'all couldn't handle it. So I decided to not go there. But if you want me to go there and live in a what if situation, and if this, if that, I certainly will. So if they
And what
measure
if the Earth was
Jupiter,
moving? What if the
yeah,
Earth was
okay.
curved? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the question was, what if they found Jupiter to be a different size? Would I still think the Earth is the same size? I don't know. Probably not. No, I'd say we might need to measure that. So, did they find Jupiter to be a different size?
You measured the Earth. How do you know the size of the Earth around the equator? Have you measured it or calculated it? Go ahead.
Well, we can stay within your analogy about Jupiter being a different size. Have they measured Jupiter to be a different size?
It would have to be if the universe just doubled in size.
That's hilarious. You realize that the size of things, like when space expands, like the thing in space isn't also expanding with it. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah. Just
Okay, so why would it have to
fabric of
change in
space-time.
size?
Yeah.
Why would
I
it have
mean,
to change in
relative.
size if you understand that?
You know, it would just have to change in size as well.
No, it wouldn't. Why? What? Do you have to tell me why it would, other than you just saying, "Meh, it would"?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
like
relative to
saying
the
if
background.
you have a room with like a chain, if the room gets bigger, all of a sudden the chain needs to get bigger. Why?
Here we
Yeah,
go.
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to know
relative
why
to
the
what?
chair has to get big. No, the chair would get smaller relative to the room getting larger. Like you don't even understand that perspective? Come on.
Well, I mean, walk me through it.
Oh my fucking god! Are you serious?
I mean,
So all
walk me
right, so
through
I'll
it.
do it. No, I'll walk you through it. I'll walk you through it. Imagine there's a room that has, it's 3 foot wide by 3 foot wide, right? So you have a 9 grid square, and you're gonna put that chair right in the center of that square. Now that chair is gonna be, let's say each one of these squares is a foot, so it's a three cubed room, right? So the chair in the middle has got 1 foot to the wall on its right and 1 foot to the wall on its left. If the room begins to grow, the distance to the wall is going to increase. Now, let's say the room grows twice as big. Now it's going to be 2 feet on either side.
All right, so you use a tape measure, right, to measure to the wall. That's what you're saying, and then you know that now it's
Oh,
a
is that
different
what? No, I
relative
used
distance.
a laser. I used a laser
Or
one,
whatever.
and it's in a
Right, so you
vacuum. Yeah.
measure the distance, right? So that tape measure is kind of like equivalent to gravity, right? So how much gravity was holding on to that chair?
Jesus Christ!
Right?
I'm gonna eat my food. And I'll wait for you to make a coherent thought.
So now that planet has to be bigger now. So by making the room bigger, like the tape measure got bigger, the gravity had to be bigger. That planet is bigger, so now Earth is bigger. It's just something you're going to have to
Dumbest
deal
thing
with.
I've ever heard. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard from a
No,
flat
it's
earther.
not. No, it's not. Don't be dismissing here of something that's perfectly obvious to the rest of us. Please answer his question, and man, don't be
How
such
did
a
it move
demon.
further? How did the space between move and gravity didn't change?
Well, your understanding of the expansion is obviously apparent now. I'm not actually gonna indulge that. The room gets
Alright.
bigger, the chair stays the same size. Fucking think about it.
Right, and then maybe you could walk me through the other. How can something be going towards something and away from something at the same exact
You want
time?
me to? Oh, hold on. Hold my hand. Here, let me hold
No,
your
that's
hold
what
your
we're
hand.
doing.
I don't get what So your question isn't even fully thought out. Why don't you
Hold
try
the demon's
redoing
hand.
that?
Don't hold it.
They're all hypotheticals, remember?
Yeah. You just have to actually make it coherent.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Go ahead and try again. I'll wait.
Come on, let's get serious. Let's get seriously intellectual here if you want, Damon. You're representing all of ball earth science now, and the question was posed to you. It's about impressions, it's about our imagination stretching to these differentials within geometric considerations, and the question is perfectly valid. Perfectly valid due to perspective.
Why don't you? You asked the question, and if you understood it,
then how are you going to account for it? That's the question.
restate it because I talked through you right there for a second, asking you to restate the question.
Oh, no worries. The other contributor can restate it.
No, because you understand it. I want to get your understanding of it. So maybe because his wording might have been off. So why don't you go ahead and rephrase it so I can get it down?
Oh, well, if you want,
Yeah,
I can say to you
I do really
that
want
if.
You're just asking for it, Demon Stride.
Oh yeah, well I can do if you want. I'd rather you can take because I'm not so into this conversation, but I can present the same argument.
Well, you
in a
wanted to
different way.
interject and tell me to be this and be that, but it sounded like you
Well,
understood
take
his
it easy,
question. So I was
bud.
just hoping that you could
Bud,
reiterate it for me for the dumb
you're in a
blowhards to
bikers
understand.
club. Hey, listen, bud. You're in a bikers club here, flat earthers, right? And you're after coming in dressed in a tutu, acting all butthurt. So okay, fair enough. But go ahead. The question was serious. I think it ultimately went back to the black swan, or some similar observation. So if the Earth is so much bigger, well then if there's this orbital sort of relationship between the planets, can the Earth be smaller and bigger? But he was bringing it to Jupiter or other planets. But that's a different matter. Yeah, can
He
there
was
be
talking
this
about something going away and coming to it.
relationship if one is not the seeming size as is proclaimed? I think that's the point.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was Demon Stride. It was for where will you draw the line? That was really what it was. So you said if Jupiter got bigger, but how would you determine if Jupiter got bigger relative to what in the background? background. What you said? Well,
Yeah, so
you're saying
your analogy. Well, how do you know it got bigger? Did they measure it?
Right.
That's what I was asking you.
Did they measure it to get bigger? They'd have to measure it to get bigger. Yeah.
So in the analogy, did they measure it to get bigger? If the answer is yes, then I would say, okay, remeasure the Earth. And if they measured that, they should be able to measure the size of the Earth. No?
Okay. So how we measure the Earth?
Right,
Yeah,
let me
you.
go in here now and ask Damon. Damon, I asked you then, how did they measure the Earth? Did they measure the distance around the equator? And if they did that, how did they do it? How did it determine, just to finish my point, how did it determine
They took a really long,
the
they
distance
took a
around
really
the equator,
long string.
last thing, how did it determine the distance around the equator is 20 miles in variation from the distance around pole to pole? Go ahead, Damon.
Yeah, they took a really long string and they wrapped it around. They had one guy who said, all right, tie this around your finger and press it down on the Earth, and I'm going to walk this way.
That's probably the best answer I'll ever get. Because you know they haven't measured it in reality. They've only calculated it. Eratosthenes. Science is all about measurement.
Are you saying that you can't use trigonometry to calculate
this? Science is all about measurement. Go ahead.
You saying you can't use trigonometry to decide the size of something by calculating it? Like that's just, you can't do that? That's cool.
No, I'm not saying that you can't do that, but you can do that with known objects if you want. Known vicinities, that's a better way of putting it. When it comes to the Earth, it's so large. You mentioned a string. I think it'd be a good idea in a sense, but how else are you going to measure it? You tell me how they measured it, bud. If you don't know, that's fine. Just tell me. They haven't, is the answer.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. If we start talking about it, I'm sure I recall, but it's irrelevant to this conversation since we're in hypotheticals. You could just say they measured it.
The hypothetical ball Earth is that's exactly what it is, and it's been calculated according to specific considerations, and that's the passage of the sun. The ball only develops because of the sun, or the predominant sort of skylight that travels around. That's all, bud. It's a translation. It's a metaphor. You live on a stationary flat Earth surface. You know it. You know it. And I know you know it.
Yeah,
you know.
Okay. People that do that is really cringe because it's like I can feel your desperation and like needing validation from other people that believe the same thing as you. But that's a little dishonest, honestly. You could just like be logical with the things you're saying and not run in circles. It'd be a little better for you, honestly.
Well, the sun travels at 60, I can back all this up, bud, 15 degrees per hour. Sun travels, so as it travels 24 hours, this will give us the diameter of the Earth's surface itself at equinox, right, where the sun is said to be over the very central axis of the Earth, as it's tilted 23.4 degrees. I will tell you further that everything attributed to the Earth's motion or the Earth's structure in terms of its curvature is just a metaphor. It's a relationship between what's going on in the sky. So now we got to invert what's given to us. Well, in other words, the Earth is flat, the Earth's surface is flat anyway, and the sky is curved. The sun moves around the sky. So anyway, there you go.
Yeah, I hear these are things that you're saying that you believe without any validation for them actually being true. They're things that you know because you know them, which is, that is what it is.
Hey, bud, you don't know me, and you should always be aware of your opponent if you're going to take on a head-to-head, because I might embarrass you in the next minute, and you might be left silent, and then that'll be a total contrary sort of characteristic as what you expressed earlier anyway. So, yeah, you should always be...
I'm sorry, what?
Hanging back, holding back. I will tell you something, and you said it there, okay, you're talking as if I'm talking in fantasy, but if I have to build a model, right, my model is built on the testimony of mankind, which is we're on a stationary surface. The stationary surface then leads to an extension beyond our experience, which is a flat Earth. That's based on our local experience with water. An enclosure is based on our, extrapolation again, further extrapolation, and then we have, because the Earth's surface isn't moving, all of the skylights moving in unison. As everything is enclosed, they cannot be solid, but they might be reflections of solidity. It leads us back to a planetarium style sort of view that we have a central earthbound source, or whatever the Earth is beneath us, giving us the projection above us, the globe theater view. Go ahead. What's the basis of your? What's the basis of your model? Go ahead.
I think therefore I am. So the basis for your model, are there any measurements that you've done? Because it's all understandings that you're just using in your head, and that's cool and all. You disregard anything anyone else has done, so you're a solipsist in that sense. Do you have any measurements for the things that you've proven to yourself?
I have objections to the measurements that have been presented by people on your
Yeah,
side.
exactly. You sound like a nut earther to me. Rejection of the actual stuff being done without anything from your side to posit. You're a nut earther, buddy.
I'm not really. I can see you don't
Like
know
a
me as well,
earther.
but yeah. Let me just comment on this one particularly. I already told a man called Shoebill Larry over in Gempandas, who's a qualified surveyor over many years, that the problem is it's not about your model being incorrect or my model being correct. It's about an established model as it applies to reality and what is the basic foundations. One of the basic foundations of the surveyor is as you cast your horizontal, it will always remain horizontal from here to infinity. Whereas, of course, according to perspective, the horizontal always has to drop the further you look. But of course, you say that you're living on a ball, so the further you look, the more you're looking over a ball. This is the crux of the matter, and it's also a killer point. It's also a
Pete,
killer point.
Pete, it's not a killer point because the horizontal, if it's at eye level, starting out level, eye level, into infinity, will always stay at eye level, will never change. And we're saying that the distance of that line, you can build it yourself or use a laser, will be a higher point above the surface the further you go away from you. And that's what they can validate. You can do that with
It actually
precision.
changes or appears to change.
It exactly changes.
Have you
That's why
validated that through establishing a horizontal and then measuring down from the horizontal to this drop over distance based on your established
yes.
horizontal? Who has done that?
Slack has done this when they built the facility, and it's done every single day because we have the converging plumb lines at each end. It's only
No.
level.
I'm talking about an established like horizontal that's been established across it, right? And then measuring a drop over distance from one point to the other.
Yeah, the horizontal at the point where it can be received, whether it be a light or a structure, will not be level at that
I'm not
point
talking
at
about
all.
that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an established horizontal and then measuring down from that horizontal to measure drop over distance. So if you start the horizontal in point A and it reaches out over a distance and ends at point B, any point along that established horizontal can be measured to show a drop over distance as you continue to get further away.
Right.
That would need to be done over like water, by the way, because water sea level is the datum or the mean in which we measure elevation. So it would take elevation out of the equation.
Well, there's
So
an interesting way
who
to
has
do that with
established
asphalt.
that?
You can do that by a road alongside a 2-mile or 3-mile canal. That's the same thing. You know the road. You can know the road on the side of the left or right is exactly the same. Could be 10, 15 feet above the water, and you know it's 10 or 15 feet. Then you know that at the point 2 miles away, if it's still 15 feet above the water, then you know you're good. But what we find is that it's not. You know there's a hold on. There's a 20 feet or 10, 15 foot height above the water now that straight observation is made. And it's not
No,
over
I'm
water.
talking
It's
about a
near water.
leapfrogging measurement method within surveying where you're not measuring any further, no further than 200 feet sections at a time and confirming back and forth a leapfrog. Raki can lay out exactly how it's done because he does it on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that over a distance, keeping that horizontal and then measuring down from that horizontal. I'm not talking about some road that's already been constructed. Do you know anybody who has utilized this method over water to measure drop over distance from an established horizontal?
Reki is missing a key point. You cannot create. He's creating a polygon, and he's assuming and presupposing a flat surface because he's thinking because he's got horizontals that are connected together that all those horizontals must be all horizontal. Yet they're not.
Well,
And
okay, let me rephrase it as not a horizontal, but if we're on a globe, it would be a tangent. So if we could establish a straight line tangent from one specific starting point, how would you go about doing that?
just cite something it's some distance apart and see if there is a angle that is not the same for that horizontal. At
No,
the
but
destination.
we would need to lay measure for not just the site, like, oh, I'm looking through this telescope that has crosshairs, and oh, my telescope's level, and now based on this optical thing that's in my lens right here, 200 miles away, I'm seeing something dropping from this horizontal that allegedly the crosshairs is establishing. I'm talking about establishing a physical line, straight line. You can call it a tangent to the globe, whatever you want to call it, and establishing that over and over in very small increments to ensure that you're not going further than your instrument would allow visually for any deviations in atmospheric conditions, all that kind of shit, and establishing a horizontal line and being able to, or a tangent line, whatever you want to call it, and measuring down from that established tangent line to measure drop over distance. Has that been done? Yes or no?
Yes, you can do this over a 400 foot. Is 400 feet enough? A 400 feet
No.
section? 400
No.
feet is too far?
What would be the alleged drop at 400 feet in the globe model?
About 16 arc seconds.
No, I'm talking about laying measure, not arc seconds. I'm not talking about measuring and optically. I'm talking about establishing the tangent point to where you have something where you can physically measure down from that physically to the surface. I'm not talking, this would need to be in like inches, centimeters, something like that. I'm not talking about arc minutes. I'm not talking about any angles.
Well, the distance is a fraction of an inch. It's an inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch. 2 inches, maybe I think it's 2 inches. I'm not sure exactly. I can give you the numbers, but yeah, you can measure it. And it's in the inch range. It's a small variation, but it's not. It's substantial. It's measurable, repeatable,
Okay.
quantifiable. And
So have you done this at 400? What did you say? 400 meters?
400 meters.
Has this been done over water and measured to comport
Yeah.
to what the
Yes.
globe claim is? Who has done this?
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, who has done this?
Yes.
No, I'm asking you who has done this.
Don't laugh, Pete. That's just an.
Yes isn't the answer to who. Unless the band Yes did it at some point. I don't
Jesse
know.
has.
They're a pretty progressive rock. They
keep
could have
on
gotten into
trying to.
measurement. I don't know.
You keep
He's
on cutting
getting
me off.
someone in Gem Pandas
You
to
want the
type
answer, you got
quickly
Pete
in
back
a
on heckling me.
reference.
So, or the answer or not? Hello? If you'd like the answer, I'll tell you who did it. But I think you've already known who did it.
Yeah, who did this measurement?
Jesse Kozlowski did the measurement.
Where did he do it? And you said he established this tangent line and he measured down from it?
Exactly what he did. Yes.
Cool. Shoot
Is
me
this news to you or what?
DM me the link. I want to look at his work. Are we talking about just like he established at point A,
right?
And then he was using story poles to leapfrog and ensure that no more than, I would say at most 200 feet was measured optically?
Well, he did about it was a quarter mile. I think it was 400 yards.
Oh God, that's no.
Too far?
No.
Okay, we could easily. So you can see this measurement and say, well, I think optically there is something wrong with this because it's so far away. The 400 yards is not that far. It's it's a quarter. It's a running track at school. If you think refraction is a part of that, especially when you're off the surface by 5 to 6 feet, you could challenge that and then get intermediary spots along the way, and you can do double checking of your work. But I assure
Yeah.
you, since we
So
know a
has
lot
it been
about,
done? Like I said, Zanuck, it
just want
needs
to say,
to be something where we're taking the optical effect out of it. I hope we can all agree that there is a possibility of optical effects, and in order to get the best measurement, the most precise measurement, which I think you would want to do, would be to do a very small. I give you up to 200 feet. I would prefer it to be no more than 100 feet at a time of leapfrogging and having a long enough distance of doing this to where we would have a measurable distance, drop over distance from this tangent
I would
that's
agree with you
established.
that I would agree with you. That'd be a great, and I could do this at some point in a very dramatic fashion because I was just there this weekend at the Delta, and there's this one stretch that's kind of like most unique. There's 2 or 3 of them in the Delta that are 2 to 3 miles long, and you could set it, and there's roads alongside of it, which is very unique too, that are the same height above the water.
Is there movement in the water?
No, it's a mirror. You can see the reflections on it. It's not even moving. There is some
No,
movement.
I'm not asking about whether there's waves. I'm asking, is there movement in the water? Meaning, does the water flow?
It is tied to the tides a little bit. It's not like a lake, but it does have some tides. I mean, as far as it moves slowly, because it's a delta. It takes a long. It's 20 miles, 10 miles from anywhere near the salt water, but it still rises and falls because of the tides. But you could actually, if you're worried about that, you could take a measurement when the tide's going out and the tide's going in, and you can average that out if you want to think. If you
No,
think
I'm not
that's
concerned about tide. I'm talking about like if you're in a river delta, a river has a flow to it, meaning there is going to be drop over distance based on elevation of that water. Would you agree?
but that's not what it is. It is a tide only. There's no drop over distance
So
to
it's
the.
just a tidal pool. There's no river that flows into it.
Yes, I've said it 3 times already. It's a delta. You know how deltas work, right? It's not a river.
Right. So is there a flow to the delta, or is it just tidal?
Just tides.
Okay.
Just tide. And so it's very unique. And if I could have the team of you guys come with me on the boat, roll out there, and set up our camp there, we could have people along the way, and we could do all the tests that have been argued about for 5-6 years here at that spot and have remove all doubt, because you could always
What's
go
that
from
spot?
over. You can go from over water to on land, and there'd be no difference because wherever you are, you know how high you are above the water, and you can go to some other point. Different than
Where's the
canals
spot?
pardon me?
Where's the spot? What's the location?
It's Victoria Slough or Twin Slough in the San Joaquin Delta, right outside of Discovery Bay. So if you Discovery, if you do like an aerial view of Discovery, I can send you some pictures. Aerial view of Discovery Bay, you can see those 2 sloughs, and there's 2 of them. And it's amazing. I was just there yesterday, and
Is this in California? Discovery Bay in California?
uh-huh.
All right, I'll take a
I can
look.
send you an aerial map if you'd like.
No, I'll look.
But it's very unique.
Discovery
So
Bay.
in the
So
morning,
is this
in the
like an
morning, you
inland
could see
community?
water was so flat; it was just a mirror. And we water skied on it, freaking tore it up for about 2 hours, and until the wind kind of picked up a little bit. But it was mirror. It was just like surreal. But all I could do, because I'm like the only guy there that's into this kind of physics and flat Earth and the surveying side of things. So I'm thinking about like where would I set up the poles? Where would we set up the telescopes? Where would we use the lasers? I'm thinking, here's the road. How do we get out here? Where's the access so people could drive there rather than just go by boat? I mean, I wanted to do it all. And these guys are like, why do you want to go to the side of the shore? Why do you want to get out of the boat? I want to check all this shit out.
Oh yeah, so this is all within San Joaquin River, which would have a flow to it, so we would expect some drop over distance
No,
to
it's all
this
been dug
water.
out.
So this water doesn't flow at all, is what you're
It
saying.
flows back and forth only due to tides.
So there's no river that feeds this.
No, it's all tide.
That's weird because I'm looking at it right now, and the San Joaquin River is
Water drains from in all directions to the delta, but the delta is the delta. It's only fed by what flows into it from external small sources, but the river rises and falls 2 to 3 feet due to tidal movement only. So
okay. So you could put a dam right where the Benfica Martinez bridge is, and that wouldn't flood anything, is what you're saying?
it's still being fed by drainage of all the roads and everything that's around there, irrigation, everything. I mean,
Well,
everything.
if it's being fed by all that, where does all that water eventually go when it comes into this area?
Well, it never the level of the delta. Here's the answer to your question: the level of the delta never changes. There's your answer.
I thought you said it was
Always is
tidal.
the same. Always is the same. The average level of the delta always. We have a rainstorm where it rains like 20 inches. Doesn't change the level of the delta because it's all tied to the ocean. This shouldn't be hard for you to understand. I don't know why we're talking about it. Let's just say that we have something very accurately.
I think it would be better to do it over just like San Francisco Bay would be a better
No, because
San
you
Francisco
don't
Bay
get
or
you
Tampa
don't get.
Bay or anything like that.
Well, the water's very cold. So any retraction,
All right, then
anything.
we'll use Tampa Bay.
Zanuck is trying to get some flat earthers to pay for his second vacation there. That's
Yeah.
all.
I just got back. From.
Stop arguing, Napalm. This is a
I have a
beautiful
boat. I have a
place.
boat. I have a nice boat. We can go there anytime you want. Bring telescopes and lasers and things. What I'm saying to you is no. The San Francisco Bay is nice, but you have a very cold body of water, and it's very difficult to find a day where it's perfectly flat. At the Delta, it's very controlled. It's way off the Delta. You don't have any kind of ripples. You can be a mirror, and you can spend all morning long, not like worrying about, oh, here comes the wind. You can be perfect for
But
5
that
or 4
delta is
hours.
too. That delta is too. There's too much there. Where if we're going to do it at a short distance,
You can
I
do
don't
short
know.
along the way.
There's going to
This
be
is
a
all
drop over
done.
distance because there is a.
Cut out
But
all the things you want to do by man has been done. They've cut this thing out, made sure that it's the same width and length. It's perfectly straight. It's not natural, so you can actually use all these straight edges in man-made construction and water itself over 3 miles to determine what the shape of the Earth is, what the water is
yeah,
actually doing. This fishing
yeah,
line
we
thing.
would have to do it in a place where there is no like flow, like a river flow. Like that's why I'm trying to say like San Francisco Bay, or we could use Tampa Bay or something like that. That is actually just a part of the ocean where there's
It's
rivers that
flowing.
do feed into some of these things, but there is no drop over distance, meaning the bay itself or the ocean itself isn't going to have um, any influence of water that is flowing due to an
There's not
elevation
any.
change, which
There's
a
not
river
any.
does have that influence, which is
There's
why
not
I'm
any.
trying to avoid that.
Napalm. We can do a test where we can measure the flow one direction and measure the flow the other direction, and you'll get the same values. Being fed by a water
Like Jesse
goes flow.
Kozlowski didn't do that. He went to like Wildwood, New Jersey, right? And he got like high tide. Went out there with a camera and like aimed out like like 8 miles or something to where it was low tide and said, "Look how it's dropping over distance." So we could be tricked again. You
Well,
don't want Jesse to trick you twice, Zeta.
that's the thing, Tanks. They don't want to actually do the work of actually establishing a tangent line that everybody could agree is like
Okay, a
done at
better
such
idea
a
then.
small in such small increments that we're not doing an octagon like you're saying, right? Because actually, when you're doing it in small increments, you're avoiding any type of optical deviation. When we know a very slight change in your angle with optics causes a huge difference the further you go away, right? So
Okay.
we would keep it short, sweet, do the
All right.
do the
I'll get it.
leapfrogging the way that Rakia talks about, and do it in a body of water that doesn't have a flow to it,
Okay.
and then
I have an
measure
answer for
down.
you.
And in theory, on the globe Earth model, we should get what would be a measured 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, I have an answer for you now. So we can go through that. I just not as convenient. This is a good solution. You should go there. You would have very little objection if you visited and went to where I showed you. You can go to Tahoe. What's nice about Tahoe is they're higher altitude, and it's not flowing. But you just got to find the days where you can
No,
mirror also. Hold on.
no,
So at Lake
I
Tahoe,
disagree.
you have Lake Tahoe. We have shore. Why would you disagree with Lake Tahoe? It's a lake, no flow, no tides. So it fits that requirement. But the nice thing about it, it has a shoreline with areas that are like points that are coming out. So you could do this point to point to point in a straight line along one of the shores, up to 4 or 5, 6 miles long if you'd like. Go across the lake for 10 miles or 15 miles if you want, 18 miles in some cases. So you can have everything you want there at Lake Tahoe, but all you have to make sure you have a perfectly flat day where it's just really calm. And it's nice because the air is 6,000 feet, so you have 20% less air, and the air and the water generally are still pretty cold, but like the bay. But at least you can have some cold air out there as well. Or do it on a day that's just a nice calm day. Just try to do some tests, but over short distances where refraction isn't a big factor, like you're pointing to, and you can do this drop. Now the problem with Raki is he keeps on doing the horizontals connected to each other. You can't make a horizontal at one point go 100 feet out, and make another horizontal other point, and connect them, and think that's still gonna be two horizontals all tied
No,
together.
we're not talking about doing that, right? We're not talking about connecting horizontals. We're talking about making a straight line, whether it's horizontal or whether you want to call it a tangent, depending upon what is the surface residing below it, because that's what's in question. But what we do want to ensure is that the line that's being established has no deviation from point A to point B in some sort of reference, which would be established at point A. There would be no establishment again after that.
Yeah, I think you said it correctly. Rakia says it incorrectly. Where he's just, how do you make, like, for example, I make a horizontal. Is this a physical line or just a laser sight to something? I don't know how you're doing this, but say you have a board, a plank that's vertical, and you shoot a laser to it, and you get it. It makes a dot on it. Now, how do you go to the next dot? How do you establish a horizontal to the next dot? How would you do it? Next plank. That was another 100 feet away.
See, I think at 100 feet, you could probably do it optically.
Okay, so you got so 100 feet you like. So good. Now we're on the same. At least we're talking the same language. So you got 100 feet away, and you have a theodolite, and you have next to it you have a laser optic, and you make sure that's perfectly level,
Mm-hmm.
and it hits a plank. It's vertical, and you're at 6 feet. This laser at 6 feet, and the plank has an 8-foot plank, and they have a dot illuminating on that plank. So now what do you do that you have that dot there? We know that line is level from the origin, but what do we do at that point now to go to the next 100 feet plank? So there's 3 planks, just getting started here.
So we would shoot back to the original, right?
Okay.
So we would align with that dot, shoot back to the original, swivel our azimuth 90 degrees, and shoot to the next.
Okay, so there, right there, you have the problem. If you had something accurate enough, column emitted light was tight enough that you tried to shoot the light back at 100 feet, it would
We're
be
not shooting light. We're not shooting light. We're using the crosshairs in our theodolite. There is no shooting of light.
Well, that's light. That's light itself. It's a reflection of something off.
Yeah, but we're not shooting anything, right?
Okay, so you got crosshairs lined up 100 feet away to a little bullseye on that plank. Now you go to that plank and use a theodolite at the exact same height of that bullseye and shoot back to the original, the origin.
Back to the original, yep, and it should.
Right there, that will solve the part of the problem that I'm trying to point out is they will not align. Even at 100 feet, if you have something accurate enough, they won't align right. Now, the difference will be incredibly small, but if you have accurate enough equipment, you'll see the problem. Now, I'm asking you, regardless of that inaccuracy, how do you go to the next one?
That's where you cut me off when I said you just swivel your azimuth 90 degrees and shoot to the next one.
Okay. Now, are you doing it so you align with that bullseye from the second plank to the first plank?
I don't understand where your confusion is. So we line up with we make the first shot, right? We make the first shot, we mark that. We go to where that is, shoot back, swivel to the next, making no movement of the base of our theodolite, right?
Yeah.
Swivel it to the next, establish where that point is. Now go to that next point, shoot back to the previous one, do the same. Very short distances.
Okay. So if let's say you did this and you had accurate measuring equipment, and let's say you were off by a half a millimeter, what would you do then? Let's say it's running. You shoot.
What do you mean we're off by half a millimeter? We're not going to be off. We're making
over
accurate
water, right?
measurements.
You're over water?
What are you talking about? You're talking about shooting these things over miles and saying, oh, well.
No, I'm just.
It's accurate. We can just make the measurement.
Come on, man. I like this conversation. I don't want to get afraid. So we have the origin point, and you have a theodolite there, and you're shooting it to 100 feet, and you have a mark. Now, is that mark that you draw on that board, and you make a bullseye around it if you want? Is that dot the exact height above the surface of the water as the origination point?
That's what we're measuring.
Okay, so but if we have a millimeter, let's say it's a half a millimeter off, it's a little
Millimeter
bit.
off of
Come on, man. We start out with 6 feet high. We have a theodolite. We make it perfectly
what?
level. We
Yep.
shoot the dot out to this 100-foot plank, which also has a line at the 6-foot line on the plank.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we see that dot, and we go there, and we see, oh, the dot is not really on the line. We sighted it there, but it's a little bit high on that line, a millimeter. Now, what do? The next step is going to be based on that little small millimeter error, which is going to multiply out.
We're not. No. What you don't realize is we're not trying to shoot to any type of specific height. Meaning, I'm at 6 foot and I'm level, and I shoot that over a small distance. Right?
Yeah, 100
I'm
feet.
at 6 foot. I've leveled my theodolite or my auto level, and I make a mark where the crosshairs are. So you're saying even at that distance, it's going to be inaccurate in establishing a straight line? Is that what you're saying?
You're establishing a straight line, but it may not be level. That point where it hits the second plank, that may not be level with the line that you shed. It's only level at the one point where it emanated from. That's the whole thing
Well,
we're
that's
trying to
what we're
confirm.
testing to begin with, right? That's the whole point. Is we
can't
we are trying to establish this in very small increments. What we're not trying to do is what you guys want to do is point this thing off in the distance and be like, look at this thing, 30 miles away. We can measure down from our crosshairs, and therefore this is some sort of actual measurement. No, we're leveling at point A. Point A is our only level.
Right, but you understand that if there is, if you are hitting something and you're going to then use that next point to establish level,
Uh-huh.
you will be propagating. This is what Rakia didn't understand, and I think you're kind of understanding it now. I can sense.
No.
Every time you if you send a laser off of that each successive point,
Not using a laser.
You're propagating that error. You just can't say, you know what, I'm not going to worry about how high it is with the surface. I'm just going to send a laser, hit a dot, and then go to that dot level, hit another dot, and continue to do this. That would be
Not using a laser.
What do you? Well, I'm
I already
saying
told you
laser.
that. We're not using the laser. We're visually sighting it.
There's no difference between laser and crosses where the crosses line up, and someone's they're going to be marking, right?
Okay, cool. So if you think it's going to be inaccurate using just our crosshairs and marking at 100 feet, if you think it's going to be inaccurate at that distance, why the hell would you try to claim any type of accuracy at a further distance?
Oh boy. Wow. Okay, so that kind of went right over your head there. It's not a matter
No,
of
it's not that
inaccuracy.
it went over my head. I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, Zanuck, and here's my point.
Well, no, can I make
If
my
we're
point
just
first?
leveling at one part, you say, well, it might be off. It might be off. Well, if it's off at that short of a distance, what good are those tools to begin with, right? And
My
if there
God,
is
that's
one,
why you have to
and
let. When I say you got it wrong,
we would be exacerbating the amount that it's off as we
no,
went off in the distance. We
waiting.
wouldn't be doing it. We wouldn't be doing it as inaccurately as if we just kept our theodolite or our auto level at point A and decided to measure something all the way down the line.
Okay, can I respond because you've made a gross error in that analysis? We're not talking about inaccuracy of the measurement. I'm saying the accuracy of the device is very accurate, but by affirming the consequent that we're over a flat surface and stringing these presumed.
We're not. That's how we're making the measurement, dude.
Napalm, I know that you have to trust me. I know what you're saying, and I want to respond. You're not.
No, you don't. You're straw manning me.
I do because you're saying the word inaccuracy is being conflated to two different types of
You
tests.
can't even, Zanuck. Here's the thing. Before you go forward, steel man what I am claiming to do over distance. Explain it to me, back to me, and if you have any deviation in what I exactly explained, we'll start over.
I'd like to do this I will do both, but let me do what I finished what I was saying. You are clearly conflating the accuracy of the measurement in this test, your test, with the accuracy.
We haven't even measured yet.
Every single time I get a sentence out, Napalm, you understand you're talking over me, which means you're not listening.
Because you're incorrect
I'm
from the
I'm
fucking
trying to be
jump,
as
dude.
clear and speak as slow as possible. You're
It's
conflating
not that I
two
don't
different.
understand the words coming out of
Again,
your mouth.
you
It's
haven't
that I'm
heard my.
sick of
You
you
haven't
straw
heard.
manning me,
You
dude.
haven't heard what.
That's the
You haven't heard.
problem.
You
So
haven't heard.
here's the
I
deal.
will
Here's
steel
the
man
deal,
you.
dude. I'm not going to deal with this. I'm literally just going to log off if you continue with this. I'm literally just going to log off. If you continue with the straw manning and the you don't understand bullshit that me and Gio have to talk to you about every single time you come in here. The problem is everything that I've stated so far, nothing has been a measurement yet. The measurement comes after the establishment of the line. The line isn't the measurement. That's what you can't comprehend. And we can't go forward with the conversation because you say from point A to the first mark at 100 feet, if that's off, if we measure that to be off, we're not making a measurement. We're just making a mark. And then we're continuing to do that down the line. The measurement comes down the line from that established mark at the end down to the surface. That's where the measurement comes into play. From the established line to the surface, I'm done.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I wasn't. I thought I wasn't. I wanted to do two ways. Now, if you, I'll do any way you want because I want to play around. This is your server, and this is your question. And I'm just trying to. I can steel man it. If you want me to do that first, I will. The point I was trying to make about the accuracy is that you said it was inaccurate. So why would we use it along this? No, it's inaccurate for what you're trying to do. The two different types of stories. But we can go the steel man route if you'd like. By sending a just using a theodolite and looking at it and scoping it out and having maybe someone at the other plank mark. You can have a cell phone and say, "Yep, right there. That's where the mark is." Boom, and then you can go to that mark and do the same thing in a farther direction, and keep on successfully doing the same exact sight it, mark it, establish level with a theodolite, and send out another sighting to a third plank, a fourth plank, a fifth plank. That is perpetuating an error. The error is not in the device itself. The error is in whether level at the first plank that you shoot to, which is really the second plank, is that level with respect to the first plank. It might be off by a millimeter. That's not the inaccuracy of the tool. Hope that's very clear. It's an accuracy for your test. Two different subjects, two different discussions, two different experiments. Do you know what I mean? Napalm? Oh, well.
Do you guys remember when you used to think the Earth was like this tiny speck of dust that was tilted and wobbling in an insignificant, tucked away corner of an ever expanding universe of nothingness?
Bro, I literally just had that conversation with 2 of my coworkers this morning. He literally, because he believes in the globe, and he's like, but Killian, you have to understand, we're very, very small. And I'm looking at him going, bro, really? Not you two. But yeah, man.
It's crazy. It's just like such a crazy like perspective on things. You know? Like once you see the alternative as the alternative was hidden from you as even a possibility your whole life.
Well, to portray what went down at my cubicle this morning was this fellow examiner and another examiner. The 2 of them were sitting, and they were like, "Okay, explain this picture that you posted, which was that sunrise picture I shared last week with the moon map as the backup, stating where everything was." Now, I went right to, and I have to actually thank EXO for his one of the observations he put forward on the weekend when he was in here. Time-lapse photography of stars. It literally, that alone, completely defuncts the globe. Because if the ground is moving and the sky is moving, you wouldn't be able to capture. It would be literally a dog's breakfast of a picture. So I'm at my desk, and with my right hand, I'm showing the surface spinning, as they claim at the equator, 1,000 miles per hour, and I'm showing the 23.4 degree tilt. And then I'm also showing the sky moving at the same time with my left hand. And I'm saying, how is it that I can have a picture sitting on the surface while my right hand is turning, taking a picture of the sky that's moving like a carpet above it? And he's looking at me going, you have to think about the frame of reference. And I'm like, yeah, no, we can't. Because if you can't get past, you can't break through that cognitive aspect of the frame of reference, and that person that you're speaking with isn't willing to let that go, you're not going to be able to break through. I was not successful. He's a project as I go on. But appreciate the question, dude.
No, yeah, just sometimes I think about it, I'm like, man, like, it's just so crazy, like because this is what's a fact. This is just a fact. We were not told about how there's an alternative that is also viable that actually places immense importance on the position of the Earth. Right? Like, no matter what you think, if you choose to believe that you're tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun as a dusty rock, water ball, and nothingness, or whatever, if you want to believe all that, whatever, like, what's a fact is that we were not even told that there is an alternative that's viable at all. And that alone, everyone should be able to agree that that's just unacceptable. You know? Everyone should be able to agree on that. Like, the fact that a geocentric position is not even mentioned to children as if a possibility is like criminal. Because here I am, over 30, talking to astrophysicists and having them concede that it could be the case. Yeah, just kind of wild to think about it from that perspective.
Yeah, well, I think it's the idea that, like, as you say, if you go outside of what we're told, is the idea that we're on a globe in the absolutely middle of nowhere, and we're just happenstance, and we just came to be just because we happened to come to be because evolution decided to evolve to where we're at now and make us what we are. Having said all that, it is, I think, beautiful, magical, storybook-like, if you will, to be able to just sit within your own understanding of things
and walk through the observations as you engage with them versus having to like constantly go to some reference. And I'll be honest with you, this is from my end and nobody else here obviously, is to not have to appeal to any kind of an authority, Einstein, Newton, any of those dudes. Like to say that the tree hit you in the head is to not understand, or sorry, the tree hit you in the head. Sorry guys. The apple hit you in the head is to not understand that the apple is of the tree and the tree is of the seed. And if you don't understand that relationship, how can you even begin to understand and unpack the idea of gravity? And that's where, like, I think to myself, if I'm sitting underneath a tree and an apple hits me in the head, I'd like to be free of the thought to be able to walk through the observation of the seed being planted, the tree being grown, the branch going out to grow out further, and then the apple growing from that branch, and then being mature enough that the stem releases down to the earth. And it happens to hit me in the head, and then I'm going to eat it, providing there's no worms inside. But no, I have to appeal to gravity, Newton, to understand what the hell just happened. Those bastards. Zanuck is lighting me up. What you writing, man?
Yo, it's like, and then this guy says, because we know, in all caps, we are on a globe, ISS, GPS. You see what I mean? No need for other model, no debate. And I'm like, dude.
He's being
So you see,
sarcastic.
you did.
That's the model
Well,
builder. Yeah.
okay, but this is what I'm saying though. Like, that wouldn't be like that wouldn't be like hard to believe that an actual baller would say that back. And that's why I responded and realized that was not one. But because I'm like, we weren't even talking about the globe though. Like, I'm talking about if the Earth is in the center, bro. You know, like, think about this, bro. I can go toe to toe with anybody debating whether or not the Earth could be in the center. Like anybody. Kinematic, dynamic equivalence, etc., etc. Anybody at this point. And they'll end up conceding. So you'll talk to people. If you Google, it'll say retrograde proves that the Earth isn't in the center. Retrograde, parallax, aberration, the changes of the seasons. You talk to an astrophysicist who actually comprehends the model. They'll say retrograde could definitely happen if the Earth was stationary and in the center. Parallax could happen. Aberration could happen. The seasons would also happen because it would actually be an angle of the sun itself, not the Earth, right? So it's crazy to think that there's this huge gap between the actual situation and then what children are taught and what the average person is taught and what the first Google result says. There's this huge gap. And that's what blows my mind is if you've been involved in this conversation this whole time, even if you believe that the Earth is a ball and that the solar system model is true, how can you not conceive what I'm saying? That it's misrepresented as so definitive and there's no alternative and things are falsely claimed to be exclusive evidence of that when they're actually not. And it's a significantly important thing, right? If the Earth's in the center, that changes a lot. It changes entire worldviews. It changes an entire perspective on life. To me, it can't be overstated. It's like everyone should be on the same page with that. Oh, well, look, we decided to relook at it and look a little deeper, and we found out it's not as cut and dry as we were told. And that's not cool to teach children that they are for certain insignificant speck of dust tucked away in an insignificant, lost, forgotten about corner of this gigantic universe where you're really not even, you have no meaning. I don't know. I'm being redundant, but I just think that's crazy.
No.
I think that's wild.
You're raising a very valid point, which the question from my coworker earlier today then came from, or the question that came from him was, why would they lie at that point? And I'm like, look, I have no idea. There's 7-8 billion people on this place that we hang out on, so that's like 7-8 billion different reasons as to why. But what I will say is that if you accept the mainstream narrative, it removes God from the equation. And that is something that ultimately, like for me personally, being a follower of him, that is something that it's like a no-go. That's like a no-go zone. So, you believe in creation, and when you believe in creation, it literally becomes a if this, then that scenario.
Well, the ironic part is you couldn't even have the heliocentric model without a creator either. There's like a plethora of fine-tuning problems, but it creates the illusion as if it could happen without design, right? Because you just have like this huge opportunity for random happenstance. It's not even accurate either. They don't tell them that either. That even in that model, it requires a designer. It's called fine-tuning problems. So it's weird. It's just, I don't know. It seems pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, I can definitely tip my hat to that idea. I'm looking at it from a standpoint of like what's written in Genesis, Scripture, things of that nature. But I mean, we don't have to get into all of that. The idea of evolution it's beyond. I think to myself, like, if you accept the story of evolution, okay, we came from apes. Why did we stop evolving? What was the next evolutionary step? But if the creator created everybody as they are, sitting on this magic carousel, as you say, fine tuning, but it takes a grand facilitator, an orchestrator to conduct this magic symphony. If these all are a bunch of balls spinning in space with their own attraction points.
Give me a second, I'll make a call.
Yeah, that's right. Which, by the way, there's a lot of attraction points in that whole equation.
I like the geocentrism topic. I think that's where it's at, man. Especially when I'm talking just to like, random people or customers of mine or something. I think it's an interesting question when you ask them, hey, do you know that they say that we go around the sun, yet there's absolutely no experiment you could do in your backyard or anything physical that you could do that you can prove that to yourself. I think that's incredible. And it's just like a philosophical belief system. People don't know that. They're not told that. Just seems like a better approach than being like, yo, did you know that the earth's a flat, not a ball?
Yo, Tor, I'm so sorry, dude, leaving you hanging. I'm just sending a message right there. Holla. Good to hear
Yeah,
from you.
no worries, bro. Yeah, brother. No worries.
Yeah, bro. So, like, globe model claim on the table. Steel man this for a quick second. You got axial attraction point on planet Earth. You got rogue. I don't even know what kind of attraction the moon claim is, but we have singular sided wagon wheel type rotation facing us consistently. And then the sun, I don't know if they say the sun rotates too, but the sun moves around the Earth. I guess you would have like Schnapp, Pluto being the last one. If Pluto's still a planet, no, Pluto got killed. Mercury, Venus, all the way up to the top would all have their own attraction points as well. And then all of that collection is flying through space at a certain speed as well. It's a lot of moving parts.
In what direction, dude? That's what I want to know. And yeah, they do say the sun turns on its axis once every like 24 and a half days or something.
It depends on each point on the Earth, on the sun's surface, because it has a different period in the equator compared to its poles.
Yo, Bacon. Perfect. Awesome. What's with Bacon? Hope all is well, man.
What?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo, I said, yo, what's up, Bacon? Hope all is well. And yo, what's up, Lion? Hope all is well.
Billion and Tora and Bacon. What's up? How you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Nah, yeah, I like the conversation that you guys are about to get into. I'm curious to listen in. Earlier they were talking about centrifugal forces. You talk about the sun and the earth, and their relationship seems to be one of we're in orbit around the sun, right? In that orbit, you'd think if it was centrifugal or related to that type of force, right, that it would be completely circular, but it's not. It has an elliptical cycle, and that elliptical cycle is unexplained. They say that it's due to planetary objects or
Can you tell me?
planetary bodies.
Can you tell me your best description of what centrifugal force is?
No, I don't know the textbook definition for it, but I just want to say that.
No, yeah, I don't care about the textbook definition. I
you
just
get-
want to understand what you understand about it. What's your idea about it?
Forces, right, that aren't perfectly circular. Like if you spin a ball, if you spin a bucket of water, like earlier the guy was talking about a bucket of water, I think it was Ted or whoever it was, inside upside down or whatever his name is. He was saying that if you spin a bucket of water, right, that's centrifugal force, correct? Well, if you spin that bucket of water, you would expect a circular motion, right? Not elliptical. How would you end up in an elliptical orbit?
Well, the being elliptic or not isn't really a defining characteristics of centrifugal force. So, yeah, if you rotate something a circular path, you end up with a centrifugal force. Doesn't mean you can only get centrifugal forces with circles.
No, I know that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you would expect a centrifugal force that would go in a circular motion to be almost perfectly circular, but apparently that's not the case, right? Like there are gravitational forces at play that instead of giving you circular orbits, give you elliptical orbits.
Right,
How
but
is that so?
that's not related to centrifugal force. Because usually when you're dealing with orbits, you don't deal with orbits with a non-inertial frame of reference. You usually it's easier to deal with an inertial one.
Listen. I understand. Now I understand that centrifugal force isn't directly related with orbital mechanics. Listen, I completely concede to that. I completely understand. I'm using it as a analogy, right, for what we see the Earth doing around the sun. right? It's just an example. I understand. So beyond that, right? Let's not get lost in the right. Don't get lost in the pudding, bro. Just think about what I'm saying.
I'm trying to.
If the Earth is going around the sun, anything but a circular orbit, right? Why is that? Why is the Earth? Why does it have an elliptical orbit? That's all I'm asking. Don't get lost in the centrifugal forces.
Well, because that's how we settled.
I feel like that would be, you would measure a difference in the forces depending on where you are in the elliptical orbit. If it was perfectly circular, it would be, the same all the way around. But since it's not, there must be a difference in measurement, right?
What force exactly are you expecting to be measured differently? Certainly the acceleration is different, but how are you expecting to measure that?
How am I expecting to measure that? I don't know. I don't see why it wouldn't be able to be measured, right? We can measure acceleration.
We can measure certain types of acceleration. Free fall isn't one of them, which is the one that governs orbits.
So like a skydiver can't tell how fast he's falling?
Hold on, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. What if is free fall a constant acceleration?
Not necessarily. Depending on how specific you want to be. I'd say
Yeah. So
no.
if there was a change in acceleration, we'd surely be able to measure that.
Why?
Can we not? We can't measure a change in acceleration.
It depends on how that's being applied. For example, if
It's being applied as in our acceleration. It's being applied as in our acceleration changes.
Yeah, I understand that's not enough. For example, if I accelerate
So we
your
can't
cell
measure
phone,
a change in acceleration.
I said that depends. For example, if I accelerate your phone with my hand, I'm only accelerating the case. I'm not accelerating. My acceleration is not being applied to the whole, every single atom of the phone at the same time. It's only where I'm touching it. That kind of acceleration is different than, for example, if I pull the phone using an electromagnetic field or gravity. That doesn't pull in from the case, it pulls from every single part of it. And that's very different because the way the sensor detects it is by one part accelerating first and then the other. If the acceleration is, for example, due to gravity, the whole thing is accelerating together. Even if the acceleration changes, it's changing for the whole thing at once. So the device is not going to detect it. The device needs the acceleration to be applied in some
I
part
just
of
to
it.
let you know, I roboted throughout your whole thing, and I didn't hear any of your monologue. I'm so sorry, Bacon.
I'll monologue again. No worries. So the way the accelerometer of the phone works is that it needs the acceleration to be applied in a part of the phone, not in the whole of it. So if you accelerate the phone with your hand, you're only holding the case. You're not holding every single component inside of the phone. So if you shake it or if you accelerate it with your hands, there's like some semi-loose parts inside the phone that are going to displace because you're not pulling on them. You're pulling on the rest of the phone. And that difference is how it detects the acceleration. But with something like gravity, you're not just pulling the case of the phone. The gravity is being applied to the whole phone, even the internal components. So it accelerates all of it at the same time. So there's no displacement. There's no way for the phone to detect it. So if you free fall a phone, the whole thing is going to free fall at once. There's no way it would detect the free fall.
Okay, I caught the last part. And what if you were to free fall the phone, but then change acceleration while it
Same
was free
thing.
falling? Would it be able to measure the change in acceleration?
Well, again, if that changes the gravity changing, then that's changing for the whole phone at once, including the internal components. If you change from by, for example, pushing the case with your hand, then yeah, they will feel that because it's being applied to the case and not for every single component inside of it. So it depends on how the force is being
That's
applied.
very convenient. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. I'm lagging and roboting a little bit, so I don't know, but that's very convenient for you guys that we can't measure it.
Well, it's exactly how you would expect this thing to work. Like if gravity wouldn't pull in just the case of the phone and ignore its content. You shouldn't expect that. And if you understand that you would have pulled the whole thing at once, then you also shouldn't expect that to be measurable as by accelerating with the hands. If we said you should be detectable, then we would be in contradiction to ourselves. It's not that it's convenient, it's pretty much how it would have to work.
Well, it's convenient because we're saying you're not accelerating, you're saying you are, but we can't measure it. So I would say it's very convenient for you, seeing as how you have the burden of proof and you can't prove it, and we just have to take your word for it, I guess.
No, we can measure some of the accelerations. For example, you should be able to measure if you...
The orbit.
No, not the orbit. That's just free fall.
That's what I mean. We'll have to just take. We can't measure it, so we'll have to just take your word for it, I guess, right?
I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
I know, but when I went to school, they convinced me, and every kid that went to school, and all the kids that go to school, they all get convinced that we're orbiting. So I'm just saying, very convenient that they've convinced us all we're orbiting when they can't even measure it.
You can directly measure the acceleration towards the sun. No, but that's not the only way to figure out whether or not the Earth is orbiting the sun. You're able to model the motions of the planets and the other celestial bodies by modeling the Earth as orbiting the sun, and that works. And that's pretty much a simple way to do that.
It's not about made up mathematical models. This is about measuring. You're saying something's moving and we can't measure it. Like I said, very convenient for you guys. You can make a model of it, sure. Mathematical models, maybe it has some relation to reality, maybe it doesn't. We'll never know, I guess, because we can't measure the thing that you're saying happens.
Well, that's like I just mentioned that the model is one way you can figure out that the Earth is rotating around the sun. There's simply no other way to model it. Not at least without adding ad hoc forces.
So you dismantled Witset's the model Witset brings up with the neo-Tychonic.
Just addressed by saying without adding ad hoc forces, which is what you have to do in order for something like a tokenic system to work.
So if there's any ad hoc stuff in there, we shouldn't take the model seriously, you're saying? If there's any models and they have some kind of ad hoc stuff, we shouldn't take that model serious.
Well, it has at least more ad hocs, so you should take it less seriously. Because everything is the same, except that there's some extra stuff, so it's objectively less likely to be true.
So models with ad hocs are acceptable or are not acceptable?
At first they might be, like if it's like it's natural for things in the beginning to change. But if you have two models and one it's an exact copy of the other one plus an ad hoc, then you shouldn't take that one. It's obviously less.
So yes, I'm sorry. It was yes or no. Models with ad hocs. Do we or do we not accept them?
It wasn't no necessarily. I know you like to get like black and white answers, so they're more useful to you. But,
yeah, because
that's not how reality is.
Well, this is reality, and that's a dichotomy. We either do accept models that are ad hoc, or we don't. It can't be like, do we both? Do we do them both? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
Yeah, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. There are nuances.
And how do you decide? How do you decide on when to accept ad hocs and when not to?
Well, I just gave an example on when not to. So when you have two models that are identical copies, but one has extra stuff as an ad hoc, then you don't take that one. Because it's obviously less likely to be true. Since it's just an exact copy with extra stuff, it makes it less likely to be true.
So you're saying the neo-Tychonic model has more ad hocs than the heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because that did not sound like a confident yeah.
Sorry, say that again?
I said, are you sure? Because that didn't sound like a confident yeah.
That was a yeah. That was a confident yeah.
How come you don't consider elliptical orbits ad hoc?
Well, it matches observation. I don't know why that would be ad hoc.
It's only theoretical.
Oh, wait, with Newtonian mechanics,
You observe elliptical orbits.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Like, what do you mean by observing orbits?
Correct me if I'm wrong. What's the definition of ad hoc?
Well, in this context, is
You're using
a
you're saying that
modification.
the neotectonic model is filled with more ad hocs than the heliocentric, but
Yeah,
yet you don't use the same. You're not consistent with your own model when it comes to all the patches that they've used to keep their model afloat, to keep their paradigm alive. And one of those ad hoc explanations is the elliptical orbits that the Earth
well,
makes around the sun.
I don't see. I don't see why.
Without the elliptical orbit, you wouldn't have a model.
But what?
Right, but like within Newtonian mechanics, there's no reason why orbits couldn't be elliptical. There's no reason why to expect circular orbits instead of elliptical, and they're both as valid. So you shouldn't say that just because some of them are elliptical and some of them are circular, that's an ad hoc. That's just what we observe to be. If you start with the premise of Newtonian mechanics,
that's not what
My bad,
Brahe
Bacon.
said. That's not what
wait till
Brahe or Tycho said.
Oh, hold on. Let me get in after. Hold on. Let me get in after Bacon, please. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, Bacon.
right? Yeah, if you notice the path of the sun, it's like the size, how quickly it's moving in the sky. That matches an elliptical orbit, not a circular one. So if you assume there's no reason to use a circular one, saying it's an elliptical one, you're not adding anything to the theory. It's just we happen to be in a scenario where it matches or elliptical one better than an orbital one.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Let me, please.
Yeah, roboting quite bad.
Please. You mentioned Newtonian mechanics, but surely we're not going to be using that.
I heard too said surely we're not going to be using that, and then I heard a huh, and then I didn't hear anything else. Just so you know, it's you're roboting quite bad.
Yeah, there's a wicked delay, Jeremy. I'm not trying to interrupt you, bro.
Hey, Bacon.
But Bacon, you know who Tycho Brahe was? Hold on, you know who Tycho
Physicist,
Brahe was?
astronomer.
Yeah, generally called Tycho for short, was a Danish astronomer known for his comprehensive and unprecedentedly accurate astronomical observations. He was known during his lifetime as an astronomer, astrologer, and alchemist. Right?
Okay.
Kepler took his notes and adapted his own ideas to it and discounted all his circular orbits because Tycho's model was dependent on circular orbits, where Kepler redid it with elliptical orbits. So, but his astronomical calculations were just as accurate, showing the equivalent model, right? And you're saying, well, because of observations, that it's elliptical, dude. Tycho made the same observations in his model. The orbits were circular.
I'm not disputing the observations. Are you saying that his observations matched circular orbits better than elliptical orbits?
Yes, there's less ad hocs with the neotectonic model. There's less dark matter. There's less all the ad hocs that you have to use, all the patches that you have to use. You don't need none of those.
Oh, you
the
can't
geocentric
distinguish.
Model.
Like if
you don't need axial precession. You don't need dark matter. You don't need elliptical orbits. You don't need foreign bodies, extraplanetary bodies affecting the
heliocentrism
luminaries.
is way older than dark matter. But if the claim is that the circular orbits match observation more accurately than elliptical ones, then I'd like to see that demonstrated, because I don't think that's the
That's what Geo and Witsa have been saying for years, dude.
I
haven't been here years, but apparently they've been like, I don't understand.
Well,
it's dynamically equivalent.
Well, if you're talking about being dynamic, circular orbits are not dynamically equivalent to elliptical ones.
Anyways,
Neither dynamically nor kinematically.
Not
If you have
dynamically means forces we identify. Kinematically means the motions. I think he's saying them kinematically they're equivalent.
Yeah,
they're not any
at best. Yeah,
they're not dynamically equivalent.
Yeah, they are dynamically and kinematically equivalent.
Tell me how they're
circular orbits and elliptical orbits can't possibly be kinematically equivalent. You could say they're dynamically equivalent, but they can't possibly be kinematically equivalent.
Why the Neo-Tychonian system uses circular orbits and not elliptical?
Can you please explain the dynamic equivalence? I don't think you know, but I think you maybe do. If you do, I'd love to hear how there is a dynamic equivalence. Please be best you can. Please explain how there's a dynamic equivalence.
I'm not able to. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly.
I know. You know what that means, though. I mean, it's Bacon. Just for a second, stay on track real quick. So you know that means the forces have to be equivalent. That means if we explain things in our model, like the centripetal and centrifugal forces, that would have to be explained exactly. You're saying they're equivalent for an Earth that is not rotating around the sun sun's rotating around the Earth. Those forces would be completely different.
Can you be more specific in what way?
Well, you have something that's much larger, much farther away, plus all the other objects that are.
So
we have to have some kind of magical force. Probably need dark matter then that actually attracts these objects electrostatically, or whatever the might have, to be able to have the sun go around us, the moon go around us, and all the stars go around us. We have to have some type of force acting on them. That's not equivalent to us.
You think the sun and the moon and all that is the same distances and sizes in the Neo-Tychonian system?
No, they're different. I know you have a different model where you think they're close to the same distance, and maybe in the same sizes, maybe in the same masses. So even that makes no sense, because in our model there are extreme distances. They have extreme masses, and they have amazingly high velocity.
Okay, but you were just saying it can't be explained in the geocentric model, and then you went and applied all your heliocentric distances and masses and said we need to apply those same distances and masses to the geocentric model.
Even if you change all those masses, it's disingenuous to say that, because I didn't say that. I said that if you said there's a dynamic equivalent, that means you're going to be able to explain the forces to be equivalent. And how do you explain the forces for all those things that would happen we see in the sky? Now, kinematically, we may be able to find some type of happy ground. I think that the whole subject matter is really about the universe. You know, is everything rotating around us? And astrophysicists have agreed to is that there is some ways you get rid of dark matter and dark energy if the entire universe is kind of revolving around us, but not just us as the Earth. They still agree wholeheartedly that the Earth is revolving around the sun, and maybe even us going around the galaxy, but maybe things around our galaxy are rotating around us. That's really more of a galactic observation, which it tends to make it more specific and more micro, which I don't think any physicists would agree to that.
So you're saying in the geocentric model, there's absolutely no way they can be dynamically equivalent, meaning that we cannot apply mass to gain the forces that show why the sun and the moon and Mars and all them do what they're doing. Is that what your claim is?
Correct. And if you do, then
and if we have a paper that with all the math, then would that help?
Correct. Can I finish my sentence? And yes, that's what I'm saying. But then you end up, beginning of your comments to Bacon, you start creating ad hoc explanations, like making things up to make it work. And there'll be much more of those in the model. So that's all we're saying. It's all Bacon.
No, yeah. Your model
paper,
has.
by the way, I just wanted to clarify that, because you keep on hearing these dynamic and kinematic equivalence, and those are very specific terms, and I don't think that's true.
It can be dynamically equivalent. It sure can, and it doesn't have to be ad hoc. There's papers on it with the mass in it.
Show me one that talks about a dynamic of a geocentric model. Dynamic.
Oh, I showed you months ago, and you said you were going to read it, but you never
Which
actually
one? I read a
read
bunch
it.
of the ones you sent.
You know, the Neo-Machian analysis, and there's another paper I showed you by Andre Assis.
Which, real quick, Bacon just said that the neo-tychonic model has more ad hocs than the heliocentric model. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Well, that's just some vague claim. What does that even mean?
That's what I want to know.
Like, there's more ad hocs in the neo-tychonic model. They had to put more ad hocs to make the neo-tychonic model work than the heliocentric model.
That's not true, actually. They had to add more epicycles to the heliocentric model. So that's rough. So since apparently that was just considered a sufficient rebuttal to dismiss the geocentric one, we can apply the same logic. And since actually there's more ad hoc epicycles for the heliocentric model, now applying his own standard, the geocentric model is better. But now this is where we change the standard, I'm guessing.
It's convenient that Bacon left just at that time when it's being corrected at this point. These guys come in, make
So you're saying a geocentric model has less ad hocs than the. So you're saying the geocentric model has less ad hocs than the heliocentric model, and we should go with that one because there's less ad hocs, Bacon?
He left, apparently.
Of course.
They don't want the geocentric smoke, bro. Yeah, Andre Assis, relational mechanics, and then the neo-tychonic Newtonian analysis, the Machian analysis. I sent these papers to them long ago.
They don't want that smoke because it requires containment. Oh, snap. So cheesy, I know.
What I think is weird is like, yo, that's not true. That doesn't exist. You can't show me anywhere that it shows a dynamic equivalence. Like, yeah, here's this like academic paper breaking it down with specificity using Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, and both frameworks can show the dynamic equivalence. Oh no, it doesn't. Show me the paper. I'm sure you're misunderstanding it. Every time you say something, I look into it. You're misunderstanding it. Show me the paper. I'll read it right now. 4 months later, I pop back in the room and I hear, man, you can't show me anything. That's just that made up. That doesn't. There's no papers. Jesus.
I'm looking over the paper right now. It shows the sun and Mars in the geocentric position. No ad hocs. All the mass are right there. I don't get this.
Yeah, and then it points out that, of course, if you, just like the heliocentric model did, if you show the relationship between that dynamically, you can apply them to all of them. But just how the heliocentric model was made in the first place. Well, the dynamic math, of course.
You know what Zanuck comes in and says? He comes in and he's like, well, the distance to the sun and the size of the sun, that would never work on the geocentric model. Like, all of a sudden, we have to adopt all of his exact masses and distances. But in this paper, it looks like it does.
No, it does. Yeah, even that's incorrect. So, like, we have even more of an advantage. We don't have to believe in those nonsense claims, but even if you take the size and distance, it still works. So he's just wrong again.
Kinematically.
No, dynamically. No, dynamically.
Well, that's where we have the problem is that from a dynamic point of view, that geocentric.
Yeah. It's been half a year, and you still haven't read the paper.
You have to abolish the law of universal gravitation. In
been half a year, still haven't read the paper, buddy.
I read everything you had that day. I read probably 3 or 4.
No, you didn't.
There's a lot of
Hey,
we should probably go
so
for
this
one.
Doesn't.
I'm more than happy reading. Well, not out loud, but while we're having this discussion, which paper would you like me to look at first? Which is your strongest suit? talk about some kind of a dynamic equivalence. I understand very clearly that there is no difference between the kinematic differences between a geocentric and a heliocentric. By the way, loosely equivalent, because even kinematically, in the old days there was some slop in the way they measured things. Today we have a much more accurate way of measuring things, which tends to kind of lean more toward the heliocentric, but that's a whole nother discussion.
No, you just say things, dude. Like you told me to give you that paper.
Yeah, please give me the paper.
I'm checking out, dude.
Should I go? I probably have it in my files, but which one? What's the title of it? I'll just bring it up myself and start reading it.
The relational mechanics Odysee.
Got it. Okay, I remember that one.
There's also another one. It's called like the Neo.
How many times have you given?
Like 10 times, dude. 10 times.
No, we go over this every so often, and I don't remember everything I read. Things come
you didn't read
mind, and I did read it. I've read 3 or 4 of those papers.
Oh yeah,
the Wong paper. I remember the guy Wong. That was his name because it's Wong.
It's Wang.
A 2-pager. Wang was I didn't even remember that. That was a 2-pager, and then there was a couple more. In fact, I have a astrophysicist that I didn't even know in our family. I just met the other day, and I could broach the deal. He worked at he's at JPL. He's guy's been all over the place. He's a stud. Very, very. He's retired now. He might be. He may be open to meeting if you'd like. This guy's very capable. He knows all the things you guys talk about here.
Okay.
I might be able to get him. I might be able to get him to come on and talk about some of these things if you'd like, because that's all his whole life was, putting things on the Hubble. His work was on the Hubble.
That's what we need is a second Xanax.
The James Webb, and he knows all about the.
Do you work for the government, Xanax?
Do what?
Do you work for the government?
What kind of question is that?
Well, it seems like every couple of weeks you have a new family member that's like at the top level of some NASA-related field.
Yeah, we just have a lot of really cool people in my family. I'm lucky. They're really interesting people.
How funny!
Even last night, my
in this
stepfather.
paper, the abstract of this paper, Zanuck, literally says it is the aim of this paper to show the kinematical and dynamical equivalence of these systems under the assumption of Mach's principle.
Yes, I remember that specifically. That doesn't mean that the paper is right. It has to be peer reviewed. It has to be that actually it can actually raise objections to anything that's in the paper, which I'd like to do. Now, my knowledge isn't as limited as a fully degreed astrophysicist, but I have a general knowledge and aptitude of the subject. So let me read through it. And the things I don't know, I have lots of resources to ping to have explanations for. So that's the problem with reading papers. I can read papers about like from Ken Wheeler, and it seems like it makes sense if you don't know anything about these topics. When I start reading things about monopole magnetic flows and things I do know something about, it's like, oh, this guy's full of shit. This is not how it is. I know there are single pole type of interactions of magnets and magnetism because I worked with them in stepping motors for many years.
So the European Journal of Physics is not a reliable source, though. So what you're saying?
Which paper are you speaking? Go ahead. Show me the paper. Which one?
I was talking about the one that's the Newtonian Machian analysis of the Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motion.
Yeah. Who is the author?
Yep.
It's like,
I think it says, is it Luka Popov?
Yes.
Luka Popov. Let me see if I got that one on my file.
And guess what, dude? He published that, so it got published in peer review. Guess what happened? He posted he published another one. He submitted another one. He submitted another one, and they refused to publish it.
Right.
So funny, dude.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be interesting? If I were interested in, like, why was it blown out? Why did they not?
Because they realized, maybe he actually is a geocentric. The first one was like, I'm just showing the math could work so we can understand the dynamics better. But then he posted another one that was even more in depth of how the math actually works better with the geocentric position, and then they wouldn't publish it. So I think I actually can get a copy of that unpublished paper too, from Robertson Ginnis.
Okay, I got this one. This is Ukrainian. This is a space, time, and substance in the International Physical Journal. This is about your ether drift shit. I don't think I have. I just want to save those 2 or 3. I have Wang's segment effect.
Yeah. Just type in relational mechanics, Andre Assis, dude.
Hold on, I thought I had it in my file. Hold on. So let me do.
Well, if you have it on file, it's even worse. Sent it to you half a year ago. You said you were going to read it. It's like you said you were going to read.
I did. I didn't save everything. I probably still have relational.
You
Model.
didn't read it.
Yes, I did.
Man, I hear a lot of bias talking
What's his name
right
again?
now. I lost the article.
Stop ridicule. Dude, we go over so much shit here. Some things I care about, some things I don't. I care about this now. I have you've reinterested me. So relational.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
say this every time, dude. You say
Just
it every
slow down.
time.
I have to spend half my time typing and arguing with you out of one side of my mouth just to type shit.
It's
just
like I'm just saying. I've had this conversation with you 10
I know
times,
you
dude.
did. You said that already. Just give me the name.
Why am I pretending that it's real this time?
Wait, did you just claim that you speak out of both sides of your mouth?
Relational what? Go ahead.
Relational mechanics.
And the author's name was Ravelli? No.
Andre Assis or Assis. It's like Asiss or something like that.
Assis. Andrew Cock, Tori Assis. No. Okay.
Dude, I'm like on my phone in a car and I can find it guaranteed in less than 10 seconds.
Well, Andre Assis. Is that it? Andre KT Assis. A new mechanic that replaces Einstein theories of relativity and implements Mach's principle quantitatively based on Weber's relational law. That one?
If it's called relational mechanics, yeah.
I got it. Well, there's 5 or 6 relational mechanics. Okay.
The one he made.
Really long paper.
The one he made in memory of Isaac Newton, dude.
I think if you go, exactly, in honor of him, basically. I think if you go to about page 200-ish area is where you really start getting into the meat and potatoes.
Where do I get it? So it's PDF. Here we go. ResearchGate has it for free.
Hey, I got it for free.
Yeah.
I got all the citations at the house, though. I don't remember the exact page number.
Preview. Upload. They want your money. Download citation. Copy link. Download here we go. Download full text PDF.
We don't need a play-by-play, thank you.
Well, no, it's not letting me download it.
Okay, that's convenient. I've sent you the paper though, so.
I know, dude. It's been a while. I thought I saved all your shit and put it in a file. This one particularly got away. Right?
Do you tell your astrophysics family members that this crazy flat earther has to school you on all kinds of up-to-date, like cutting-edge science?
Well, you bring up some interesting topics. I will not disagree with that, but I don't think you schooled me on anything. I schooled you on plenty of topics.
Oh, you're going to bring up the pendulum. Here comes the pendulum.
We'll give all sorts of things.
You're going to bring up the pendulum.
We could do all sorts of things with relativity. Dude, we don't need to go there. We stay focused.
Yeah. Okay.
So where do you think I want to find some place where I have to pay for it or join something. Do you know which?
Okay.
Remember the
I don't know,
website?
man. I'm in a car.
I put it in text chat, bro.
Well, I'm on Google trying to find the fucking thing. Thank you. There it is. I have that.
Are you okay, man?
I'm fine. No, I have it. I have 2. It just popped up. I have 3 copies of this file. I couldn't find it on my computer for some reason. All right, I have it now.
I know one thing you haven't done with that file. Let's read it.
I read it, and I'll read it again now. Relax.
Okay, it's hundreds of pages. You're not reading anything.
Yeah, read it. I didn't read every word. I read things that are interesting. So it's a large paper. It's like 300 pages. So.
Yeah, but I gave you a citation the last time. I showed you the highlighted portions and everything.
Yeah, I remember. So let me.
It might be page 212 is important. I can't remember it. There's a lot of different ones.
Well, on page 212, we're talking about uniform circular motion, circular orbit of a planet. 2 globes, okay. Newton's bucket information, or maybe before that, the harmonic oscillator. So I think probably more uniform circular motion is 210 through 212. 212 is 2 globes.
Look up magnetic. It's like a Lorentzian magnetic force. It shows an equivalence. You can use the math from a Lorentzian magnetic force. like Control F magnetic,
Yeah,
unless
I
it's
know
in
how to
there a
use.
lot. Do you though? Because this is like the 12th time.
Dude, this,
You know what's funny, dude? How
you
many
gotta
times have I given
dude,
you people
control
these
yourself, all
papers?
right? Dude,
I
you
gave
ain't all
Bacon
that.
the paper like
There's
6 months ago too.
there's okay. There's it's
Hey Zach, do
a
you
lot
agree
of
that the heliocentric model had to add more epicycles ad hoc than the geocentric model?
possibly.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be more ad hoc than the geocentric model?
Not necessarily. Let me. Okay, I'm looking at
Interesting.
electromagnetism or magnetic. It's everywhere, but
Yeah, magnetic. I
there's
think it's like a Lorentzian magnetic force. Because if you type in magnetic, it could be in there in the paper a lot.
there's 120. Yeah, 120. So Lorentzian.
Type in Lorentzian or Lorentz.
Lorentz. No Lorentz magnetic.
No Lorentz in the paper?
Well, I can get rid of magnetic.
Let me think. I don't know, man. I got it all saved on my computer, but I haven't set my office up yet. I also have it on my YouTube live stream. The citations, but anyway, the point is very simple, man. So what he does, he shows all the math of both Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics. He shows that actually the Einsteinian mechanics has major flaws in it. That's why he's a Newtonian proponent. But he shows that, contrary to popular belief, that there is both a kinematic and dynamic equivalent of a central position. He shows all the math. He uses the principles, say for relativity, of like covariance and the equivalence principle to demonstrate. He uses the Machian principle, integrated into both. He shows why Einsteinian mechanics necessitates the acknowledgement of the Machian principle, just as Einstein said. So yeah. So you guys don't have a dynamic force. So anyway, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. Okay, it can be demonstrated.
I understand.
Okay, now here's the follow up. Then, if there's a dynamic and kinematic equivalence, but the geocentric model, doesn't require dark energy, wouldn't the geocentric model be way more viable?
There's not a dynamic equivalent. It's not direct.
Okay, back to the
kinematically it is. Dynamic it is not. I'm looking at your Lorentzian. This is all part of Einstein's. This is back in the general comments. So everything that has to do with Lorentzian is all about relativity. I don't think that's the area you're looking for, is it?
Have you found the section of the paper talking about the equivalence, and it says, explains you can use a magnetic force?
I'm doing Lorentz. I'm doing magnetic. Searching, and it's nothing's coming with Lorentz and magnetic. So just Lorentz.
Lorentz is brought up 62 times in the
hold
article.
on, guys. There's 13 mentions of Lorentz. All right,
62. What are you spelling it wrong?
No, Lorentz.
No, Lorent. Just go with that and go from there.
Laurent? So it's Lorentz.
Your computer will figure it out, bro.
Well, I just did Laurent. Nothing comes up. So that's wrong.
Whatever. Even if you put the Z, it's only 13, dude. Just go through them. If it's only 13.
I know, I did. I told you all 13 are in Einstein 7.2 chapter, Einstein's special theory of relativity. There's nothing that's
when I read his name, it's apostrophe S.
No, why are you arguing? Well, no, it's a Z. Absolutely, Lorentz.
Lorentz is his name with a Z. His name has a Z in it.
Stop being silly. Okay.
No, I believe that. I'm just saying when I see it referenced in the paper, I see Lorent apostrophe S.
I never see anything there, but it doesn't matter. He's popping up 13
Dude,
times.
okay, look, I'm driving. I'll open this PDF
all the way down to the general comments. High velocity particles in there. I got one left. And that's just in the. His references are himself on the velocity and the Lorentz force physics teacher.
Here's where he tries to discredit the person with the genetic fallacy.
No, I didn't do that. Well, because he's referencing papers that he wrote himself. I always when I look at peer-reviewed top papers that seem to have a lot of validity and have a lot of substantial evidence for whatever they're talking about, you don't see them referencing themselves usually in the
I haven't read the entire paper, but it seems to all be very good. Like, it breaks down the rotation of the Earth, the mechanics, the non-inertial and inertial frames, and
Yeah. I know it will make some sense. Now I'm at 11.4. There's a chapter or a part called relational mechanics. That might be what you're talking about.
yeah, maybe
It has
so. I'm trying to
particularly
look through
relational
it while I'm
mechanics.
driving. So, hey man, just don't
I know.
respond. Don't refer to me
I don't
for a
want to
sec,
argue
please.
with you. I'm really interested in this because I don't know a lot about it, so I want to be able to
Yeah, you can't.
look at it.
You can't. Just chill out.
I can't, Dad. Who do you think you're talking to here? Come on,
Zanuck, I'm talking to you.
I can't. I don't know a lot about it now. Doesn't mean I can't learn about it very quickly. A lot of the math, dude. There's so many things I took in school that if I went and took a test, as long as they were like multiple choice or I could at least think about them, I do well. But if you're doing the
Dude, you're
math,
just
even in
you're
calculus,
oozing
I can't. I don't remember a lot of the calculus. I don't remember all my calculus at
Wow,
all.
dude.
But
You're
you
just
do
drowning
learn how to learn, and I do learn a lot about these types of things in physics classes. These are more advanced concepts, by the way. You know this. And you should pride
Yeah.
yourself in the fact that you're come on. I'm throwing you a bone and just take it, all right? You should pride yourself in the fact that you've taken interest in this and you have been pulling up a lot of very interesting work, even though it's contrary to mainstream science. It still is, very noble of you to go in there and do the diligence and pull up these papers and question what has been established as quote,
Gotcha.
mainstream science. I
But, yeah,
appreciate you.
when you say mainstream
I-
science, you mean mainstream theoretical physics.
Yes. And what's wrong with theoretical physics? We use theoretical.
It's
If we
not
didn't have
science.
theoretical physics and science, yes. If we didn't have theoretical physics, you think theoretical physics is just guesswork? It doesn't have any
No, I
validity?
think theoretical physics is very important.
Okay, good. I thought for a second you were going to say it's just theoretical. It doesn't mean anything. Because if it wasn't for theoretical physics, believe me, the computers we'd be talking on wouldn't be possible.
Okay, the problem is when people conflate the theoretical physics with scientific fact.
Oh, really? So certain
Oh,
effects
really?
that. Well, why do you have to mock me?
Because it was a weird question. I mean, I stated my
No.
my stance. I don't know why you have to ask a
So
clarifying question.
is the Kashmir effect a theoretical physics?
The Casimir effect is real. As to what the cause is, yes, it's theoretical.
We understand it. We can utilize that effect
No, we don't understand it.
We don't. So, but we use it to make transistors work.
Yeah, you could do trial and error to use things, bro.
Did you?
No,
You do
they
realize
didn't do
that,
trial
you
and
do
error.
realize that we can wait. You do understand the concept that we can discover an effect, a phenomenon. We can show that it consistently happens when we do certain things, and then we can utilize that effect to create technology and still not truly understand the cause of the effect.
Yeah, that's also possible. Just like gravity, we don't have to know that bending orbiting space time is the absolute end all catch all answer, but we do know by using Newtonian mechanics and even some how to utilize it in technology. I agree with you there.
Okay.
We could be something else. Some other kind of weird supernatural forces could be doing whatever we know that have happened. But yeah, I get your point there. We do understand
It's
well
kind
enough
of like
to be able to utilize
magnetism. Like we use magnetism for a lot of stuff, but mainstream particle physics doesn't understand magnetism. You have a Lamb shift problem. You have too much energy. You got virtual photons. We know exactly what the magnet's going to do. We know exactly how much energy we're going to get, precisely measured. We can replicate it and use it for technology very effectively. But mainstream particle physics doesn't understand magnetism.
Yeah, but yet lo and behold, we can utilize it without any issues whatsoever. We can sputter magnetic material onto aluminum
I just said
substrates
that.
and create. Yeah, I know. We can do all the other things that you're talking about. So we do understand the usage. We may not understand it at a quantum level to the point where we could explain the exact cause of what. And
Not even close.
That cause, where it comes from, what it actually does.
What it even actually is. They can't even define it. They say it's virtual photons, dude.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Okay. So anyway, bro, the takeaway here is that he demonstrates conclusively a dynamic equivalence using Einsteinian Newtonian frameworks. So that's rough. My question was, do you how about this? How about this? You aren't sure about the dynamic equivalence. Okay, fair enough. You should research it like you said you were going to 6 months ago. We'll put that on pause. Hypothetically, if there is a dynamic and kinematic equivalence, wouldn't that mean the geocentric model is more viable?
No, because we can measure things optically that conflict with those type of assertions. In the old days, can I finish the thought?
No, you pause and then you know I'm about to just dunk all over you, so
I
you jump
always
back
have an
in.
explanation for things I say. So in the old days, the rudimentary telescopes and way of measuring things would say, yeah, there is definitely a kinematic equivalence. Now, dynamically, I'd say I'd have more arguments, but even kinematically, today with our optical instruments being so precise and so accurate, there is a large gap in the equivalence between the two.
Okay. So you just brought up optical measurements, which is goofy, but that would be a kinematic equivalence. That would be kinematic.
Yeah, with the optical instruments, there's a gap between the two models that is not.
I thought you just said there was a kinematic equivalence.
You weren't listening. I said there's a kinematic equivalence with rudimentary tools back in the 16th century, 17th century, late 1600s. But now, with
you're denying kinematic equivalence.
You'll never hear what I say when you talk over me when I'm middle of the last.
You just go on and on and on.
I didn't. I said one sentence. I said there was a dynamic equivalence back in the, a kinematic equivalence back in the day when the telescopes were rudimentary, 1700s. Now, today, with the accuracy and the sophistication of these instruments, that kinematic equivalence has gaps, is not equivalent, for example.
Okay, buddy, if there's anything that we can observe regarding the motions, the relative motions of the sky that shows that it's exclusively heliocentric, then you're debunking relativity. Do you not understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then that's not true, dude.
Nope. They incorporating that with the tools that they're using. All these are taken into account to show that there's not a kinematic equivalence between a geocentric or a heliocentric model. You say that there is, and there was with tools that weren't as accurate as they are today, but with the accuracy of the tools today and the knowledge they have today, they are not finding it. That's why this paper got tossed out.
It's a dynamic paper, dude. You're so lost. So can you name one specific observation that shows there's not a kinematic equivalence?
I can't answer it now, but I can probably find one.
So why are you so convicted in stating that I'm the one that's so far behind?
Because I've talked to people that know this stuff better than you or I do, and they have explained to this in detail of why these are far-fetched ideas. But
here's where you appeal to the authority.
I have no problem. No, I'm not going to
cousin.
I'm not going to appeal to authority. I'm going to read these and find out with you, find out what the similarities are, and if there is a gap between the instruments we can measure for dynamic equivalence, and it's specifically the kinematic equivalence with the two models, to see if that is true. And I'm still trying to find the part of this paper, and I haven't found it yet, that talks about the magnetic
kinematics. Oh, yeah. There's definitely It says that you can use. I thought it was a Lorentzian magnetic, but I could be wrong.
I'm scrolling. There's 300 pages, and I'm scrolling while I'm talking, so I'm probably missing it.
That's what's up, bro.
Another
this is
keyword.
the facts. This is the facts, man. This is the facts. You didn't talk to any individual that knows so much more about this than us that said there wasn't a kinematic equivalence. You made that up.
Yes.
You made it up.
I didn't make it up.
Objectively, you did.
I didn't.
Okay, name the person that said there wasn't.
This guy is an instructor. He was a professor at Caltech. He also worked at JPL. This guy is a freaking astrophysicist. It was funny. I was talking with this guy. I thought he was an aeronautical engineer because he's best friends with my dad, and they worked at NASA together, working other things.
Bro, you're getting trampled.
Hold on. And then I started talking about. Then I started. Then hey, you'd be happy. Then Witsit popped into my head. I go, hey, you're an astrophysicist? No, come on, really? Oh, then he talked about
all these stories. You sound desperate.
Can I please just finish my sentence?
Not real. Witsit fucking called you out, bro. Let's move on.
I'm not
You didn't
being
talk to
called out
anybody.
by Witsit. I want to talk to Whitsitt about this because there's a guy we could bring on board. And you know what? He's not like a great friend. He's a great friend of my parents, family. But let me.
I have a feeling you know of him, but you haven't talked to him about it yet.
You can. God, so difficult.
Right.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fuck, dude.
He started with this was he found a new person in his family. That is an astrophysicist. Now it's turned into a friend.
No, go ahead, guys. I'm saying go ahead, man. Zanuck, go on.
Come on, Zanuck. Don't get frustrated, dude. Come on. For all the shit
Finish
that
the
you
thought.
did, like, take some razzing too, bro. Come on.
Stop laughing at him. I want to hear the rest.
No one's laughing at him. We're just here for the conversation, Zanuck. Come on, bro.
Okay, so
let's all believe him.
Zanuck,
Hey, guys, stop.
All right,
Let's all believe him.
I like to bring him on board. If we can bring him,
All
great.
right,
If not,
bring him here, please. We'll talk to him.
Yeah, I'll try to convince him. It'd be very interesting because he's very knowledgeable. A lot more than you or any of these other clowns here are, including myself. So it'd be nice to be able to either blow him up if you know more than he does with these papers and see if he has any objection. Maybe he hasn't even looked at the alternatives. Maybe because he's been so focused on his work and work answering to his boss. Maybe he never ever looked to the left or the right of his path. Who knows, right? I'm just saying it'd be kind of interesting. You're breaking up pretty bad.
You got a bad robot.
All right, so Zanuck's homework is to find that dude, bring him in. We can set up like an event for him, give him the respect, the floor. See, maybe just have a couple people talk to him. Not dogpile him. So Zanuck, if you can get that done, brother, it'd be great.
It's messed up when you guys do this, man. You guys gang pile. It's just
Did you not hear anything I just said, dude?
I did.
Okay.
Just agreeing with you.
All right. You got to forgive us, man. We're you're still on the side that we're disagreeing with, so it's going to come to blows sometimes, and I don't know. Just try to not take it personally.
Yeah, so my typical experience is when I talk to like astrophysicists or astronomers about this, they're very unfamiliar with it, and they find it hard to believe, and they're super confident that it can't be the case. And then I send them the paper, and then they disappear. So.
So the fall equinox is coming up. It's gonna be interesting.
What are we going to argue about when that happens?
The sun's location.
Okay, we're going to have pictures and video and such, or?
I'm curious to see where the sun's physically located between the 19th and the 24th, but specifically between the 20th and the 23rd.
Well, you're going to have to explain why. I'm the layman's layman with equinox stuff. Is this supposed to be somewhere else on the globe, I guess?
I'm just curious because I've been tracking the equinoxes for a few years now, and when you measure time from equinox to equinox, there's an oscillation that occurs.
Mm-hmm.
It can deviate from anywhere between 182 days to 187 days from equinox to equinox, from year to year.
There's the movement of the sun here.
Yeah.
Does the analemma move at that point? Or is the analemma always in the same spot?
So yeah, unfortunately, I only have one headset in, earbud in, but basically, from my observation, every time the sun returns to the equator at the equinox, that day on the Gregorian calendar can shift a day forward or a day backwards, and apparently it's shifted throughout the millenniums. But that's another story. But like, it's interesting because there's a slight oscillation at the equator. So at 0 degrees latitude, when the sun returns to that same position, it can deviate from 182 to 187 days. I kid you not. Now, I've said this before, and people are like, "Oh no, yeah, what are you talking about?" It's like, look it up, do the research.
So you're
But with
saying man's concept of time is incorrect to the way that things go?
No, well, basically, if you imagine at the equator, you have a metric of 5 degrees south and 5 degrees north from 0 degrees latitude, right? And at 0 degrees latitude, when the sun returns to that same exact position on the same day, if you actually were to measure its actual location in real time, where it's actually located, it has a slight oscillation that can deviate north or south by 0.2 degrees. I would say, like, if you look on Stellarium, it will show like 0.2 degrees.
So is that going to do stuff to weeks and months? Is that going to make days longer? What does it have to do with the calendar?
Yeah, it has to do with the keeping of time.
Yeah.
But the specific oscillation is not being accounted for. And it's very interesting to be able to observe it. And then it's just, I don't know if you guys follow me, but I'm interested in the sun's movements, and I'm noticing this specific oscillation. But it's within fractions of a degree of latitude, up north or south. But it seems to vary between the first year and the fourth year of a monotonic cycle. So like,
oh boy, now I'm lost. Yep.
So yeah, every 4 years is a full moon,
right,
around the equinox, right? And that full moon is consistent with a certain pattern that's been tracked for a long time, and that pattern goes alongside this oscillation that the sun does. It's very important that we understand that what the sun is doing, because if you time, Greenwich time is huge, right? With the years, and even with
right. No, I got
ephemeris.
you there. So are you saying that
Like,
maybe humans are living against real time, like our calendar is based on something that's just slightly against the grain? Because you say that the oscillation isn't taken into account in the calendar, correct?
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, so that would mean that if there is that oscillation in reality and the Gregorian calendar is not taking that into account, why we're kind of living against the grain time-wise, yeah? We're saying, oh, you know, time is this, that, and the other number, and we're living our waking, you know, daily, our understanding of what history, reality, time itself, the way we use it, if it's all based on something that's just slightly off, right? So what would that mean? I get it now.
Well, you have to ask yourself, what do you need time for?
I need
when it comes to
time
formulas and
to.
equations, what equations require time as a variable?
I don't know. Speed
A
of
lot.
light.
A lot of equations in modern astronomy require time and the measurements of the bodies moving, right? But if your whole measurements, all your measurements are based off a certain model, right, the heliocentric model, and that model says that the Earth is moving around the sun, where your time is going to be off.
Yeah.
NLM is a perfect example of that because there's a disparity between the clocks on Earth and the movements of the luminaries. They can never be synchronized. They've tried, and they keep trying to synchronize the luminaries with clocks on Earth. And even with the best atomic clocks and stuff, it seems to be that the luminaries are inconsistent. But it's not that the luminaries are inconsistent. It's that our clocks aren't keeping time right because our own model and our ideas of how the luminaries work is off. And you follow me?
Yep. Yep. It's crazy shit, man.
But the fact that the sun is moving, bro. When I first discovered that the sun is actually moving around the Earth, that to me was mind blowing, right? And then the idea that it actually speeds up, and then the idea that it oscillates, like that's unheard of. Nobody's gonna accept that in the heliocentric model. Like they would have to redo everything, man.
It's all locked into the fantasy numbers, which is weird too. Because then
Zanuck
they
said he's open to it, right? Zanuck,
Sorry,
you're
go ahead.
open to it, right?
Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
You know, Whitson was talking about the propagation of light increasing as you go up in elevation earlier. But another thing that doesn't really match the heliocentric model is the distribution of light also on the Earth's surface. It doesn't match up with the axial tilt 23.4 degrees. If you look it up on Google, it says it does, but when you do the real measurements in real time, they don't measure at all. There's different. Uh, what would you call it? The twilights. The twilights are not consistent with the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. The twilights are way different. I mean, I don't know the exact metrics. I don't have it memorized, but from doing the research, I've seen that in the southern hemisphere you do have longer days. It's only 16 minutes, but it's still significant. Like between the days in the northern hemisphere in February and then in the southern hemisphere in November, you'll notice if you look at the data, there's an anomaly there, and even the seasons they seem to be symmetrical. So between 23.4 degrees south and 23.4 degrees north latitude, the seasons are consistent. Come on, you guys. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Do we have anything new from any space agencies to laugh at?
Let's keep it going.
Did anybody see anything recently that we can laugh at from the space agencies?
They were to the moon. They had it live or something where they recorded the moon going around and around and around it. Uncut. I think it was like they didn't even cut it off like they do here on Earth, where they cut off the thing that's going around the Earth nonstop. And they cut it off half the time. They just kept the moon one going and going. I mean, they cut it off on the journey there.
You talking about the camera?
But once it was, yeah, the footage. You know, I mean, they cut off the footage. My bad.
Yeah, that stuff is so funny. It's like 2023, right? And that's the quality of stuff that we're getting from our space exploration that we've been doing for how long now? It's supposed to be 70 years.
I mean, it got close enough to go around and around the moon. You can't be giving everybody what they if you were to give the most of stuff, like the most of what people would want, then you would be like, oh,
They
you're
get bored with
satisfying.
it.
No, there's a group of radicals that would be satisfied within that, and we can't be having that. It's some about science where they say you can't give the crazy people everything that they want or something like that. They gotta, so they can't do it all. You see what I'm saying? They can't be doing it all because that would be part of a bad thing.
I just want to see a couple different camera angles for once from stuff in space that when they're doing filming. Like, why is it the same damn thing every time? Just
I
a couple different
refer
angles.
to the previous response.
I know.
Previous response wins, and you don't get to talk anymore. It's just
Oh, is that how that works?
Zanuck. I heard we're having discussion time with the astrophysicist hosted by Zanuck or something.
That'd be
going on?
nice.
Something?
Yeah, Zanuck. You got to get him in here.
What's up, guys?
You know what I'm saying?
Chilling. You know?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
No, we cannot. Yeah, we can. Sorry for the throw.
Yeah, I was waiting for Zanuck to use.
Ooh. What does anybody know about how the planets were set into orbit with the sun? What did they say about that?
Sorry, ask the question one more time.
Like, what do we know about their theories about how the planets came to be captured by the sun and orbiting the sun?
Simple explanation is gravity.
You know what I mean? Right, but I mean, I'm saying, where were the items in relation to each other? How did they approach? How did they originate? That type of thing, you know?
That'd be great.
More elaboration on the theory, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, they weren't there for it, so yeah, I do want to hear their story on that. I want to hear all the stuff, like how they know any of that shit.
I mean, you know, we know how they say like the little satellite goes around Earth, or even how the moon came to the Earth, right? But how did all the planets come to the sun? I'm sure I've heard it before, but I want to see if it's changed. You know how they make it stronger every now and then, the different things.
They make one stronger.
Their stories.
I think it's just a series of like attraction points, right? Like dust became balls, and these balls then started to have stuff formed on them. It's like literally a series of happenstance attraction points.
Yeah, everything's attracted to everything. And it's all relative. And
billions and billions of years.
Billions and
I want to see the simulation. I want to see the simulation.
Like the craziest thing to me is to the last time I forget who it was that was tipping their hat to the globe model, but I asked the question like, how many attraction points are there in your model that you refer to? And he's like, it depends. Like, whoa, it's mind-boggling. Face.
It depends is the only answer they can really give. If they try to get any more specific, why they run into into a corner with their words.
Exactly. And here's the thing on what we observe. Obviously, magnetism is a force on its own, but due to gravity, little g, the bias, if you will, we have up, we have down. That's it.
Yeah.
Ain't no left, right, axial pulling in on the sides. People in Australia are eating breakfast upside down relative to you. Ain't none of that.
Yeah, I don't know why they make fun of us on that one too, because that's just how it would work. Right now there are people completely upside down from me, or fish swimming upside down from where I am. Given my reference to the world and where up and down is, and that's strange, because I don't know if I can buy that. So
Weird.
it's like, but they expect us to say, oh well, no, that's just you don't understand how this, that, and the other works. I said, no, all you got to do is take a satellite from afar. You know how you get those pictures from afar, right? You like the blue marble and all these kinds. Go from that vantage, and then zoom all the way in from there from what that was the vantage earlier. Just zoom on in at the bottom of that ball, because there was a top and a bottom from that vantage, and just zoom in and tell me shit's not upside down. Like,
Tell
come
me
on.
it's not. Tell me it's not.
Yeah.
There's no point where their reference or frame of reference, whatever the hell they call it, all of a sudden magically flips 180 degrees, and all of a sudden, like, bro, I'm walking on the ceiling and shit. Like, come on, let's be intellectually honest with the shit. Level here in the northern hemisphere is the exact same thing as level in the southern hemisphere. When I say hemisphere, hemisphere is a hemisphere, but I worry about that word as well, because you think about hemisphere and it invokes the idea of a sphere, but we do have a sky dome.
I heard somebody the other day say that the southern hemisphere is not eating the flat Earth. I thought that was funny.
Say what?
Like a Pac-Man, if it were to just close the mouth.
I agree. Pac-Man.
Like they can't stop making fun of us instead of take the truth seriously. I think that's just the issue there. It's like an ethical stumbling block.
Failure to connect the dots, communicate, understand.
I mean, I get it. I don't want to admit that I'm lied to when I'm lied to, but I mean, the adult just does and moves on.
This is true.
But yeah, so there would be that flip point, right? You're zooming in, all of a sudden, and then up becomes down. Like, I don't know. They say we're confused about what down means. Not in that instance. You got the underside of the ball, right? You're looking at the bottom of the 2D. It'd be a 2D ball in front of you, right? Got a top and a bottom part. Zoom in on the bottom part. If shit's not upside down, I don't know what to tell you, because that's how that would work.
Yeah, man, it's weird. As even when the idea of basketball is presented, they're like, well, look at how it would work on basketball. I'm like, yeah, bro, I'll be walking like on the top of the basketball, and then somebody on the other side of basketball would be like in Australia again, would be walking like upside down to my reference frame. What? Anyways.
Yeah, and they don't get that. That's what the model would show, or that reality. You would zoom in on things upside down, and it's okay to admit that, but to say that that's not how that would work is so intellectually dishonest. Is so like they're being dishonest with themselves. It's kind of like they're going against all of reality simply because they have a belligerent emotional connection to their story.
I can't let it go. Can't touch me in my no-no spot.
That's right. Can't let it go.
All right, I go do dishes. Thanks for the chat, bro. I'll be here. Listen.
Yes, sir.
Didn't they claim there's a satellite at L1, like a million miles away?
Sorry, I have just one more thing to add before I apologize. Hey, Glat, can you just let KJ know that I just got a fresh jar of mayonnaise? Thanks, appreciate it.
Jar what?
Mayonnaise.
Oh yeah. Word. Okay, cool. Got it. So you're talking about a satellite? What now, John McKing?
Sorry, I said you were talking about zooming in on the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Didn't they claim there's a satellite at L1 that's like a million miles away? Is a satellite or a probe?
I don't know if it is. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, they claim that there's a something. They said it's what's it called? It's a point between the sun and the earth, like a million miles away, where everything cancel out, and there's a satellite. That, I need to look it up again, but
So are they saying that they
as you
have
were
a
saying,
satellite at a vantage where they could see that, like zoom in from that spot all the way to the bottom of the ball?
sorry, you're breaking up.
Sorry, hang on.
What was that?
Let me reconnect. Hang on.
Hey, Killian, you're in here? If you're listening, does the moon map Because I think I've seen the moon map show the firmament, apparently. Like you can actually see some sort of reflection of the firmament or the cathedral of the firmament, or what you would call the very middle of the dome. It's like marked on the moon. You have any images that you can provide? Because I know I've seen it before. I just don't have any images that I can pull up right now showing that.
Bro, I kind of caught half of what you said. I'm not sure if that was meant for me, but what did you say? Because it sounds hella interesting.
No, it was for you, and I was asking if you were in
Thank
the
you.
room because I know that you're interested in the moon map and vibes of
Yeah.
cosmos. And about 2 years ago, I remember seeing moon maps and seeing what looked like to be the firmament or the very middle of the dome, because marked on the moon's surface. Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't. The only thing that comes to mind when you say that is this that but it's obviously not a real image or anything like that. It's a CGI cartoon drawing of just the representation of the model. Um, but like scale wise, like to be able to unpack the throne or the crown in the moon itself on a conceptual scale level, I don't even know how that would work. But it's an absolutely amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing. If you could find it or something, but I've never seen it, dude.
Man, I thought you would have seen it.
The only
I'm trying
thing
to
is
look up.
yeah, the only things that have come about in that thing is in the moon map itself is all like would be what's related to real real life observations. Obviously, if you believe that it's a real thing, um, land of the four rivers, the North Star or North Pole, if you will, and then the different land masses as they appear real time. The other thing that they've done is they've connected the stars uh, to the to kind of the oceanography of the moon and the land and how the energy lines all intersect. But yeah, no, the crown of the firmament or anything like that. Like the only thing that I've really thought about when it comes to how the moon and the sun work with relation to the firmament itself is like the firmament is almost like the tarp, the layer that those two things are, and all of the other celestial bodies for that matter, are projected onto. And then we get this real life scan of our floor plan showing in the moon real time, which is pretty cool. But yeah, that's all I got. And something else to tag on to that line, if you're listening, is the the acne, the acne that we see in the moon itself, the bumps and craters, valleys, and all these things. I'm starting to think if we're actually just seeing the surface of the firmament. Just another thought I was having the other day. Because if in fact, actually I'm going to tag on to this, if in fact the firmament is some kind of a medium, the heaviest water, it's an interesting thought to think that the surface of the moon showing the craters, imagine those craters were actually just bubbles. Because again, medium can bubble. And if it's a frozen bubble, a frozen medium, if you will, or super heavy water, it'd be interesting if those craters were just holding their form, their shape, but they're actually just frozen bubbles. Yo, Lion. Linda hooked it up. She's still here?
I see my phone link my name, but I haven't looked at the image yet. What? Let me see.
You gotta look at it. She circled it. Bottom right corner. 4 o'clock or
That's
5
it.
o'clock position. Bro,
That's it.
that's insane. I've never even. Wow, bro, that's so cool.
But if you they've managed to raise the resolution and enhance the image so that you can see the actual dome piece right there, and there's lines that go off from it.
That's sick. Because that actually gives like an actual crown, right? A node, a central control point, if you will. And it paints in real time a hemisphere, a domed hemisphere. That's amazing. And it's like if you were to take that image and almost like put it on top of the one that I threw in chat, where the throne, the crown is right at the very tippy top. That's dope. Linda, I don't know if you're hearing about I gotta thank her. That's a sick share. Thanks for
She
that.
must know what I'm talking about. But I've seen images enhanced that show the whatever's there, man. I mean, it could be far fetched, but it seems to be the middle of something, not the moon. It's like a reflection that's on the moon, but I don't know, man. Let me see if I can find a better image, though.
I'm gonna go
But thank
looking
you,
for
Linda.
Yeah, no stress. I'm definitely gonna go look for something too, because now that I know what I'm looking for, it actually makes a little bit of sense in terms of like it puts together what you were explaining, obviously.
So basically, there's multiple layers. You know, in Photoshop, you got layers.
Yeah, exactly.
So whatever's on the moon's surface, that's scarred on the moon's surface, are layers of reflection.
Yeah, and that's like to go further on it. They say in their model, I mean, the gift that I posted matches the Vibes of Cosmos claim perfectly because it's 7 layers, and in each of those layers, you have one planet. The first layer would have Mars, then Venus, then Mercury, and so on and so forth, all the way to the top. The last one being Saturn, and then that last layer has all the stars in it, and then I guess the heaven would be above that last layer, 7th layer. I took this dope picture. I'm going to share it because it's really dope. I shared it before, but I'm going to share it again because it's dope. That is my picture. That is what I took. There's a screen. Wow, well done, Gil. No, there's a crane in the bottom left-hand corner.
Come on, man. There's got to be something else. So, Killian, and I know we've talked about this before, but we seem to recycle conversations here, so we can talk about it again. If there's land beyond the ice shelf, and potentially another whole Earth's surface beyond the ice shelf, right? How is light getting to those lands? If the sun can only travel to this, the furthest that the sun will travel is to the southern tropic of Capricorn. How is light getting to these far-reaching areas beyond the ice shelf?
There's a couple theories on that. Obviously, we have nothing that we can go forward on, but I can tell you what I've heard. The first thing I heard is we're under some kind of smart sun that I don't know if I don't know what drives it. So if we're gonna go with the idea of the moon map, then we accept the idea that there's a black hole sun that exists. That black hole sun interacts with Polaris, the North Star, and it basically creates the other celestial bodies. Like that's not by any means of a claim of scripture to say that Polaris creates all the other celestial bodies. Scripture just states the celestial bodies were placed in the firmament. Period. I'm just venturing forward with a crazy idea that the black hole sun interacts with Polaris, and then the other celestial bodies are created off that basis, kind of like a disco ball at the center of a room. So when it comes to the idea of how the other regions are lit, so what the first
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Just slow down a little bit.
All right.
Because I do the same thing, bro. I tend to talk mad fast because I know the concepts I'm talking about, but people that are listening aren't following. Like right now, I'm not following. So you said something about a disco ball. You think that Polaris is a disco ball that's reading like outwards? Is that what you said?
Yeah, and that's just a crazy concept, just based on how light
All right,
works.
That's fine. That's cool.
So like when
all right, continue.
So when scripture says the original light, that would be the black hole sun. That's the original light that was
there.
always
The what sun? What'd you call it?
the quote black hole sun.
The black hole sun. That
Yeah.
right there. That concept. Where are you getting that from?
Vibes of Cosmos.
Fair enough. All right.
And I'm not like it's just a commercial term I put on it because of Soundgarden in 1995. They had the song Black Hole Sun.
It's not the first time that I hear about the black sun or the black hole sun. I'm just asking you where you heard it from,
Yeah,
because I've heard it many, many times mentioned. You know, I just
yeah.
don't see any scriptural backing for it, or even in modern times, I don't think there's any heliocentric model. They don't have any talk about a black sun, right?
Well,
Inside of it.
and again, I'm saying this respectfully, like, by no stretch of the imagination would I ever want to call something that the creator creates black and has a negative connotation to it. That's just a commercial label that I've put on it, again, because of the song, that I can kind of footnote Chris Cornell and his in-depth knowledge of all the stuff that's kind of going on with other stuff. Anyways, but with respects to, I believe that sun, that original sun, that is the light that is mentioned in scripture as the light, um, was present on day one, and then everything kind of ventured forward from that point. So then, when we look to, if there are in fact other regions, the main claim to that is that the North Pole, if you will, let's call it just Polaris at this point, travels. And as that North Pole travels in a circumference, all the other celestial bodies go with it. Now, is it the light that's beneath the surface that we're calling, again, commercially, the black hole sun, that drives the entire thing because it knows when it's time to move, and then everything kind of follows suit? That's
Nah.
it. But the question is, I think, your main, the mainstay of your question is, can life simultaneously exist in other realms along with us at the same time? And that's where, I've heard, there's been life developed, futuristic life that exists in, like, beyond the further ice shelf into the other regions. I've heard that it's just a big frozen tundra wasteland. But these are rumored to be, bird explored areas in, when did he travel? 40s, late 40s, early 50s. I mean, no, he passed away in late 50s, but he did his travels in like the 40s. He discovered some regions. I don't know how far he made it, where he got to, but he definitely went to the
Bird?
Yeah, bird. That's all apparent, right? Didn't shake his hand. He supposedly could have been a Mason. Like, I don't know. There's all kinds of rumors. So
It's an intriguing idea, the idea of the greater Earth, and that there's like this cycle where what you mentioned, the black sun moving and everything else following suit. It's an interesting idea. I just don't feel like it's backed up by what we observe right now occurring. And I've heard Vibes of Cosmos speak on it, or not speak on it, but he'll play the videos out on it. And I've watched, like, the moon map this depict the greater Earth. Right, so we have the modern, or the known world, and then beyond the known world is on the moon as a map. But he thinks that the 26,000 year precession of the equinox, the 12 constellations, that during that precession, that the black sun is going around, right, its own specific ellipse, or its own specific circuit, right, around the greater galactic center, for lack of a better word. And that galactic center is not the North Pole, in Vibes of Cosmos opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
exactly.
Yeah, and that's wrong.
So
Vibes of Cosmos thinks that the North Pole today is not the true North.
okay, so, well, there's two things There's the because when you take let's talk about this for a quick second. When you take the moon map and you draw where the North Pole is, and then you draw the equator, the circumference of the equator, the moon actually has a biaxial another pole that shows up. So if you mirror that point onto the other side, you can literally draw another circle that's the equivalency of the equator circumference that matches on the other side. So it just shows the correlation of how the moon is actually, like, you'd almost divide it up into quarters if you wanted to, because those equators would reveal 4 separate quadrants, like literally up, down, left, and right. So that's where the mathematical aspect of, like, you've got that center point of north, and that center point travels to each of those center points of those 4 equatorial circles that you would draw to divide up the moon, if you will. I hope this is making sense. I actually have an image. I just realized. Let me show you. I have an image for this.
And Polaris apparently does move, but it's only because of its actual position is not the actual very center of existence. Polaris is not at the very, very center of existence. It's off to the side a little bit.
Yeah, I think.
Well, what do you think about the idea that Polaris is the closest to the throne, and it just kind of moves around?
That's my position, that Polaris is relatively at the center of existence, but it's not at the very center. Reason why it perceivably seems to move, because it's on a specific circuit, but that circuit is probably the smallest circuits of any of the stars in the sky, but it still has a circular orbit or precession. But it's a very small circle that you would only notice it if you were close to Polaris. But from our perspective, it's really doesn't really move. Barely
Which would
move.
logically mean that it's moving really slow relative to the other ones.
Yeah.
So it's like barely moving around. You know, it's funny
Now
is
they-
the Mormons have a similar thing in their text. So.
I just threw up the image in chat if you want to check it out. But I apologize, it wasn't a biaxial pole. Sorry about that. A symmetrical pole. So it's interesting from a standpoint of the mathematics, the way it works out. And mathematics, no, more of the geometry. Sorry, thank you.
Killian, do you think that the throne of Yah is in the center?
Bro, check out. Linda just shared this, dude. You're talking about the center. Hold up. Let me save it and then share it, because it's pretty flicking epic. Because Lion made this reference. He was asking for this thing. And then, the hell? Where'd it go? No, I lost it. Hold up. But I definitely think there's this. So if you check out that reply, Linda's post, and then this that goes with it. So to answer your question, yeah, I do, dude. I think the throne sits at the very tippy top, at the top of the last layer of the stars. So that 7th layer that has all the stars in it, I believe the throne is on top of that.
That's all I'd see too. Is it block messages? Great. I don't know if they just replied to my "Is there any globe evidence?" But if you did, all I can see is 4 block messages.
Yeah, same.
Bro.
Great.
Exactly. Salutes to that. I don't have to stop playing. I don't want to. If you're not in voice chat, I don't know. I don't even want to play with you if you're not in voice chat. Like, the text chat is for those who are in voice chat. If you're not here for that, sorry. And yeah, dude, you just contaminate the waters, muddy the waters with your crap. Well done, boys.
So there may be 7 different layers of plasma densities, as we would call them.
Boom.
And
Preach it.
and then the throne's at the top center.
Yeah.
And that, I would say like basically nothing can get there, like not even the
Nah.
angels.
Nah,
Yeah.
you got it. So here's the thing, and remember the videos. I'm not talking about the stagnant images we've seen, but those videos of what the stars actually look like the shimmering kind of like they're like almost like oscillating in a way.
Yeah.
So you think about what it would look like if you were to have, say, Tupperware full of water, right? And you just change the colors of the water to different colors, and then you have a light underneath that tub of water. And what that sensation would look like on the ceiling if you were to turn on that light, like a flashlight, right? It creates the exact same visual thing that we see when we look at these stars in the heavens. It literally looks like a different colored lights are being shined through, a water layer, literally a layer of fluid. And that's what they claim. Vibes of Cosmos states, like it's literally a light segment. When all those planets, quote unquote, are in perfect alignment, all those holes through each of those water layers are all lining up perfectly.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Dude, I love it because it's again, if it is in fact this way, it's so simple. It's so beautiful. Creator left the floor plan in the sky. It's like a real life image in the sky. And everything is based off these design principles.
And this is why people freak out and they're like, "Oh, you're just religious zealots and blah blah blah." The idea that there's some creator that's directly above us with a top-down view is uncomfortable for some. I think that the easiest way I've found to decide if that's the case, if it's like an intellectual information thing or if it's like a spiritual bias thing, is to ask them, hypothetically, if the Bible were true, would you be a Christian?
Huh.
And most of them can't say yes, and so if they don't say yes, then they're showing that it's not about information.
Did you catch that image? I just posted it up. I saved it and posted it.
Yeah, I've seen this before. I saw a video with Kingdom of Context. I forgot the guy who did that, but
With the point and that dude, because Lion asked me if I've ever seen it, and then Linda threw in the chat, and it blew my skull because I've never seen it like that. And when you look at it, it's literally, it gives a perspective of, again, you've got the hemisphere, and you've got the crown jewel sitting at the very tippy top on the ground. It's so beautiful to see it, man. Holy crap, I love it.
yeah, man. I forgot the name of the guy that does that.
Sick.
Just like I gotta go on mute. I gotta carry something.
Yeah, no stress, dude.
But yeah, Killian, so Eowar, Tartarian guy, he explains why Vibes of Cosmos greater Earth idea can't be so. But he still leaves the question open. He's not trying to be dogmatic, but that he did backtrack the fact that the equinoxes, what we know as the tropics, have not moved from their current degrees of latitude. And for Bob's of Cosmos theory to be correct, then we would see a shifting of the tropics, and we do not see that.
Yep.
And even a little precession, something, anything, right? Anything to give us something to work with, but there's no precession being observed over thousands of years
We're
regarding
getting some echo back,
tropics.
dude. Sorry, one sec. We're getting some echo back through your mic, Kiwi.
Oh shoot, my bad, dude. Sorry.
Like, I respect his idea of the greater Earth, right? And the greater precession of the sun and moon and how they would go around this greater Earth, but that's not been observed. But so what I think is going on here is that if this moon map has any credibility, it must be images of realms above that aren't necessarily within our shamayim, but it could potentially be reflecting somehow or being printed somehow in the moon, but it could actually be above us, lands above us instead of beyond us. You understand? Still maintaining the tropics at their position consecutively from year to year to year to year, and it wouldn't affect any of that, because it would be layered on top of us instead of beyond us. You understand? Just like the firmament, just like the head of that firmament is on the moon, you could see that whatever is above us could also be implanted onto the moon, and it wouldn't affect the tropics.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. And that's where, like, I literally say, I don't know. The only reason that I hold a lot of weight with that, again, is from a visualization standpoint. I'm like, hey, there's some correlation when it comes to the floor plan itself. So I don't know. We'll have to see, because from a standpoint of, like, how does it actually come to be where that sun gets up and literally moves to a different quadrant? Like, does it happen instantaneously? Who knows? No clue. I just know that right now I'm at a point where and this is where I could definitely say, like, it's my own paradigm place, and until I see something, I kind of become the doubting Thomas in a way, because I feel comfortable with the place that I've arrived to. To be able to prove that the sun travels a further circuit into lighting different quadrants as they're shown on the moon is something that I have no idea, no clue. In terms of scripture, what we see, what's been written, the 6,000 years at least that's we understand to be true, or I understand to be true, that would just be with relation to this spot that we're in right now, where we are. We're literally this region, these regions that we inhabit, where we reside. But what's the story beyond that? I think that's where we can say respectfully, there's definitely another story beyond that. Beyond these last 6,000 years. Pardon, go ahead.
So how old are the regions that we're exposed to now? Right, these megalithic ancient structures. How old are they? And they're old enough that you would have seen precession observed. There would have been parts of our earth would have been in complete darkness for thousands of years, and then it would have, for the first time, been exposed to sunlight. Because according to the moon map, most of existence right now is in darkness. And if not, there's other sources of propagation of light, but those sources have not been proven. Right? None of that. That's all theoretical. All I'm saying is that these ancient structures, their alignments at the equinoxes and the solstices are still consistent with the current positions of the sun and the moon. We're talking about structures that are 3,000 years old, if not older. 4,000-year-old structures that still line up with the modern day equinox and solstices. If any precession was occurring, these ancient structures would not line up at the corresponding times, and because the angle, the elevation angles of the luminaries would change, and it would affect the crepuscular rays. When these rays would shine through a porthole in the temple, right? These rays that would shine on an idol that was inside that temple, or year after year after year, on a certain day, this light would shine through that temple and radiate on an idol that was crafted that they would worship, right? This would no longer happen today if precession was a thing. The way that they describe it with the Milankovitch cycles. With the Milankovitch cycles, they state that the tropics shift. They can shift anywhere between 21 to like 20, I want to say like 25, 26. They keep pushing it now. So like anywhere between 20 degrees in latitude to a 26 degrees in latitude. They can shift.
Yeah, dude. Like the aspect of this realm is again the story that I'm looking at holding on to. But what is again beyond the 6,000 years, or well, yeah, the 6,000 years? Um, that's something where it's like, okay, is this place 30,000 years old completely? Like the enclosure, if they were to use some kind of extrapolative measurement of a degrading enclosed system. So if there was some way to some way to measure that system as it degraded over a certain amount of time, and then we're able to like back engineer or extrapolate how old the age of this place actually was, that would be an interesting move. Like the one thing I've heard is 28,000 years. But
Can I ask Bacon a question? If that's okay with you guys?
God, go ahead. We're really spitballing right now.
Yes. Sorry. I'm a bit just FYI. I'm a bit fussy about the audio. I was before this, but I just wanted it to be clean for the audience. And then I drove my car one day and I was listening to 24/7 and Indio were on. So I always like to listen to Indio. And the little buzzers and it just made it unlistenable, absolutely unlistenable. So just FYI, that's why I'm a little bit weird. I'm like, you shoot your mic. Yeah, I get a bit funny about it. But anyway, Bacon. So let's just imagine doing a thought experiment that I'm digging a hole, right? I'm digging a hole through the earth and I'm coming out the other side. What comes out first in your mind? My head or my legs?
So you just started digging feet first?
Yes, I'm digging and I'm feet first, obviously. And
And you
then
go straight to
we're ignoring all the obvious, temperatures and pressure issues. Let's
you
not
want
go into that realm because we're
right.
just doing a thought experiment. That's all. What comes out the other side?
What
Which way am I
depends.
facing?
Yeah, as you go down towards the center, you're facing up. As you get to the center, there's no up. If you continue in the same direction, you're now facing down. So your feet comes out first. If you didn't
Right.
change your orientation, you just went straight, then of course your feet's gonna come out first.
So I'm going to come out the south feet first.
Yeah. What
That's
got in
weird, isn't
first
it?
is gonna go out first. If you didn't change your orientation.
Yeah, because I imagine you were going to tell me I like flipped at some point 180 and I was like digging head first or something like that.
Well, if you flip, then yeah, you're gonna get out the
No,
head
but
first.
don't you think it's a weird thing, isn't it, to think of?
I don't know. You said it was a hypothetical. We're ignoring a lot of stuff there.
What we ignoring?
Well, what you do when you get to the center, because once you get to the center, like there's no up or down, you're just floating there. So how are you gonna proceed? You're just gonna continue the same orientation you were, then you're gonna start digging upside down as soon as you move forward, because then you're no longer the center, and the center is towards your head, where downward is now. So you're now digging up with your feet. But if you wanna flip, so you can continue with your hands, then you're gonna get your head first.
I'm thinking to myself, look, I'm a little picture. Look, so I'm at the top. I'm digging down. You see Polaris here. Look, I'm digging down, and I'm coming out the other side. And there's people there. They stood out waiting for me, and they're stood obviously upright. And they're look, and I come out feet first, and I'm upside down.
Yeah, you started.
I'm doing a headstand.
Yeah, but you started being upside down as soon as you crossed the center. As you cross the center, you're now upside down. Before that, you weren't.
That would look
So
really weird to the observers, wouldn't it? As I came out feet first.
Definitely. Actually, it would be weird for everybody on this planet if you're able to dig a hole in one place and come out on the other place, in the other side of the Earth. That would actually surprise every single person, regardless on how you come out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a fun little thing to think about because I don't know. I can't. I mean, I know it's hard to get your head around. Oh, it isn't really though, is it? Because it does. I was just thinking about, well, when do you flip around? You know, when do you?
In the center.
Yeah, but you just
Is it
said I
possible
came
you're
out
just
feet
completely
first.
wrong about?
Go on, Witsy, what you got to say? Because if Baker weren't here, I'm going to ask you to play Glover, and then you answer it.
Yeah, the answer is that you would change orientation as you pass the center because of gravity.
What? So you do a 180?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? That is weird. So
Oh yeah, if you're referencing down, then yes, your orientation flipped. But if you're going just straight without changing your orientation, then gravity is flipping.
Well, I believe once you hit the center, you actually teleport to a different cartoon, and there's two of you, and there's actually there's three of your moms, and then five of your grandpas at your new world. And then you can just do this, and you'll collect pink elephant feathers on your way.
We shouldn't talk about Kosho's mom like that.
You know what's crazy, bro? It's like, so we dug down like just a measly 7 miles, which is actually not measly. It's incredibly far distance down, right? And the globe model predictions were wrong the entire way. Yet people still stand tall thinking that they know exactly, or not exactly, but pretty much, without much room for error, what is beneath our feet 4,000 miles away. That blows my mind.
Let me give you bearings for that depth. It's the exact same altitude of a standard commercial flight. It's 7 miles. That's exactly 40,000 feet. 40,000 feet, 7 miles. It's exactly the same, and that's literally hovering over the surface of the Earth, barely. So that's barely underneath the surface of just the Earth. That's just not even. That's a drop in the bucket in the book of Isaiah. That's nothing at all. Anyway, that's absolutely nothing.
So how did and the idea that humans can know things like the moisture content, the temperature, the pressure, the minerals, the elemental composition is so laughable. When humans went down just a mere 7 miles, they were wrong about everything pretty much.
Not to mention that the center is also rotating, which is laughable.
Yeah, and now it's rotating slower than the Earth, allegedly. Which makes it look like it's going backwards from our perspective.
Pure entertainment value is what the globe has become. And then the people who defend it so adamantly are just time wasters.
Rakia, say you were a glober, right? Wouldn't you readily admit that you have absolutely no clue whatsoever what's underneath the ground, and the current model could be completely wrong?
I would say I've dug down 80 feet. I knew what was there at 80 feet. I can research that they dug down 7 or 8 miles, and they admitted that they came up with some things they didn't, project, and they couldn't dig any further. But to say I knew what was further than that is laughable, right?
Yeah, and then you think about all the claims that are built upon that. They're like, oh yeah, well, because of the density 1,300 miles down, we know that this earthquake took this long, this wave took this long to go through this density of this element. That's how we know that actually it's this made of this and this far away. And it's like all of these claims are under the assumption that you know what's down below your feet thousands of miles. It's the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard.
Is magma beneath us?
Good question, man. I just want to know, like, why can't a baller just jump in and be like, yeah, of course, we have no idea what's down there. We could be completely wrong. We just have speculative models that don't even completely work with our theoretics. Like, that should be super easy to admit.
I mean, we have a pretty good idea, though, right?
Why do you think
not
that?
really.
Well, I mean, we know what comes out of the ground. We can take measurements.
Okay. What if we have a pretty good idea? Why were we completely wrong the whole 7 miles down?
No, but you're saying we're completely wrong, right? So it's like.
Well, have you researched it?
Yeah, I was going to mention this. This TV, I mean, a TV show I used to watch because Tony Robbins. I used to like Tony Robbins because he was on Blackadder. I don't like that. You won't know any of this, but anyway, he used to do a show called Time Team, and it was basically, about history. And so they'd take a load of archaeologists and they'd go and dig a site, and the geophys guys were wrong 9 times out of 10. I mean, almost 10 times. I mean, it was ridiculous. And they were digging down like a dozen feet. And they were just looking for yeah, they were wrong. It was, anyway, it was just like a bit of an in-joke in the show because they were just looking for, whatever, squares, the entrance to an encampment or some, you can imagine. Like, oh, they used to live
It's so
here.
funny, man.
Yeah, there's a circle, there's an entrance here. That's what because the geophys guys would paint it all out for them. This is what we think it is. And then they dig in, go down 10 feet, and it was absolutely nothing like what they'd said. But anyway, there you go.
Yeah. And he said that's what I'm saying. No, it's the people that dug the hole that said that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they said. So I just find it interesting, right? Because then when you start to look into the current model, which, by the way, there is no such thing as a current model of the globe layers of the Earth. Like, there are competing theories to this day, and they're drastically different. And if you look at all of them, there's not one of them that actually works. Admittedly, using supercomputer theoretics, they can't even get it to work out, hypothetically. Admittedly. But then we come on Discord and people think they know almost exactly what's below your feet 4,000 miles. It's just so wild. The width of the United States down, and people think they know what's going on. Weird.
That's why they call it all speculation. They can use pressure. They do all types of different mappings and sonar tests and pressure tests, but they still have to drill test wells, right, to figure out whether that pocket, that container of pressure is containing gas or oil or something else. And they're often wrong, and it costs them a lot of money, but they are right a lot of times. But just think of that. The oil is in these pockets. It's contained underneath. They have to drill into these pockets that usually are not connected. So they drill down. One oil well may have 20 different wells that it drills and hits these pockets. That's what they call an oil field. Like out in the Gulf, they'll drill down and then drill out towards these pockets of pressure. And it's just tremendous amounts of pressure that they have to release before the oil can be pumped out.
Yeah, man. And then, like, I used to think on this too. I'm like, well, maybe they do kind of have an idea because we do things like that. We use like sonar technologies and different technologies to know where to drill oil. And although they're not always right, they're right a good amount of the time. So I'm like, they must have a general idea. But then I looked into that further. And I'm like, oh no, actually, what they're doing is they map out the vibrations and they see a gap in the vibrations effect. Like everywhere is vibrating a certain way, but this certain area changes, and that's how they isolate the holes, right? The little gaps in exactly. That's it. They still have no idea what's actually down there, other than it's different here, and so they dig down there, and sometimes they find oil in that hole.
Yeah, and a lot of times on the way down when they're drilling, they hit these just gas pockets, or it becomes very dangerous. They have to go around them, or they'll hit a layer that they can't drill through, and they have to go around that. I mean, it's interesting, but they're not going that deep either.
Don't they?
They're not going 4,000 miles.
Don't they use like gravimeters or graviton? I don't know how to say it. find these pockets in those industries?
Gravimeters have been proven to be incredibly inconsistent. The way they even like speculate the densities is that gravimeter is supposed to be a certain thing. The gravimeter shows something else, so then they just move around all the densities and start making stuff up. So
Oh,
now
did those companies like go out of business that manufacture them, or?
what manufacture the gravimeter?
Yeah.
Why would they go out of business? The gravimeter it does what it's supposed to do. It measures how fast something falls. Do you even know what they are?
Yeah, it shows lesser density beneath you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't measure density at all.
Well, how does the rate of the instrument inside it change its weight?
Okay, so now you're asking a different question, but the point is, do you know how a gravimeter works?
Yeah,
Can you like detail to me how it works?
it
What is it? What
measures
does it do?
it measures the weight inside the gravimeter based
How?
on what it's above, the density of what it's above or below. So the theory is like if it's a
No,
very non-dense area that you're above, it's going to weigh less.
that's not how it works.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't know how a gravimeter works. Okay, just a second.
It measures downward acceleration, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything to do with density. It's in a freaking vacuum sealed chamber. It has literally nothing to do with density.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not very educated on it, but I was thinking I knew more than
That's
the
basically
guy.
saying weight.
But you said something about density, buddy.
Yeah, it's weight.
No, density is weight.
Density is weight. You need to get off YouTube, man.
Ooh, density is not weight.
Also, it doesn't even measure weight.
What does it measure?
It measures the rate of acceleration of a little BB using interferometry.
Repeat this stuff at parties, do you? I'm not making fun of you, man. I'm just making light of the situation because we hear this for years and years and years. Like it seems like you've heard it from one of the guys who made a mistake, and now you're repeating it to us.
I just read it.
Post it, where density is weight.
Well, density can affect the weight, I should say.
Ah,
Oh my
there's a
goodness!
clarifier.
Is that what you just read?
Words
After
mean
you,
stuff, right?
I'm playing a video game right now.
Oh,
right, exactly. Entertainment, just pure time waster.
Avrakia, his current RAM is too filled with memory at this point. Capacity usage for gaming versus comprehending the words that are coming out of his mouth.
I hear you. And no offense to all the adults here or young kids that aren't married or even the ones that are, especially the ones that are married that still play video games. I don't see it, man. I mean, I don't know. I think that's a trap or something. I played them as kids, but I kind of outgrew them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying to be offensive. I just think that's an issue.
Like chess, pretty big issue to play chess.
It's like throwing darts.
But don't you find it kind of weird that you invoke a certain type of instrument and then like the crazy flat earther had to like tell you what it was?
Not really. I mean, you'd probably be more versed in this than me, right? Like,
Obviously.
You invoked it though.
Why don't you tell us something you do know?
gravimeters measure gravity.
That. Are you also the guy that believes in globe because you've seen pictures from space, or you've measured it? Just keeping track.
I don't need to like buy a tape measure from Home Depot, right?
Is that your final answer, that you haven't measured it? Or you want to say something stupid again that you shouldn't say at a party, and then tell me you're playing a video game, so you're not going to give me an intelligent answer?
I mean, saying that I haven't measured the globe, therefore I don't know what it is at a party would be the stupid thing to say. So.
What about here on the internet? When someone asks you, have you measured it, even short distances, like not measured, inciting that it's a globe, right? Nice try. But have you measured like the water or anything? Have you done any measurements to prove to yourself that you live on a sphere, is what I'm asking.
No.
So you are the guy who just believes it because your authority told you, or from what you've heard, or pictures from space. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm just kind of taking score.
Variety of evidence. Like, I don't need to go to space and like kick a satellite to believe it's there, right?
What about pictures from space? The very thing that I mentioned. Jesus,
What
man.
about 'em?
You're a time waster. See you later. Enjoy your game.
All right, see ya.
All right. Well, there's levels to this. There's my link in chat right there. So we're breaking world records. Welcome to Waterworld.
Oh, how XO! Shout out to you. You fixed your poster. Well done, dude.
That's probably a completely different one. Not sure which one you're talking about. There's a lot of different ones. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'm tipping my hat to your usage of the word "theirs." But you put in last time you and I chatted, I mentioned the apostrophe S, and you got upset at me. Now there's an apostrophe between the E and the S, which is awesome. So props, man. Well done.
Ooh, you shouldn't cut yourself so short and expect that to be any sort of glorified thing, though. That's something that's probably not very important. But yep, spelling is something the secular world loves.
XO, do you honestly just accept compliments ever, or are you just constantly in a?
No, I don't.
No, okay, cool.
I don't think I don't think I can. No, I don't think I can. Am I allowed to accept compliments? No, I can't do that. If I was allowed to speak, this has nothing to do with you. If I could speak for a decent amount of time once in a while without being attacked, maybe we would handle things differently. But I still haven't even landed because people are so pissed that they were lied to again because the flat Earth is also a deception, and that's what I'm here to expose. First off.
What if he said that God told him to compliment you?
Then I would say, well, then God was definitely right. If he said that, and Baruch Hashem, if God really did that, then he's darn right for that. God bless him. How about that? But yeah, without any exceptions, without a waiver passed from God or a credit application, I don't deserve any compliments. I'm a terrible sinner. I need to be saved by Jesus. Did I lag out already? I'm having a hard time with this. Sorry.
Oh, Christians are crazy, bro.
Yeah, we are the craziest. This message brought to you by Adam, Seth, Enos, Kenin, and Mahalil, Jarod, and Enoch, a fan favorite around here. So welcome to the end of the internet. Yeah, so does anybody have any questions?
Is this like an AMA or what is this?
I don't know. I think Witsit knows me long enough. Witsit might have some advanced questions, Witsit. Let's just get one out there for your family, Witsit. Let's just do something. So give us a question. Come on.
Okay, I'm actually getting my oil changed, but is the throne of the Creator in the center of rotation?
Oh my goodness! That's definitely better than saying geocentric. So you're on the right track. Congrats! So we're leveling up big time. That means brought to you by don't say geocentric anymore. It's going to get you in trouble in the long run. That's
Well,
so here's the
am I supposed to, in the debate, am I supposed to say yeah-centric?
Oh no! I would say well. Sometimes I say Jesus centric. There's one way, but what I say is I obviously it's about the creator. Yeah, so you can't go wrong when you're bringing him into this. So that's literally where, and that's the ironic part. You know, you guys as a lot of flat earthers all these years, and you're guilty as well. Witsit, right? A lot of us are guilty. Yeah, maybe. But they avoided that answer this entire time. And then when you end up at the end of everything, it's like, shit, that was the answer from the beginning. That's where you ended up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so like if he's in the middle over top of where we reside, then where we reside is in the center of rotation.
Yes, but first you got to keep it simple first anyway. You got to give them baby steps. You have to let them know, first of all, the heavens are a separate deal of the earth. And that's the biggest problem, is that people are conflating all these things into one, right? And they say earth is a system. You're going to have to first tell them earth is not a system. Earth is part of a system. So the whole lingo has to go first. It's going to take some time. You got to get a new paint job on this car, maybe a new transmission, maybe check out those leaks, because that's what this thing is. It's a leaking ship, and it's full of deceptions, and you're going to have to bite that bullet, and you're going to be better for it, and your family and your wife is going to say, thank God you lost that title. We don't have to worry about that title anymore. I put my life on that, Witsit, for the record. Thanks.
Yeah, I like the Sky XO. I just wish that you weren't such a troll, bro, because you do make a lot of sense. Because words mean things, and you gotta use words properly. And geocentricity is probably not the best word that we should be using, right?
There are many problems, but you have to realize that when you're attacked for years, you can't go to a caged animal and say, oh, this guy misbehaves all the time if he's getting beaten with sticks for several years, which is actually a good thing. That's how I got here, Lion. You have to realize that we act differently because we all have different missions. You actually probably you'd be surprised if you ask Witsit how far he remembers me. He probably remembers me from 4 years ago. So I've been in this topic actually frighteningly around 25 years. So this is something that I just happened to land on, so I take it very serious. But trust me, I'm the last troll you ever meet. This is as real as it gets. This is that really is level. And I haven't even explained things to you, but I do understand that you might have eyes to see, Lion. And that's why it's going to be hard for you, because there's going to be some very salty moments for everybody. And honestly, that's just how this is going to be. Sorry. The book written on this was the Bible the whole time. So you have to realize when a truth movement says we don't need the Bible, they're actually going to end up crushing themselves. And that's what's happened here. Thanks. Did I lag out again? 29 minutes
Nah,
past
we
the
heard
hour?
that.
Okay, we're here. Sorry about breaking speakers, right? Dropping mics, because this is kind of frightening, because you're realizing, wait a minute, I might have been looking at these things the wrong way the whole time. We're entertaining the game. We left the Democrats, and instead of saying, let's become independents, we joined the Republicans. Wait a minute, we made a mistake. Holy goodness gracious, we're actually fueling the Democrats, it turns out. Damn it. Well, what a pickle we're in. Let's recap. Let's do a after action report. Let's admit that we were wrong. And then you turn it to God. All of a sudden, he's just going to bless you. Yep. You got fooled again because you didn't trust me. Here's your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 11th chance. That's what he just keeps giving us, chances. It's about us getting back to God. Remember, they couldn't hide God from you, so they hid you from God, and it still works. And it still works in the flat Earth. You're being hidden from God. Yeah.
But hey, explain to us Waterworld. What do you mean by that? Like, without fighting, without being, don't be an instigator, bro. Just have like a regular conversation for once.
Listen, you're gonna have to get used to me and the way that I talk. I understand that it's different, but I'm not instigating. Again, you got to ask Witsit. Witsit's been hearing me for years, and you probably would ask him, how many fights did I start in the past? People just don't like being told direct anything. And if somebody knows the truth, people get upset, and the more people think they've already have the truth, the more they get pissed off when somebody says, actually, no, that's still wrong. And I'm sorry, but once in a while, this is going to happen. And this is just reality, guys. Eventually, you're going to meet somebody that's already been there. Somebody has been in the seat of that used car before you. Looking for a used truck, ask the owner how it works. So here's the deal. That's a term that the only reason I use that term, that's the last ditch effort, Lion. If I'm at an airport or a bus stop and I meet somebody and they're getting frustrated and they're like, what do you mean? Right? Or they're like, what are you saying? Like, I don't get it. Right? I'm like, listen, bro, here's my channel. Think water world. Right? Just think water. And then that's it. I walk away. That's my last ditch effort, just to think, yeah, it's not about the earth. Stop thinking about the earth all the time. Try thinking outside of the box. Earth is not an object. Obviously, by then, Line, I've already explained certain things. We've already talked about everything, and the color of grass and the blue sky, and maybe even versus.
Yeah, so I think I've talked to you about this, right? But I told you that I prayed and I actually even fasted and I asked the creator about this. I started going around and like basically Bible smacking everyone and making videos and stuff like that. And then I asked, like, should I not talk about quote unquote flat Earth because it's like a disservice to my ability to bring it to the creator? Because I'm like, oh yeah, of course you think Jesus is real. You think the Earth's flat, And I got a pretty resounding confirmation that I'm supposed to talk about it. And so since that point, I've kind of been shown my lane, if you will, and it is to just kind of like intellectually hold my own in certain arenas to where Yah does the rest. As in, someone has to sit there and be like, oh man, this is like, I did not expect this. All of a sudden, like the Earth being very special and unique is like a real scientific possibility. And they have to sit there and like accept that, and then Yah does the rest, right? So like I feel like I've kind of sought the answer as to what I'm supposed to do, and this is kind of it. And honestly, this is actually not what I wanted to do. So I think I've told you that, but that is kind of how I view this whole thing.
Yeah, he asked me about Waterworld. I'm sure I got cut off because I have a really bad signal. I'm not sure what I said, but that's actually not something I say often, and it's not something that anybody has to use. It's a last-ditch comment if somebody's getting flustered and they start having they start getting upset. I'm just trying to be polite, and I'll try to tell them just that. Like, you have to just think differently, that Earth is not an object. There's many other problems with it. Here's the deal with it. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm actually more than happy of this revelation that I've been given. This is a revelation that's taken actually a couple decades. This goes back to me being a child and actually getting visions when I was swimming in water in my father's house in Phoenix, Arizona. And it wasn't until a quarter of a century later where I was given those visions again, those flashbacks to what God was showing me, that there's something very different about the Mayim, the water of creation, than we ever thought. And it's almost like not only the fingerprint of God, it's almost like the finger of God. It's almost like the extension of God. And there's many other things I can go down this path and start talking about the Mayim and the water and the significance and the language and the basics of Hebrew and the Shamayim and the heaven and the basic. This is very advanced with it, so I'm trying to be nice to you on this, but I got to be honest with you, and I'm trying to just make this as easy as possible. But you are also deceived greatly. And I don't want to talk about it in public here because you've been very cordial with me. So instead of doing that, I need you to have some time to before you're ready to talk about that with me, and maybe we'll have to talk about it in private. But this deception doesn't just reach one group, and all the flat earthers are still teaching very big lies. And this is, again, God says he's going to send a strong delusion. I got bad news for you. No one is safe. I've almost come in contact with it several times, actually. In the truth movement, I find it more than any place. The truth movement itself is where Satan spends most of his time. That's why the Bible says to beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. But these matters are going to be very controversial. And it's not something that we should, after, especially since we've had a few years of history. That's why I respect you. And that's why I kind of tell people to give you a pass, because you're always cordial with me. And actually, you've even stood up for me and unmuted me on several occasions in the past. So I got a soft spot for you. Plus, I remember when you met your wife and obviously even spoke to you with your wife and had conversations as you've grown together, and that's impressive. And so we have a lot of admiration for you, and we think highly of you. And I'm very patient. It took God, 15, 20 years to show me these things. I'm in no rush to show anybody with it, but you have to realize if people are hiding from this truth, that means they don't have any truth. So we'll have to talk about this later, but this truth scares people, and that's how I know. It's not about me. It's not, oh, is the XO a big, bad, scary person? No. I don't know why God gave me this, but this is a truth that's much bigger than me. This is several levels higher than anything I found on the internet yet. This is something that was directly given to me. I was not shown this on the internet. Go ahead.
XO, real quick, but back to the question, dude. Like, the thing is, we've been talking about the idea that we're surrounded by water. Like, we've been talking about it for weeks now. We bring it up every so often.
Yes.
So that's why, but you haven't elaborated on my original question is, what do you mean by water world?
I cut out. What I'm telling you is that the water is the solution to literally water away your confusion about everything, and to stop objectifying Earth, and to stop thinking that Earth is the centerpiece, and to think differently. It's a completely different way of thinking. It's to stop objectifying creation, to separate Earth from everything else, so that you understand that, first of all, God speaks about the water much more than the Earth, for one. Number two, we already depend on water more than anything, and then we start going down the list of all the significances of water, and we can do that all day. But that's the point, is that we live in a world that's out of the water. Genesis 1, 10, 3 to 10, where it says the earth came out of the water. Right. So that's what the whole thing is, that it's about water. It's to study the fact that, again, the entire Bible shows that water was the biggest significance, and even heaven is mostly water. The root word of heaven, Shamaim, that's also water, and there's also water underneath the earth. So the entire law, the Psalms, the prophets, Jesus at the end, Revelation 22, is about the water, all of it. So the water was the secret the whole time. The water was the clue. That's the point.
Yeah, but okay, so this is what I'm trying to say, though, right? So from where we reside, yes, the earth is the land. The land was brought out of the water. Seemingly, it was covered in more water with the flood, and the water residing a bit, and we have some land popping up out of it. Seemingly, the highest elevation land popped out of the water first. Probably a lot of the land that used to be occupied is still underwater now. And the earth, quote unquote, is actually just the land brought up out of the water. I agree with that. I think that the circle could just be like some type of perimeter where there's water outside of that. We could live in like the firmament could be like some type of bubble separating the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. There may just be like a quote unquote molecular difference. It could be like superfluid water up there, so it has no resistance, a little bit different here where it has viscosity, etc. But what I'm saying is, from where we reside on this land that's brought out of the water, we look up and we see everything, all the stars move around central point. And we have access to that central point, right? Like where we reside, we can go in all directions around the center. Meaning, what I would think is that the throne of the creator is in the center, and everything's paying homage and moving around him, basically, because he's literally like the life-giving force that sets everything into motion. That is residing over top of where we reside. So in that sense, where we occupy is not necessarily the center from all axes, but it is the center from one axis, meaning that from the horizontal axis, the center of where we reside is underneath the center of, well, where the sky revolves around, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but now the term, though, so what term are you using, though? You're saying that means what? What centric? Now, you have to finish the sentence. What is that?
Well, I get that. You're saying it says I say geocentric.
See what I said? Listen, no. My point is that you didn't even say it. My point is that you didn't even finish. What is this, right? That's the point. Is that we're talking about heaven, right? And that's the point. Is that when we're talking about the heavens, let's keep it there. Let's look at the heavens and explain that. Yeah, they actually didn't even steal the earth, right? It's not like civilization woke up one day and said, "Oh, we really don't have earth. We have outer space beneath us," right? They said, "Oh no, we really don't have heaven. We have outer space everywhere," right? You called it one day. This was several years ago. You said it was an omnidirectional, because I said it was a bottomless pit. You said it was an omnidirectional bottomless pit. Once you explain that, people get shocked. And that was something you no, there's a completely different level though, Wits. It's going to take some time. Listen, you've been influenced by one side for 7 years. You've been influenced by me for about 7 minutes. That's our total talk time for the past 3 years. You ain't ready, man. It's going to take some time. This is this is a whole different level. I'm sorry, guys. I'm only one person. Go ahead.
You said omnidirectional what?
Bottomless pit. Like when they say outer space.
Yes. Right. So I used to show people that they gave you an out. I've been it's part of my speech when I explain things, like they took the bottomless pit and they put it all around you. And then Witsit said, oh, an omnidirectional bottomless pit. So he coined that. And that's a great line. That's a keeper. That's a keeper. There, keep it.
So to summarize so far, you're saying instead of focusing on the land, focus on heavens. Heavens were the things which were stripped away first. Don't say geocentric because it's not surrounded around the land. The land came out of the water. The water is God's finger, not just his fingerprint. Just to show you that I'm tracking. But why do you have to speak in parables? Yeah, but why do you have to speak in like analogies and parables? Just like lay out clearly. I don't think anyone here is incapable of understanding. And like when
analogies, how's that? What? What do you mean? I'm just
telling
you.
You go into analogies about cars and replacing engines and whatnot. And you go into like
yeah, because I'm good at showing people stuff. I'm a teacher. I'm really good at my job, bro. And I have a channel. If you'd like to check my evidence versus anybody else's, I can go. Let's start talking about photography next, man. I'm not here to wipe your nose. I'm here to take people to a level if they're ready for that. This is not for everybody. Sorry.
We look again. I've demonstrated that I've been all the time. So
yes, I know you're asking. Yeah, you're just critiquing me. Congratulations, you critiqued me. Anything else?
I want to know, like, why you just said, like, this will take too long.
I just answered you.
You're not.
Yeah, I just answered you. I know. Instead of accepting my answer because I'm good at my job, you just want to keep critiquing me. That's fine. This is normal. This is fine. Okay.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, just instead of saying we are not here.
See, instead of doing that, yeah, I know, bro. You can do your job. That's fine. God bless you. When you want to do something, God bless you. I'm not going to critique you. This is how I do something, and I'm actually quite good at it. Go to my channel and find out if you can critique me there. I'll take any critique you want. Put it on my channel. See, I mean, this is my point, Witsit, is that truthers or anybody gets scared to death of this information, and they can't even allow me to explain it.
I'm not scared.
They have to critique me. They have to critique me, bro. I got 175 videos we can look at first. You're just critiquing me about my speech because I'm good at what I do. Yes, I like talking to people and getting them to laugh and to be a human being or a girl or a boy or a real person or a man or a woman instead of a robot like you, bro. I'm sorry, there's real people out there. Stop harassing me. Thanks.
Can I speak? Interrupt for like 2 seconds. Just okay. I'll just rephrase what I'm saying then. Could you please lay out everything else? Where your world, all these secrets you're talking about, just lay them out. Like, I mean, like in a nutshell, I get that you can't go into all the detail. Like, what is it? What are these major points that we're missing? Go ahead.
Baby shark. Doo, 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 doo.
That dude leave? Why?
Certainly.
Why? I'm just saying, I don't like it when people say you're not ready for this, and you're not. I know he wasn't talking directly to me, but it triggers me. Maybe that's my
It's too delicate for the public. It must be unfurled privately.
We need
and to
people
the
like
special
Exo.
ones.
Shake things up.
That's cool. I'm done with that. Like, but I think there's some delusions of grandeur because, like, you just like tell people straight up. No one's like scared to hear it. Cool.
You can't handle the truth, Rule. What are you talking about?
I guess I'm just a retard.
What's that thing falling on your thing? Kiwi's that person? An angel? I don't know.
What thing, Andy?
The thing falling in the middle.
Oh.
What's up,
yeah.
fam?
I'm not sure what that is.
Hello.
Hello, let's have a huddle. That was crazy just then for the last 10 minutes of BS garbage from the devil. So I just kind of wanted to step in and say, let's have a family huddle and I'll be happy for like 5 minutes because we're a unit, you know?
Wait, so he'd call you the devil then, would he? And then you call him
Oh,
the devil?
absolutely. Well,
That's how it
he's
works.
no. I contradicted about 7 or 8 different bona fide, as in quotation mark for agent stuff, bona fide breaking bullshit that came out of his mouth within a 5-minute stretch. Everything fell apart, and I instructed him with my mic on mute because I knew he was listening to get off, to kindly go away, please, because he was so opposite of Bible and so oppositely and so pathetically obvious that I just said, please leave. And he did. Now I wanted to say hi.
What, he heard you through
Hello
the
again.
internet? He's
Bye
come back.
bye.
He's come back. Ah,
Well,
ah.
honestly, and if you believed in God like you say you do,
Shut up,
and
he's
so
talking about.
I don't want to be interrupted right now. Anybody that talks like and says and claims one thing, which is not really advised in the Bible, by the way, anyone that actually is of God and claims to be, yet also in the next sentence says, be afraid of things and people and other truth. If anything, is that not of God? Because it's only fear God and fear no man or anything of his construct. You should know that if you were actually what you claim to be. So there we go. First bona fide ruined. I have like 6 others if you'd like me to continue, but I'd really rather not because I love God. And I don't
Hey,
think
Andy,
that
that's the
there we
kingdom
go.
coming down. In
Freaking So hey, for 5 minutes, let's just have a family powwow with nobody speaking. If anything, I'm very content and I love it because the devil needs to be called out wherever he comes in whatever form, and he's always around. So there we go. We're all better than that. Don't listen to him.
Hey, Andy, I just wanted to clarify. That's the kingdom coming down through the firmament in that picture there.
Oh, it looks like I can't really see it, but it just looks like is it a person with a crown on or something, or?
Is it New Jerusalem from Revelation?
I'll open it in browser.
That's New Jerusalem. I
Thank
do
you,
believe
Lord
that's
Almighty.
New Jerusalem.
Forever and ever, I will praise him. Amen.
No, I still can't tell what it is.
Could be the Son from the throne incarnate here on Earth.
Thank you, XO. Boom. That's how you do it, boys. And I'm not cocky at all. I just really cannot stand it. I have bitter hatred for anything that is deception, and I'm sorry for that. I can't help it. So it's a godly thing, and I have no choice really. So I'm done.
I thought he was gonna lash out right there, but he didn't.
I know, me too, but he's not, because he knows he's yeah, no, cowards do that. It's cool. I knew he would leave. But last thing I'll say, I promise this time. We're all meant for this wonderful heaven on earth, and we can have it an infinite life, and it's up to us to actually just ask for it and choose it and actually live by that. It's really not hard. And I pray for everybody in here. I have nothing but love for everybody in here, and I could not be more thankful for the funny test / spiritual upgrade that Discord has brought my life in the last few months. I appreciate every one of you. That's it.
Yeah, bless. Thanks.
You know what, Sydney? Actually, Killian sounds a lot like XO. I've noticed.
Everybody sounds like a lot of people. That's actually just 1 or 2 people. I know this, but I've said it many times, and it's kind of exhausting at this point. I'm glad you noticed it too. Although my favorite Jew in the world, and he knows who he is. I don't care how many voices and names he goes by because we're buddies. That's it. That's all I gotta say. I bet you didn't expect me to say that either.
There's been some rumblings, Killian. There's been some rumblings.
Sorry, Andy, I was away from the AFK. What were you saying, dude? I apologize.
Oh no, I think you might be XO.
Just doting on my favorite Jew buddy.
Huh? I'm still lost. I apologize profusely.
He's not in the room under what we would know him as mainly, but he's in a few other servers.
Typical, eh? What?
Yeah.
Not a coincidence. He left, and then Kiwi.
God instructs us to know that there are no such things as coincidences in this realm that we are living in, and only to look up to him. And it's very, very simple to do. So that's it. It's very, very simple. And anger's not cute on anybody, especially not me. We know this. All of us know this. I know when it doesn't matter how I know. I know anger's not cute on me or anybody. There we go. There's no point. Because that dark, what do you call it, creeping thing is so not a thing that does not even deserve a name. He's so below us that he only gets its power and creates a name for himself if we allow him and address him as such in any form or name he goes by at the time. So just think about that.
What's he say the kingdom of heaven is like, Torah? Oh, did Torah leave?
What's the kingdom like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It's like Earth.
It has grass that's like that of glass, unbreakable glass around the throne of God. That's what it is. And a
There's some
feast that lasts
truth.
forever, and there's no thirst for us anymore. And there's no hunger anymore. We do one simple thing that he asks of us, and it might be specific to each of us. As long as you know it and you feel it, you have the receptors open for it, you make that change, you have eternal life. It's that simple.
There's
That's why I find the most comforting freaking book in the whole Bible is Revelation for me. So I highly suggest we all listen to it again. And one of us will find a resonating church, if you will, of the seven that he's addressing in the first, 3 to 7, verses 3 through 7 or 8. We will always identify with one of those, and it's a beautiful thing. So it's a comforting thing.
Earlier somebody brought up the wise men from the east, the 3 wise men.
I heard that.
I have read some Syriac manuscripts, literature relating to the 3 wise men and where they came from.
I think it's a metaphor, but go on with your research.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure where they came from, but apparently they came from an area where the Cave of Treasures is located. And the Cave of Treasures is an interesting place. No one really knows where it's at.
What text was it first written in? Do you know?
No, I don't. But there's cross references in other manuscripts regarding the Cave of Treasures. And the Cave of Treasures was a specific place where Adam and Eve had dwelt.
Yeah, I can believe that, actually.
But so there's a place called the Cave of Treasures, and there's also a place called the Mountain of the East. And where that's located on Earth isn't entirely clear.
Yeah.
But there's a place next to the garden where Adam and Eve were created, the land of Elda. And this land is now not accessible to us. It's nowhere on Earth that we know of.
How do you know that?
Because apparently it's located beyond the North Pole, or like somewhere near the North Pole. And
Somewhere that is not in existence for our timeline here, you mean?
Something happened to the garden where it was.
Have you ever read the second book of Adam and Eve?
Yeah.